I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 1072. Reconciliation. The sun was out, the air was warm, and a gentle breeze blew through Leon's hair. By most standards, it was perfect weather, and being outside should have brought a smile to anyone's lips. Leon, however, wasn't smiling. He was more annoyed than anything else. The expedition to the Nexus would launch in a little over a month, and he had a lot of work to do to ensure that it kept to schedule. But here he was, quietly sitting in a large pavilion in a lightly forested part of Stormhollow's hinterland, accompanied by a force of Tempest Knights, his wives, Anastasios, the Grand Druid, numerous secretaries, and his latest followers. Cassandra's guards, in particular, were out in force, though other casual friends made among the tribes were a part of all of his wife's entourage. From the pavilion, they had an enviable view of the Antari Sea, and the sparse forest was delightfully inviting, just begging for hikes. Leon himself had gone on a few small hunts in these woods over the years. They hadn't assembled in the pavilion for recreation, however. Instead, they were there for something altogether more serious. And, when a relatively small transport ark landed nearby, the reason for their assembly came walking down the ramp. First out of the ark was a man that Leon had quietly hoped to never see again, the Keeper of Memory, looking much as he'd always had, bald, pale from lack of sun, and dressed in shapeless brown robes that looked spectacularly cheap. The Keeper had arrived in the skies above Katagita unencumbered by followers, though he'd at least seen fit to call ahead and arrange transport across the Misty Vale and then to Stormhollow afterward. The second person who came walking off the ramp was Andromache, Cassandra's older sister. She was followed by only 2 guards. While Keeper had arrived on his own, Andromache had come with an ark of her own, which remained at Leon's palace. Fortunately, she hadn't complained too loudly when asked to come to the pavilion with so few guards. "My little girl," the Grand Druid immediately cried out as Andromache stepped off the boarding ramp. The old former empress sprang up from her seat with incredible energy and moved to Andromache's side so quickly she'd practically teleported. Andromache had hardly a moment to realize what was happening before her grandmother had all but tackled her and pulled her into a tight embrace. "Achieving apotheosis has certainly put a spring in her step," Cassandra murmured from beside Leon. With a wink and brush of her recently colored purple hair, Cassandra strode toward her family, a determined look settling over her face. She completely ignored the Keeper as she passed him, and the Keeper ignored her in turn. Instead, Keeper came striding directly toward Leon, his 10th tier aura subtly pulsing with every step. Not a shred of killing intent could be sensed in his aura, but Leon remained on guard, anyway. Though he'd achieved apotheosis, he didn't discount the possibility that Keeper could still do severe, and possibly fatal, damage to him if push came to shove. "I am here, King Leon," Keeper brusquely intoned. "I noticed," Leon flatly responded. Their auras mingled together, and Leon subtly pushed against Keeper's. A slightly less than subtle response was made by Keeper, kicking up a small amount of dust and dirt around them and pushing Leon's aura back a bit, but with a little more force behind it. Leon scoffed and easily pushed Keeper's aura back once more. Before their little pushing match could go much further, Elise stepped forward and said, "Why don't you come and sit down, Keeper? It must have been a long journey. Though I did not find it tiring, I will accept your offer, Queen Elise," Keeper politely replied, retracting his aura as he spoke. Leon smirked and did likewise, escorting Keeper, Anastasios, and his ladies over to several seats by the edge of the pavilion's roof where they could look out over the treetops spread before them like a vast green carpet and enjoy the view of the distant sea while they spoke. "I'm glad you're here, Keeper," Anastasios said as they walked. "I wasn't sure you would come. When 2 of my contemporaries achieve something as momentous as apotheosis in as many months, of course I would take it seriously." Keeper's eyes turned then to Leon as they took their seats, Keeper notably sitting in the seat rather than conjuring his boulder, even if only on the edge of the cushion with his back perfectly straight and not touching the backrest. The reason why they ascended shouldn't be overlooked, either, for he achieved apotheosis before either of them. "I'm generous with my friends," Leon replied. "Ha!" Anastasios cried out, his laugh booming over the trees between them and the sea. "Generous, he calls it. If you call what you've done for my empire mere generosity, then I'd be very interested to know what you might part with in more serious negotiations." He gave Leon a look that indicated he was only partially joking, but Leon ignored the part that wasn't. Indeed, Keeper observed, not only aiding 2 10th tier mages to achieve apotheosis but providing what their successors need to reach the 10th tier, as well, Anastasios boasted, my grandson could have made it himself, of course. Leon only sped the process up some. And the sacred Golden Empress, too, is talented and strong. It was only a matter of time for her. Keeper, Leon began, are you looking for assistance, too? He kept his tone light and joking, not treating what he asked that seriously. Sure enough, Keeper replied with a definitive, no. He went silent for a second as his eyes swept northward, in Stormhollow's direction. Your departure looms, Leon. All I hear in Memoria these days is speculation about when you leave this plane and the power you're bestowing upon those in your favor before you launch your next venture. I'll be glad of your absence if only for the silence it will bring to Memoria. We love you too, Keeper, Leon sarcastically quipped. Not going to miss us at all. Keeper's white eyes swiveled toward Anastasios. You, perhaps. Though we've had our disagreements in the past, I've always seen you as a man of honor who keeps the well-being of his empire at the forefront of his mind. Anastasios frowned a moment in thought before grinning and saying with sarcasm equal to Leon's, I know I'm a good and virtuous man, but it's always nice to hear it aloud. Elise and Valeria remained silent, but Maya surprised Leon when she leaned forward and mentally demanded, why have you come, old human? Keeper stared back at her, their 10th tier auras starting to clash, though unlike when he clashed with Leon's aura, this one was more even-sided. It's a fair question, Keeper, Anastasios pointed out, not paying the wrestling auras any mind. You came here without much warning. I find that interesting, though I hope you'll answer my questions without me needing to ask. Stolen novel, please report. You expect me to read your mind, then? Keeper asked, his gaze moving from Maya to Anastasios. He scoffed, but answered as he again retracted his aura and turned his eyes back to Leon, I allowed you to claim what you wished from the old palaces. This was no mere whim of mine, it was given all due consideration. That unpleasantness with the Indra Raj nearly convinced me that you were too unruly to trust, but in the decades since, you have proven to be otherwise. I relish the peace between us and hope it may continue, even in your absence. This is why I have come. I want peace to continue between my kingdom and your empire, too, Leon declared without reservation. A look that rather resembled frustration passed over Keeper's face. A hand went up to cup his chin for a moment, and he said, I do not regret my distrust of you, or your clan, or your people. Given the threats posed, it was warranted. I do regret judging you too quickly. I question whether or not a peace between us might have been possible sooner had I been more open-minded. Alas, we cannot travel back in time and what's done is done. So, Leon, I will say this, I do not apologize, but I wish I'd conducted affairs between us better. A thin-lipped smile spread across Leon's face, though whether it was more from Keeper's words or Anastasios immediately losing himself in a fit of laughter, he didn't know. You've got to be fucking with us, Anastasios gasped. I thought similarly when I learned you'd moved to this island, Keeper smoothly replied, his face not even twitching in jest. But when considered with the rapid ascension of your grandson to 10th tier, I understood. His tone softened for just a moment. You will be missed, Anastasios. The Lord Protector Leon understood he would only formally hold that title until they departed for the Nexus grind. Earnestly, he replied, for all our incompatibilities, Keeper, I'll miss you too. Anastasios' eyes briefly drifted toward the Evergolden group, who had found seats not too far away to discuss their own business. Though he was sure Anastasios' eyes were locked on the Grand Druid who would also only relinquish her title upon leaving the plane, Leon's eyes were drawn more toward Cassandra and Andromache, who appeared to be getting along much better than they had decades ago. Greater things call, Anastasios whispered. A new start in a new place, away from familiar places filled with unfamiliar people, where we have a chance to create something new. A place where we can be more ourselves, without consideration for the propriety of our station or the politics of our empires. He turned his pink nebulous eyes back to Keeper. I would recommend you follow us, Keeper, however long it may take you to ascend. See the universe for yourself. Perhaps gain a new perspective on life. I will not be following you, Keeper stated. My life will end before achieving apotheosis, of that I have no doubt. I will not belabor my people with my life for longer than necessary. A sneer graced Maya's face as she sat back in her chair, dismissively staring at Keeper. Leon laid a hand on her knee, silently asking her not to feed this fire, and she sighed and turned away from the meeting to stare at the sea. Turning his attention back to the keeper, Leon asked, "Why did you come all this way, keeper?" "It obviously wasn't to apologize for anything, and you should know that prying an apology out of me will be impossible. I labor not under the delusion of prying any sort of apology from you, Leon. No, I merely wished to come and express my parting thoughts. I greatly appreciate the peace that you've brought during your reign, and to promise to continue it in the future. I wish to part on good terms, peaceful terms." He paused and fixed Leon in his eerie stare. "And, to wish you well, Leon. Peace-bringers are in short supply compared to warmongers. May you keep that attitude as you journey to greater places and accomplish greater things. May you never forget the mistakes of your ancestors, for their victims never will." Turning well wishes into a lecture, "Are you?" Anastasios asked with a grin. "Careful, keeper, or the young'uns will dismiss what you say. You have to dress it up a bit if you want them to take a lecture to heart." Keeper scoffed. "I've said what I intended to say. There is no point in stretching this exchange to breaking. I will now depart." He rose from his seat, and Leon sprang to his feet before Keeper could take a single step. "I will return your well wishes, Keeper," Leon quickly stated. "I hope your people find peace and prosperity. I hope they find peace from the violence of the past, too." He took a few steps forward and held out his arm. Keeper stared at him for several long seconds, but he then took a few steps forward and clasped Leon's wrist. "To better days, Leon. May we never meet again. Back at you, Keeper." Without further ado, Keeper released Leon's arm and strode back to the landed ark. Though Leon's Evergolden visitors were still present, Leon waved for the ark to take Keeper back beyond the misty veil. Other transport back to his palace could be arranged. Then, with a sigh, Leon sat back down. "Didn't think he'd say all that," he admitted. "Figured he'd be popping expensive wine bottles or something once we left. Or whatever the sentinels do." "Ha!" Anastasios again cried out. "The sentinels are dour folk, hardly the sort who know how to have fun. But I share in your surprise. I figured he would have just watched us leave from Memoria." "It's smart not to," Elise pointed out. "Better to part on good terms and ensure peace continues even without the other around to keep it." "Wise words, Elise," Anastasios responded. "I'd hardly argue for the wisdom of the sentinels, for all their time spent in meditation and for all their shunning of physical comforts, though. They hold grudges for longer than anyone can fathom. That's been made apparent," Valeria murmured as the ark-carrying keeper sped into the distance. "I'm glad he came here," Leon wistfully stated, his eyes tracking the same target. "I might have reached out to him in the next few weeks if he hadn't done so on his initiative. Wrap up that last bit of business, right? Leave no regrets behind," Anastasios stated in agreement. "How about you, Lord Protector?" Elise inquired. "Are you ready to leave? No lingering regrets you're leaving behind?" Anastasios gave her a grandfatherly smile and leaned a little closer. "My dear, I'm old. I have spent the past century wrapping up my affairs, ensuring that when my end came, I could greet the gods with as light of a heart as possible. I was not expecting to achieve apotheosis and leave this plane, but I was expecting to depart in a more permanent manner within the next century or two, whether by my own hand or by the will of the gods. I have long prepared to leave my empire in good hands and with few left to mourn me as a person rather than as a symbol. I'm just now leaving under different circumstances than I'd originally planned for. But those preparations have not been for nothing. All of my business has long been taken care of." Elise gave him a polite nod. "That's wonderful to hear. I suppose that makes you retired now, doesn't it?" Anastasios stroked his white beard, now grown out a little compared to how short he usually kept it. "I suppose I am, aren't I? Fully and completely." His eyes turned upward for a moment, and he whispered something in the native tongue of his empire. Leon's mastery over that language was conversational at best, but Elise helpfully provided a translation. "He asks his son to have patience, and for his sister's forgiveness, for he'll be a little later than expected in joining them." Anastasios smiled, and Leon had to fight not to let his own heartbreak show on his face. He thought once more of all those he'd lost and those he was leaving behind, whose statues now stood in his mind palace. Anastasios was quicker than he to recover, and his next words pulled Leon out of his spiraling mindset. "We journey to a new land with new people, Leon. I, personally, can't wait." Leon nodded, but any response from him was preempted when the Grand Druid suddenly draped herself over Anastasios' armrest and practically fell into his lap. Giggling fiercely, She grabbed his face and pressed her lips against his. When they separated, she said, "A new start for all of us." Leon looked up and saw Cassandra and Andromache releasing each other from a tight hug, both shedding tears. They whispered something he did his best to politely not listen to, and then Cassandra looked his way and smiled. "New starts indeed," he murmured as Elise gasped at the sight of the Grand Druid kissing Anastasios, then immediately began grinning like a madwoman. "By the by, Leon," the Grand Druid exclaimed as she pulled her face away from Anastasios, "since I'm retired too, you should be using my name." Leon smiled and nodded briefly. "As you say, Eva." The Grand Druid sprung up and strode over to Leon, hugging his head and rustling his hair. It took Leon some effort to extricate himself and even more to ignore how many of his Tempest Knights and secretaries were able to see that. "We're all family now," the Grand Druid firmly stated. "And we're setting off on this adventure together. Nothing could make me happier." Leon nodded again as Elise ran her fingers through his hair, helping him to smooth it all out. Barely more than a month, now, and he would be leaving Eterna behind. All he had left to do aside from the monumental task of working out the logistics for the expedition, was to contact Ambrose. And then, hopefully, it was time to leave Eterna. The Nexus was calling, and for all that their leaving was bittersweet, Leon was excited for his next adventure. A large grin spread across Leon's face as he stared at his reflection. As a king, he had a certain appearance to maintain in public, meaning that he often wore more elaborate costumes than he was typically comfortable with, and those elaborate outfits were often less ostentatious than Elise or his tailors wanted. But the man staring back at him was dressed quite simply in a light, highly breathable silk grass shirt so finely woven that it shimmered in the light of his dressing room. It was perfectly tailored, emphasizing his built shoulders and chest, and clinging aesthetically to his trim waist. The silk grass was undyed at his request, and so was still its natural vibrant green color. Other than its fine weaving and tailoring, the shirt was completely undecorated. He'd never had so finely made a shirt as the one he now wore when he was a child, but the tailors in Vale Town were still more than competent enough to make comfortable clothing, and what he now wore strongly reminded him of those days. Joining the shirt was a simple pair of brown pants and lighter brown boots. He looked far from the king he was. If he had to guess his profession from his reflection, he might have guessed some kind of outdoorsman, though he would have also acknowledged his own bias as he did so. From behind, he heard Elise quietly sigh. "Something wrong?" he asked, looking back at his wife with some concern. In contrast to him, she took to her queenly status well, never failing to dress according to her station. Now, she was wearing silk grass too, though her sleeveless top was dyed a brilliant blue with a scene of a thunderbird fighting against an enormous serpent embroidered in silver upon it. The top was paired with a long skirt weighed down with silver trim, and about her shoulders was a shawl featuring some of the snow lion fur given to them by Thorfinn. Silver and sapphires bedecked her neck, wrists, fingers, and ears, while her hair had been loosely tied back with silver chains, from which hung more sapphires. Neither she nor Leon thought that blue and silver were colors that complemented her that well. Leon still thought she looked incredible, and he certainly loved to see her wearing his colors, to boot. Under her scrutinizing gaze and waiting for her response, Cassandra caught his eye. Valeria was there, too, but Maya was busy dealing with her lesser nymphs, who were soon to be entering their fertile periods and consequently seeking human mates. Both of them were dressed much more simply than Elise since they'd spent the morning sparring and hadn't yet changed. Cassandra gave him an appraising look, too, so he struck a strongman pose and flexed. "Looking good, Leon," she said appreciatively. "Strong," Valeria added, though she only gave him a quick once-over. "Hot," Cassandra continued. "Dignified," Valeria responded. "Fuckable," Cassandra finished. Valeria snorted. Before either of them could continue, Elise stated, "It's too simple." She gestured at Leon up and down. "Please, husband, just wear something a little nicer when visiting the Grave Warden." "Why should he do that?" Cassandra bluntly asked. Elise whirled on her, looking aghast. "Of all the people to say that, I would never have thought it would be you, Cassie." Cassandra shrugged and smirked. "We must all dress according to our stations, but when we're visiting someone like Ambrose, does anyone have to dress nicely? He seems more whimsical than Hatrahan the Long-Jowled." Elise gave her a blank look. "Who?" It was Cassandra's turn to stare at her in shock. "Haven't you read anything I discovered when I was unearthing old pre-Thunderbird conquest ruins? Hatrahan was a famous trickster whose myths spanned most of the cultures on this plane." "Oh, I hadn't heard of him. But, before you make your argument, Love, Leon interjected, drawing Elise's attention back to him. I'll let you make one alteration to what I'm wearing now. It can be anything at all. But it will only be one thing. Cassie's right. Ambrose won't care if I show up in rags or covered in gold. So I'm going in what's comfortable. Elise scowled, but as Leon's offer percolated through her mind, a sly grin began stretching across her face. Watching in growing horror, Cassandra said, I hope you can live with the consequences of this decision, Leon. For the next few seconds, Leon dismissed her warning, but when Elise sashayed toward him, his heart skipped a beat, and not at the vision of unparalleled beauty that she struck in that moment. Rather, he suddenly felt like he'd made a terrible mistake. His fears were all but confirmed when Elise's hands went to his head and began running through his hair, a normally pleasant experience, but Leon felt her moving his already short hair away from his ears. Wait, he said, reaching up and taking hold of her wrists. He stared at her with deadly seriousness. No piercings. A look of profound scandal blazed across Elise's face. Going back on your offer? How dare you? I don't think I've ever met a man so rude as to offer me anything, only to then tell me I can't do something. Oh, the shamelessness. A playful grin replaced her sarcastically scandalized expression, and she said more genuinely, you'd look good with an earring, husband. I beg to differ, Leon responded. You shouldn't have offered me anything at all, Elise impishly riposted. Leon glowered at her. At the time, I thought that it was understood that spilling my blood was too far. That it needn't be said such was off limits. How foolish I was then, how naive, so long ago, in those before times. Another sigh escaped Elise's lips, this one of disappointment. She looked to Cassandra and said, back me up, wouldn't Leon look incredible with some nice diamonds in his ears? Look at his earlobes, they were practically made for jewelry. I'm not sure about that, Lee, Cassandra replied. He's got this whole barbarian warlord look about him that pierced ears might take away from. A barbarian warlord, Elise exclaimed, starting to now sound genuinely scandalized. Yeah, Cassandra doubled down. You've got a bit of a pretty boy look going on, Leon, but grow that beard and hair out, and you'd look ready to storm a castle and steal me away. Are you planning something for later? Leon asked with narrowed eyes. His purple-haired wife responded with a grin and a mad cackle. You would look good with a beard, Valeria offered. Elise groaned in disgust. I don't see what the fascination is with beards. I don't want to feel like I'm rubbing my face on sand when kissing you. You should just be hairless. From the eyebrows down. Going a bit far, aren't you? Cassandra asked. I get shaving in some places, but everywhere. A man should have some body hair, don't you think? She sent an inquisitive look Valeria's way, and the silver-haired woman nodded in agreement. Better to have a man for a husband than a boy, Valeria stated. Elise looked like she'd been stabbed in the back, but before a debate on the merits of body hair arose, Leon announced, I'll just go as I am now. I'm sure it'll be fine. He reached over to give Elise a one-armed hug. We can discuss the finer points of my fashion choices when I get back. He gave her a quick kiss, then did likewise with Cassandra and Valeria. You're not getting out of this, Leon, Elise sternly said. Don't think that you are. Sure, Leon replied with a wave as he conjured Ambrose's silver twig in his other hand. When I get back, absolutely, definitely. As he snapped the twig, he heard Valeria state, a full beard on him wou, before the black and blue sphere surrounded him and whisked him away to the Grave Warden's tower at the center of Eterna. Leon found himself in a well-appointed room, comfortable, but devoid of any personal touches. A few armchairs, rugs, sofas, and a hearth, with drinks on a table in the corner, but all in plain colors. Landscape paintings and tapestries adorned the walls, and what he thought was a projection of the outside covered one wall. If the projection was accurate to his location, he was standing about halfway up the immense stone tower that Ambrose called home. Enjoying this book? Seek out the original to ensure the author gets credit. He'd barely had much of a chance to admire the view when he felt the faintest of magical waves from behind him, and when he turned, he found Ambrose standing there, smiling, his arms outstretched in greeting. Leon, Ambrose drawled. Welcome back, my friend. Welcome. Come on in, have a seat. Want something to drink? No, thank you, Leon politely declined as he sat down in the nearest armchair. Ambrose jumped and landed lying down on an adjacent sofa. So, the ancient Grave Warden began, what brings you to my home this day? As much as I might hope otherwise, I doubt it's just the simple desire to spend the day with a friend that brings you here, Leon smiled awkwardly. No, it isn't. I'm sure you know by now that I'm close to leaving Eterna. Ambrose frowned. I suspected as much. How much longer do you have until you want to leave? How much longer? We'll be ready in 1 month. To the day. 1 month, Ambrose whispered morosely. You've been such a delight to host on my little plane, Leon. I'll be greatly saddened in your absence, greatly saddened. He swung his feet around and sat up in one smooth motion. Seriously, he asked, how are you planning on reaching the Nexus? I assume my offer of transporting your entire kingdom isn't your intention if you're only coming to see me now. Not your intention. Leon shook his head and grinned. My kingdom has built new arcs that are not only void capable but can traverse long distances with their new engines. He had to catch himself from saying the name of the engines aloud. He was still opposed to the name, but it had stuck, unfortunately. Ambrose, sensing a weakness, leaned in and asked, these new engines, huh? I've seen them in action, they're pretty good. Not as good as what your clan used to have, but for a kingdom's first try, they're quite fine. Quite fine. They'll certainly get you to the Nexus if that's how you want to travel. Certainly. What do your people call these engines? Leon gave him a blank stare. I'm sure you already know what they're called, don't you? Nope. Ambrose light-heartedly replied. No clue. That's why I asked, you see. Leon clicked his tongue in displeasure, but simply responded with a sigh and an embarrassed explanation. They're called Nestorian drives. Ambrose lost himself in laughter before asking as he recovered, did he really name it after himself? No, it was named in honor of him, Leon answered with some annoyance. Getting that engine working without Nestor's help would have been impossible, even for the Raven tribe. They named the teleportation engine after him to honor his contribution. And, maybe, his lineage, too. Ambrose snickered a few more times before his demeanor became much more serious. That's funny, but I suppose we should be talking a little more business, shouldn't we? Shouldn't we? Leon nodded and sat up a little straighter. 1 month isn't that much time. Are you sure that you're ready to reach the Nexus? Are you sure? Ambrose's question came with a look of such gravity that Leon's immediate affirmative response died in his throat. After a moment of thought, he replied, it'll likely be hard. And I do worry about what I may face up there. But I can't stay here forever, can I? My mother is up there, waiting for me. And even outside of the Nexus, the universe is littered with the remains of my ancestors. How worthy am I as a successor if I make no attempt to rebuild what was lost? To try and take what came before and make something new, something greater. Leon paused, then returned Ambrose's severe look. We're starting small. About 20,000 will join me and establish a beachhead. A colony, a single city. We'll use that city as a point to jump off from, to enter the wider universe from. And we've spent years preparing ourselves to build that first city. We're trained and prepared to undertake this endeavor. We have plans for if we fail or are thrown back. Any but the worst possible setbacks will only be temporary. We're ready. I hope so, Leon, Ambrose replied. I hope so. The Nexus can be a place of great opportunity but also a place of great danger. Depending on where you land, you may be in for an easy time, or the worst time of your life. Awful locals, ambitious neighbors, dreadful food, horrors beyond imagination await you in the Nexus, but you're right that you have to leave sometime if you ever want to truly succeed your old clan. I'd be perfectly happy to host you for as long as you remain as you are, but if you want to grow, it can't be here, where it's safe. Can't be here. Only under heat and pressure will you be shaped into what you seem to believe you must be. Leon nodded in agreement. Let's run through this, then, Ambrose said as he snapped his fingers, conjuring an image of a large glowing sphere to appear hovering beside him. Judging by its color bright white, Leon guessed the shining orb to be the Nexus. Do you even know how to get inside? Ambrose asked. Do you know? Leon nodded a little hesitantly. My ancestor, Nestor, and my contracted demon all described it to me. There are places all over the Nexus where ingress portals can be found, some natural but most created by powerful factions within the Nexus. Ambrose's eyes narrowed, and Leon quickly added, both of these options are suboptimal. That's partially why I'm here. Ambrose brightened up a little. So you are asking for my help in getting there? Leon slowly nodded, feeling a little uncertain. I was hoping you had a solution. Here. I still want to use my own arcs to get to the Nexus, if only to prove that those arcs can do it, and thus can ferry more of my people to and from the Nexus, along with any materials we find there. I hope you're not saying that you want to blatantly come and go from the divine graveyard, Ambrose warned. Bad idea, bad idea, I've already been told that's a bad idea, Leon replied. We're going to be using our Nestorian drives to make the journey, so it should be impossible to track us. There are always ways, Ambrose murmured. Always ways, we'll take our precautions, then, Leon said, his mind already thinking about rendezvous points and fallback locations for potential stalkers. It's more the bypassing of the outer surface of the Nexus that I'm interested in your help with. Ambrose nodded, not quite looking convinced by Leon's cautious words, but apparently deciding to move on anyway. I can point you to a portal close to your chosen destination. All were relatively close to small natural portals anyway. Relatively close. I would be grateful for that, Leon replied. As would I be to share. Now, which location did you choose? Which one? Leon quickly procured the map of his chosen site and spent a good few minutes gushing over its potential. However, before he could finish, Ambrose interrupted him. I understand that you're excited about building a new city, Leon, but I have yet to hear about defenses. I trust that my apprentice gave you a good location without many dangers around, but he could have missed something, or someone else might have moved in during that time. I should remind you that when a place has gone without human habitation for too long, there's usually a reason for that, potential threats have been considered, Leon stated. We're going to thoroughly scout the location before making our final commitment. If anyone or anything lives there, or if the location is poorer than we've been led to believe, we'll return to Eterna to reevaluate our options. I might return leading a smaller, or possibly larger, expedition if that's the case. I'm not married to this location, so if it proves untenable, we'll leave it behind. Ambrose smiled shallowly and nodded in appreciation. Good, good. The Nexus is enormous, and even during its 100,000-year cycles, it rarely ever fills up completely, so to speak. There will always be good land somewhere else. Always. What's your biggest worry right now? Your biggest worry? Leon frowned and stared back at the map. Hard to say without knowing more about what surrounds us. You did assure me that your apprentice assured you that this place is fairly deserted, so I'm hoping there won't be many neighbors around us, ambitious or otherwise. However, the ocean that we're close to is the Ocean King's personal domain, isn't it? Ambrose silently nodded. My biggest worry, Leon continued, is attracting the wrong kind of attention from him. Possible, Ambrose conceded. Possible. Under normal circumstances, the Ocean King wouldn't lightly risk mucking around in the storm lands. Under normal circumstances, a Storm King would be there to prevent it. Without a strong leader, the other elemental kings may be more brazen about establishing hegemony over what should otherwise fall under the Storm King's purview. Maybe more brazen. Internal troubles, external rivalries, sheer lack of interest. There may be many reasons why the Ocean King won't bother with you. Many reasons, certainly. You're not yet strong enough to attract his attention. Not yet, Leon grinned, though the expression turned bitter a moment later. I'm not worried about the Ocean King himself, I suppose I should say. More like one of his subordinates. Some ambitious or otherwise unreasonable strategos on the border who wants this land to be a buffer zone with potentially wild and chaotic counterparts within the storm lands. A good worry to have, Ambrose conceded. A good worry to have. However, you'll have 3 post-apotheosis mages with you, will you not? Assuming my Tau friend joins you, as I believe he is. He is, yes, Clear Day will be joining me. Noticed them, did you? Leon Riley inquired. Hard to miss them, Ambrose replied. Hard to miss. I should think you won't have much to worry about unless you gain the attention of a despot or basilis. And how am I going to get their attention? Leon pointedly asked. I think some strategos who might notice us will throw a fit. A risk. Are you still going to take it? Are you? Leon grinned again. Of course. Ambrose sighed appreciatively. Good, good. Well, then, Leon, 1 month. 1 month. I will show you where you can enter the Nexus. And in 1 month, you'll leave. I'll be back sometimes, Leon stated, hearing the dejection in the grave warden's voice. I hope so, Ambrose stated. I hope so. I live a lonely life by choice, make no mistake, and I love it, but finding a friend is always a pleasure, and I would hate to never see one again. I would hate it, Leon, reminded again of all the people he was leaving behind, and of the conversations he had with Torfin and King Julius, went quiet. He wondered how many friends Ambrose had ever had, and how many of them still lived. He described his fellow grave wardens as his friends, and that meant that he'd had those relationships for longer than Leon could fathom, so they were undoubtedly close on some level, and Ko-Walik had recently, relatively speaking, died. Leon could hardly imagine knowing someone for millions of years and then having to process their death. Anyway, Ambrose exclaimed, drawing Leon out of his thoughts. Anyway, I want to hear of your expedition. I want to hear of it. So you make sure to return. Make sure. Leon nodded again. I will, he promised. I will return. You have my promise on that. With a grin, Ambrose clapped Leon on the shoulder and then began talking about nothing much at all. Despite not much of consequence being brought up, Leon still let himself be drawn into the conversation, only leaving several hours later after Ambrose again promised to show his navigators the ingress point for the Nexus and provided Leon with several more silver twigs to use when he returned to Eterna. When he made it back to Katagita, Leon needed a few seconds to stop and think, to let his magic senses wash over all of Eterna, taking in all the sights and sounds that he could sense even from his little corner of the plain. In just 1 month, he would be leaving. The Nexus awaited him. Chapter 1074. Last of the last days. When you called this a city arc, this wasn't what I was expecting, Anastasios stated good-naturedly as he stared at the enormous arc in front of him. Beside him stood Leon, Eva the Grand Druid and the small number of attendants from their respective empires who had agreed to follow them into the Nexus. In total, their entourages together were less than 50 people. The arc is designed to build a city, Leon explained, not be a city. That would be a bit beyond us, even now. From the cliffs, they watched as the city arc ran through several engine tests. It was an enormous machine, larger even than 2 of the new carriers put together. It compared favorably in size to many Thunderbird arcs, if not in power due to its role as a support arc, it was lightly armed and armored. Nearly all arcs designed to be flown on a plane were roughly arrowhead-shaped, with some longer and narrower and others shorter and wider. The city arc almost broke that trend, trending so long and narrow that it almost appeared more like a cylinder than an arrowhead. It had been built in multiple distinct sections, each one lined up behind the others and fitted together, with the majority of the crew quarters at the fore of the arc and the cargo and magical machinery located toward the rear. Leon understood why the term, city arc, made it seem like it was a city that flew, but in reality, the city arc was simply a massive cargo and transport arc. The vast majority of what was being brought to the Nexus would be carried within the arc. In fact, Anastasios, Eva, the director, and many of the other more important people that Leon was bringing along on the expedition would be housed within the city Arkansas. After all, as much as he may trust Anastasios and Eva, war arcs weren't their place in his fleet. They weren't in his army and would probably get in the way more than help if they were located elsewhere in the fleet. At least this way, Leon figured, they could protect the city arc, the expedition's most important asset. Further down the cliffs, Leon spied the director standing with Penelope, watching the same tests. In a large public ceremony 3 weeks prior to this test, the director had formally handed his title and position over to Narses the White. The director was, in short, no longer the director, though Leon was still having some trouble thinking of him by his name more than his former title. Given what's been built so far, Eva whispered, I wouldn't have been that surprised if you had built an arc into a city, Leon chuckled. I'm sure my people could build something like that, given enough time. He took a deep breath and asked the two with much greater gravity, are you ready? A smile crossed Anastasios' aged face, while Eva looked up at the bright blue sky and laughed. We're ready to move on from this world, Leon, Anastasios replied. We've said our goodbyes, held our parties, and ensured the power of our descendants, Eva added. She shared a knowing look with Anastasios before continuing. In the many years we've been alive, outliving almost everyone we've ever known, we've ensured that we're always ready to move on. Though neither of us ever thought it would be like this. With a nod of understanding, Leon said, consider this your final chance to back out, then. Once we set out, we're not returning unless we run into severe trouble up there. Eva didn't take even a moment to think. She launched herself into the air, cackling like a madwoman. Race you there, Anna. She dove for the city arc, its tests having completed. The doors were opening, ready to accept the first passengers aboard. That woman, Anastasios said in loving appreciation. I never would have thought to be so blessed as to face eternity with her. The politics of our empires never would have allowed it. He glanced at Leon. For this, more than anything else, Leon, you have my gratitude. Now, if you'll excuse me, Anastasios followed Eva's lead and launched himself off the cliff toward the city Arkansas. Their attendants followed each of them in panic as they hurtled toward the ark that would bear them to the Nexus. Now standing with only Gaius and a small contingent of Tempest Knights to keep him company, Leon breathed in the cool mountain air, closed his eyes, and let his magic senses sweep across the face of Eterna, as had become his wont over the past month. The plane that had been his home, he would leave it in less than 24 hours. Every city he could see, every river and valley, every mountain and plain, every desert and field and forest, he was determined to carve it all into his memory. After but a moment, he returned his attention to where he was. He started walking down the cliffside at no more than a mortal's pace, reaching the director and Penelope in only a few minutes. Leon. The director beamed as Leon joined them. I saw our 2 former emperors heading for the Ark. Does that mean we're ready to board? It's a bit premature by several hours, Leon stated, but if you want to board now, then go right ahead. The director let a smile grace his lips. No, my old bones will do much better out here than they will in there. I'll enjoy the outdoors for as long as I can before cooping myself in that thing for however long it might take for us to reach the Nexus. A quiet surprised gasp escaped Leon's lips, more than a little exaggerated on his part. The director of Heaven's Eye wanted to be outside. The same man who didn't leave the hexagon for decades. If the ancestors rose from their graves I would be less surprised. Cheeky brat, the director replied. And I'm no longer the director, I will remind you. Right, Icarius, Leon responded. He turned his eyes to Penelope. How about you? Ready to board? She smirked. I'm ready to be done with this plane, that's for sure. Definitive, Leon observed. I like it, but can't help but wonder why. Penelope shrugged. Maybe it's my father hyping it up more than it should have been, but maybe it's also because I've just been bored here on Eterna for so long. I'm not looking forward to this journey, but I want to see what this Nexus place looks like. I want to see what we'll get up to there. And, maybe it's all this sitting around that's making me anxious. You'd better have work for us, Leon. I don't want to be sitting on my ass for so long that it goes soft. Leon clapped her and Icarius on the shoulder and laughed. I'll have plenty for you two to do, no need to worry about that. For now, take however much time you want, so long as you get on board the Ark within the next 8 hours. It's taking off in 12, and they want everyone on board before then. Yes, we remember, Icarius said with some played-up annoyance. Just let us get some more mountain air, first. We're fine, Leon, Penelope responded. No need to worry about us. Well, Leon replied, then I won't. He began walking away but paused after only a few steps and said over his shoulders, don't be late. I'm not turning around if you get left behind. Taken from Royal Road, this narrative should be reported if found on Amazon. The former director of Heaven's Eye scoffing was the only response he heard as he resumed walking down the cliff. As he walked, he looked down at the city arc again. There was a large crowd waiting to be led in thousands in total. Closer to the front, he could see places of honor reserved for certain people. Emily, Ajax, and their families, including Emila's harem. Accommodating all of them had sent some of Leon's logistics officers into conniptions, but room had been allocated for them. Leon almost wanted to know how they might have reacted if they'd had to set aside enough room and resources for Emila's harem as it had been when they left the Bull Kingdom. As it had been much larger back then, some of Emila's husbands and concubines hadn't gone past the first tier and had passed away in the decades since. Then, with Emily herself slowing down greatly in taking lovers, possibly as a result of these deaths. Her harem was, consequently, only about half as large as it had been 70 years ago. Ajax, on the other hand, only had half a dozen wives who needed room, which Leon's people found much more palatable. Not too far away from them stood Alex's parents. They were old, only surviving this long thanks to miraculously reaching the 3rd tier despite having been civilians who hadn't focused on magic back in the Bull Kingdom. They wouldn't linger for long in the land of the living, but while they did, Alex was determined to give them the best life she could. Justin, too, waited somewhere in the crowd, but as was his wont over these past decades, he was being as subtle as he could be, fading into the crowd and remaining out of sight. Many other non-combatants flanked or stood behind them. Very few of them had awoken bloodlines. Of the slightly more than 20,000 people joining Leon's expedition, only about 5,500 from each tribe who had inherited bloodlines were with them, and nearly all of them were part of Leon's central army. This was, in part, by design. Though Leon had framed it as more of a need to ensure that he didn't too greatly weaken the kingdom remaining on Eterna rather than a desire to ensure there would always remain a place for those without awoken bloodlines in his kingdom, no matter where it was. Several larger than normal giants stood by as well, their bronze bodies practically radiating magic. Leon was glad that they were flying in the city ark since they had packed hundreds of other giants in their bodies with them, and his one experience transporting Reikos and the entire giant race had been difficult enough. Nowhere did Leon see any other of the races that made up his kingdom, few in number though they were. Ticos and its tree sprites were remaining behind until Leon secured his position in the Nexus, while Maya's river nymphs would be joining him in Bolt and Shadow. Fortunately, they could remain merged with water until they reached their destination, largely removing the need to find them sufficient room aboard the Ark. A single private bath would suffice, though Leon didn't think it would be too comfortable, especially since the river nymph population had practically exploded ever since Maya reigned in their rather murderous post-coital tendencies. In a surprise for no one, it turned out that the race almost exclusively made up of gorgeous women found more mates when they didn't have a reputation for indulging in post-coital murder. Leon watched them slowly begin boarding the city ark, notably after Anastasios and Eva had already boarded. He noted Icarius and Penelope walking down the cliff behind him, but they exchanged no words, only a few brief looks of acknowledgement. He stayed there watching thousands of people leaving their lives behind to join him on this first expedition to the Nexus, taking a huge risk to lay the groundwork for others to follow in greater safety. While Leon also knew that they were taking this risk for their tribes and clans, it didn't escape his attention that if it weren't for him and the legacy of his clan, they wouldn't be doing this now. They might have gone on to live long, fulfilling lives on Katagita. He also suspected that if it weren't for him, some of them may have died in the war with the Sunlit Empire, especially since it was his relationship with Ilion and Evergold that kept their respective empires out of it. Were it not for his clan, however, they may have never been born on Eterna at all. That thought set off a whole chain of what-ifs in Leon's head that he had to clamp down on. Regardless of why, all those people down below boarding the city ark were making a tremendous sacrifice based solely on his desire to reach the Nexus. No matter his justifications, he couldn't help but feel the enormous responsibility of just their lives and livelihoods settling around him. He also felt that same responsibility for all those he was leaving behind. He didn't know how long he might be gone, how long the journey may take, how easy it may be to return or for Eterna to send reinforcements. This expedition was his responsibility. He'd decided to take the risk. That meant that its success or failure would reflect upon him. He had to do everything he could to make it a success. Anything else, holding anything back, would only dishonor the sacrifice all of these people were making. It would make his ancestors turn away from him in shame. Or maybe it wouldn't. Leon darkly mused, his thoughts turning to the Storm Kings he'd read about from the archives delivered by Keeper from the old palaces in Sentinel lands. Suffice it to say, he doubted many of them would have been that broken-hearted if millions died for their personal glory, let alone billions for the glory of the clan. Leon, Gaius whispered, we should probably get moving. Leon blinked, his thoughts returning to the present. Indeed, he'd spent several hours watching his people board the city ark, and he was running out of time. Right, he stated, let's go. Bolt and Shadow hovered not too far away, most of his friends and family aboard. His friends' families were more spread out across the fleet, but nearly all of them were still joining them. Only Red wasn't on board yet, and that was simply because she was taking one last flight with Nadur and Astar before the journey began and they were locked in the ark for who knew how long. Leon, Gaius, and the contingent of Tempest Knights with them took flight and made for the Thunderbird clan heavy cruiser. For a moment, Leon indulged in a fantasy of reaching the Nexus in Storm Herald, Jason Carano's personal ark. Unfortunately, it was still too heavily damaged to fly, and would only be fixed if Leon could find the requisite resources in the Nexus and send them back to Eterna. That ark will fly again, Leon silently vowed. As he approached, Red, Nadur, and Astar assumed human form and followed him inside, though none looked particularly pleased about doing so. At least they did so without complaint. Once inside, Leon walked through the ark's halls until he reached the bridge, where Anshu was busy running the bridge crew through some last-second diagnostics. When he saw Leon enter, however, Anshu turned away from them and reported, all systems are ready, Leon. We're good to go. That's what I want to hear, Anshu. Leon called back. Addressing the rest of the bridge crew, he loudly asked, is everyone feeling ready? Feeling good, No one partied too hard before we left. Should we have some buckets on standby for anyone who might have overindulged? Some polite laughter filled the room, but no one spoke up about any problems. Leon nodded in satisfaction and, addressing Anshu again, asked, "Do you still have the location of the natural portal?" Anshu nodded. Ambrose had followed through and given Leon a memory crystal with the location of a natural ingress portal. Naturally, Leon made sure that not only did Anshu get a look at it, but all of the other ARC captains got it as well. If anyone got lost, they could either return to Eterna or try to continue to the portal, depending on their situation. "Then I'll be on the observation deck," Leon said, and after Anshu acknowledged his statement, Leon turned around and left the bridge. The observation deck was one of the larger rooms aboard the Ark. It wasn't open, but it did have advanced projections that covered the walls showing everything outside in near-perfect detail. That was where Leon's friends, family, and close advisors were waiting for him. Upon arrival, he found Elise, Maya, Valeria, and Cassandra there. Several of Cassandra's guards were present, as were a few Tempest Knights. The rest of Cassandra's guards were in their quarters aboard the Ark, while 300 more Tempest Knights were either on Bolt in Shadow or aboard the City Arkansas. All of his former retinue were there as well, save for Anshu. Red had come here upon boarding, joining Anna, Helen, Marcus, Alcander, Alex, and now Gaius. Anna and Alcander's spouses were present, too. Joining them were a couple dozen 8th and 9th tier elders from the tribes, though the Jaguar was the only 10th tier mage present from that social group. Other elders were joining the expedition too, but like with his retainers' families, they were spread out across the fleet. Finally, standing by himself and staring out at Eterna was Clear Day, the Tau looking out over the world he'd lived on for longer than Leon knew. Leon found himself the center of attention as he walked in, and he fielded many congratulations and well wishes as he walked further into the room to stand with his ladies. There had been many wild going-away parties thrown all over Katagita during the past month, and Leon had attended some in every tribal capital on the island. He was quite sick of hearing those well wishes by now. There, on the observation deck, Leon waited for the moment to come when he would leave Eterna. Perhaps he would come back one day, but this still felt permanent. Never again would Eterna be his home. His home now lay in the Nexus, or perhaps among the stars, in the old plains of his clan. That same feeling of melancholy slowly spread from him to the others, and when the moment for Bolt in Shadow to rise into the void came, the atmosphere within the observation room was tense and quiet. They were only assembling the fleet in the void and still had a few hours left, but the point of no return was hurtling toward them. Only a few hours more, and it would be upon them. Chapter 1075. Launching the expedition. Gazing out into the void left Leon speechless. The sheer enormity of empty space could leave anyone feeling dizzy, but his focus wasn't on the void itself, but on his assembled fleet of void-capable arcs, all of which had finally assembled. The city arc was in the center of the formation, where it could be most easily defended. Surrounding the city arc were the 4 carriers, all equidistant from each other. Bolt in Shadow would be leading the formation, and the 6 Raven-built heavy cruisers would flank the carriers to the right and left. Silver Spear and Bright Intent flew in the gaps between Bolt in Shadow and the other heavy cruisers, with the 7 destroyers flying to the rear of the formation. Finally, the 12 scout frigates flew above and below the city arc, ready to fly out and see what they could see as soon as they were ordered. All of the crews had been extensively trained on their arcs, and Leon was confident each one would work as designed. There were still doubts creeping into his mind, however they had never tested the Nestorian drives over such a large distance before, and so much could go wrong. Still, looking out over the fleet he had at his command for this expedition kept him calm. Such a force could carve a great empire out of any plane it came across so long as the local power structure resembled Eterna's, at least. Hopefully, this level of power would be enough to do the same in the Nexus, too. "Your Majesty," the Jaguar said as he stepped forward, a solemn look on his face. The elders joining Leon's expedition were with him, as were several others armed with many of the Thunder Kingdom's most advanced comm slates, each with a comm lotus petal encased within. The Jaguar would be coordinating this opening move of the expedition from Bolt in Shadow's observation deck, keeping Leon from having to micromanage everything. The Jaguar confidently stated, "We're ready to begin. On your orders." As they'd agreed several days before, the Jaguar extended his comm slate. When Leon nodded, a rune on the dark glassy slate illuminated, and Leon knew that his image was being projected from every projection enchantment in every arc among the fleet. His words would reach every person partaking in this endeavor. The projected windows of the observation deck made for a wonderful backdrop, in his opinion, with the light reflecting off Eterna far below, and the sheer dark abyss of the void far above, lit only by distant stars. To his right and left stood his wives, each dressed to the nines and looking as resolute as he did. Gravely, Leon began, "Over the past 80,000 years, the power of our people has waxed and waned, but never have we forgotten where we came from. We came to Eterna as kings and conquerors, but were humbled, laid low, reduced to a mere shadow of our former power. In these dark times, the 10 tribes came together, joined their power, and became brothers. And now, today, we take the most important step in the rebuilding of our legacies. Today, we launch the greatest endeavor in the history of the 10 tribes. We take to the void more powerful than we've been in 80 millennia, ready to reassert our position in the universe." Leon paused a moment, letting many listening in person stomp their feet and cheer. He wasn't able to tell, but he hoped similar scenes were happening all across the fleet. After a moment, the cheering died down, and he continued, "Though we may come from different clans, different tribes, or even different races, today, we are all brothers and sisters. Our strength united can fell any foe, our genius combined will solve any problem, and our will together will see us through any hardship. The task ahead is dangerous beyond anything the 10 tribes have ever faced, but with us together, with all of you by my side, I know that we can accomplish anything." Once more, Leon paused, though this time only for long enough to draw iron pride and raise it above his head. He shouted, "For our ancestors! For our tribes! For the Thunder Kingdom!" His cheer echoed throughout the observation deck, and those watching began to chant, "For the Thunderbird clan." He noted that it was the Jaguar and the elders who began the chant, though it quickly spread amongst everyone present. With his magic senses, he could feel the chant spreading across Bolt and Shadow, with just about everyone taking it up. He wondered how far it spread throughout his fleet. After several seconds, Leon subtly gave the Jaguar a look, and his marshal tapped a rune on his comm slate, shutting down the projection. "Well said, Your Majesty," the Jaguar said, his mere act of speaking indicating that Leon's image was no longer being broadcast to the other arcs. He then straightened up and before anyone else could add anything, formally declared, "The expedition is ready to launch on your command." Leon smiled. It was showtime. He glanced to his right and left, making eye contact with his wives, then on Anzu. Then, his eyes flitted across the room, briefly landing upon all of his friends and former retainers. All of them had been with him for decades, and they were still with him despite the danger of the expedition. He couldn't spare the time to tell them how much it meant to him to have them still with him, so he didn't even try. He felt he'd already expressed that enough over the past year, but he saw nothing but determination and excitement among them here at the threshold of their greatest adventure yet. With a smile lighting up his face, Leon turned his eyes back to the Jaguar. "Let's begin. Jaguar of the West, take us out." The Jaguar rendered a low, respectful bow, and then he began barking orders at his adjutants with their comm slates. The observation deck became noisy as the orders were relayed to every arc in the fleet. It was time to go. Still smiling, Leon turned back to the projected window and gazed out upon Eterna one last time. However, his attention was captured by a lone figure hovering far above the surface, almost directly over the Grave Warden's great tower. It was the Grave Warden himself, watching their progress. As if he could sense Leon's attention and given his power, Leon didn't doubt that he could. He grinned and waved. In the likely case that Ambrose could see him, Leon nodded and raised a hand in farewell. Ambrose then disappeared, but at nearly the same time, spheres of darkness tinged with dark blue began to appear in front of the fleet. The leading arcs were engaging their Nestorian drives, opening teleportation portals to the nexus that they would fly through. A shudder of magic raced through Bolt in Shadow as it activated its own drive, known among Leon's engineers as a Leonine drive. Such was the name given to all Thunderbird teleportation drives, in a case that Leon found both embarrassing and ironic. He didn't like having things named after him, but he was wryly amused that the more modern drives had been named after his ancient kinsmen, while the ancient drives on Bolt and Shadow, Bright Intent, and Silver Spear were named after him instead. With some curiosity, he turned his attention to the engineering room where Mari and Nestor were working with 24 other magic engineers to fully activate the Leonine drive. Though much of the navigation work was being handled by the repaired Wisp that Leon had taken from Storm Herald, the work of handling the machinery and enchantments still had to be handled by human hands. Another portal opened in front of Bolt in Shadow, with a deeper blue at its core than the other portals at least, until Silver Spear and Bright Intent activated their leonine drives, too. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. The engines engaged, pushing Bolt and Shadow toward its portal. It accelerated faster than the other arcs, in accordance with Leon's order that his arc be the first to embark and first to arrive at their destination. Tremors ran through Bolt and Shadow's frame as it drew closer to the portal, growing more intense the closer they were. When the prow pierced the portal's event horizon, Leon's magic senses were nearly overwhelmed by the explosion of magic power. Waves of magic rippled outward, light flashed, dark holes in the universe appeared around Bolt and Shadow, and arcs of lightning raced up and down the hall. But they kept going, and in seconds, the view of the outside went dark, the projection enchantments unable to show what the arc was traveling through. Leon kept his magic senses extended, though, feeling insane pressure and energy all around the arc. The hull began glowing in places from the heat, and a metallic scream filled the air from the strain placed on the arc's frame. A few people on the observation deck began to shout in alarm and fear, and Leon felt Elise's hands clamp down on his arm as the arc trembled. For all that concerning noise, however, Bolt and Shadow remained intact. The elders shouted for order and those who were screaming in panic were silenced. Just over 2 minutes in total they spent in the teleportal tunnel, and barreled back into the physical world in an explosion of magic power. Darkness covered the exterior of the hull like an oily film, while coronas of bright white light followed their exit. Between the arc and the coronas flashed bolts of lightning, stripping the arc of its ink-like dark exterior. Again, Leon had to rein in his magic senses from the sheer sensory overload, but a moment later, he projected his magic senses again. Bolt and Shadow looked none the worse for wear, to his immense relief. Though great strain had been placed upon her, the arc had suffered no significant damage. As far as he could tell, no one had even been injured, though at least one storage room hadn't been properly secured, causing many crates of supplies to be thrown around and spilling their contents all over the floor. Spare parts for Ulta suits, if Leon guessed rightly. He focused his attention on the bridge, noting that Anshu was directing everyone expertly, ensuring that all diagnostics were being run and that all systems were still operational. Likewise, Nestor had taken complete control over the engineering room, the engineers calling out various intermediate reports and system statuses to the dead man. Leon exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding, and slowly, Elise's fingers released their death grip on his arm. He glanced at her and smiled, receiving a slightly more nervous smile from her in turn. He looked around and called out, "Everyone all right?" A chorus of, "Yes, Your Majesty," filled the room. With no small amount of relief, Leon exhaled again, and at that moment, the window projection switched back on, showing what now lay before the arc. Light poured into the room, almost uncomfortably bright even with the projection's brightness filters. A white sphere hung in the void before them, emitting light and magic in quantities that Leon had never felt before. It filled the projected window, utterly and completely dwarfing everything else they could see. The light was so overpowering that they couldn't even see distant stars when they turned around. The sphere was so large that even their view of Eterna minutes ago looked small in comparison, and they'd only been several dozen miles above the plane then. The Nexus. Nothing else could be this enormous even this far away. He projected his magic senses ahead, but even with a range of tens of thousands of miles, his magic senses didn't even get close to the sphere, which he estimated to be at least 10 times his maximum range away. But Leon wasn't upset about that. His eyes now beheld the Nexus from relatively close enough to watch waves ripple across the outer surface like an infinite ocean made of light. This light wasn't light magic, but thicker, denser, and infinitely more dangerous. The Nexus' outer surface was completely composed of a layer of origin power, causing the Nexus to shine so brightly that it could be seen from anywhere in the universe, so long as there was an unobstructed view. From within his soul realm, he heard the Thunderbird whisper, "Beautiful, though I'm not and cannot see it with my own eyes, I have waited many long years to see the Nexus, beauty again." Zafin expressed different emotions when gazing upon the projection of the Nexus. "Don't get too close to that thing, Leon. Not even the most advanced arc ever built would survive a single moment of being ravaged by so much origin power. I wasn't planning on heading down there, Zafin, but thanks for the heads up." "So much power," Cassandra exclaimed, walking toward the projection with abject awe writ large across her face. Many others were equally captivated, but the Jaguar was not one of them. Leon's attention was pulled from his wife into his marshal as his voice and those of his adjutants filled the observation deck, their shouting into their comm slates growing louder. It didn't seem that they were getting any responses. Leon's eyes narrowed in concern as he focused more and more on the Jaguar. The lack of response from any of the comm slates was gradually overpowering the awe of being so close to the Nexus, and silence fell upon the room, save for those on their comm slates. A quick pulse of Leon's magic senses confirmed that at least within almost 50,000 miles, they were completely alone, with naught to give them company save for the thick waves of magic spilling away from the Nexus. This can't have happened, Leon thought in rising panic, though he kept his face stoically neutral. We can't be the only ones who made it. Eyes turned toward the windows, everyone frantically searching for the other arcs. Alex, Gaius, Alcander, and Sophia's children were spread out across the other arcs, while Alex, Valeria, and Elise's parents were on the city arc with Eva, Cassandra's grandmother. The Jaguars and his adjutants' voices were joined by others praying or begging that their loved ones were safe, and Leon felt Elise's hands once again clench around his arm. He held his wife close and whispered, "Just wait. We left first, they shouldn't be that far behind." With a deep breath, Elise nodded and kept her composure, but Leon could see the near-frantic worry in her emerald green eyes. Cassandra took his other arm, looking only a little more composed, while Maya took Elise's other arm and Valeria anxiously sidled in closer to Cassandra while sending a sidelong glance in Leon's direction. For a moment, Leon thought about making some kind of address to allay any fears, but just before he could, a teleportation portal opened up almost 2,000 miles away, its magic so lost amidst the runoff from the Nexus that Leon and Clear Day were the only two who noticed. Smoothly sliding out of the portal came Silver Spear, emerging just as Bolt and Shadow had, with bands of light announcing her arrival while bolts of lightning scoured the hull of the inky darkness covering it. "Look," Leon called out, pointing to Silver Spear on the projection. Despite its flashy entrance, it was but a tiny dot on the projection. "Silver Spear has arrived," relieved whispering and even a few cheers went up in response, while a moment later, 3,000 miles in the other direction, another teleportation portal appeared. Bright Intent came flying out of it, putting on a nearly identical show to Silver Spear. Thankfully, both ancient arcs looked about as undamaged as Bolt and Shadow, though how far apart they had emerged did leave Leon feeling rather concerned. With their more advanced Leonine drives leaving them this dispersed, he worried for how the Nestorian drives on the other arcs may have fared. His worries were answered when 5,000 miles behind them, a new teleportation portal opened, larger than any of theirs. To his immense relief, the city arc came accelerating out of it. Unfortunately, the hull was blackened by more than just darkness magic, and Leon could see large dents and scratches all over the arc. The worst damage appeared to be to the main thrusters. Out of the 4 in total, only one looked like it was working at full capacity, with 2 flickering with light and fire magic, and the 4th dark and inoperative. Over the next couple minutes, more arcs appeared all around them, most in similar states as the city Arkansas. One destroyer even emerged venting atmosphere into the void, though that soon cut out as, Leon assumed, bulkheads sealed the breached compartments and bronze giants and Ulta suit pilots emerged to further seal the breach. The expedition's arcs had departed Eterna in formation, but now they were scattered over tens of thousands of miles. Still, Leon's relief grew as more and more checked in over the comm slates. Many joined him in their relief, their cries of despair turning into cheers and exclamations of awe now that they could concentrate on the Nexus. The Jaguar, however, looked more and more worried as the minutes stretched on. Orders were given for the arcs to assemble back into formation, with all but 2 of them able to at least limp toward Bolt and Shadow. The carriers and the city arc dispatched small transports to assist those remaining 2 arcs whose thrusters had been rendered inoperable from the stress of their journey. However, as Leon counted the arcs, he realized the reason why the Jaguar was looking more and more worried. 3 arcs were missing, 2 frigates and a destroyer. They hadn't all made it to the Nexus. The expedition had barely begun, and it seemed they'd already taken losses. Chapter 1076, Arrival I-3 arcs were missing. They were some of the smallest in the fleet, but that didn't alleviate Leon's worry even a little bit. "Which ones?" he whispered to the Jaguar after a furtive glance around the observation room to make sure that most people were distracted watching the fleet slowly converge on Bolt and Shadow. The Jaguar frowned deeply. "Quick Raindrop, Wind's Whisper, and Hailstone." Leon's heart sank. Hundreds of his people crewed those arcs, but Hailstone was a particularly personal blow as Elias, Alcander and Sophia's younger son, had been aboard. When Leon glanced their way, the two seemed more subdued than the others, and while it may have been his imagination, he thought they might have been counting the destroyers for just this reason. While he internally debated how he ought to handle the situation, clear day approached. "Leon," the Tao gravely said, "I can speak with them, if you wish." "No," Leon immediately replied. "I'll handle that part. It's my expedition, so I'll take responsibility." Clear Day looked for a moment like he wanted to argue, but after that moment, he smiled grimly and backed away. To the Jaguar, Leon ordered, "I want a report on how all of the arcs are faring as soon as possible. And keep an eye out for our stragglers." The Jaguar dutifully nodded and began giving orders to his adjutants. Meanwhile, Leon walked over to Alkander, a man who left his life in the Bull Kingdom behind to follow him south, and who had left much of that subsequent life behind to travel to Katagita. This was the third time he'd left his life behind for Leon. The Tempest Knights remaining on Eterna, representing 95% of the force, were in good hands thanks to the officers he and Alex had trained or recruited, but that didn't mean leaving behind the majority of a knightly order he had run for decades was easy. This, Leon knew, was going to be a much more personal loss for the large man, let alone his wife. "Al," Leon quietly said, drawing his retainers and his wife's attention from the enormity of the void. "Your Majesty," Alkander responded a little hesitantly, his eyes flitting to the projected window for a moment before settling back on Leon. "You may have realized already," Leon said as softly and comfortingly as he could, "we're missing a few arcs." Leon told Alkander and his wife about the missing arcs, and one of Sophia's hands immediately went to her mouth as tears filled her eyes. Are you sure?" Alkander asked, more composed. "We can't see them and they're not responding to any attempts at communication," Leon stated. We're not going to stop looking. We just haven't found them yet." Empty platitudes, he suspected. Possible that the arcs were still somewhere, but they'd certainly not made it to the Nexus. Given how the other arcs had arrived, he thought that the missing arcs would have arrived nearby if they'd made it. Sophia sniffled and wiped her eyes. Unable to say anything, Alkander took a deep breath and slowly asked, despite his voice breaking a few times, "What do we do now, Leon?" "We're going to take stock and evaluate our options," Leon decided. "It's going to take at least a few days, possibly more, for the other arcs to converge on us at these distances. Possibly even longer given the state this jump left them in." While it may have run counter to his intention to give them a bit of hope, he couldn't deny the damage that the other arcs had sustained from one jump. Leon continued, "We're not going to give up. I'm not going to give up. Those arcs may still arrive. There are all sorts of reasons why they may not be here, so we're going to wait and see if they arrive. After these next few days, we'll evaluate further options." Alkander held Sophia close, his face struggling to remain impassive. "Thank you, Leon," he croaked. Leon rested a hand on each of their shoulders for a moment and tried to smile comfortingly, but he didn't think it had much effect, not that he thought it would. Then he stepped away, hoping that there might be some good news on that front soon. Elias was one man. Hundreds of other families would go through the same grief if they couldn't find those arcs. Under normal conditions, the commander of the Tempest Knights would be in the meeting room when Leon was hearing from his ministers, but given the circumstances with the missing arcs, Alex was filling in for Alkander. About 6 hours had passed since the jump. As Leon fretted over the fate of his 3 missing arcs and hawkishly watched his remaining fleet for any signs of further damage from his remaining arcs, the Thunderbird told him, "Don't worry too much, you can't do anything about it now. As far as such things go, your first jump was a grand success." Leon hadn't been too comforted by it, but he refrained from responding at that time. Now, he'd called his highest-ranking subordinates to this meeting so that they could hear any bad news and plan accordingly. The briefing began when Lana had images of the fleet projected for everyone in the room to see with their damaged sections highlighted. Most eye-catching of all, however, were the 3 blank spots where the missing arcs ought to have been. Lana quickly summarized the damage each arc had suffered. None had been crippled, but the damage to many of the arcs was severe. Leon noted that the smaller arcs took far more damage than the larger ones did. While all of the recently built arcs in the fleet had Nestorian drives, each arc had a different model based on its class. The larger arcs were given larger drives, and smaller arcs were likewise given smaller drives. What Leon considered worse than the damage to the arcs themselves, however, were the casualties reported. Almost 36 deaths spread across the present fleet, and more than 100 injuries. Not all of the compartments breached by the strain of using their teleportation drives had been empty. When Lana finished her damage summary, the room was silent, all eyes swiveling to Leon as they waited for his response. For his part, Leon took a few moments to think, then glanced around the room. The Jaguar, Anshu, Alex, Marcus, Clear Day, and Mari were all present, but it wasn't upon any of them that Leon's eyes lingered on the longest. That dubious honor was reserved for Nestor. After a quick sigh, Leon addressed the room. Does anyone have anything they want to add? The Jaguar was the first to speak up. We're already making progress toward repairing most of our arcs. It will take 5 days to regroup around Bolt and Shadow, and by then, all critical repairs are estimated to have been completed. By our estimation, we'd be about 5 days removed from the natural portal into the Nexus if we hadn't been scattered and damaged, but we've revised that estimate to 10 days distant. Stolen content warning. This tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. Our frigates are faster than any other arc, Anshu pointed out. We can confirm how far we are by sending 1 or 2 ahead of the fleet to scout the portal's location. None of our frigates are undamaged, the Jaguar countered. Critical repairs still need to be completed before then. We need to scout ahead, Leon stated, but before then, we need to regroup. We'll evaluate our position then and adjust our plans accordingly, but right now, I'll assume that we can send 2 frigates at least ahead of us to find the exact location of that portal. The Jaguar nodded in acknowledgement. As for those not with us, Leon continued, his eyes momentarily flickering to the arc projections and the 3 empty spaces, we'll keep our eyes open over these next few days. They may have just gotten lost or their drives may have failed somehow, leaving them in the air above Eterna. Leon's eyes again lingered on Nestor in an unspoken question. If they're capable of doing so, they'll rendezvous with us here. If not, should we send an arc back to check? Marcus asked, his tone steady enough but with an undercurrent of worry that Leon picked up on. How easily can the drives be used in sequence? Leon asked Nestor and Mari despite already being aware of the answer. Not within a day, Nestor immediately answered. Longer for the newer drives. The ancient designs can be cleared and recharged within 24 hours. The newer drives will take longer than a week. More like 2 at least, Mari corrected as she stared at the damage projection. See how much of the damage is concentrated round the engineering sections. Leon looked at the projection again and noted that most of the serious damage taken by his arcs had been to the aft sections closer to the engines. Mari continued, I'm thinking that we're having some trouble keeping the disparate elements of magic combined for the duration of the jump. Can't say for certain without something like debris to examine, that's just my guess. Not a bad one, Nestor conceded. To answer your question, sending one of the older arcs back to Eterna will be doable tomorrow, but they won't return until the day after. How dangerous would that trip back be? Leon asked. I'd have to check the arcs themselves to know, Nestor stated. I'll have you transported over. Nestor slowly, rather unwillingly, nodded. If our missing arcs don't show up, what should we do? The Jaguar asked. Leon frowned deeply. He didn't want to delay finding that portal too long, but he didn't want to leave his people behind, either. Before he could voice his opinion aloud, however, Clear Day made a suggestion. I have no problem with the void, the Tau stated. I can fly ahead and check on the portal. I think I can fly faster than the arcs, anyway, and ought to be back as the fleet regroups. If you're willing, Your Majesty, I would offer to remain behind and wait a while longer, to see if our missing friends show up. Assuming we haven't found them before then, I will take that offer, Leon decided. Prioritize your own safety, though, Clear. I can be subtle when I need to be, Clear Day replied with a grin. Leon grimly nodded. The meeting soon wrapped up with that decided upon. There wasn't much left to do now but wait. Following the meeting, most of the participants broke to see to their duties. Leon, however, didn't have much to do other than watch everyone work and wait, and wanted to find something useful to do to fill the time. So, he met with Nestor privately while a transport was being prepared to ferry the dead man to Bright Intent. So, Leon said once they were alone, what's your evaluation so far? I get that you need to study some of those Nestorian drives to figure out how they're really performed, but we can look and see that it hasn't been great, can't we? Nestor grunted in displeasure. They were probably too small and underpowered relative to the arcs they were placed upon. They shouldn't have been, Leon argued. I saw the calculations you and the Ravens made, those drives should have performed better than they did. And yet, they didn't, Nestor growled. I suppose that would only leave user error, wouldn't it? A thin-lipped smile graced Leon's face. Want to lay the blame at the feet of the ARC pilots instead of with the hardware. If the drives are not to blame, then we can only blame the operators for their subpar performance, Nestor shot back. As of yet, we don't know if the drives are to blame. The truth is likely somewhere in the middle, inexperience and some flaw in the design compounding each other. Our people were extensively trained, and the drives were tested, Leon protested. And yet this was our first long-distance jump, Nestor riposted. Could have been worse, Leon. Could have been much worse. Right now, I'm going to focus on seeing what can be seen from what we have. I'll have a better plan for how to proceed later. Leon scowled, but let the dead man go. The transport was almost ready anyway, and getting either Silver Spear or Bright Intent to check on Eterna to see if their missing arcs were still there was a huge priority. Still, he refused to accept that it could have been worse. Any failure was his. It would have to be fixed before any further large-scale jumps were attempted. That, unfortunately, also left his expedition even more alone than they had been planning. Eterna might have sent additional forces in a couple years, but Leon wasn't going to allow that if such damage was what they could expect. He had to get those drives fixed or improved before additional arcs and lives were lost. The next 5 days passed agonizingly slowly for Leon's liking. He could look out of a projected window, or simply project his magic senses, and he could see his arcs getting closer, but watching them move amidst the empty void versus over Eterna were completely different experiences, even if the most distant arc was still closer to Bolt in Shadow than the Bull Kingdom was to Katagita. As planned, Clear Day left to scout their portal and returned almost 5 days later. By then, they were only waiting on 3 arcs to limp into formation. According to Clear Day's report, the portal was just as they'd been led to believe, unused and without much infrastructure around it. Leon had been led to believe that the larger portals were generally where people congregated, with small microplanes or fortresses hovering in the void around the portals to control that point of entry. The smaller portals were usually farther away from population centers and much less controlled, if at all. Their portal didn't even have a single arc keeping an eye on it, let alone microplanes or huge void-capable flying fortresses. In worse news, their missing arcs did not arrive in those few days. It was decided that Silver Spear would return to Eterna to check on those arcs, and when it returned on the 3rd day, it came with the unsettling report that all the arcs sent from Eterna had successfully entered their portals generated by the Nestorian drives. That left only speculation to answer the question of what happened to those 3 arcs. Alcander took the news as professionally as he could, but Sophia was downright inconsolable and locked herself in their shared cabin. Leon felt for them, but the expedition had to continue. As arranged, Clear Day remained behind in the void, waiting to see if the arcs would show up at some point. Before the fleet continued, however, Leon made sure that the town knew to follow them after 10 days. It was difficult to tell the passage of time out in the void, but he trusted Clear Day to not be too early or too late. And so, the fleet moved on after regrouping. A week later, they reached the portal. It was a strange-looking thing. About as wide across as a small village, it looked almost like a hole in space. It was a black sphere, missing the tinge of blue that would normally let someone identify a teleportation portal. Magic swirled around it, creating a mild storm of chaotic power, though curiously, the storm only ranged along a single axis, leaving the portal to look almost like a black marble stuck into the center of a sheet of multicolored paper. Leon was hesitant to fly into such a dark and chaotic thing, but Nestor, the Thunderbird, and Zafin all assured him of the safety of the natural portals. No damage should be done to the remaining arcs, they told him, since they weren't engaging their Nestorian drives. They were simply flying into a natural teleportation portal. That didn't leave Leon too reassured, but he ordered the fleet to continue anyway. He expected Bolt in Shadow to shake and shudder when they led the way into the portal, but he didn't sense any such vibrations. Instead, the Thunderbird clan heavy cruiser plunged into the black sphere as if it were naught but empty air. As the arc dove in, Leon's senses were completely blacked out. He could still feel what was around him, but he could neither see nor hear anything around him. And then they were through. Bolt in Shadow came rocketing out of a nearly identical black sphere, though instead of hanging in the void with the brilliantly shining nexus as its backdrop, this sphere was nestled in a desolate mountain range. The storm that surrounded it blew through the valleys, tearing away all but the burned and blackened stone that surrounded the portal. That desolate landscape continued for dozens of miles, but around it were mountains in 2 directions and plains in the other 2. The plains were blanketed in green grass, and the mountains had a sparser blanket of stubby trees with dull red leaves. Above the portal was a bright blue sky, hanging in the center of which was a bright orb of rippling light. Clouds were blown about by a gentle wind, and the air was saturated with magic power such that Leon could imagine someone living in this environment could reach the 4th tier without a single moment of training, simply from breathing in and absorbing all of this magic. Most interesting to Leon, however, was that in the distance, he could just barely make out the land starting to turn upward before fading into the blue of the sky. He'd made it to the interior of the Nexus. Chapter 1077. Arrival 2. No signs of life surrounded the ingress point. Everywhere around it was wild and untamed, without so much as a shack to reveal the presence of human life. To Leon's eyes, it was perfect. Hardly the dense forests of his childhood, but the grassy plains, rocky mountains, and sparse forests of stubby trees that he could sense around them brought such a feeling of serenity to him that he managed to put the 3 missing arcs out of his mind for a few seconds. The fleet followed Bolt in shadow through the portal and assembled into their formation about a mile above it. From that vantage point, Leon didn't even need his magic senses to see for thousands of miles. Despite the lack of signs of human habitation, he could see that the place was teeming with life. He could see a flock of multicolored birds dispersing in panic as the magic from his fleet washed over them. He could sense maneless lions hunting amidst the plains and forests, with rabbits, foxes, and deer giving the hunters a wide berth. In the rivers, he could sense fish of all sizes, and a few bears swatting some out of the air as they tried to jump over a line of rocks. All of this reminded him of Eterna. This was hardly all he sensed, however. The birds radiated 5th tier magic, each and every one of them. And as they flew away, Leon saw a few taking shelter amongst the trees, only to be grabbed by multi-headed snakes waiting in the branches. While the lions were hunting smaller prey, Leon saw rock-skinned monsters with 6 legs and horns like mountains eating the lions in turn. For the fish in the rivers, bears were a worry, but a larger one that Leon could sense were monstrous horse-like creatures with the faces of men and fish-like tails, who rampaged across the plains barreling through the rivers and scooping up fish in mouths that were much too large for their much too human faces. Most remarkable was that, like the multicolored birds, all that Leon could sense was powerful by Eternan standards, which he understood. The Nexus was bathed in magic power, so even the beasts, which were typically understood on Eterna as having harder ceilings of power, were so strong. Leon couldn't sense any creature that didn't seem to be a juvenile beneath the 4th tier. Mortals would have to adapt quickly here, Leon noted. It was easy for him to forget since he largely only dealt with strong mages, but mages who could use elemental magic were still a tiny majority compared to mortals on Eterna. And he couldn't help but wonder what a single 5th tier mage might be able to do against a flock of 4th and 5th tier birds. Our defenses will have to be strong, if only to prevent attrition. As he looked out across this new landscape from Bolt in Shadow's observation deck, the jaguar behind him made sure that everyone was accounted for less those 3 missing arcs and then gave the order to proceed. While Leon's maps were woefully incomplete, Ambrose had at least given them directions to where their chosen site was located. Even better, the site was within range of Leon's magic senses. Leon lightly chuckled at the thought of any kind of direction existing on the inner surface of a hollow sphere. Were it not for the pillars of Khosrau arbitrarily marking the north and south poles, direction would be meaningless. As it was, his arcs pointed south and began flying. Based on the pillars, they had emerged about 4,000 miles north of Leon's chosen site. They would be establishing themselves in a remote corner of the Storm Lands, right on the edge of the King's Ocean, the personal domain of the Ocean King. Despite this region being a border zone between powerful locuses of power, as Leon's magic senses spread across the land, the more elated he felt at just how alone they were. He didn't start detecting signs of human life for almost 10,000 miles, and even that looked to only be a small farming village protected by enchanted stone walls that scattered his magic senses on contact. Intriguing for sure, but Leon would have to put off exploring for later. For the moment, he focused entirely on the journey ahead. It took most of a full day to fly those few thousand miles, but when they reached Leon's site, he was energized and excited. As Bolt in Shadow came to a halt over the mountain that would be his new home, Leon, his family, friends, and advisors left the observation deck and launched themselves out into the air through a nearby airlock. Throughout the fleet, others were doing the same thing, though mostly in Ulta suits or fighter arcs from the carriers. Until the area was secured, the civilians and other passengers aboard the city arc were going to stay where they were. As soon as Leon tasted the unfiltered air of the Nexus, he smiled. It was cool and pure, warming as he descended through the air. Below him awaited the mountain with 9 peaks, surrounded by a ring-shaped valley through which flowed a river. Around the valley were mountains that formed a near-complete wall, enclosing hundreds of square miles in safety. Only narrow passes in the north and south, through which the river flowed to eventually join the King's Ocean about 100 miles to the south of the southern pass. Even from the air, Leon could sense the life in the valley, from the animals to the plants. The soil was thick and fertile, nourished by the river and several streams from the mountains, while the 9-peaked mountain was covered in enormous trees almost as large as the ancient heartwoods in the forest of black and white. These trees had red bark and leaves of deep blue. Scattered around the trees were green bushes and shrubs, and flowers of every color, though none grew too thickly. Only the trees, it seemed, could grow tall on the 9-peaked mountain slopes. The plant life thinned considerably as the mountain rose, leaving its 9 peaks bare. The tallest one peak was needle-thin compared to the mountain's enormous footprint, only large enough for a few people to stand side by side. It was to this peak that Leon shot downward too. He hurtled down like a meteor, but landed as soft as a butterfly, not wishing to damage this mountain unduly. From there, he stood and cast his gaze about, watching the arcs move into their respective positions. The city arc hovered overhead, protected by the heavy cruisers. Bolt and Shadow wasn't far away, and Silver Spear and Bright Intent assumed positions above the north and south passes, respectively, aided by the destroyers. The carriers began to patrol over the ring-shaped valley, their fighters and Ulta suits flying around them like a cloud. The frigates, meanwhile, scattered in all directions, using their speed and maneuverability to scout what surrounded the ring of mountains. Leon, of course, could sense what was around them, but a more in-depth scouting and cartography mission was required to make sure their position was secure. All around Leon, on the boulders and gentler slopes of the highest peak, Leon's friends and family landed. Save for Alcander and Sophia, who remained on Bolt and Shadow, everyone appeared in high spirits. "Look," Leon heard Alex exclaim to Gaius as she pointed to a particular heavily wooded slope along the valley wall. "Looks perfect for a villa, doesn't it?" "Maybe," Gaius said with some uncertainty. "Looks a little steep, not a lot of trees around, either, so not much shade during the day. Better to live down in the valley." They continued their debate, while everyone else spoke amongst themselves of similar things. A case of content theft. This narrative is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. Anna and Irene were looking for a good place to raise animals. Red's eyes were staring at the mountains as they stretched to the northwest, and Leon imagined she was going to lair somewhere a little more remote. Helen was quiet, but she was staring at a particularly flat piece of ground next to the valley's wide river. Marcus and Lucianus seemed the only ones not actively looking for a place to settle, as Marcus pointed at the mountain peaks in turn and the ridges that connected them while narrating to Lucianus the defenses they'd need to establish upon them. Anzu was already in griffin form and seemed keen on exploring, though he merely paced about as he waited for Leon to give him leave. "And we'll set up a beautiful pavilion right there just for us, with a large pool," Elise explained to Valeria and Maya, the latter nodding vigorously at the mention of a pool while Elise emphatically pointed at a high point on a neighboring peak. Leon laughed quietly, amused that Elise was already planning where certain parts of the palace they'd inevitably build on the 9-peaked mountain would be. Not that he blamed her, of course, as he was already looking to preserve some parts of the mountain as wilderness. Many of the enormous trees he'd already decided had to stay right where they were. As he stood there watching his people secure what they hoped would be their new home, Cassandra jumped up to the peak with him. "So," she said with a wild grin, "we made it." "Isn't that something?" "That we did," Leon replied, a mad smile of his own passing over his face. "It's about time." As he spoke, several powerful earth mages landed near the northern pass, cast their magic and brought a wall 20 feet thick and 50 feet tall to block the pass, leaving only as much room as they needed to allow the river to keep flowing. The wall would eventually be replaced with other defensive options, but for a quick and dirty solution, it would do for the time being. "Seems like Eli's going to get that palace sooner rather than later," Cassandra stated. "Those engineers work fast. We're probably going to get our defenses sorted out before most of the city," Leon stated. "Many of our people are going to be living in ugly stone boxes while elaborate walls and towers are erected over those ridges." "I love a man who has his priorities straight," Cassandra responded. "Or, I do so long as we're not living in ugly stone boxes, too. An imperial princess has standards, you know." Leon playfully retorted, would you have a king not lead by example? If our people have to live in boxes, then shouldn't we join them? No, Cassandra promptly argued, now more serious than playful. Our residence is a political statement. You're a king, Leon, and I'm one of your queens. We will not be living in ugly stone boxes. Leon noiselessly snorted but didn't argue. Though he wouldn't admit it aloud, he wouldn't have minded living in a one-room shack on a flatter section of this mountain, surrounded by the wind and the rocks and the enormous trees. His ladies, however, he wanted living in all the splendor that was due to their station. His portable villa would do for a while, but a sumptuous palace had to be built. He sighed and held Cassandra close for a moment before she joined Elise's planning of their future palace, leaving Leon largely alone with his thoughts. Alone, that is, until he felt the Thunderbird's attention. This is it, she observed. This is where you'll truly start to rebuild the clan. Zafin immediately corrected, this is the first place where he'll try to rebuild your clan. Watch it, Matchstick, the Thunderbird warned. It's the truth, Zafin crackled. What are the chances that our boy here is going to be kicked out on his ass by some uppity shitstain that somehow figured out how to walk and string two words together? How long will it take? He's going to offend someone, let's not delude ourselves. Yeah, Leon agreed, but that's why the defenses come first. Fucking load of good they'll do against a real mover and shaker, Zafin said dismissively. Move with caution, the Thunderbird advised Leon, purposefully ignoring Zafin. Take your time planting roots. Grow strong, strong enough that none can touch you. How many did you offend when you reached the Nexus? Leon asked his ancestor. If you don't mind me asking, anyway, the Thunderbird scoffed. Many took offense to me. None lived long enough to tell me why. A winged tyrant you were, Zafin stated. A winged tyrant Leon is not. Boy, so long as our partnership continues and our contract remains, I am obliged to light any asshole on fire who tries to harm you. But for the sake of us all, don't go around sniffing assholes. That'll only make you sick. I have no plans of making enemies, Leon said reassuringly. Someone might make enemies with me, but we'll deal with them however we can when they come. For now, we'll do as we've been bid, sink our roots deeply here. We'll become unassailable, ensuring that no one dares to threaten us. You've ignored my point quite splendidly, Leon, well done, the former Lord of Flame groaned. Just don't get too attached to this place. Might turn out badly if you have to run with your tail so tightly tucked between your legs that it's tickling your chin. What an awful argument, the Thunderbird spat. No wonder you lost your title. Leon, ignore everything this old piece of charcoal just said. Actually, ignore everything he's ever said. Get attached to this place. Invest in it, make it your home. If a threat appears, you'll fight all the harder to preserve this place. Setting him up for failure, Zafin warned. Enough from you, the Thunderbird scolded, and Leon sensed her power literally slapping Zafin across the face, silencing the demon for at least a moment. Best get to work soon, my boy. And prepare yourself to train hard. If you want to truly secure this place, then you'll need to ascend as quickly as you can. Not like I was planning on slacking, Leon grumbled as another wall identical to the one securing the northern pass was erected to block the southern pass. With that wall, the valley was quite well cut off, though until the walls were enchanted, even a Bull Kingdom legion could have gotten through it fairly easily. With the ring-shaped valley now sealed, transports began streaming out of the city arc loaded with passengers bound for the flat riverbanks. Eva and Anastasios, however, flew out under their own power, alongside many other powerful mages, apparently intent on claiming the best spot for a new house that they could find. In only a few minutes, the sky and the ground were filled with people. Earth mages brought the very stone boxes that Cassandra had railed against into being in seconds, providing shelter down below while land was cleared and flattened. It pained Leon to see it, but much of the natural feel of the valley was cleared to make room for 20,000 inhabitants. Thankfully, it was a large valley, and they didn't need that much space, relatively speaking. Most of the valley would remain wild, especially closer to the mountain slopes. As his people worked, Leon let his power spill from his body. Clouds gathered directly above him, attracting the attention of his entire expedition. Leon rose into the air high enough that everyone with strong enough senses could see him. He summoned Iron Pride to his hand, and as he channeled his inherited power through it, the blade began to glow like a new star. He raised his glowing blade to the sky, pointing it directly at the brightly shining origin spark at the center of the universe, still barely visible behind his darkening clouds. Several bolts of lightning fell upon him, marking his location for everyone who couldn't see him directly, and he began to speak in a voice so thunderous that it echoed to every corner of the valley. "We have arrived," he boomed. "Our new home. The first step toward reclaiming the lands of our ancestors. Through the efforts we put it in now, we secure our future. This valley that we have claimed, these mountains and rivers and forests, this first stone in the foundation of our future, and the city we will build here, will be known as Artorion." Cheers erupted below as Leon's words reached his people's ears. Their new home had its name. At the same time, Leon's people rose into the sky to join him, partly from his prodding. When the peak was cleared of people he cared about, Leon called multiple bolts of lightning down upon it, carving fractal lightning patterns into the stone as a show of ownership. Then Leon hovered in the air for a little while longer, basking in his people's excitement while letting his mere presence within sight spur them on to work harder to set up their new settlement. While he watched from the air, he noticed Justin exit the city arc rather surreptitiously. Justin, perhaps sensing his gaze, turned to make eye contact with Leon. He looked much older now than he did when Leon first saw him, but with his power not only restored but increased from his time in the Bull Kingdom, Justin still looked quite fit and ready for the task he had ahead of him. The old man's eyes flickered toward Valeria for a moment before returning to Leon. He nodded pointedly, and Leon nodded back. Neither said a word. Enough was said in those brief expressions. Without waiting another moment, Justin turned around, faced the north, and then took off with all haste. He had his job. Leon's scouts would find out what was around them well enough, but he'd need more than what they would bring him if he wanted to not just survive in the Nexus but accomplish all of his goals, too. He needed someone with contacts and experience. Justin was that someone. He would get the lay of the land, especially as it related to Cameron and his subordinates, and then return to Leon with that information. Such was their plan, anyway. But in his heart, beneath the elation of reaching his destination, Leon couldn't help but doubt as Justin vanished into the distance. Chapter 1078. A new danger. After arriving in the new land that Leon named Artorion, Leon's attention was taken almost entirely by coordinating clearance and construction efforts with scouting and mapping endeavors. It was imperative that they establish shelter, security, and sources of food as soon as they could, but they also had to know what was around them to properly prepare for whatever they may face. Additionally, most of the arcs were still damaged from the jump, and returning them to full functionality was another priority competing for resources. It was to that last priority that Leon had Nestor focus, letting him give it less of his attention. After a week, even with many of the arcs remaining in the air, Nestor met with Leon to give him his report on the damage. In short, much of the worst damage was to the smaller arcs, mostly the frigates and destroyers. While they only lost 2 frigates and 1 destroyer in the jump, Leon could see that was a lucky outcome given how damaged some of them had become. The Giants and Thundermen had done an admirable job keeping the arcs flying even as they approached a month since the jump, but their ability to keep the arcs running was starting to fall short. "I've had to ground 3 frigates until more serious repairs can be made," Nestor reported as Leon scanned through the stacks of paper that the dead man had prepared. "All of the other new arcs need repairs, but those 3 run too great a risk of falling out of the sky when they fly. Better not to risk it." "I'll take your word for it," Leon replied, looking up from the reports. "How difficult will this be to fix?" "Remarkably so," Nestor quickly answered. "As you might find explained in my reports, we're going to have to wait until some proper arcyards have been built." Leon scowled. "That'll be a while. Several months at least." "We need that arcyard," Nestor insisted. "We also need farms and roofs over our heads." Leon sighed and leaned back in his seat, his eyes momentarily drawn to the projected window on the wall of the fairly small room. His portable villa wasn't particularly large or opulent, but it was comfortable and secure enough that Leon insisted the rest of his people see to their own accommodations rather than using their time on a palace. Down in the Ring Valley, visible from a flat portion of the 9-peaked mountain where he'd set up his portable villa, a significant portion of the sparser forest in the south and east had been cleared, allowing many buildings to spring up in place. After working with the bureaucrats that accompanied him, Leon had ensured that many green spaces remained, and quite a large swath of the valley was set aside to remain forested. Artorion would not sprawl from western slope to eastern if he had anything to say about it, and as king, he had more say than anyone. For the moment, the buildings were large and boring, more barracks than homes. Enough, until we get more artisans and architects, Leon judged. As simple as the dwellings were, they'd be easy to replace as more of his people arrived from Eterna. Turning back to Nestor, Leon stated, "We're moving quickly. We should be able to start work on an archyard in less than 2 months. Don't forget that we also have to build proper service centers for giants and golems." "Right," Nestor almost sneered, "golems. You've furnished me with so few wisps that I can't help but wonder how long it'll be until you remember where my specialties lie." "Making wisps isn't easy, dead man," Leon testily retorted. "And I'm busy with other matters." "You aren't the only post-apotheosis mage we can enlist," Nestor pointed out. "Have those others pull their weight. If they expect to freeload off our clan, then they ought to be disappointed." A scowl returned to Leon's face. "I'll talk to them. Clear day, I'm not worried about agreeing, but he's not shown up yet. Anastasios and Eva should be amenable." He made a mental note to get Cassandra to help him out with Eva. "She, at least, will accept her granddaughter's request. Might take a while for them to learn how to make wisps, though." In a dramatic huff, Nestor replied, "That isn't just my problem, Leon. Since I'm sure you won't read my reports." "I read every report that crosses my desk," Leon interjected. "Since I'm sure you won't understand my report," Nestor clarified, though his words only served to tick Leon off even more, "I'll explain it thusly. We need wisps if we want to avoid such horrific damage to our arcs in the future. I overestimated the ability of the arc pilots to adjust to teleportation magic on the fly. Larger arcs with better wards fared better, but the chaos of flying through the portals is too much for even a group of humans to adapt to. We need to integrate a greater number of wisps into our arcs if we want them to ply the void without destroying themselves." "Was that our problem?" Leon asked in concern. "Partially," Nestor brutally answered. "Mostly. My drives worked well enough, though, well enough is never well enough. Much room lies for improvement, but as I've stated previously, we need not only an improvement in the drives but an improvement in operation. This task of creating and directing spatial magic on such a large scale can only be satisfactorily accomplished by wisps." Frowning, Leon leaned forward, his brow furrowed in thought. "Can we use giants as a stopgap? Or even a replacement?" With a loud scoff, Nestor replied, "No. We may disagree on those things' nature, but what isn't up for dispute is their lifespan. A giant will live for 3, maybe 400 years before their bodies the lightning wisp parts, not the stone or bronze parts, obviously. They have that long before their bodies lose magical cohesion and decay, returning their magic to the universe. Now, I'm all for subjecting them to the stresses of portal maintenance, but that would increase the magic they use in their lives, shortening their lifespans considerably. The giants are better used elsewhere. Is the stress really that bad? They can operate ulta suits and help with other parts of arcs just fine. The giants' apparent increase in self-awareness comes at a proportional decrease to their ability to absorb and generate magic power, problems that properly created wisps do not have. A wisp will also be tailor-made for a specific purpose, whereas the giants are not. So yes, Leon, don't try and question me on this. We need more wisps and we can't substitute giants in for them." Leon opened his mouth to sarcastically respond when a knock came at the door of his office. Glaring at Nestor, Leon made a bit of a show of slowly and deliberately taking out some paper and making large notes demanding wisps in an archyard, all without breaking eye contact with his mostly dead ancient kinsman. For his part, Nestor didn't say a word. When Leon was finished almost a full minute later, he finally called out, "Enter." The door opened, revealing Gaius standing there with Lana. "Troubling news from the scouts, Your Majesty," Gaius said with great seriousness. Elaborating on his statement, Lana stated, "A patrol of bears sent to scout some caves in the western mountains have been found dead, my king." The western slopes were rocky and vertical, shaded well by the massive blue-leafed redwoods that made up most of the area's timber. The underbrush was sparser without the thick, loamy soil down in the valley, but the slopes were broken and jagged enough that a mortal would have had tremendous difficulty getting up and down. Unauthorized duplication. This tale has been taken without consent. Report sightings. As it was for Leon and most of his people, they simply flew to their destination. His scouts were either strong enough to fly of their own accord or were given ulta suits or flight belts, expanding their range dramatically. When Leon came in to land at the top of a steep incline where the rocks flattened out for about 100 feet before rising again, about 15 others were already there. Most of them were from the booming brown bears if they're large, muscular statures and thick red or brown hair were any indication, but Leon noted 2 bloodline-less members of the Central Army there, too. More eye-catching were the 5 corpses fallen amongst the roots of a tree that grew just about in the exact center of the small plateau. Each of them wore greaves and breastplates, but little else in the way of armor. Nowhere around could Leon see their weapons. Concerningly, what little skin Leon could see was ashen gray. "Your Majesty," a 6th-tier bear said with a short bow. He was the strongest one present before Leon's arrival. As Gaius, Lana, several secretaries, and a dozen fully armed and armored Tempest Knights followed, the bear nodded to them. "I am Giannis, captain of this contingent of hunters." "Well met, Giannis," Leon replied as he smiled first at the captain, and then to the rest of his people waiting for them. "Let's cut straight to business. What in the hell's happened to our boys?" Giannis grimly nodded and walked over to the bodies, stopping at one in particular. "Yoan led this team, a cousin of mine." Leon's face fell. "We are all diminished with Yoan's passing, but you more than most. I am sorry for your loss, and grateful for his service." Giannis nodded in gratitude, maintaining a professional demeanor. He took a moment to visibly steel himself before continuing. He was only 4th tier, not even 40 years old. He was excited beyond all description to join this expedition. Giannis looked over at the other 4 men on Yoan's team. 2 of them were 2nd tier, and 2 were 3rd tier. All were killed in the same way. Delicately, Giannis lifted Yoan's head to show off 2 deep holes in Yoan's neck, explaining his exsanguinated look. "We found them here," Giannis explained further as he set Yoan's head back down. "No signs of a struggle, no signs of any other kind of violence." "Were they moved here after their deaths?" Leon asked, his eyes sweeping over the pale orange-yellowish rocks of the mountain. "I don't see much blood." Giannis waved over another mage, this one 5th tier. "Tree Runner," the captain explained, "my lieutenant and beastmaster." Leon nodded to Tree Runner, who bowed deeply before stepping forward. "If I had to guess, Your Majesty, these wounds were left by a creature that subsists on blood," he explained. "We've found other animal carcasses on the mountains and in the valleys that show similar signs of exsanguination." "What was Yoan's mission here?" Leon asked. "And what precautions were they taking, given their power?" "They were supposed to remain in the air," Giannis explained. "They were looking for cave entrances and marking them for further exploration. All of my teams have been doing likewise." Leon nodded. "We would all do to remember that we're not on Eterna anymore. This is a dangerous place, and the animals might not fear men." Giannis replied, "Many beasts didn't fear men on Eterna, too. But the bears were masters over them all. My cousin may have seen something new that he wanted to investigate, or there may be something that we haven't seen yet that attacked him and his team in the air." There were no witnesses. Leon nodded along, listening but also letting his eyes sweep over the surroundings. Something stuck out to him, though, causing his eyes to narrow. "How thoroughly have you checked this area?" he asked. "Did you bring any beasts here before me?" "No, Your Majesty," Giannis replied. Leon moved not too far away to examine several scratches on the exposed redwood roots. "Looks like these were made by claws. Recently, too." "Today," Giannis replied, "I judged those to be several days old." Leon clicked his tongue in thought as he stared at the scratches, noting that there didn't seem to be any other tracks around. However, he turned and raised his head to the canopy, noting, too, that if something had fallen from the branches, then they could have made these scratches on the roots. The scratches looked like they could have been made by large claws and weren't too far away from the team of dead bears, making him envision a scenario where the bears landed for some reason, then for a monster to leap from the branches, landing on the roots, and attacking them right there. He didn't imagine such an attack could go off without at least some evidence of fighting, though, so he didn't give voice to it. Straightening up, he ordered Giannis, "See to your people. Get them back to Artorian. I'll personally see if I can find out what this creature is that attacked them and where it went." Giannis gave him a look that was both grateful and sorrowful, then bowed. "Yes, Your Majesty." As the bear scout handled that, Leon turned back to the scratches. The bears were the specialists in his kingdom when it came to hunting and capturing beasts, so the fact that it was one of their teams that got attacked and killed was worrying. Even more so that there was no evidence of resistance. Iron Striker wanted peace and serenity, but as far as the booming brown bears went, Leon knew he was a bit of an outlier. If this team was attacked, he assumed they would have fought back. So, something else has to be going on. Here, Leon projected his magic senses, looking around for the auras of any magical creatures. There was significantly more interference in the Nexus than elsewhere given just how much magic was in the air, but he found more than a few that could have taken the entire team out. He immediately saw a stag with glowing antlers and 7th tier power quietly eating its way through a fruit-bearing bush about 12 miles away. 27 miles away, he spotted some large 6th tier cat-like creature stalking something that greatly resembled a boar with the horns of a ram. 30 miles in another direction, Leon saw a winged creature that looked kind of like a featherless raptor with dark skin and bat-like wings radiating 6th tier strength as it sat upon a nest. He saw dozens more animals like these, too, but he couldn't see anything that immediately cried out to him as the perpetrator of the bear's deaths. So, he focused his magic senses on his immediate surroundings, hoping his greater power might give him an edge in finding any trace of something coming or going that Giannis might have missed. Almost immediately, he found more scratches, though on a boulder several dozen feet away, much fainter than what he'd seen on the roots. Even when he looked directly at the boulder, he could barely see the scratches with his physical eyes. They'd stuck out with his magic senses, though, and likely because they radiated a slight hint of darkness magic. Leon barely managed to prevent an ugly grimace from passing over his face. Some monster with powerful darkness magic was not something he wanted to tangle with, though when he thought about it, it made more sense why the weak victims might have not fought back against their killer. That killer could have dominated them somehow, preventing them from doing anything but standing there as it feasted on their blood. Pure speculation on his part, but he began striding toward the new scratches while bathing his surroundings in his magic senses, hoping to find more. And now that he was keyed into what to look for, he found it fairly easy to follow this creature's steps. Unfortunately, the tracks he followed were so faint that he was only able to follow them through looking for the traces of darkness magic, and as a result, Gaius, Lana, and his Tempest Knights weren't of much help to him since their senses weren't fine enough to find the trace of darkness magic. Eager to exploit the discovery of the tracks of the bear's possible killer, Leon followed the tracks as quickly as caution allowed. Over boulders and up the mountain, nearly cresting the ridge before finding a small fissure in the stone, hidden so well behind a relatively small redwood that if he didn't have the trail leading him to it, he might never have found it. The fissure was so thin that he wouldn't be able to enter fully armored, though he saw many more scratches around the fissure walls indicating whatever he was following laired within. It merely seemed that it was either smaller than he assumed given the size of the scratches, or it was using darkness magic to facilitate its entrance and exit. Leon glanced at his people following him, ordered them to remain vigilant and for 4 Tempest Knights to remain outside and another 2 to return to Artorian to report on what he'd found, then began squeezing through the fissure. A deep feeling of claustrophobia hit him almost immediately as the stone of the fissure pressed against him from both sides, but it abated when only a few feet in, it widened into a narrow tunnel. He breathed deeply, forcing himself not to think about the mountain above. He projected his magic senses to inspect the tunnel he found himself in while he waited for Gaius, Lana, and the other 6 Tempest Knights to follow him through the fissure, and immediately, he went on guard. The tunnel proceeded deep into the mountain, plunging several hundred feet before leveling off into a narrow cavern. Buildings were carved from the cavern walls, with pillars decorating their exteriors. The cavern was tall enough for several layers of these buildings, and a few arched bridges connecting both walls. Stairs close to where the tunnel widened into the cavern facilitated access to these upper levels. All in all, there were buildings enough for at least 3 dozen families, possibly more. Leon, however, wasn't worried about meeting them. Though he detected traces of magic in their doorframes, scratches had destroyed the inscribed defensive wards. The interiors of these buildings were likewise trashed, with decayed furniture scattered everywhere like something had torn the rooms apart. Everything was coated in a thick layer of dust, save for the footsteps of some bipedal creature through the central street of this little village. It seemed like whatever he was following came through here frequently if the tracks in the dust and the scratches left behind were any indication. Most eye-catching, however, were the bodies or rather, the skeletons. Long dead human remains littered the village, some of them rather disturbingly small. Some were hiding in their homes, while others died out in the cavern. None looked armed or armored, or if they had been, their arms and armor had been taken after death. With great severity, Leon told his followers what he could sense. It seemed his claimed land had once been inhabited by at least one small community, but that community appeared to have died long ago. And whatever they were tracking was even deeper inside. Chapter 1079, Wailing Dirge. Nighttime in the Nexus was a surreal thing. The sky darkened as it did on Eterna, with the origin spark itself dimming from the luminescence of a sun to only that of a moon. Leon thought that might have made it easier to see the other side of the Nexus millions of miles away, but the sky remained dark, only a few flickers here and there denoting from the brightest and most built-up places on the plane cutting through the magic creating the strange night. With grim determination, Leon stared up at the sky, so strangely devoid of stars that it prickled his mind, triggering some primal disgust that he couldn't put into words. After a moment, he lowered his gaze to the mustering ground in front of him. It was hastily built, consisting of no more than a field that had been sufficiently cleared for several thousand soldiers to assemble. Only about 1,000 had formed up after Leon's order to muster a force for this purpose. 3 days had passed since his discovery of the formerly inhabited cave. He'd initially explored it, but hadn't found much aside from the remaining buildings and the bodies. Some showed signs of violent death, but given their age, Leon couldn't be sure if those signs were real or a result of damage over however many long eons they had lain there. Most disturbing was the tunnel that continued on the opposite side of the cave's entrance that extended deep into the earth of the Nexus. The tracks that Leon had been following continued down that tunnel, and it seemed that whatever technique it was using to disguise itself was dropped, for the darkness that he sensed in its tracks grew more powerful and noticeable at that point. It wasn't strong enough for Leon to guess the power or nature of the creature that made those tracks, but it was enough that he knew it posed some amount of danger to his people. On top of that, his magic senses didn't manage to travel that far down the tunnel before running into an enchantment that scattered them. Unwilling to lead his small party into a possible trap or unknown and dangerous situation, Leon ordered the fissure leading into the village heavily guarded by powerful mages and then fell back to Artorian. Once there, he arranged for the honored burials of Yoan and his team and then began to arrange a proper expedition into the tunnels. Over the next couple of days, however, additional survey teams were attacked in a similar manner to Yoan's, and not once did the monster leave survivors, giving his preparations more urgency. In the last attack, even a 6th-tier mage had been killed. It seemed clear that this mysterious creature wasn't going to stop, and that there were other entrances to this tunnel system. Fortunately, Leon's survey teams had done a good job of mapping out the area despite the attacks, revealing to him more than a dozen caves that had small villages in them and long tunnels leading down below. Now angry and motivated to find this creature and kill it, he'd assembled 1,000 warriors from the tribes and his Tempest Knights to storm these tunnels. The Jaguar, Alex, and Alcander were staying behind to coordinate the expedition, but Anastasios and Eva had volunteered to join the expedition. Valeria, Cassandra, Red, Marcus, Gaius, and Lucianus were joining Leon's group. Standing upon a hastily erected stone stage in front of the assembled mass of people, Leon inhaled and then said in a voice like booming thunder that reached every ear on that field, "Over the past 4 days, 23 of our people have given their lives to secure this land. The creature responsible moves about through the caves we've marked. We're going to find this thing, whatever it is, and kill it. Our fallen brothers and sisters will be honored with the blood of our first enemy since arriving in the Nexus." Punctuating his declaration, Leon let a little of his power leak, causing storm clouds to gather overhead and for a few bolts of lightning to roll through them. The ground shook from the thunder as the dark valley of Artorian was briefly illuminated as brightly as it was during the day. Even louder and more earth-shaking was the stomping and shouting of the assembled battalion as their bloodlust was stoked and their killing intent spiked. Leon stepped back from the stage, letting the individual unit leaders take charge. The smallest group was following Anastasios and Eva through one cave, but Leon would be leading his group, plus 100 Tempest Knights, through the original cave he'd discovered. A fire burned within him. First, the 3 arcs lost before they'd even reached the Nexus, and now some cave-dwelling monster saw fit to attack his people. He had to answer this challenge with blood. The journey back to the cave was short, and Leon led the way into the cave. Once he stood again in the old village, iron pride in his hands and his pseudo-adamant armor covering his body, he stared down into the tunnel at the back of the village. It was too small for Ulta suits to easily pass through, let alone fight in, as were all the tunnels in the other discovered villages. They'd be fighting the old-fashioned way. In contrast to his stoic and serious demeanor, almost as soon as Cassandra entered the village, she began looking around in wonder, oohing and awing at the craftsmanship. Outside of the wind and the rain and carved from the walls of a remarkably intact cavern, the rather simple, though compelling artistry in the architecture was easy to see. Geometric patterns covered the columns of each building's portico, and words of an unreadable language had been carved above almost every doorframe. There didn't seem to be any other art in the cavern, whether wall painting or statue. There were, however, dark crystals set into the walls that Leon assumed were both decorative and supposed to be magic lamps, though the enchantments powering them were long decayed into non-functionality. Writings clearly based on the runes, Cassandra happily observed as the Tempest Knights slowly filtered in behind. Leon's people, not intelligible, though, might be hard to translate, but maybe not impossible. Who cares about the words of the dead? Red dismissively growled, why should we heed the words of those who fell long ago? Cassandra spun around, a look of utter disbelief marring her features. There's so much we can learn from those who came before us. Maybe they left records behind that could explain who they were and why they were here. Maybe even who or what killed them. And if we can find out that information, then we'll have an easier time killing this thing. I'll just set it on fire, Red arrogantly replied. That usually solves my problems. Yeah, well, watch where you point that fire snout. I don't want to have to sift through dust and debris to learn about these people, Red responded with nothing more than a grunt. Given that this monster they were hunting had killed so many of his people, Leon almost agreed with her lack of regard for the village. He wanted to kill this thing with extreme prejudice, and to the hells with anything in his way, but the logical side of his brain agreed with Cassandra that they should try and preserve as much of the ruins as they could. None of them could know what secrets they might hold, and if they simply destroyed the ruins, then there'd be nothing remaining. It didn't take long for the Tempest Knights to filter in, especially with Leon ordering the fissure widened by an earth mage to facilitate their operation. King Leon, called out the 7th tier captain of the unit, were ready. With no more response than a thin grin, Leon began striding purposefully down the dark tunnel through which his magic senses couldn't fully penetrate. His people fell in behind him, while the Tempest Knights followed them. This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience. Despite how quickly and confidently he moved, Leon remained on guard, bathing the surfaces of the tunnel around him in his magic senses, looking for any sign of a trap. A hint of magic, a little scratch in the wall that might have been man-made, anything at all. Making this endeavor harder were the traces of magic left behind by the creature that remained strong enough to be noticeable, while the tunnel itself had stairs carved into it, showing that it was at least partially man-made. Down and down Leon trod, maintaining his gait to obfuscate his growing concern. The tunnel was large enough to fight in and was growing larger as they went, but a sense of claustrophobia was setting into Leon's head, making him constantly question whether or not the tunnel walls were closing in around him. He was constantly aware of the sheer weight of the mountains above him, and how muffled sound seemed to be so far below the surface. Finally, he arrived at a grand, if simple, portico, with an empty gateway flanked by rows of monumental columns holding the cavern's ceiling 40 feet above his head. Like the village above, the columns were marked by geometric carvings while there were more carved words above the gateway. Amongst the columns, Leon could sense the remnants of many defensive wards, but nearly all had decayed, leaving only the one that scattered his magic senses to remain active. He kept his guard up just in case he missed any, though. What caught his attention more than the wards, however, was what lay beyond the gateway. The tunnel continued for a short way, then opened up into an immense cavern with a footprint as large as the entire valley and all its mountains above, in which were 9 enormous columns almost a mile thick apiece. A city had been carved into those columns, rising upward in beautiful urban spirals and terraces, while ghostly, translucent trees and other foliage littered the ground. Around these columns, a river of ethereal blue-white water ran through the forest, giving off pale white mist that obscured the cavern floor up as high as Leon's knees. Shadowy creatures seemed to appear at the edges of Leon's vision, drinking from the water of the river, but when he tried to look at them directly, they vanished. Nowhere could he see any evidence of living humans, not in the city, not in the ghost forest, not along the banks of the river. Neither his eyes nor his magic senses could penetrate the river mist, leaving the ground obscured. The mist, when it reached the base of the 9 city pillars, bent upward, as if it were being pulled up by an unseen air current, forming glowing strands trying to reach the ceiling. Invariably, these strands of mist vanished less than 10 feet off the ground. The ceiling, meanwhile, was alight with glints of magic that somewhat resembled stars. When Leon turned his magic senses upon these glimmering points of light, he sensed a web of light magic more robust than what he could currently see with his physical eyes. He guessed there was supposed to be an artificial sky, but these lights were the only remnant of that vast enchantment. Most unnervingly, the entire cavern was as silent as the grave. No skittering of insects, no rustling of ghostly leaves, and certainly no shuffling of strange monsters with a taste for human blood. Compared to the village above, the gate showed signs of violence, as Leon saw when he cautiously led his people through the opening on the ground to the right and left were two bronze doors, clearly part of a set, and carved with intricate reliefs. Around the edges of the doors, Leon could see evidence of runes, though they'd been so scratched and destroyed that he couldn't tell if they were modern magic runes or if they were the altered writing system runes that the locals used. These doors were dented and mangled, as if something large and powerful had come barreling through. Undaunted, Leon pressed on, halting only at the top of a set of stairs leading from the portico tunnel to the ground, about 10 feet below if Leon estimated the depth of the mist correctly. Strange, Valeria whispered as she halted beside him. I never thought I would see one of these so soon. You recognize this? Leon asked. Only from old stories told to me by my father, she answered. Caverns like this form from the magic of the Nexus all over the place. People don't usually build cities within them, though, because the magic that flows through here is supposed to be toxic over long periods of exposure. Some believe that the rivers that flow through these caverns all connect to each other, forming a great route down which all souls pass on their journey to the afterlife. Interesting, Leon whispered. How does reconstitution fit into that? If there is no nexus for several hundred years at a time, do the souls just get stuck? Valeria grinned and shrugged. Some say the mist comes from souls that dissipated while they waited to flow to their resting place. Others believe that all these trees are planted by wandering spirits using human souls as the seeds. They say that one must never leave the river when they die, or they'll never see their ancestors. Leon frowned deeply. Disturbing. And fascinating. Cassandra gushed. I know what I'll be doing over the next few years. This whole place is going to need a lot of cataloging. That's not happening until we find this monster and kill it, Leon growled. Cassandra's grin turned grim, and when Leon glanced over his shoulder at his followers, he ordered loudly enough for everyone to hear him, fly from here on out. I'd rather not tread through this mist if we can avoid it. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward into the empty air above the stairs and continued to float forward, keeping at least 10 feet above the mist at all times. There were a few hills that he could see poking through the mist, though none had any sign of life other than the ghostly foliage, so he didn't once think of landing. As he flew, he rose further into the air to not come close to the translucent trees. He couldn't sense any real magic in them, but given their strange, not quite their nature, that only served to further disturb him. The dull silence was broken by a distant din to the south. Another of the teams Leon had sent into the caves arrived, this one led by Anastasios and Eva. The two elder mages noticed him only a moment after he noticed them, and they rose into the sky to join him. Explore this place, Leon shouted to them. Find that beast. Ha, no need to worry about us, Leon. Anastasios shouted back. Though this place is odd, our quarry cannot hide forever. The arrogant are always killed first, Eva chided. No they're not, Anastasios protested. In the stories, they're always broken by their experiences, leading to character development. Only if they're main characters. Focus on the task at hand. This isn't a story and you're not the main character. I don't want to have to pick up your bloodless body and haul it all the way back to Artorian. Anastasios rolled his eyes but chuckled good-naturedly. If anyone's going to be carried, it's you, my dear. He shot Leon a quick wink, then led his part of the expedition out to survey the edges of the cavern. They're certainly getting along, Leon remarked to Cassandra. More than I care to contemplate too deeply, honestly, she flatly replied. Let's see what's in those buildings, right? If our monster is anywhere, Leon nodded, though his heart sank a bit when he looked back at the city spread across all 9 mountainous pillars. There were buildings enough for more than 100,000 people there, and searching them all manually with the numbers he had was going to take a long time. And that wouldn't even guarantee that they'd find what they were looking for. But he angled himself toward the closest of the gigantic pillars and settled on searching it from the top to the bottom. He ordered several Tempest Knights to surround the pillar and keep an eye out for anything that might move, then led the bulk of his people to the palatial building at the top of the pillar. A long colonnade surrounded this building, with a long circular terrace carved from the stone from which one could look out over the entire cavern in any direction. The huge spiraling staircase that ran the entire length of the city's main street started below the mist on the cavern floor and terminated at a large monolith in the center of a forum that served as a courtyard for this palace. The terraces were separated from the forum by thick stone walls, while the forum itself was surrounded by a grand peristyle of pale blue columns. The walls behind the peristyle columns were, unlike the cave villages above, awash in color, and covered in frescoes. Leon landed in the center of the courtyard, right in front of the monolith. Its face was mirror smooth, but carved into its face were words not of the unreadable language he'd seen before, but a heavily stylized form of the language he was familiar with, which the Thunderbird clan had brought to Eterna, and which had become the plane's common tongue. These words appeared carved in haste as they were slanted and not centered along the monolith. 6 lines they were in total, the writing growing scratchier as they continued, as if the graver had been in a hurry. Our home, a field of Esses sought in dreams, found in need tested and pursued, we built our home foundations of blood and bones, cast aside were our chains of iron and fear 10 free generations lived and loved here but now first comes a wailing dirge chapter 1080, wailing dirge to our home, a field of Esses sought in dreams, found in need tested and pursued, we built our home foundations of blood and bones, cast aside were our chains of iron and fear 10 free generations lived and loved here but now first comes a wailing dirge the words on the monolith raced through Leon's mind, unsettling him deeply. The runic scratches of the 6 lines marred the monolith's mirror-smooth surface, perfectly placed to warp the reflection of Leon's face into something inhuman and monstrous. He felt pain and sorrow in the words, a sense of deep loss and regret from the graver's hand left upon the glassy stone. His visceral reaction, however, wasn't shared by everyone around him. Incredible, Cassandra breathed as she rushed forward to stare at the words. Frantically, a notebook appeared in her hand, and after flipping it open, she hurriedly copied down not only the lines in their entirety but also her observations of the monolith. Carved by earth magic most likely, she whispered as she wrote. No signs of chiseling, the lines are too natural. She paused for a moment only just long enough to reach out to touch the monolith, and Leon's breath hitched in his throat. He couldn't consciously sense anything in or around the monolith that was dangerous, but after reading those words, something began tingling in the back of his mind that engendered extreme wariness about their environment. He almost snapped out to stop her from touching the monolith, but the logical side of his brain that couldn't identify any danger won that particular battle, and he remained silent. Thankfully, nothing happened when Cassandra's hand lightly brushed against the monolith. Definitely not engraved by hand, she murmured before returning to her notes. Leon left her to it, stepping away from the monolith to submerge the cavern beneath his new home in his magic senses once again. Valeria moved to join him, her glittering blue eyes narrowed slightly. Something's off here, Leon quietly stated. Something more than the river of dead souls, ghost trees, and toxic magic. She replied in similarly hushed tones. Without missing a beat, Leon answered, yes. We're in a tomb, Valeria said. I think anyone would feel uncomfortable here. Leon frowned but had nothing more to add. He just felt off. A presence in the back of his mind, something he couldn't place. He felt like he was being watched. His heart rate had been slowly rising since entering the cavern, but only now was he starting to notice. His hands shook slightly, and his head was starting to pound with every heartbeat. Should I have the knights start securing the area? Valeria muttered to him, her tone taking on a more worried tenor. Leon opened his mouth to respond, but a gasp of elation from Cassandra stole his attention for a moment. The purple-haired imperial princess had gone from the monolith to the murals on the walls behind the columns of the courtyard's peristyle, her ruby-red eyes all but glowing with excitement as she took as many notes as she possibly could with only one hand. Turning back to his silver-haired wife, Leon simply replied, keep them on alert. Valeria frowned slightly as her eyes met his, and she slowly nodded before turning and walking over to the captain leading their contingent of Tempest Knights. Leon, meanwhile, followed Cassandra over to the frescoes. He didn't say anything, not wanting to interrupt her flow, but he drank in the art on display. Firstly, he noticed that the frescoes had no words, leaving the interpretation of their content somewhat open. Secondly, as his eyes raced over the murals, from left to right, he started seeing something that greatly disturbed him. The murals began with a monster of hideous proportions, some reptilian creature with dark brown scales and a head like an anglerfish. Its head was large compared to the rest of its body, with enormous teeth that he hoped the fresco was only exaggerating. A long neck attached it to its muscular body, its shoulders were broad with arms like tree trunks, and instead of human-like fingers, the creature had vicious claws. Its legs were comparatively short and terminated in shorter claws. It stood hunched over like a gorilla, with its foreclaws helping to hold it up, though Leon could see it standing up straighter in later frescoes. Behind the creature extended a long tail that ended in a brutal stinger longer than its claws. Most of the creature had been rendered in paint, but its eyes were the sole exception, notably made of a pair of fingernail-sized carnelians. As fearsome as the creature appeared, however, Leon didn't think it was supposed to be a terrible monster. Behind it was a golden halo that glittered like the paint had included gold leaf. The rest of this part of the mural was rendered in simple red and orange geometric shapes, complementing the gold halo and brown monster well, though drawing less attention. When Cassandra began moving down the wall, Leon slowly followed her, taking in every scene that the people here deemed important enough to place in such a prominent place. The next scene showed the monster extending a claw toward a burning city while at its feet were half a dozen human figures, all of whom, Leon noted, were prostrating themselves fully before the monster, and were only tall enough to maybe reach the creature's midsection if everyone were standing straight. Was it helping these people? Or attacking them? Cassandra wondered aloud. The scene that followed didn't give her any questions, showing the creature facing the fresco's point of view, while surrounding it were golden pillars and more worshipping humans. Whatever happened, it seems this thing was placed in charge of these people, Leon observed. It might have already been in charge, Cassandra suggested. History never starts. We only pick it up at certain points. Something always comes before. The fourth scene was, perhaps, a little clearer. The monster was gone, leaving a man of prodigious height, dark skin, and a severe countenance as the primary subject. The art style was highly exaggerated, leaving the man looking long of face with gaunt cheeks barely hidden by a black beard trimmed close to his jawline, with all of these features made by solid colors that lacked much in the way of lighting or detail. Given the red carnelian eyes and the golden halo glittering behind the man's head, Leon thought he knew what this meant. The beast had ascended to a high enough tier to assume human form. Behind the man were a dozen women, all dressed in white and wearing veils that obscured their faces. Harem, Cassandra speculated. Priestesses, maybe political leaders. She paused before turning toward Leon. If we get the chance, remind me to commission less ambiguous art of our family. If we ever leave stuff like this behind, I want them to know who we were. Planning that far ahead, are you? Leon asked, his amusement only somewhat dampened by the slowly intensifying pounding in his head. Our legacy shouldn't be neglected, she haughtily replied as she turned back to the fresco. Leon almost argued, but he thought back to the Thunderbird clan ruins he'd been in. All of their art had been even more heavily stylized than this, leaving it essentially impossible for someone like him, with no cultural knowledge that might have been inherent to the old clan, without much of a way to guess. As to the subjects of all those murals, focusing again on the fresco, he saw that they'd reached the final fresco before the doorway opposite the courtyard's entrance. The halfway point ended this first half of the story on a rather morose note, with the man in the previous fresco laying on a stone slab, the gold halo behind him now a deep black. Surrounding him were not women in white, but a dozen different figures, half male and the other half female, now wearing black. Notably, all had shared the man's skin tone, though their eyes were now rendered in plain red rather than with carnelians set into the wall. This tale has been unlawfully lifted without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. Looks like it was a harem, Cassandra remarked. Children, I think. The start of an inherited bloodline, Leon agreed. From within his soul realm, he felt the Thunderbird's attention fall upon him. Where are you, Leon? She asked. Leon quickly filled her in on the situation. Watch yourself, she cautioned. Nothing in the Nexus is without danger. These caves are known dangers, do not remain long. Leon hummed his agreement before moving to the other side of the door leading into the palace, following Cassandra as she did her best to document the frescoes in excruciating detail. The next scene showed all three figures leading a vast migration to the Nexus if Leon interpreted it correctly. The Nexus was a great shining ball of light before the dark-skinned figures, while behind them were dozens of what Leon thought to be arcs, though with smoother, more organic lines than the angular designs that the Ravens in the Thunderbird clan favored. An exciting journey, to be sure, but for these people, it seemed it was one doomed to heartbreak, for in the following scene, two of the leading figures lay face down, black halos denoting their likely deaths. The final figure was on his knees before a bronze-skinned man in golden robes, while behind him the organic-looking arcs burned. This scene smoothly transitioned into the next, where large groups of dark-skinned people with red eyes stood side by side, connected by black chains and overseen by several men in identical silver masks and gold robes. One of these opulently dressed figures was graphically gouging out the eyes of one of the now slaves. Hardly a unique story in the Nexus, the Thunderbird drawled. Those who come here unprepared, or who pose a risk to the status quo, are often ruthlessly suppressed, especially by those who are more proactive in defending their power. Take note of this, Leon. Regard all outside the clan to be potential threats. Leon didn't need to bite back a retort. He could easily argue about the morality of mistrusting everyone else, or of how treating everyone else like a potential enemy might turn potential threats into enemies, but he knew what his blood represented and how his presence had the potential to upset the power structures in the Nexus. Worse, he wasn't even close to being among the strongest mages in the Nexus, which made him vulnerable to all those stronger than him. His eyes lingered on the people in chains in front of him, especially on the figure having his eyes cut out. Even in the simple style, the agony on his face was unmistakable. In the next scene, a group of slaves were arrayed against a smaller number of figures in gold robes and silver masks. Leading the slaves was a blindfolded man. Even the lowest of us can rise, the Thunderbird observed. Those beneath you will not necessarily always remain powerless. Do what you must to ensure they can never threaten your position. Leon didn't immediately respond, his eyes drawn to the next scene. The blindfolded man, leading a group of other now former slaves, if the broken chains attached to their wrists were any indication, to a mountain with 9 peaks. The final scene showed that same mountain, but now with the 9 pillars beneath it, the spiraling cities crawling up toward the cavern roof already there. That ended well, Cassandra said with a grin. Echoing her earlier statement, Leon said, history never ends. His eyes flickered from the fresco to his wife, then to the dark cavern, illuminated only by the river, the ghostly trees, and the degraded ceiling enchantment. All glories are temporary, she somberly agreed. When Leon's eyes returned to the fresco, he noticed something. Looks like this place wasn't filled with these trees back when this place was inhabited. Indeed, the 9 city pillars on the fresco didn't have a field of translucent bluish-white trees beneath them. Or, Cassandra offered, they simply didn't include the trees. Could be they were only focused on their own glories rather than showing the world around them. She nodded to each of the other scenes. None of the other frescoes have shown the environment, either. Leon nodded, accepting her observation. Reinforcing his position, however, the Thunderbird stated, places such as these appear in places of great death and sorrow. As best as can be guessed, strong enough emotions might resonate with the origin spark, and the Nexus changes in response. The trees grow to mourn the passing of millions, and the rivers flow to carry their souls onward. Or so more superstitious people believe. What do you believe? Leon asked. I think that such superstitions are nonsense. So many people rarely die peacefully. Perhaps the magic used interacts with the magic of the Nexus in a way that leads to this phenomenon. I've never studied it personally, nor have I taken much time to research it. Honestly, Krithis would have been perhaps the most knowledgeable about such things. Leon wryly grinned while a shudder ran down his spine. Not going to be getting many words from him anytime soon. Better this way, the Thunderbird smugly added. We benefited from his knowledge, while the universe benefits from his absence. Much knowledge was lost, but knowledge can always be rediscovered. Leon nodded, about to agree with her when something happened. He couldn't say what, but he suddenly felt like someone had dumped a bucket of ice into his veins. He trembled, the pounding in his head rapidly intensifying until he felt like a monk was banging a gong in the center of his brain. He almost fell to his knees, but Cassandra noticed and dropped her notebook to catch him with a steadying hand. Leon! She cried in alarm, drawing everyone else's attention. Before he could say a word, a distant, sonorous roar filled the cavern. It was melodious, eerie, terrible, and inhuman. More than anything, it sounded mournful, and around the city pillars, the ghostly trees began to sway. Leon gritted his teeth and stood straight up. Silver blue lightning raced through his head, relieving much of his pain and discomfort, and he began barking orders. Get into the air. Ready yourselves for battle. Any other groups in the cavern are to assemble upon us. Keep an eye out for anything that moves. His people immediately shot upward, leaving him with Cassandra and Valeria in the courtyard. His wives looked at him with great concern, but he simply took a deep breath, gave them both a reassuring look, and followed the others into the air, closely followed by his ladies. In the few seconds it took for him to join the others, the distant wailing had died down, and with it, most of Leon's discomfort. Strangely, it didn't seem anyone else had been affected by it. Red had even assumed her wyvern form and started flying laps around their city pillar, filling the air with challenging roars of her own. In the distance, Leon could see Anastasios and Eva's group racing his way, while from another direction, he could see a third group of his that found their way down into the titanic cavern doing likewise. In all, he had a force of some 400, all fairly high-tier mages, led by 3 post-apotheosis mages, a formidable force if ever there was one. Questioning words were thrown around as the other 2 groups met up with Leon's, but any answers were delayed as another haunting wail filled the cavern. Again, the trees swayed in time with the wail's notes, and rather disturbingly, the mist that covered the cavern floor began to roil and churn. This, however, worked in Leon's favor, for he could follow the waves back to their source, a gateway to another tunnel, behind which he couldn't sense anything save for waves of weak, incredibly odd power. "Pilots," Leon shouted, "into your suits." Of his 400 people, 50 were Ulta suit pilots, and from their soul realms came the suits. All were already hovering thanks to the giants within, and it was an easy thing for the pilots to jump into their 10 to 15 foot tall suits. Leon did likewise, calling his suit from his soul realm and quietly hoping that sealing himself into it might help isolate himself from whatever seemed to be affecting him. "How are you, City?" Leon asked. "Ready for a fight," the giant answered, sounding like she was eagerly anticipating some kind of scuffle. "Good," Leon replied, "I think that's exactly what we're going to get." The gates of the distant portico burst open, revealing to Leon's surprise a somewhat familiar sight, a huge reptilian creature with a head like an angler fish. Its far too numerous teeth were far too long, preventing the creature from closing its mouth, while its hunched-over posture helped it to move like a gorilla, using its 2 short legs and 2 long arms to propel itself out of the gates like a bolt from a lightning lance. It was easy to see the resemblance to the creature depicted in the frescoes, and even easier for Leon to become immediately concerned about those implications. After a moment, though, he noticed that while the creature on the frescoes held itself with a kind of primal dignity, this creature seemed feral, its head twitching every which way, its enormous stinger on its tail following the direction it was twitching with unerring accuracy, while its eyes, instead of dark red like the fresco's carnelians, were milky white. Its scales, meanwhile, instead of forming a smooth brown coat, were jagged and rough, not appearing to fit well with each other, as if each scale had stopped growing before or after it was supposed to. Most worryingly, its aura was flickering and utterly incomprehensible to Leon, though not in the sense that the creature was obviously stronger than he was. Rather, every fraction of a second, the creature's aura seemed to change, going from 2nd tier one moment to 7th tier in the next, and then to 9th tier, and then down to 5th. It never moved past the 10th, but it flickered through the entire tier spectrum so rapidly that Leon found it impossible to pin down exactly how strong this creature was. After several seconds, the creature stopped twitching and its head turned in Leon's direction. It was distant, but Leon felt a chill descend upon him as the creature's blind eyes seemingly locked onto his own, despite the plates of his Ulta suit separating him from it. And then a rune on the creature's head began to glow. Its scales were so jagged and broken that Leon hadn't noticed it before then, but the rune seemed to have been carved into the creature's forehead. It was an ancient rune, one that Leon hadn't encountered before. Though he wasn't sure, he thought the rune meant something like Lord, or perhaps King. After a moment seemingly staring at Leon, the creature opened its vicious maw and screeched, filling the air with a third mournful wail that shook the entire cavern, then madly charged. Chapter 1081. Wailing Dirge 3. The creature moved quickly, but Leon was initially unable to do anything about it since the creature's third wail tore through his Ulta suit and hit his ears like ice picks. The magic in his body trembled and raced out of control. Were he not already sitting down and strapped into his Ulta suit, he would have collapsed. While what he experienced was painful, what was far more concerning was the scream of pain he heard from within his soul realm. The Thunderbird appeared to feel the wail, too. Divine One, City cried out in alarm. Leon's head lost contact with the cloud glass, depriving him of the ability to access the suit's sensor suite, but he still felt the suit shoot upward. Projections on the inner surface of the plate flickered on, letting him see what was happening outside. Immediately, he saw the creature being engaged by Anastasios and Eva with fervor, both powerful mages pushing it back yet apparently unable to immediately inflict a mortal wound. Their ability to use their power was limited, however, for they didn't want to destabilize the cavern, but more importantly, more than half of the soldiers joining the expedition had collapsed, as well. A dozen of the Ulta suits rose to join Leon's, their pilots possibly just as debilitated by whatever power this creature possessed as Leon was. With his power so constrained by concern for the environment and the people around him, Anastasios darted forward, and an enormous sword that a mortal would have struggled to lift appeared in his hand. His aged, but still quite powerfully built, body was covered in an instant by silver plate armor, obscuring the former Lord Protector completely. He crashed into the creature to try and grapple with it, but the creature was enormous and strong, and despite its odd, flickering aura, caught Anastasios in one hand and bit down on his helmet. Leon heard the old man scream in pain, and Eva roared in fury, charging with Valeria and Cassandra by her side. Eva struck the monster in its chest, while Valeria sliced at the wrist holding Anastasios, and Cassandra went for the sides of its jaws. Despite their weapons having been made by Leon himself, neither were able to cut through the monster's tough scales. Eva's attack, however, caused the creature to release its grasp on Anastasios' head, at least, and the old man was able to lift his sword and channel his magic into it. The blade began to glow red with heat as runes all along its edge illuminated. Anastasios brought the sword down, cleaving into the creature's forearm, forcing it to release him. He dropped to the ground, his helmet looking a little chewed up, but apparently still hale and hearty. A dozen Ulta suit pilots then entered the fray, their weapons of blue light extended, allowing Anastasios, Eva, and Leon's wives to fall back. The Ulta suits were much larger and more protected than the others, and when they moved, they were like a wolf pack, with several drawing the creature's attention while several more lunged to exploit that moment of inattention. They targeted the creature's joints, and especially went after its right arm, which Anastasios had already injured. Against the monster's scales, however, their weapons were of limited effect. Suddenly, the creature wailed again, the sound of its cry reverberating through the cavern. Immediately, Leon felt like throwing up as the magic in his body rebelled against him, and he wasn't alone. Those who'd been affected by the third wail were affected by this one, too, nearly all being rendered essentially comatose. The pilots with us are out of commission, City reported. Their suits are piloted by their giants. Leon groaned as he tried to speak, to take control of the situation. His brain knew that something had to be done, but he was woozy and completely devoid of strength, even the groan was his limit. The more the creature wailed, the more it seemed that the awful feeling he'd had since arriving in the cavern intensified. Already, he could feel pressure against his eyes, while his head throbbed with his every heartbeat. He was desperate to join the fight, to slay the creature attacking his people, but he couldn't even lift his head to touch the cloud glass, let alone fight. Another wail ripped through the Ulta suit, and Leon felt like he was hit in the head with a whole bag of hammers. He closed his eyes in a desperate and futile effort to drown out the pain, but when his eyes flickered open, he found himself lying almost face down in front of the throne in his mind palace. Collapsed on the stairs only a few feet away was the Thunderbird, looking terrible. She was in human form, but her usual olive skin tone had turned ashen gray, while her dark brown locks that normally sparkled with flecks of gold had splayed out around her, and seemed to be turning white before Leon's eyes. "Leon," Zafin roared as he ran over. "You're under a soul realm attack. Channel your origin power to create a shield around us." Now disconnected from his physical body, Leon felt just a little bit better enough to struggle into a sitting position with his back against his throne and do what Zafin had so forcefully suggested. The dome he created wasn't large, especially since his supply of origin power wasn't particularly large, but he was more than able to form a protective barrier around himself, his ancestor, and his demonic partner. He lost sight of everything around him as the barrier thickened and darkened until it resembled dark storm clouds. The only light source within the barrier was Zafin's orange-yellow body. Once the barrier was in place, Leon's condition started to improve. Energy returned to his magic body, at least, and he pulled himself over to his ancestor. "What's happening?" he croaked. "Soul realm attack," Zafin repeated, his voice trembling with concern. "And a strange one, at that." The demon glanced around, then extended a hand and conjured a small ball of demon fire in his palm, letting the dark red flame burn for a second before snuffing it out. "It seems that I'm unaffected. What about my ancestor?" Leon demanded as he rolled the Thunderbird over onto her side. She was completely catatonic and seemed to be aging before his eyes, the wrinkles on her face already making her look about 80 years old by mortal standards. "Keep the barrier in place," Zafin ordered, to which Leon complied, a quick check confirming that his barrier remained strong. The demon breathed deeply and stated, It's been a long time since I've had to deal with something like this, but the easiest thing I think you can do is to try and wake up the glorified pigeon. She'll have better answers for you." With a thought, Leon summoned a stack of his most powerful healing spells through his barrier, his vision swimming for just a moment as they passed through the clouds. "A good idea but one unlikely to work," Zaffin stated. "For now, channel a few Atoi of origin power into your ancestor, and if you can, add a tiny amount of Mist of Chaos." A single Atos was such a paltry amount of power that Leon was momentarily at a loss as to how to only channel a few into the Thunderbird, but he supposed that was what decades of practice in control was supposed to lead to. He sat down with his ancestor and summoned the tiniest amount of origin power he could reasonably control and brought it close to her body. Then, he reached outside of his barrier to pull a wisp of mist. Given the size of his soul realm, it took a couple nerve-wracking minutes for it to arrive, but when it did, he pushed the glittering origin power into his ancestor first, and then followed up with the mist. The effect was immediate. The Thunderbird began to stir. Her yellow avian eyes flickered open, and with a shaking arm, inscribed an ancient rune in the air with light magic. Leon had never seen the rune before, but it incorporated familiar elements, including a recognizable piece of a lock rune and one from a mind rune. While that barely encompassed half of the rune as a whole, he felt he could get the gist. Stolen from Royal Road, this story should be reported if encountered on Amazon. As soon as the rune was formed, Leon let his power flow into it, not even needing the Thunderbird to ask. Practically as soon as the rune was backed with his power, the pressure upon him ceased, and he started to feel somewhat normal again. "Are you all right?" he asked the Thunderbird as she flopped over onto her back despite still lying on the stairs. Promisingly, her usual skin tone was rapidly returning, as was color to her hair. Her wrinkles were taking longer to smoothen out, though, but he took comfort in seeing that they were smoothing out. "Something disrupted your power," she gasped. "And hid me through it." Leon and Zaffin exchanged a worried look. "How is that possible?" the demon asked, speaking the words since Leon was far too stunned to do so. "I don't know," the Thunderbird admitted. "Did it affect everyone else?" Leon wondered aloud, thinking about the other members of his expedition who were felled by the creature's wail. After a moment, though, his thoughts switched from them to something else. "And the great black dragon?" he asked. The Thunderbird scowled as she pushed herself up into a sitting position. "Maybe," she stated, her voice trembling, though whether more from pain or fury, Leon couldn't quite tell. "We'll see. For now, you should be more resistant with this rune. We'll talk more later. Right now, go kill that thing." Leon gritted his teeth and nodded, then practically threw himself onto his mind palace's throne. In a moment, he was opening his physical eyes, and immediately took stock of the situation. City's projection was flashing, and he noted that his Ulta suit was fighting without his input, likely all from City. She was engaging the creature on a rocky hill poking out of the mist covering the cavern's floor, the blades of blue light that extended from the suit's wrists flashing as she struck and parried and dodged around the creature's own animalistic lunges. Scattered around the battlefield were several trashed Ulta suits, along with a couple dozen fallen Thundermen. Leon grimaced at the sight, and was about to press his head against the cloud glass behind him to join the fight when the creature used its arms to hold both of the suit's arms away, then struck with its stinger. The stinger pierced the Ulta suit's plating with startling ease, pushing in several feet and almost impaling Leon's shoulder. At the end of the stinger, Leon was rather disturbed to see tiny holes in regular intervals. He had no idea what the holes were for, nor did he want to find out. Leon called upon his power and hurled the stinger back out of the suit, but the flow of power through the suit was already catastrophically disrupted. "Losing power," City shouted. "I'll have to reroute through other channels. I can't continue. Open up," Leon shouted back as he took a second to make sure that his armor was still sitting well on his form. With hardly a second passing, the pilot's compartment opened, and Leon charged out with iron pride in hand. As soon as his fingers tightened around the hilt of his weapon, where the iron needle resided, power filled him, banishing any sense of sickness the creature's wails had filled him with. He came face to disturbing face the moment he left the compartment, the creature staring back at him with its cloudy white eyes. It growled and hissed at the same time, the Lord rune glowing on its forehead brightening for a moment. And then it attacked, darting toward Leon with a speed and ferocity that belied its size and odd aura. Leon ducked under a clawed swipe. He stabbed outward, but the creature twisted out of the way. Lightning flashed across its scales, eliciting a mild cry. It then wailed again, and Leon's power again trembled as fury lanced through him. It wants to separate me from my power, he indignantly thought. He bared his teeth and lunged, deflecting the creature's razor-sharp claws and stabbing into its chest in one fluid motion. His adamant weapon pierced the creature's hide, but it felt like stabbing into a tree. The creature cried out once more and shook its body, removing iron pride from its body and throwing Leon back at the same time. Arcs of lightning flashed across his blade, and Leon prepared another strike, but at that moment, Anastasios came careening in, striking against the back of one of the creature's legs with his enormous sword. Bolts of bright white light struck the creature's other side repeatedly, courtesy of Eva, each hit boring into the creature's hide like the most terrible of insects. The creature cried out in pain, and Leon lunged toward it, driving iron pride into the monster's neck. He then leapt into the air, assuming his Thunderbird form so quickly that he was able to grab both of the monster's arms in one set of talons each, then curl his back downward, impaling his beak into the back of the creature's neck. His beak bit deep, slicing into the monster's hide and grazing against its spinal cord. Utterly putting banshees to shame, the monster shrieked, then began wildly shaking, trying to dislodge Leon, but he held on. The muscles in his neck screamed as he drove his beak deeper, ripping and tearing at the muscles and nerves running down the creature's back, while silver-blue lightning raced over his form and into the monster. Flesh cooked, then popped. Bones crunched, nerves were severed, and hide was burned. The monster fell silent. Leon was almost thrown from the creature when it finally collapsed, and he smoothly returned to his human form and looked back at the creature, ready to strike again. The creature, from where it had fallen, seemed to stare back at him, its milky white eyes open and turned in his direction. However, the monster was silent, and Leon couldn't sense any magic power radiating from it at all. The creature's body was burned and scorched, its right leg from the knee down severed by Anastasios, while its left arm where Eva's magic had been sinking in was simply gone. Leon's lightning had opened gashes all along its torso, and Leon could see nothing but charred flesh and blackened bits of shattered bone beneath the creature's shredded hide. Is it dead? Valeria pantingly asked as she darted forward, her face covered in sweat while her glaive was still brandished. Leon walked over and pulled iron pride from where it still rested in the monster's neck. With a single swipe, he took the creature's head off, its muscles and hide now as resistant as a single sheet of paper. Yes, he growled. He took a deep breath, his awareness slowly widening away from the fight he'd just won into the rest of the cavern. Bodies lay strewn everywhere, some looking none the worse for wear while others were covered in blood and missing extremities. Some were clearly dead if their lack of aura was any indication. He even saw half a dozen trashed Ulta suits, with at least one so broken that he could see the body of the pilot inside. It seemed the monster's stinger hadn't just pierced his suit, and the dead pilot looked like he'd been impaled just as Leon almost had been. Perhaps most startlingly was Red, who had assumed her wyvern form, but now lay on the ground, her eyes blazing with fury even as blood seeped from numerous gashes in her wings and scales. "Treat the wounded," Leon shouted. "The threat is past. Secure the area." His people sprang into action, and those wounded who hadn't already seen some medical attention were gathered together. Marcus and Gaius quickly took charge, organizing triage for the wounded while Leon, his wives, Anastasios, and Eva gathered around the creature. "What in the ashen fields was this thing?" Eva asked in a disgusted tone as she kicked its remains. "Some foul Nexus monstrosity," Anastasios dismissively stated. "Hopefully it was the only one of its kind." "Unlikely," Valeria argued. "At least, we should assume there's more. We need to secure these caverns, we can't have these things running around beneath Artorian." "Agreed," Cassandra replied, "but how quickly can we secure all this?" She gestured at the cavern all around them, especially at the ghostly forest and the cavern's misty floor. "And didn't you say that the magic here could be toxic over sustained exposure?" Valeria grimly nodded. "That's what the stories say. Anyway," she looked to Leon, and he felt her gaze land upon him. However, his eyes were glued onto the severed head of the creature. The rune inscribed upon its head had stopped glowing, and he couldn't help but wonder just what in the hells it was doing to the monster. And that was to add to his questions about what in the hells it did to him, where it had come from, why it so resembled the creatures on the frescoes, and if someone else had managed to figure out how to let people with inherited bloodlines transform with their ancestors' power. The possible answers then led to more questions that kept stacking on top of each other endlessly. As they flitted through his mind, Leon didn't look up from the creature until Valeria's hand found his shoulder. Leon, she asked hesitantly, what do you want us to do? He scowled and finally looked up from the monster's carcass. Secure this thing, he ordered. Get our wounded seen to. Then we're getting the hells out of this place. Send people out to call back the other teams. Seal most of the entrances. We'll lead a greater expedition down here to secure the whole place, but for now, let's just get everyone back to Artorian. Valeria nodded, and as Leon's orders were carried out, he found his eyes being drawn back to the rune on the monster's forehead. Who was this, Lord? He wondered. Was it you? He silently asked the dead monster. Or was it someone else? Chapter 1082. Autopsy, what fine work, Nestor murmured as he set about his grisly business. Whoever did this is a master without compare, high praise coming from you, Leon observed. Following the defeat of the monster below Artorian, Leon's orders were carried out swiftly, with all the teams exploring the tunnels recalled and the enormous cavern sealed off until a more coordinated and prepared expedition could be organized to explore it. They didn't leave empty-handed, however, and took the monster with them. Upon returning to Artorian, Leon had given the carcass to Nestor for study while he personally saw to the grand funeral of those who fell in battle against it. It had been a raucous affair, though he hadn't expected much else. Some of the fallen had been from the lion tribe, and they celebrated their fellow tribesmen's deaths with more gusto than anyone else. There was mourning, too, but for the most part, it seemed that Leon's people sought to honor the sacrifice publicly while keeping their mourning private. That didn't stop him from treating the dead as heroes and ordering the construction of a grand mausoleum to commemorate all those who died during the establishment of the new city. It would be constructed on one of the 9 peaks that his palace would occupy, to showcase how he felt about their sacrifice. Few would actually be interred there given how many they'd already lost just from the 3 missing arcs on top of those who would be handled in other ways according to tribal tradition, but their names, at least, would be recorded for posterity. When all of that had finished, Leon returned to Nestor's lab, finding that the man had not only gotten much work done, but he appeared to have set aside all of his other work to focus on the monster instead. Leon had been a bit concerned when the dead man fed much of the monster's flesh to his now quite large cat, but he hesitantly trusted his ancient kinsman when he said the meat wasn't poisonous. At least he kept the hide, Leon had thought, seeing the tough flensed hide in a disorganized pile in a corner. Messy, but Nestor had promised to have it cleaned soon, not until he was finished, though, since he still had plenty of carcass to slice apart. As Leon watched the dead man work, he informed Nestor of all that had happened during the battle, including the Soul Realm attack that even affected the Thunderbird. Nestor had been interested from the beginning from Leon's description of the strange malaise he'd felt down in the cavern, but until then, he'd chalked it up to a strange reaction Leon had had to the toxic magic that permeated the cavern. He changed his mind once Leon began describing the battle with the monster. When Leon finished, a stunned Nestor finally set aside the tools he'd just been standing and holding, frozen as he was from Leon's description of the fight. Look at all of this, Leon, Nestor said as he drew attention to the monster's skull. It had been somewhat cleaned, but that was hard to tell since the bone was pitch black. Ignore the burns, the hide was tough, and I had to use a fire knife to cut through. How bad are the burns? Leon asked as he closely examined the enormous skull without touching it, looking for the burns. Not that bad, Nestor said a little defensively. I'm sure you can tell exactly what has me so interested, though. Leon nodded, easily able to see what Nestor was talking about even with the skull's dark color serving to hide some of the details. The ancient rune on the creature's forehead had been so deeply carved that Leon could see it on its skull, though it no longer glowed. More interesting was that the rest of the skull was also covered in runic patterns, though none that Leon recognized. One large ancient rune, Nestor explained as he traced a few lines down the skull into the neck bones arranged below it, similarly dark in color and similarly covered in complex engravings. Every bone, no matter how small, is a part of it. Leon glanced at the waiting to be stripped legs and tail of the creature and asked, have you seen enough to know what it is? Something this unique and bespoke? Nestor asked incredulously. I have no idea where to start. I've never seen something like this before in my life. Leon momentarily sensed the Thunderbird's attention. Get in here, she demanded. Bring Nestor and that creature's remains, too. Hearing the urgency in her voice, Leon hurried to comply. In but a moment, he stood in his mind palace with Nestor and the remains of the creature before him, sans what Nestor's cat had already eaten. He'd even brought the hide with him. Waiting for him was the Thunderbird in her human form, while Zaffin stood off to one side, not quite with them, but more than close enough to listen in and contribute if he felt like it. A curious beast, the Thunderbird whispered as she examined the skeleton that Nestor had bared. I've never seen this grotesque thing before, but this technique of carving enchantments upon bones, I have. Leon frowned deeply. As a punishment, he guessed, or some means of enhancement. Both, the Thunderbird answered. I've seen cultures carve their own bones to strengthen themselves with the runes, while others would use it as a method of torture. I've never seen an enchantment this extensive used for anything other than a show of devotion, however. It would have been indescribably excruciating to undergo something like this, beyond the levels of mere torture. Leon's frown managed to grow deeper still. It resembled a creature that started a bloodline depicted on a fresco in that underground city. Those same frescoes depicted that creature's death, I think. I remember, the Thunderbird said. To finish my thought, Leon, before you interrupted, I've only ever seen adherents of the primal gods mutilate themselves like this before. Does the enchantment itself look familiar? Nestor asked. Every one was unique to the person undergoing the process, the Thunderbird murmured as she examined the upper half of the creature's skeleton from every angle. Still, I can see some similarities in the techniques used. I don't see anything like my transformation enchantment, Leon pointed out. No, the Thunderbird agreed, neither do I. Concerns filled Leon's mind. So then, where did this creature come from if the original died long ago? Did someone else figure out how to transform? If they worshipped the primal gods, then did they stumble onto some old knowledge that helped them in the same way we took Krithis' work for ourselves? Possible, though extraordinarily unlikely, the Thunderbird replied. Krithis was a primal god who experimented upon humanity without reservation. Truly, few knew the workings of a human better than he did. When the primal gods claimed to have created humanity, Krithis is both proof that they did and that they didn't. Proof that they did in that the primal gods knew more about humanity than the primal devils, but proof that they didn't because if the primal gods created humanity, then why would Krithis need to experiment upon them? But to get back to your speculation, Leon, many ascended and divine beasts have existed throughout history. None have ever managed to recreate what I, Krithis, and you have managed with the transformation enchantment. Some of the most powerful beings in the universe have tried and failed in that endeavor. I can't imagine some obscure clan who were enslaved upon arrival in the Nexus to possess such a sought-after power. Without a word, Leon simply gave the creature's remains a pointed look. There's something else going on here, for sure, the Thunderbird quickly stated. But, I just don't see such a discovery happening out of the blue like this. Even with some circumstantial evidence that they may be connected to primal gods. Leon asked. Very circumstantial, the Thunderbird added. Bone carvings aren't new. These evoke primal god techniques, but that doesn't mean they are primal god techniques. The circumstantial evidence is piling up, though, Leon replied. My transformation comes from a primal god technique, too. The Thunderbird sighed, conceding the point. Fine. Better to overprepare than underprepare. But I'm still leaning against the involvement of some primal god. What I find more concerning is how that thing was able to attack your soul realm. It hit me. You both have told me that soul realm attacks are fairly common in the Nexus, Leon said, glancing between the Thunderbird and Nestor, though his gaze lingered on the latter for a few seconds longer than the former. And they are, Nestor unashamedly responded. You've done some work in readying yourself to face such threats, but hardly enough. He turned his head toward some of the fortresses that Leon had constructed on faraway mountain peaks in his soul realm. He fully admitted that his defenses were rudimentary at best, but they were geared more toward preventing soul realm invasions rather than attacks like what the creature had used against him. Eager to move on, Leon pointed out, many of my people were affected, too. Those with bloodlines. An attack that targets those with inherited bloodlines. Nestor murmured in thought. I wouldn't even know where to begin designing something like that. Possibly some unique power to the bloodline of this creature, the Thunderbird speculated. How can I prevent something like this from hitting me again? Leon asked. That rune you used seemed to work well. I doubt it would work that well against a more directed and focused attack, the Thunderbird replied, but it's still a good place to start. Nestor added, I'll teach you a few more useful runes and wards. I'm sure you'll be able to work out more from there. Trying to weasel your way out of teaching more than that, dead man? Leon asked a little cheekily. I'm busy, Nestor replied. I'd rather focus on my projects than deal with you. Leon scoffed before turning back to the Thunderbird. In a more serious tone, he asked, "Any sign from the great black dragon?" He scanned the mists of chaos around his soul realm in concern, wondering if he might see a hint of red-orange out there. All he saw was the light gray mist without a hint of color anywhere. "No sign of him," the Thunderbird replied, sounding more than a little angered. "Fine," Leon growled. "Our lives might actually be improved without him in it." The Thunderbird clicked her tongue. "Perhaps." She then spun around to face Nestor. "You. Finish this work quickly. I want to see the entire enchantment." Nestor all but jumped at her command, showing her a level of deference that he'd never shown Leon, which irked Leon only a little bit. "And you, my boy," the Thunderbird said as she turned back to Leon, her tone softening considerably, "there may be more clues down there." "SC though it is, huh?" Leon responded. "I see. SC," the Thunderbird corrected. "The name for these places. The old name, I should say. In the more modern tongue, it would mean, the Blessed. Short for SC Oratune, or, Cave of the Blessed. In some ancient beliefs, the dead passed through such caves on their journey to the afterlife." "I've heard," Leon replied. "Some of those beliefs started with the primal gods. You should know, though in my day, the premier way to bury someone was with a heartwood seed in their chest. But a few words of caution, Leon, blessed areas are far from what their name may imply. They are dangerous to linger in. If the magic that comes from the river sinks deep enough into your body to reach your bones, it may interfere with your ability to produce magic power in your body." Leon shivered. Though he now had an origin spark within him generating origin power, which then decayed into magic power, his bone marrow still produced a large amount of magic power which added to his reserves constantly. Losing any of that would be an awful blow to his power, without even touching on any other side effects. "I'll try and find what I can," Leon stated. "I was going to do that anyway, actually." "Good. Get to it, then, my boy. Nothing else should take priority." Leon gave her a skeptical look, but slowly nodded, not quite wanting to press the issue no matter how obligated he felt to do so. He had competent leaders overseeing the construction of Artorian, and many of the decisions that required his input had already been made days, months, or even years ago. He could afford to personally explore this SC for at least a little while. "Don't forget about my wisps, Leon," Nestor said as Leon turned toward his throne. "I haven't, dead man," Leon irritably replied. "And if I'm going to be in here, someone needs to watch out for my cat." Leon rolled his eyes, endeavoring to simply pull the cat into his soul realm when he returned to his physical body. The thing was lazy, and he trusted Nestor to keep it in check, so he didn't judge it to be a threat to his soul realm. With his course set, Leon sat upon his throne. For several days, Leon focused his attention on securing and exploring the SC. He kept his exploration team small, amounting to City and Anzu, the former only after his Ulta suit was repaired, and the latter just to watch his back and report to Artorian if he found any other creatures in the SC. That didn't stop Anzu from taking the exploration incredibly seriously, though. On the first day, Leon didn't return to the SC but instead supervised the securing of its entrances. Most of the tunnels were collapsed and warded, but 3 were chosen to be fortified and heavily secured. The gates his engineers built were enormous and sturdy despite the haste with which they were built, and Leon was confident that when closed, even a 10th tier mage would struggle to get past before he or another post-apotheosis mage could arrive. The gates also served as a way to help isolate the tunnels leading into the SC from the toxic magic within, alleviating a quiet worry he had about building his city above a place so blessed. By the second day, he was ready to continue his explorations, but he held off as clear day finally made it to Artorian. The Tau had waited for days but saw no sign of the missing arcs. Though he hated to do so, Leon announced that they were now presumed lost with all hands. Alcander and Sophia took the announcement hard, but with new threats making themselves known, Alcander was getting ready to launch himself back into his work, despite Leon's offers to continue taking the time he needed to grieve. Only on the 3rd day did Leon finally enter the SC again to begin his explorations. He and Anzu found little of note, though they found many more frescoes throughout the 9 city pillars, especially higher up in the larger buildings. With more time to explore, he also found more bodies, though not as many as he would have thought given the size of the settlements. Many must have gotten away, then, Leon presumed. As strong as the monster had been, it clearly wasn't built for securing territory. Leon took some comfort in that, as it was a quiet indicator that it was the only one of its kind. City was able to join him and Anzu on the 4th day, and they widened their search, focusing on the tunnel that the creature had come from. And this was where Leon finally started to find something that caught his attention. The creature had come from what had looked like just another entrance to the SC, but Leon's magic senses indicated that this tunnel wasn't nearly as long as the others and didn't slope upward. Instead, it led to a smaller settlement, though one much more ornate than usual. Everywhere he could see was covered in red and gold marble, and with enough large buildings set in the walls to house some 100 wealthy families at least. The buildings were largely empty, save for the one farthest from this cavern's entrance. This building was the largest, with the ghostly trees and foliage serving as decorative flourishes in the same way a palace's gardener might use any other kind of flower or tree. It struck Leon as an odd choice of decoration, but if the people here had no problem with the SC's toxic magic, then he supposed they weren't the worst choices for decoration. More eye-catching than the foliage, however, were the piles of skeletal bodies that Leon found stacked up like a nest in what he guessed had once been the master bedroom. Hundreds of corpses had wound up back there, their bones now so intermingled he doubted anyone could ever sort out which bones belonged together, and that wasn't even touching on how many bones had been shattered presumably under the weight of the creature if this was, indeed, its nest. A feeling of visceral disgust hit him at the sight of so many human remains, but Anzu didn't seem to have that problem. The griffin explored more enthusiastically than Leon did, even pulling a few pieces of broken and rusty armor from the pile, indicating that at least some of those piled here had been wearing their kit. Whatever enchantments those bits of armor might have had were long gone, though, explaining the rust. Leon resigned himself to not finding anything notable on that day either, until Anzu shifted around a few shattered bones and pulled something particularly shiny from the nest. "Look, brother," Anzu cried out, holding up his prize with pride. In his hands was a distinctive silver mask, identical to what had been depicted in the frescoes. It appeared untouched by the decaying effects of the SC, appearing almost freshly forged. Leon took the mask and turned it over in his hands a few times, wondering if it was just a trophy taken when the people who'd lived here escaped their bondage. Anzu, meanwhile, went back to shuffling around in that area of the nest and retrieved something else, a perfectly preserved set of golden robes, again identical to what Leon had seen on the fresco. Leon could sense the magic within the robes and noted that the enchantments in the golden thread were still robust despite how old they could be. Was one of their enemies here? He wondered. At the least, he made a note to ask Justin about people wearing gold robes and silver masks the next time he spoke with the man. For now, though he hated to admit it, it seemed that whatever had happened to these people would have to remain a mystery. Chapter 1083. Contact, an old thing, Nestor mused as his metal hands lightly brushed against the unblemished silver mask. A very archaic style, old enough that you know where it came from? Leon asked. No, Nestor disappointingly replied. A sigh escaped Leon's lips. The gold robes were of fine make but devoid of any identifying marks. The silver mask was more distinctive, with light runic framing every line. The mask had been given the shape of a stern older man, with a well-trimmed beard and almost brutally impassive face. There were no eye holes, which Leon found interesting. What captured his attention more was the fact that most of the runes on the face, so lightly engraved that they could only be seen with enough light and from the right angle, were decorative rather than magical. The mask still possessed a powerful magical presence, but most of the magic radiating from it came from runes on its inner surface rather than the runes on its face. Unfortunately, Leon couldn't quite read those runes. They were similar enough to the writing system he was familiar with that his brain tried, but ultimately, not a single word was legible. Till he returns, our Lord, Nestor recited as he traced one line of runes just below the right eye. To bring back our glory, the dead man added, tracing the runes below the left eye. Back in my day, he explained, this wasn't an uncommon phrase spoken among those who followed the great Lord Khosrau's teachings. Pathetic weaklings praying for the dead to rise and deliver them from the beast bloods that ruled them. Instead of growing strong themselves and attempting to seize what they felt was deserved, they instead hoped someone else would do the work and graciously allow them to partake in the reward. On the frescoes, it looked like those who lived here were descended from people who were enslaved by people wearing these same kinds of silver masks, Leon remarked. Maybe it was because of their blood that they were enslaved. Either way, anyone who professes allegiance to the great Lord, or who prays for his return, is no friend of ours, Leon, Nestor warned. They believe in the purity of human blood. They believe us to be abominations. My father ensured that wherever this little heresy took root, it was ripped out and incinerated, but it always popped back up. They are no friends of ours. Do not treat them like they are. I'll take your recommendation under advisement, Leon replied. Take it however you please, but if you choose not to take it seriously, do not come crawling back to me when these sorts of people start coming after you. Nestor began turning away to return to cleaning the bones of the wailing dirge. As Leon had started mentally referring to the monster, he paused. Actually, do come crawling back. I don't think anything would please me more than the sight of you on your hands and knees, begging me for forgiveness as you admit to your own failures. With an unamused grunt, Leon turned and left the dead man to his work. At the very least, he was going to make sure his people knew to be careful around anyone with silver masks, or who prayed in the manner Nestor described. Given his intentions, there was no such thing as too careful. The throne room in Leon's portable villa was hardly worthy of being called as such. Instead, it was more like a moderately sized hall without even a dais at one end to elevate the king above his subjects. Still, with Leon's insistence on building out other infrastructure before his palace, it was what he had, and on this day, nearly a full week after the expedition into the SC, an occasion called for its use. Leon's fingers quietly drummed on the arm of his simple throne, which was far more a high-backed armchair than a proper throne befitting a king of many millions of people. Next to him sat Elise and Cassandra on his right and left, respectively, while Valeria sat to Cassandra's left. The chair to Elise's right was empty as Maya was ensuring her river nymphs properly settled into the western side of the river that ran through the Ardor Valley, as the ring-shaped valley in which Artorian was being built had been named. Joining Leon and his ladies in the modest hall was a small force of Tempest Knights led by Alcander in his first public duty since Elias was lost aboard his ark. Anzu, the Jaguar, Clear Day, Gaius, and a number of other bureaucrats were there, too, filling the hall almost to the point of discomfort. The hall was filled with a quiet din as Leon's people chatted amongst themselves, discussing the ramifications of the day's business, while Leon glared at the door, impatiently waiting for Anshu, who'd been acting as something of a junior partner with the Jaguar regarding the Ark fleet given his rank as captain of Bolt in Shadow, to arrive with the subject of their business. His attention was stolen, however, when Elise, a diplomatic smile plastered across her face, laid a hand on his, halting his drumming fingers. She didn't need to say anything for Leon to know what she wanted to say. His showing any impatience in public, at least right now, when not given proper cause, was undignified. Leon gave her a subtly exasperated look in response, communicating a silent complaint about how long this was taking after he'd received the news that precipitated this meeting. She smiled back at him in understanding, leaving her calming words unstated, but known anyway. When she withdrew her hand, Leon's fingers had ceased their drumming, to Leon's mild chagrin. Fortunately, he hadn't that much longer to wait as Anshu arrived not even 5 minutes later. The Indradian hurried into the hall, practically dragging a 6th-tier comms officer with him. Make some room. The Jaguar barked, and several people pushed their way back as much as they could. The comms officer then bowed to Leon as quickly as he could without showing disrespect and then bent down to lay a comms slate on the floor, which he began activating. As he worked, Anshu rendered a low bow to Leon, showing more respect to him in that one gesture than he'd shown in the first 20 years they'd known each other. Your Majesty, he intoned, his deep voice reaching every corner of the hall despite the softness with which he spoke. Captain Anshu, Leon responded. Bring us all up to speed. Anshu nodded. Nearly everyone in the hall already knew why they'd been assembled, but only the bare necessities had been shared. Leon wanted the whole story. Anshu began, now speaking with much more vigor. 2 days ago, one of our scout frigates was contacted by a nearby city. As he spoke, one of Leon's assistants activated a projector in the hall, putting their in-progress map on display. The Ardor Valley was in the center, with the coast not too far to the south, mountains extending to the north and west, and plains to the east. Hundreds of miles of rolling hills and flat plains lay to the east, broken up by rivers, forests, and lakes, until they reached another mountain range. After taking a moment to orient himself, Anshu pointed just off the eastern edge of the projected map. Over here lies the city, he explained, and Leon used his magic senses to see the area for himself. He saw a relatively small city, though one with quite formidable defenses. The city had been built atop a long ridge that ran north to south, so it was long and narrow. Tall, thick walls surrounded it, with sturdy towers capped with large lance-like weapons. At either end of the city lay formidable fortresses, while a citadel had been built in the center that rivaled the southern half of the bull's horns in scale. This story originates from Royal Road. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. Rather notably, Leon couldn't see a single archyard in the entire city, though he saw signs of other advanced uses of magic, such as magically powered vehicles filling the narrow roads, powerful defensive wards not just in the city's curtain walls but in the homes as well, and magical projections used for advertising. Unfortunately, the defensive wards were strong enough that he couldn't see inside any buildings, but he thought he had a good enough impression already that such a view wasn't strictly needed. The ridge further down from the city had been terraced, and packed with advanced farms. The eastern terraces appeared to be growing food, with some familiar crops like wheat and fruit trees to more unfamiliar fare that Leon couldn't identify. These eastern terraces eventually met a lake that protected the ridge's eastern flank. The western terraces appeared to be growing cash crops, with what looked like some kind of cotton and a strange blue-barked and yellow-fruited tree dominating the growing space. Those western terraces were sheltered by the rest of the mountain range to the ridge's west. By Leon's estimation, the city and its hinterland, including the villages on the wide terraces, was inhabited by perhaps 2 million people at the most. Not a lot under normal circumstances, but since he had fewer than 20,000 to work with, still a formidable sight. This city has asked to speak with our leader, Anshu continued. And I accepted, Leon finished. But before we begin, tell me what you know of this city, Anshu. I'd rather not begin this without even knowing who I'll be talking to. They're a strange lot, Anshu stated, his face contorting a moment in confusion and a hint of disdain. No post-apotheosis mages, as far as I've been led to believe, but strong and proud. They do not have a king, but they have a position akin to Thunderer. Their city is ruled by a council of elites, who select from amongst themselves who their speaker will be. Doesn't sound too unlike how we govern ourselves, the Jaguar observed. Leon understood him to mean the tribes rather than his central government. It's this speaker who requested the introductory dialogue, Anshu concluded. At that moment, the comms officer straightened up, then informed Anshu, "We're ready." Anshu nodded, then took out his own comm slate and whispered a few words into it. He listened a moment to the response, then announced to the room, "We're ready at your word, your majesty. The speaker of this city waits for you." A quick glance around the room was all Leon needed to silence any remaining hushed whispers, and as he said to Anshu, "Just one last thing, what do these people call themselves?" Their city, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, is Alhamakim, while they call themselves the Hamachoy. He pronounced the word with an almost hissing sound at the beginning of the final syllable and didn't look that confident that his pronunciation attempt was successful. One last moment was all Leon needed to ready himself. When it passed, he gave the order. "Let's begin, then." The comms officer bent down one last time and activated the comm slate, causing a life-sized projection to appear above the slate, revealing a man with pale skin, but dressed in robes that would make a peacock look bland and colorless. His robes were so thick that little could be discerned of his body shape, while the bright and garish colors he wore emphasized greens and reds trimmed in blues and purples. A thick beard adorned his face while his hair, long enough to brush the top of his shoulders, had been pulled back tight against his skull. His eyes were cold gray, and as soon as his projection appeared, they locked onto Leon. He stared unblinkingly even as Gaius stepped forward to announce Leon in their agreed-upon fashion. "You stand before Leon of House Rame, King of the 10 tribes, the Stone Giants, the River Nymphs, and the Tree Sprites, Lord of Artorian, and last heir of the Thunderbird clan." Dangerous though it might be to so brazenly admit his lineage, Leon knew he'd need the legitimacy that it would provide him if he wanted to rebuild the clan. Besides, he'd have had to come clean about it at some point, and he felt it was easier to not hide it in the first place. The speaker's gaze turned studious, the only sign that his last claimed title affected him at all. "Another, last heir," he grumbled, an indiscernible, though pleasant to Leon's ears, accent adding some lilting flair to his words. "One can't shake a tree without 3 last heirs of the Thunderbird, falling from the branches." Leon felt several oars amongst his people flare in protest, but before anyone could step forward to angrily shout about this speaker's apparent disrespect, he projected his aura, weighing them down enough to make his demand for silence clear. Without missing a beat, Leon imperiously stated, "You requested an audience. You have one." The speaker thinly smiled. "I have the honor of being Asa Hamaluntar, speaker for Alhamakim, by the grace of Leth and the people of Alhamakim." Leon responded simply, well met. When his silence left the door open for Asa to continue, the gaudily dressed man quickly asked, your arcs have been flying for several days in the mountains, and the Protector Mass wishes to know your intentions. We wish to know our surroundings, Leon smoothly answered. Nothing more. You have nothing to fear from us. Asa's smile didn't waver. A comfort to me and my people. The arrival of new neighbors is always stressful. A smile and nod amounted to Leon's entire reply. After a moment of silence that Leon deliberately let become uncomfortable, Asa continued, are you planning on remaining long close to my city? Why? Leon challenged. Asa suggested, if you are, then we might benefit from more dialogue. I propose an exchange, so that we both may speak when needed. An exchange of what? Leon pressed. To send each of us a group from the other, Asa explained, his accent starting to grow more pronounced. An exchange of ambassadors? Leon inquired. Yes. For several seconds, Leon stared at the man, trying to discern any sign of deceit or malice, but finding nothing but a pleasantly smiling politician. Hardly proof that he wasn't lying, so Leon decided to play it a little safer. The land between us is empty, he stated. An outpost can be built in the plains where we may arrange meetings. An exchange of ambassadors can come later, when some trust has been built up. An equitable arrangement, Asa replied. Mine are a wary people, but we respond well to honorable deals. Mine are the same, Leon stated. Treat us with honor and respect, and see it returned. It takes two to build a harmonious relationship. Let us both do our part. Let us both do our part, Asa repeated in agreement. A few more details were agreed to, and before the projection flickered off, Leon had his first non-aggression pact with a native polity within the Nexus. The acrid, though familiar stench of a burning arc filled his nostrils as he strode through the corridors, evidence of ferocious fighting all over the walls. There was something else in the stench, though, something that gave this pungent, glorious aroma a new quality that set his heart aflutter. He passed bodies, noting how many of the Ark's people had died in defense of their Ark compared to how many of his, and was surprised to quickly see that the ratio was skewed more toward the defenders. This notion didn't disturb him, however. Even a single damaged Ark drifting in the void, apparently crippled by faulty space magic, was a respectable target, and this one had been made much more glorious with how energetic their defense had been. It was a small Ark, and so it didn't take long between his boarding and his arrival in the control room. His arrival had the few others there halting their looting and respectfully bowing to him, but he paid them no mind for the moment, the control room drawing more of his attention. Much had been destroyed in the fighting, with even more bodies strewn about, but it was clear that the Ark had been quite well made, despite the damage done by their jump. One of his strongest subordinates entered the control room only a few seconds after he did, and immediately walked over to him. Lord Reaver, he whispered in greeting, his voice harsh and his language guttural. We've finished interrogating the survivors. We've learned much. How much? The Lord Reaver asked, his black eyes glittering like the void itself. A small but wealthy force, the adjutant replied, originating from the divine graveyard, bound for the Nexus. The Lord Reaver grinned. He'd already suspected the latter, given their proximity to the Nexus, but it was nice to get confirmation. The materials in this Ark, the adjutant continued, are valuable. Something called Thunder Wood, and those protecting it are vulnerable. Their fleet is less than half the size of ours. Do we know where they went? The Lord Reaver asked. Yes, the adjutant replied. The Lord Reaver grinned, greed blooming in his heart. As bold as he was, attacking the divine graveyard was a taboo even he wouldn't break. Even the thrice-damned Thunderbird clan had their teeth kicked in there. If these people had gone to the Nexus, however, he could reach them there, ready the fleet, then, the Lord Reaver growled. We have a new target. The adjutant's grin became an unabashedly avaricious smile, and he rushed out to fulfill the Lord Reaver's command. The Lord Reaver himself, however, remained in the control room, his heart beating faster than it had in a long while. This Ark's defenders had been strong and determined. They'd been worthy. The material gains were worth an attack, but it was the prospect of fighting someone worthy that had the Lord Reaver more excited than he'd been in centuries. Chapter 1084, Doubt and Creation blades met, filling the air with the song of clashing steel. The combatants grappled, exerting their strength against each other, trying to gain an advantage. A grin spread across Leon's face as he pushed against Valeria, his training blade locked against hers. His expression was reflected on her face as her lips were turned up in a wild grin. Neither was using much of their power in this duel, as difficult as that was for a 10th and 11th tier mage. They wanted their skills to speak for themselves, and for the most part, they were. A pivot saw Leon gain the advantage as he redirected Valeria's glaive instead of meeting it head-on. Valeria recovered quickly enough to just barely block his follow-up, but it took 2 exchanges for her to regain her footing. When she did, she started making more aggressive use of the butt of her weapon, meeting Leon's blade with her own while going after his legs with the other end. With more grace than a dancer, Leon avoided her strikes, though it prevented him from pressing any advantages he had in strength and leverage. He refused to disengage, however, since his fighting style emphasized aggressiveness and remaining on the attack. A flurry of blows were exchanged, and several tiny mistakes were made, imperceptible to the mortal eye, but more than exploitable by both sides. By the end of the first bout, both Leon and Valeria had taken their fair share of hits. "I think that puts me in the lead," Leon stated with a wide grin as Valeria rubbed her wrist where Leon had struck her with the training blade. "You were keeping score," was her sarcastic response. A shrug was his answer. "Points don't matter," she glumly said. "I agree," Leon replied. With a wink and roguish grin, he added, "unless I'm winning." "For now," she challenged as she slid back into a ready stance. With a laugh of anticipation, Leon assumed one of his family's own ready stances with his sword held in a high guard, ready to bring down in a powerful strike. For several minutes, his focus narrowed until he only saw Valeria. Everything around them melted away, leaving her every movement and expression all he could or cared to see. The way her silver hair flashed in the light of the relatively small training of his portable villa was entrancing, the gleam in her sapphire blue eyes was intoxicating, and the deadly focus with which she wielded her weapon was enthralling. "I love this woman," Leon thought to himself as he deflected a blow and lunged to capitalize on the opening he'd created in the split second before she closed it. "I wish my father could have." At the thought of his father, Leon's mind wandered, and his blade slowed just enough for Valeria to spin away and bring her glaive back up. She launched an assault upon him which he dodged, blocked, and deflected, but his concentration had broken. When the light caught her hair, his mind turned to Justin. When she pressed against his defenses, instead of meeting her with equal vigor, he flickered between striking back with deadly intent or dodging away. In the end, their bout was finished when she managed to hook part of her glaive on his sword and pull it out of his hands. "That's it," she definitively exclaimed, though she looked far from pleased. Leon had stopped keeping track of the score, though he had enough lingering numbness to think that he might have lost that round. Valeria stared intently at him, a growing frown passing over her face. "Leon," she said, her voice echoing slightly in the otherwise empty training room, "what's wrong?" Leon softly snorted. "When I'm with you, nothing." The training glaive hit the floor, dropped so that Valeria could walk over to Leon and lay her hands on his shoulders. She wasn't as tall as he was, but with certain doubts creeping into his head and the intensity of her stare, she seemed to tower over him. "What's wrong?" she repeated, her tone more demanding. With her stare alone, she made it clear she wasn't going to let this matter drop. Leon sighed. It's been a month since we arrived." "A month since Justin left." Valeria's hands on his shoulders tightened. "We've still not heard anything from him," Leon stated. "No, we haven't," she stated, her stare breaking as the projected window suddenly seemed to become much more interesting. After taking a deep breath, she turned back to Leon. "The Nexus is a large place. We shouldn't be worried about a month-long break in communication. He's probably laying low, getting back into contact with trusted friends, or maybe he's still traveling. It can take us weeks to cross Eterna, and the storm lands alone utterly dwarf Eterna in size." With a slow nod, Leon silently acknowledged her point, yet his heart of hearts wasn't convinced. "A month is still a long time without communication," he pointed out. "If there were complications, he should have let us know. He has the latest model comm slate, he should be able to remain in contact with us from anywhere in the storm lands." "He's probably busy," Valeria offered. "I'll call him today, see if I can get in touch with him." Her fingers dug into his shoulders. "He hasn't abandoned us. I can't help but wonder," Leon darkly whispered. "If he were to sell us out to Cameron, number." Valeria loudly interjected. "Not even for mother." "We don't know that," Leon argued. "I do. He wouldn't do that. We're his family. I'm his daughter. He wouldn't abandon me." Her words grew more insistent and distraught the more she continued. In that state, Leon thought that it might be the wiser choice to let the matter drop and only broach it again when Justin's absence had grown more pronounced. However, an intrusive thought entered his mind and wouldn't leave. He opened his mouth to let it out, though he felt he might regret it later. He's done it before. Valeria's expression froze, and after a moment, she released Leon's shoulders and took a few steps back. Though her eyes remained locked on him, they'd glazed over, as if she were seeing something else entirely. Continuing, Leon said, "When you were employed as one of Princess Christina's guards, you had stable employment and prospects for advancement. Your life was stable, you didn't need him, or so he said. So he went north, leaving everyone behind but his most trusted followers." Leon stared back at her, impressing upon her the seriousness of what he was going to say. He got his followers killed, and he was captured. Maybe he hasn't fallen out of communication for no reason. Maybe he's not betraying or abandoning anyone. Maybe he left what that next, maybe, to the imagination, and almost immediately regretted it. Valeria averted her gaze, looking almost heartbroken. "He's not, he's coming back," she insisted. As she turned away, Leon only needed one moment of thought before he approached her and wrapped his arms around her from behind. Her body trembled, and one of her hands went to her eyes while the other came to rest over one of his. "It's only been a month," she said in a shaky voice. "It's only been a month," Leon repeated. "Too soon to make any judgments," she stated. "Too soon," he agreed. "Just my own dark thoughts left to fester without any other information. We can wait a while longer. Like you said, he's probably busy reconnecting with people he hasn't seen in almost a century. Having been exiled might be getting in the way," she stutteringly added, sounding a bit choked up, though her body was starting to relax into Leon's embrace. "He'll be back." Silence fell for a moment, and Leon's eyes turned to the projected window. He stared at the sunlit or sparklet, as it was redwood-covered mountains and their canopy of blue leaves. He idly thought that there wasn't enough green for his liking, though the blue leaves at least helped to remind him of home. With a deep sigh, he whispered to his silver-haired wife, "I don't think he's abandoned us, no matter what my fears might put in my head. I don't do well in the dark like this." Valeria turned around in his arms and laid her hands against his chest. She nestled her head into the crook of his neck and admitted, "Neither do I." They stood like that for several minutes more, with only one thought running through Leon's head as he held one of the women he loved most in the world close. "You'd better be making progress, Justin. If you aren't," of all the possibilities that origin power opened up to Leon, he thought that wisp creation was perhaps the most profound. It was a difficult process, but thankfully, he had a master in wisp creation to help him. Over the past few years, Nestor had not only coached him in wisp creation but tools to aid him had been salvaged from the palaces in the Sundered Lands. Most of the wisps that helped operate the Nestorian drives were created by Leon, while the salvaged Thunderbird clan wisps were largely modified and repurposed for use in ancient Thunderbird clan arcs. It seemed that the wisps that Leon had made had been insufficient if Nestor's diagnostics were true. His wisps had performed well enough, but they'd simply not been numerous enough to handle operating the Nestorian drives. If he wanted to minimize the risks in jumping from Eterna to the Nexus, he needed to not only make more wisps, but he also needed to have them shipped back to Eterna. To aid in the former, he'd enlisted Anastasios, Eva, and Clear Day. Clear Day was happy to help with little prodding from Leon, while Anastasios and Eva were only slightly less amenable. They preferred to join in exploring this region of the Nexus, but Leon heaped on the guilt by reminding them they'd hitched a ride with him and by sicking Cassandra on Eva. To add a little personal incentive, he also reminded them that creating wisps was an incredibly useful power, and they'd struggle to find someone better suited to teach them that power than Nestor. In the end, in the few weeks since their arrival, Leon had arranged to have all 4 post-apotheosis mages in Artorian work to create wisps for him for at least an hour per day. Given the complexity involved in creating wisps, he was only able to make one in that time, while Anastasios and Eva were struggling to even get that far. Clear Day, on the other hand, seemed a natural at it and was able to make 2 wisps per hour. It was to the point that Leon even felt a bit jealous and rude keeping wisp creation just to himself over the past year or so. It had seemed prudent at the time to keep such knowledge as compartmentalized as possible, but now that he'd lost people in arcs over not having enough wisps, he couldn't help but wonder if he'd still have a full expeditionary fleet if he'd shared the knowledge with Clear Day before Nestor brought him his report. Maybe then Sophia, Alcander, and hundreds of other families wouldn't have had to mourn so soon after beginning their expedition. To get his mind off the guilt, Leon threw himself fully into his work, concentrating only on making wisps during those times every day, and sometimes even going over the needed time. The sound of Anastasios and Eva exchanging barbs with Nestor had been entertaining at first, but they were a distraction he didn't need. Reinforcements would come from Eterna in a little less than a year, and he wanted them as prepared as possible. To that end, he blocked out the sounds of good-natured bickering between Anastasios and Eva, ignored the expectant artificial gaze from Nestor, and the wild magic around clear day, and concentrated entirely on the work in front of him. The tools required for efficient wisp creation were varied but largely amounted to a series of enchantments that helped to trap and channel magic as needed, leaving a mage free of that mental burden when they imbue the wisp with its tiny spark of life. Leon started with summoning lightning magic and laying his hand upon a runic circle inscribed upon a sphere of storm crystal in front of him. While thunderwood amber was better for giants, the storm crystal was not only more pliable but also more abundant thanks to the iron needle, making it more useful for this step. Silver blue lightning arced from his fingers and over the sphere. Runes flared to life and Leon's magic power was absorbed into the dark glassy crystal. Beneath the crystal's surface, Leon could see what looked like clouds condensing and lightning bolts flashing within, which only grew more frequent the more power he channeled into the crystal. It took nearly half an hour for the crystal to become charged, with as much magic power as was needed, which amounted to a significant amount of power on Leon's part. Early in his wisp creation lessons, Leon had asked why he couldn't simply use magic in the environment for creating wisps, but Nestor had explained that he needed power that resonated with himself. It was his origin power that would animate the wisp, and the more compatible the magic that would make up the wisp's body was with his origin power, the more likely his attempt would be to succeed. The storm crystal was resting upon a stone table with a surface polished to an almost mirror shine. Marring that smooth surface were thousands of tiny runes that were so precisely inscribed that Leon had to be careful not to brush against them even with his fingers. The smallest imperfection even from wearing smooth the edges of the inscribed runes could impair his chances of success. Unseen beneath the surface lay no small amount of titanstone and luminite arranged into runic patterns. Over the table were numerous metal arms holding rings primarily made of iron, some with bronze adornments, and all with luminite within. The rings had varying sizes ranging from small enough to use as a bracelet to large enough to almost use as a doorway. Each of these rings was inscribed with yet more runes. All of these rings were angled away from the table for the moment, but their time would come shortly. With the storm crystal now filled with sufficient power, Leon began using elementless magic to power the table's runes. His magic seeped beneath the surface, and when it reached the titanstone and flowed to the luminite, the runes illuminated with arcane light. A multi-layered, yet invisible magical shield appeared around the storm crystal, and when Leon felt it, he called upon his origin power. He didn't need much, only a tiny spark. He was only creating a wisp, after all, not an entirely new lifeform. As small as the spark was, though, it shone like a star when it emerged from his fingertip, and when it sank below the surface of the storm crystal, all traces of the inner storm within the crystal vanished, replaced with nothing but the purest, brightest light. Leon withdrew his control, and the crystal shook a moment as it struggled to contain the power within. The shield around it kept it stable, but Leon quickly pulled a few of the iron rings down to further add stability and take the pressure off the crystal itself. It took a few minutes, but eventually, the origin power settled within the crystal, and the light within dimmed slightly just enough for Leon to see a few arcs of silver blue lightning within, showing him that his magic was still there surrounding the origin power. With the power now stable, he had to merge it, forming something of a body using the magic and origin power. Since it was all his power, though, this step was fairly easy. His spark of origin power merged well with his lightning magic. He could sense the change when it became one harmonious whole rather than a simple mixture of magical energies. Now, he had to give it thought, intention, instruction. Wisps weren't able to innovate, they could only do what they'd been instructed to do. Fortunately, Leon didn't have to worry too much on that front. If it were all up to him, it could take days just to teach a single wisp how to make a few quick relevant calculations, or how to operate simple control enchantments. He had the iron rings, however, and the enchantments inscribed upon them included a few helpful ancient runes. He lowered 4 of the larger rings, leaving the storm crystal surrounded by 7 different rings all at different angles and pitches. With another expression of power, tens of thousands of runes along the larger iron rings illuminated, and he concentrated on the power he stored in the crystal. He opened it up to the information within the rings. the power of the runes that would bestow certain information upon it. His origin power took shape, absorbing this power, learning what it needed so that it could help his arc pilots operate the extraordinarily complex machines safely. Like a sponge, it absorbed information, imprinting that knowledge upon its core of origin power like runes inscribed on the surface of a marble. The more information it learned, the more aware it became. Leon knew he was finished when all of the latter iron rings ceased glowing. He lowered one final ring, the smallest of them inscribed with only 4 ancient runes, and channeled his power into it. These were basic rules, morality that the wisp had to follow, priorities that it would have during its life. As these priorities were given, Leon couldn't help but start to sympathize with Nestor's view of wisps and how they relate to the giants. What he'd made couldn't be considered a living creature, even if it had some measure of power to think and do work. It could only do as instructed, it couldn't think for itself. Even animals had a greater capacity for learning and innovation than the wisp he'd just made. But even though it helped him to understand Nestor's position, Leon still thought of the giants as living beings, since they seemed so much more than mere wisps. They could learn and build new things. They had desires of their own. Leon had his idle musings interrupted by a terribly loud alarm ringing from the northern pass into the Ardor Valley. He immediately projected his magic senses, and what he saw sent chills running down his spine and fiery wrath coursing through his blood. He saw one of his scouting frigates flying as fast as it was capable of back to the valley, pursued by a huge fleet of small and medium-sized arcs, none of which belonged to his kingdom, and all firing lance-like weapons at his frigate. It seemed some other unidentifiable hostile power had come to his doorstep. Chapter 1085. First test. The fleet of attacking arcs was still thousands of miles away, leaving Leon's forces with ample time to assemble. Despite that glut of time, Artorian was a hive of activity as everyone rushed to get ready. The wailing dirge had been a problem, but this was going to be their first real test of whether or not they were strong enough to survive in the Nexus. To combat this threat, Leon hurriedly met with his advisors and strongest mages in his meeting room in his portable villa. The atmosphere was tense, the gravity of the situation not lost on anyone. Leon's family was present, as were his friends and former retainers. Anastasios and Eva would participate in the fighting, though Clear Day would remain in Artorian by his own admission. The Tau wasn't much of a fighter despite his power. Leon also had his high officers and elders present to offer their wisdom. All of the Arc captains were present in some form, though mostly as projections on comm slates. Leon paid special attention to Seeker of Mountain Springs, the captain of the frigate being pursued by the mysterious fleet. "Bring us up to speed, Springs," the Jaguar ordered once the room had been packed with people. "We were keeping an eye on the portal leading out of the Nexus," Springs began, the Hawk's voice clear and calm despite his arc pulling some impressive evasive maneuvers to avoid being hit by any of the magic from the pursuing arcs. "Our enemies appeared without warning and turned immediately toward Artorian. They have not responded to any attempts at communication. Are they coming to us, or are they only pursuing your arc?" Runs through grassy fields, the Hawk elder leading his tribe during this phase of the expedition, wondered aloud. "We were nearly 1,000 miles away from the portal," Springs reported. "The enemy arcs turned toward Artorian before we were engaged. Have they offered any kind of explanation for their actions?" Marcus asked. "None, Sir Exarch," Springs answered. "Have there been any casualties amongst your crew?" Fields asked. "None, Elder." Leon breathed a quiet sigh of relief. "How many enemy arcs are there?" Cassandra darkly inquired, her voice tinged with anger and outrage. Again, Springs was quick with his answer. "My queen, we've counted 24 frigate-sized arcs, 9 arcs that are larger than destroyers, but smaller than our heavy cruisers, and 5 that match our heavy cruisers in size. We'll have a significant disparity in forces," the Jaguar stated. "But by the bloody fangs of my ancestor, they will tremble." Spiritually echoing his words, most of the others in the room belonging to one of the 10 tribes whispered their tribe's traditional words. When the brief din quieted, the Jaguar looked to Lana. "How sharp are our fangs?" The Bison activated an enchantment that projected Artorian and its surroundings for all to see. Leon presumed those absent captains would have to either imagine the same or have their own projections to work with. "Most of our frigates are too far away to return in time," Lana explained. "That will leave us with 4 carriers, 6 heavy cruisers, 6 destroyers, and only 3 frigates. 4, with Raindrop." She nodded at Springs, acknowledging his arc. "We also have Bright Intent, Silver Spear, and Bolt in Shadow." Beast Breaker, the elder with the booming brown bears, added when Lana went quiet, we have 50 Pegasi, too. And wyverns, Anna contributed. Nadur and Astar are ready for battle. Leon shot Red a questioning look. The elder wyvern shrugged noncommittally. It appeared she was more ambivalent about the relatively young wyvern's battle skills. More than 100 fighters and as many Alta suits, Marcus reminded the room. 200 of my people stand ready to defend our new home, City stated. While Leon's Alta suit was being repaired, he'd permitted City to transfer to a golem frame, this one much smaller at only 9 feet tall, so that she could socialize with her fellow giants. He wanted her to socialize with her people and not simply wait for him in his Alta suit, and as the giant closest to Leon, she'd almost de facto become their leader in the Nexus. And you have us, Anastasios boldly declared as he linked his hand with Eva's. Those people are fools to come here. Eva chipped in. It's been long since I last fought in a battle, but I'm still sharp. She flexed her aura to make her point. Leon had already accepted their offers of assistance, but he appreciated them making their stances known in this setting. He gave them both grateful nods. Most of all, Cassandra added with a vicious grin, we have my husband. A chorus of agreement resounded throughout the room. With our king, any enemy that challenges us is doomed to fail. Lycurgus, the Jaguar elder, the Jaguar himself was there as Leon's marshal, not as an elder of his tribe, obsequiously proclaimed. Our victory is assured. Takis Taraga, the Eagle elder, agreed. A few more such declarations were made, but they were mercifully brief, and discussion once more turned to the practical side of their situation. At the very least, though he wasn't much of a fan of the more servile declarations, Leon was pleased to see that no one amongst his advisors was shying away from this battle. He certainly wasn't going to. His hands were subtly shaking with excitement and fury. His people were being attacked by unknown assailants, and he was going to test himself against his first real foe. His glee was matched only by his anger. Putting a bit of a damper on matters, the Jaguar asked Lana, what is the status of our static defenses? The wall that will surround Ardor Valley is far from complete, Lana reported, indicating the high ridges surrounding the valley. A few sections were highlighted in red, which Leon could see showed the areas where the wall had been completed, but not even 10% of the valley was so protected. The fortresses at the north and south pass have only just begun construction, Lana continued. A few outlying towers have been raised. She pointed to a few of the mountain peaks around the valley, but they have yet to be fully warded or armed with anything more than a single lance each. We cannot fight over the valley, one officer audibly murmured. Another disagreed. Should we leave the city defenseless, then? The size of the enemy fleet is too large to face without bringing our entire fleet to bear. Split Knuckle, the Lion Elder, angrily responded, let us meet the reaving fucks in glorious battle. Let us ride out and slaughter them amongst the mountains. We are stronger here, Ustalok, the Spider Elder, argued. To maximize our chances of victory, let us ensnare them in our web. Not, ride out, unprepared. We take unnecessary risks that way. Love what you're reading. Discover and support the author on the platform they originally published on. There were some murmurs of agreement, and Leon could see the logic in that argument. You would have us wait for our enemy to reach our gates. Split Knuckle angrily spat, rest on our laurels while they attack our ark. Our enemy has shown themselves. We can control the battlefield more effectively closer to Artorian, Lycurgus offered. Letting them near our cubs is tantamount to inviting them in, Split Knuckle growled. With our king present, no matter what we do, the enemy will die. Takis insisted, our focus should be on mitigating any risks to our people. There are many non-combatants working in Artorian. We should not let them come to harm. Let us fight away from the city. And what if this is only a distraction? Lycurgus asked, should we leave Artorian defenseless while we handle this threat? We have not noticed any sign of any other threats aside from this encroaching fleet, Lana reminded the room. Just because we haven't found any doesn't mean there aren't any, Ustalok pointed out. If they're present, then we'll kill them, too. Split Knuckle insisted, the pale face behind his golden mane of head and facial hair growing red with anger. Others started arguing more, talking over one another until they were practically shouting at each other. Some of them, such as the Jaguar, were merely attempting to quiet the room, but were having little success. Finally, Leon, sick of the infighting and heated disagreement, released his aura, silencing the room in but a moment. Every eye turned in his direction, some of the arguing men and women that had risen from their seats freezing in place now that he was going to make his opinion known. In contrast to the near violence of his aura and incandescent anger with the arcs that were attacking his frigate, Leon spoke calmly, quietly, measuring every word carefully since he knew what he was going to say was risky. But he earnestly thought it was the right choice to make. That, and he despised the thought of waiting for his enemy to come to him. "We have been challenged," he said. "We will meet that challenge in battle. Prepare the fleet, we fly out as soon as we are able, and will intercept the enemy before they reach our new city." His words were final, and they silenced all arguments. Split Knuckle grinned like a cat who caught a mouse while Ustalok looked more uncertain. Both attitudes Leon could see reflected in many others, but as everyone began moving to fulfill his order, those emotions were buried beneath determination. Whatever they thought of his chosen strategy, it was time to ready themselves for battle. From a small pavilion erected on the slope of the nine-peaked mountain, shaded by the giant redwoods and nestled amidst the grass and shrubs, Leon stared to the north. He could just barely make out the enemy fleet as it pursued Raindrop, some 10,000 miles or so away. With them drawing closer and his fleet almost ready to fly out and meet them, he estimated that they would enter battle within 6 hours. Strangely, he didn't see the mysterious fleet slowing down at all. Raindrop was fast enough that she had pulled just far enough ahead of her pursuers that she was no longer in danger of being hit by any of the enemy's strange lances, but the fleet didn't stop. He couldn't imagine they couldn't see his fleet readying itself to intercept them, but still, the enemy fleet didn't slow in the slightest. Leon wondered why they were so confident, or if they were simply unfathomably stupid. He was going to assume they were stronger than they looked, an assumption that was strengthened by his observations of their weaponry. Their lances appeared to be from a completely different technical lineage than those lances he'd designed were based on using lightning magic to propel a metal bolt. At great speeds, the bolt could be enchanted to further increase its devastating power, such as adding fire enchantments to make it explode, or other enchantments to weaken whatever material it hit. Other lances, mostly those descended from Thunderbird lances salvaged or aped by the Empires and 10 tribes, were fire-based, hurling molten metal or stone at tremendous speeds. One type of short-range lance that Leon vividly recalled used on Jormun's ship during the Serpentine Isle campaign were enormous flamethrowers mostly used in ship combat on the open seas, though a few of his mauls and smaller arcs were outfitted with similar weapons. In short, lightning and fire were used by his lances. These mysterious arcs, however, appeared to use some kind of earth magic, with the arcs launching boulders that exploded in the air as they closed on their target. Some of the boulders detonated into showers of ice that seemed to try and enclose Raindrop when it was closer, but those shots grew considerably less frequent the further Raindrop pulled away from the pursuing fleet. While contemplating their strange lances, Leon closely watched the enemy fleet as it moved. He found it rather notable that they didn't seem to be flying in much of a formation, with not much apparent thought put into where their arcs were placed or how far apart they were spaced. Unprofessional, he harshly judged. The arcs, he noticed, all appeared to have different designs, too. Some were longer and sleeker, while others were stubbier and wider. No two arcs looked entirely the same, indicating they were all built by different hands and according to different design philosophies, though all were using largely the same weapons. Retrofitted arcs, he wondered, are these all from one people? Or is this a fleet of vagrants and exiles? Pirates, maybe, he sighed and halted his ruminations. He didn't have anything else to go on other than speculation, but he was sure that despite his intentions, some of the enemy might survive the coming battle, and he could simply ask them about their origins before making them a head shorter. Though the enemy wasn't flying in a sane formation, he thought he could spot a couple of arcs that looked like they may be the flag vessels of the fleet. They were both on par with his heavy cruisers if he could rely on their size and armament to make such assumptions, but one was just a little bigger and shinier, with more polished outer plates. The other was made of darker metal and was less eye-catching as a result. My target, he thought as he stared at the shiny arc. As he glared at the oncoming fleet, Elise approached him from the side and took his arm. He looked from the fleet to her, his eyes also momentarily flickering to Cassandra, Maya, and Valeria, his only other companions in the pavilion. You look excited, Elise said in a somewhat reprimanding tone. That keen to go out and fight, are you? Why wouldn't he be? Cassandra asked before Leon could respond. A good battle is good for a king. Victory will keep his legitimacy strong. A lot of people are going to die for that victory, Elise replied. Cassandra scoffed, but it was Maya who answered while wearing a dismissive sneer. They shouldn't have come, then. They own their deaths. Battles are rarely one-sided, Valeria stated. Many of our people will die. That's what they're here for, Cassandra responded. Peace is secured through blood. If our enemies think we're weak, then they'll attack. If they think we're strong, they'll leave us alone. Fighting a battle is the best way to show strength, and while it's best to minimize casualties among our people, some will inevitably die. But they'll die ensuring that no one threatens us again. Bare your fangs and the monster will. Think twice before attacking, Maya agreed. It would be better if it weren't needed, Elise grumbled. Not everyone thinks like that, Cassandra replied. Some think so differently that they might perceive a willingness to negotiate as weakness, or valuing peace as weakness. And showing weakness is to invite conflict with such people. Our enemies must be defeated, Elise conceded with a sigh. But don't blame me for wishing we didn't have such enemies in the first place. We didn't ask for them to come here, Leon finally said. But they're here now. He pulled Elise a little closer. I don't wish for unnecessary death, you know that. But when a threat emerges, we cannot shy away. We must confront it, challenge it, kill it with such prejudice that no one tries again. Elise smiled with some bitterness. Do what you must, husband. Leon nodded and turned his gaze back northward. Turning to Valeria, Elise all but ordered, keep this one safe, will you? Without a good guiding hand, he's likely to charge the enemy without thought. Smirking, Valeria replied, I don't think there's a power in the universe that'll stop Leon from attacking the enemy leader. It's a sound strategy, Leon protested, his attention drawn once again away from the enemy fleet. Cut the head from the enemy and they'll run. This is basic warfare. They might be operating under similar strategies, Elise warned. If they notice that you're leading our response, then you'll draw their attacks. Leon grinned. Let's see if they get close. Arrogance can be hot under the right circumstances, Elise said with a playful smile, though her expression grew more serious when she continued, but when you're going to war, I'd be much more assured if you spoke with more caution. Leon smiled at her, though he was unwilling to argue in circles. I'll come back, he promised her. No need to worry about that. Whoever these people are, on the other hand, their families might have to get used to their absence, his gaze hardened with anger. He'd make them pay for disturbing his people. Just come back to me, Elise said, drawing him into a deep kiss. She repeated the gesture with Maya and then gave Cassandra and Valeria hugs. They received word not long after that the fleet was ready. It was much sooner than he'd expected, but it was time for Leon's first real test in the Nexus. He grinned viciously. He felt he would pass with flying colors. Chapter 1086. First test 2. Who were these people? Why were they attacking his ark? Was there a reason why they weren't breaking off their attack after so long, or why they were refusing all communications? Such questions died in Leon's mind as he flew alongside Bolt and Shadow in Thunderbird form. None of them mattered anymore. The simple fact that their new enemy refused to turn around and run away was all he needed to know. His fleet moved at a fast clip, though closed slowly enough on their new enemy that there was ample opportunity for said enemy to cease their assault. They did not. 1,000 miles out, Leon conjured a vast storm behind him. The wind lifted his wings, spurring him ahead of the arcs. 500 miles out, the carriers opened their bay doors and disgorged dozens of giants in war-ready bodies, fighter arcs, and Alta suits. 200 miles from their enemy, warriors spilled out from the arcs, many in beast form while others rode their war beasts. Red in wyvern form sped ahead, joining Leon almost wingtip to wingtip. Maya swam through the air in the form of an enormous ice dragon on Leon's other side, with Valeria not too far behind in full armor and glaive in hand. Anastasios and Eva were there, too, but remained further back with the rest of the force. Closer to the enemy arcs they drew, and Leon could see them. Finally responding to his fleet's actions. In line with their behavior thus far, they didn't balk at his show of force but instead spread their messy formation out to make the best use of their numbers. Most of Leon's arcs were much larger and heavier than nearly everything that these people had, but his large arcs were still quite vastly outnumbered. Back on Eterna, the arcs of the 10 tribes were superior to those of the empires, but not so much as to be overcome as large of a numerical disadvantage that Leon's people now faced. However, Leon was confident that his larger arcs and presumed superiority in tactics and cooperation would carry the day. At least his arcs weren't outnumbered if he considered the fighters. There were no attempts at communication. Raindrop, the frigate that had been pursued for thousands of miles, altered her trajectory to slide into formation, while her pursuers slowed slightly and moved to intercept Leon's fleet as a whole, giving Raindrop all the time she needed to get away. The first shot was exchanged almost 10 miles out. Bolt in Shadow fired her 2 forward-facing lances at one of the larger arcs in the mysterious fleet. The 4 lances weren't the arc's largest, with the heavy cruiser built more for broadsides, but the fiery bolts of molten iron sped forth at great speed far beyond what a Bull Kingdom lance would have been capable of. The targeted arc dipped slightly, but it was cumbersome enough that the bolts still struck the stern. One shot splashed across the hull while the other penetrated deep. Fire poured from the hull mere moments later and the enemy arc began to dip downward at a much faster rate. Bright Intent and Silver Spear followed up with their main cannons. As destroyers, they were meant to support ground operations, but their cannons were still powerful, if generally unsuited for more agile targets like arcs. With the enemy flying in such a disorderly formation, however, they had limited room to maneuver out of the way. Beams of white light flashed from the destroyers' muzzles, striking 2 enemy light cruisers and cutting clear through from bow to stern. One light cruiser detonated immediately into a shower of metal fragments so hot that Leon doubted anyone aboard, no matter their power, left any remains behind. The other didn't explode but immediately plummeted from the sky without any power. Had he lips instead of a beak, he would have smirked. For safety reasons, his Thunderbird clan destroyers could only fire 1 more shot from their main cannons, and he was glad to see that their first shots hadn't been wasted. Despite these losses, the enemy arcs pressed forward. With only 5 miles between them, both sides opened fire. Lances spat their deadly payloads in thick volleys, iron from Leon's side and stone from the enemy's. With a more open formation, Leon's arcs were better able to maneuver, so even though some shots found their marks, the damage was minimized and Leon lost no arcs. The enemy, however, lost 5 frigates and 2 more light cruisers. And still, they pressed forward. Leon accelerated, feeling affronted that these people were so confident against his fleet after their pathetic showing so far that they weren't turning and running away. Lightning flashed around him, bone-shaking thunder sounded with his every wingbeat, and before the fleets entered relatively point-blank range, they fired once more. Again, the enemy fleet suffered greater losses, but with the closer distance, Leon's arcs weren't able to dodge quite as well. Stone bounced off the white light shields of his Thunderbird clan arcs, while the carriers took a few hits on shields of their own, but one of his heavy cruisers was hit multiple times and visibly lost power to her engines. 2 of his newer destroyers were hit and began falling, too. Fury blazed within him at these losses, and he focused on the largest enemy arc he could see. With an eagle's cry and a mental snarl, he called upon a torrent of lightning from above. Bolts after bolts struck him in rapid succession, covering his body in brilliant golden lightning, while silver-blue lightning flashed around his talons. He broke off his direct charge a mere 10 feet from the enemy arc and bathed the outer hull in his captured lightning. Some kind of dark barrier sprang into place to protect it, but Leon had hardly a second to study it before his lightning tore it apart and ravaged the hull. These outer plates were torn asunder, and he flew on, lightning pouring from his wings and leaving long stretches of torn plating behind him. All around him, chaos reigned, though much more ordered in the case of his people. Fighters harassed the smaller enemy arcs while the larger ones were targeted by his larger arcs. His people had ceased their forward movement half a mile from the enemy arcs to assume a more advantageous firing position, especially with his heavy cruisers bringing their broadside lances into play, but the enemy arcs kept charging and firing their weapons. Leon's arcs had to continue performing evasive maneuvers to not be hit even as they did their best to attack back. Another of Leon's heavy cruisers was hit, and this one went down with fire pouring from several large holes in its armor plating. Leon could sense the static in the air as his conjured storm released some of his built-up power into the arc, the thunder wood within drawing the lightning like an iron rod. Leon redoubled his efforts, blasting the large enemy arc with lightning again and again. Not too far away, Red engaged an enemy frigate, though the arc put up a greater fight than Sunlit's arcs had decades prior. Maya was having similar problems, having wrapped her ice dragon around an enemy frigate and hampering its maneuverability, but she struggled to do meaningful damage. Stolen from its original source, this story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Such struggles were not quite reflected with Anastasios and Eva, who were each ripping and tearing into frigates of their own. Not one to be outdone, Leon flew in closer, raking his talons several times across a bulbous section on top of the ugly arc he'd targeted. Silver-blue lightning poured from his golden talons, while the resulting fire turned his shining white feathers gray with soot. But the plating liquefied and spilled away, only for a large icy bolt to come rocketing out, nearly impaling one of Leon's wings. Had he not had the speed of a lightning mage, he wouldn't have been able to retract his wing in time. As he dipped away from what he surmised was the bridge, given how many people and control consoles he spied within, one thought ran through his head. They have an 11th tier mage. Notionally grinning, he flew around this large arc, bathing it in lightning and causing hopefully more than superficial damage. When he came up the other side, he dove headfirst into the breached hole, lightning pouring from his body in sheets so thick that Valeria and the few Ulta suits following him piloted by Tempest Knights weren't able to join him. He burst through the hole he'd made like a bolt from the clouds, screeching his fury for all to hear. His fury, however, was barely audible as the thunder that came in his wake shook the entire arc like a dog's chew toy. Metal screeched even louder than he did as the superstructure complained, while the lightning from Leon's feathers struck everyone and everything around him. Men were vaporized by the heat, while enchantment control consoles exploded. Leon spared little attention for these men, noting only that none wore anything approximating a uniform. Only the tall, quite thickly built man standing strong amidst his storm demanded his attention. "Yes," the man shouted, his words still reaching Leon's ears despite the cacophony it competed with. "Yes." He launched himself into the air, gigantic icy claws forming in the air around him. He crossed the relatively spacious bridge in less than a heartbeat, bearing down on Leon with the zeal and energy of a war junkie. Bolts from Leon's feathers threw the man back, though not far. He swiped with his ice claws, and Leon dipped to dodge as his talons dug into the metal beneath him, letting his lightning ravage more of the arc. As the first ice claw passed him, however, it detonated in a cloud of ice, and the icy flakes bore down on Leon like a million tiny knives. Pain lanced through Leon's mind as his feathers were broken and his body battered. Blood immediately poured from 1,000 tiny wounds, and he abandoned the larger Thunderbird form. In a moment, he was human again, dressed in his armor and bearing iron pride. His injuries carried over, but the Tau Pearl was already at work fixing them. His opponent, meanwhile, looked rather like a barbarian. He was dressed in leather and fur, and the now smaller ice claws gave him a savage, animalistic appearance. Given the magic he could sense from the man's clothes, however, Leon didn't assume he was unarmored despite the lack of apparent steel. The bridge around them was reduced to smoking ruins and corpses, save for Leon and his enemy grinning like a madman at least, until Valeria and Leon's Tempest Knights flooded in after him. For the briefest of moments, the enemy 11th tier mage averted his eyes to take stock of the new arrivals, and Leon struck quick as lightning. A lunge saw iron pride flashing past the man's throat. He dodged just in time. The enemy spun, striking out with his claws. Leon took it on the armor, grimacing with the strength of the impact but being left otherwise unharmed. Instead of dodging, he used this time to bring iron pride down on the enemy's arm, cutting into the elbow, though not nearly as deeply as Leon had hoped. The leather proved inadequate as armor, but the skin beneath was tougher than Leon thought possible. The enemy savagely smiled and roared in glee, smashing his face against Leon's visor. "Yes!" he screamed as blood started pouring from his nose. The brink of death. To feel alive. Leon's head snapped back as the enemy took hold of him in a strong grapple, and headbutted him again. Fueled by anger and indignation, lightning flashed from Leon and targeted the enemy's arms. Leather was incinerated, revealing the skin and the intricate runic tattoos that covered it. His armor is his own skin. Despite Leon's incredulity, enchanted skin was not enchanted plate, and it split open, disrupting the enchantments and spilling more blood. At the same time, Valeria came in slicing into the back of the man's knee with her glaive. Two Tempest Knights activated their blue light blades and drove one each into the man's chest. Ice exploded from the man, hurling them all back, though Leon remained standing. "I will remember this," the enemy shouted, his mad smile only widening even as blood poured from his wounds. "I will be back." He took to the air, but Leon lunged after him with speed greater than what he'd displayed so far. Before the enemy reached the hole in the bridge's roof, Leon was upon him, swinging iron pride with deadly precision. The enemy responded in kind, but Leon trusted in the strength of his armor and, undeterred, remained on the attack. With every strike, lightning and adamant sliced and burned the man's skin. Any pain the enemy felt seemed only to fuel his savage glee, though. As the damage mounted, he slowed and weakened. Finally, with two clean slashes, Leon took the man's arms off at the shoulders. The enemy screamed in pain, agony finally overpowering his glee. His wounds sealed in only a moment in a display of origin power, while Leon assumed one final aggressive stance. With his sword in an overhead guard, Leon brought it down hard on his enemy. Lightning exploded from the blade, arcing into the arc around them. Metal melted, then vaporized, the arc's superstructure groaned in distress and began to warp, and Leon's sword shattered his enemy's collarbone and kept going, slicing clean through his body. His enemy was cut from left shoulder to right hip, everything between blackened by Leon's lightning. The man fell in scorched pieces, everything between his neck and knees barely recognizable as human. Despite this, Leon followed through with another strike, sinking iron pride into the remains of the man's chest to impale his heart and obliterate his soul realm. With fury in his heart, Leon left his enemy no chance of survival in any form. His 11th tier opponent had been killed, and he couldn't help but revel in his victory. Leon, Valeria called out, drawing his attention. She gestured around them at the destroyed bridge, now engulfed in flames. "Get outside," Leon shouted, pointing first to her and then to the Tempest Knights. The knights moved immediately, but she didn't do the same until Leon made for the egress point himself. They left together, joining his Tempest Knights outside. He looked back into the arc, raised Iron Pride, and let loose with the strength of his origin power and the Iron Needle. Silver-blue lightning poured from Iron Pride like water from a faucet. The air inside the bridge became superheated until it glowed red like heated metal, while Leon's lightning practically sawed the arc in half. He watched the arc fall from the sky with great satisfaction and grinned behind his visor when it exploded before it reached the ground. His grin died when he turned his attention elsewhere and saw the rest of the battlefield. The enemy arcs were pulling back now that their largest arc had been destroyed. Disengaging would have been a fatal move if Leon's arcs were in perfect condition, but another of his heavy cruisers had gone down, along with Raindrop and 2 destroyers. All of his remaining arcs save for those from the ancient Thunderbird clan were damaged, with one carrier even appearing on the verge of losing engine power. A couple dozen fighters now lay among the redwoods of the mountain slopes, as did a few Ulta suits, giants, and the bodies of war beasts and their riders. No one made to pursue the fleeing enemy, who numbered 8 frigates, 4 of their light cruisers, and 1 of their larger heavy cruisers. Their enemy had lost quite badly, but instead of pursuing himself, Leon surveyed the mountain valley below, his eyes washing over his crashed arcs, and then at his other damaged arcs. The battle had been as brief as it had been bloody. He'd handily won but paid a price. He'd lost more arcs and who knew how many good warriors. On top of that, many of the enemy arcs were fleeing in different directions, complicating any possible pursuit. Though a significant part of him was disappointed, he knew that it would be best to stop here and see to his people. He needed to save who and what could be saved, and he had many people in need of saving. The battle had been won, but without a way to get speedy reinforcements. If he suffered many more victories like this one, his expedition would fail. Chapter 1087. First Test 3. The medical bays in the arcs filled quickly in the wake of the battle, and didn't make nearly enough of a dent in the number of wounded that needed care. Taking charge of the situation, Leon ordered sections of the mountains and valleys below leveled and new first aid centers erected. Given the number of arcs lost, his people were looking at more than 1,000 injured, and who knew how many dead. As this was happening, the heavily damaged carrier was forced to make an emergency landing, nearly crashing in the valley in the process. Fortunately, it was able to stick the landing, as had one of his destroyers that had been shot down early in the battle. That still left him with profound losses, however. 1 carrier and 1 destroyer were so heavily damaged that they couldn't fly, while 2 heavy cruisers, 3 more destroyers, and a frigate had been lost. Complicating matters, all of his remaining arcs that participated in the battle save for his Thunderbird clan arcs had been heavily damaged. On top of seeing to their casualties, the remains of the enemy arcs had to be secured and any survivors aboard them taken prisoner. To that end, while the medical stations were being hurriedly constructed, Leon rushed to join the efforts to save as many of his people as possible. He didn't get far before Valeria pulled him aside and urged, "You have to stay in one place. You have to be found if anything else happens." Leon snarled but conceded her point. The surviving enemy arcs were still retreating, but he could see them starting to turn and converge far away. If they wanted to attack again, then while his people were busy tending to the wounded would be the perfect time. He had to remain on standby just in case. "Get out there," he growled. "Do what you can." Valeria grimly nodded while Leon returned to the largest medical station. He ordered Red and Maya to join her, keeping only 4 Tempest Knights around himself as guards. While he had to stay where he could be found, though, he could still help with some things, and used the storm clouds he'd summoned earlier to pour rain down upon many of the burning wrecks, helping his water mages contain and kill any blazes that might impair their attempts to recover bodies and wounded. He was immensely gratified to see tribesmen working together to reach their comrades, from bison using their strength to lift rubble to spiders transforming into torso-sized spiders to crawl inside the crashed arcs. Even Red, Nadir, and Astar helped out, using their large wyvern frames to stabilize parts of arcs and transport wounded. Over the course of several hours, Leon watched as men and women were carried into the medical stations in the hundreds, far too many no longer breathing. Using his Tau Pearl, he spared the time to tend to whoever needed it, while also monitoring the cleanup operation and the enemy arcs. The enemy did wind up forming back up, and while Leon readied himself for another battle, they simply turned eastward and flew off, apparently humbled where before the battle they'd been almost suicidally arrogant. He kept an eye on them as they flew away but shifted more of his focus to saving his people. As the hours passed, Leon raced from one medical station to another, supplementing his healer's skills with the Tau Pearl and his large reserve of healing spells. He was also able to use his origin power to compensate for his relative lack of skills in light magic, adding even further power to this critical endeavor. While he worked to heal the wounded, many of his people were already securing the crash sites of the other arcs in the valley. No small number of people were pulled from the wreckage, but too few from his downed arcs still breathed. Many prisoners were taken, 2 survivors captured from the enemy's downed arcs. Some were able to escape and flee into the forests before they were captured, but most fell into Leon's custody. Most of them were injured, too, and when asked what to do with them, Leon simply glared in the direction of the prisoner holding area and ordered that his healers focus on their own wounded first. He'd have the prisoners tended to when his people no longer needed his healers' attention. The work carried on into the night and until morning. Leon remained mostly with the healers, helping where he could and staying out of the way where he couldn't. As his work slowed, his mind began turning over the day's events, and one question raced through his mind: the more of his people with burns, lacerations, and missing limbs he saw. Why? He was pulled from his musings when 2 of his highest-ranked healers approached him. "Your Majesty," the stronger of the 2 began, rendering him a short bow. "We appreciate your help more than we can say, but at this point, we have everything in hand." Leon glanced around the main tent in the station. It was one of the smaller stations that had been set up, but it was still full of at least 200 Thundermen, some moaning in pain and others completely unresponsive even while other healers did what they could to save lives and alleviate pain. "Are you sure?" he asked a little skeptically. The other healer answered, "Yes, my king. The most serious wounds have been seen too, and if any more wounded are brought in, we are no longer so short-staffed that we need your aid." "Though we are deeply appreciative for your efforts," the first healer repeated. Leon smiled. "If you have need of me again, send for me and I'll return." He left the medical station while the 2 healers again profusely expressed their appreciation, and as he flew around, he found that the other stations had largely finished their critical treatments. With his power and the Tau Pearl no longer in demand, he found himself making for the prisoner camp. When he arrived, the guards promptly bowed, drawing some attention from the prisoners. The holding area had only been surrounded by a simple wall, but those within could easily see him through the gates. He could see them easily, too, noting with great disdain that few of the prisoners were even trying to help their injured comrades. With his healers mostly tending to his people at the moment, there were few doing the same for the prisoners. Some, he guessed, had already succumbed to their injuries while they waited for treatment. Not that he was particularly upset about that, though. "Any trouble with the prisoners?" he asked the highest-ranking guard at the gates. "None, Your Majesty," the rough-looking lion answered. Leon didn't have to work that hard to imagine how badly savaged any of the prisoners might be if they made any trouble given the appearance of this man watching over them. "They've been insultingly quiet. I'd thought I might have to enforce some manner of discipline, but most have hardly made a sound." Just as he finished, one of the wounded prisoners made a loud cry of pain as another did his best to bind a laceration on his leg. "Those ones were louder before sundown," the guard dismissively stated. "Gotten very quiet over the past few hours, though. Seems most of the bastards have gone to rot with their ancestors." A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. Leon grunted in acknowledgement, feeling nothing. Any seem like they're in charge. There were several at the 7th tier, but none stronger. Leon imagined most of the stronger mages had died at this point, or gone down with their arcs. That one, the guard replied, jerking his thumb at the man tending to his wounded comrade. Didn't catch his name. Some of these feckless cowards were louder when they were brought in, but that one shut them up before we could. Leon detected a note of disappointment in the guard's tone. He wondered what the guard would have done to the prisoners if they'd given him an excuse. Bring him over here, Leon ordered. The guard bowed and barked a few orders. There were a few hundred prisoners, including those no longer moving, which necessitated quite a few guards on the walls. When the head guard gave his order, those other guards began shouting and projecting their auras, making sure the prisoners were intimidated and suppressed enough that they wouldn't interfere with Leon's order. A team of 3 then marched in and all but dragged the one Leon had singled out back to the gate. The gate remained closed to keep the prisoner separated from Leon, though Leon had approached it so that they could converse comfortably enough. The prisoner was thrown down before the gate and Leon didn't wait for him to try and rise before asking, "Who are you?" With a hateful glare, the prisoner attempted to rise again only for the team of guards to force him back to his knees. Leon didn't stop them, choosing instead to simply stand where he was, glaring imperiously down at the prisoner. After spitting into the dirt, the prisoner grumbled in a lightly accented common tongue, "I am Yosh. And your rank within your fleet?" Leon asked. "Quartermaster of Uilokrach," he answered without much hesitation. "Where are you from?" Leon asked. Yosh visibly seethed and his jaw remained shut long enough that Leon thought to add an implied threat. Before he could give that threat voice, however, Yosh slowly, reluctantly, admitted, "The Sylphia cluster." "Plain of Proctor. Your entire fleet from there?" Leon asked. After loosening his tongue, inertia kept Yosh talking. "No, others from other planes. We flew under the banner of Brehines, the Lord Reaver." Quite the title. It was earned. No plane in Sylphia was fool enough to cross us, not on their own, anyway. We received tribute from all corners of the cluster, and those that offered no tribute, we pillaged to take our due. Leon nodded, not quite taking the man's explanation at face value, but assuming there was a great deal of truth in his words. It seemed that his fleet, victorious if at a heavy cost, had defeated another fleet that had dominated a planar cluster. Useful to know. Just have to find out how powerful this Sylphia cluster is compared to others. "Why come here?" Leon asked. "Weeks ago," Yosh explained, "we encountered a derelict ark. It was in terrible condition, probably some accident with their road builder. Survivors were still aboard, and though they resisted fiercely, they were taken captive and their mines plundered." Yosh halted at the sight of Leon's visibly growing rage. The tribesmen around him, too, were now giving him extra attention while thickening the air with killing intent. Coldly, Leon demanded, "Keep talking." "I was not involved," Yosh was keen to add. "The captains and officers were told of what was learned by the Lord Reaver. People freshly arrived in the Nexus. Vulnerable. They came from the divine graveyard and wouldn't be missed. The Lord Reaver demanded we raid this people, and the captains voted to agree." "And this people were mine?" Leon inquired, his tone light despite the wrath that burned within him. Yosh could only nod in confirmation. With a deep, steadying breath, Leon asked, "What of the prisoners you took from this derelict ark? How many were they? What happened to them? Did they identify themselves?" "Their ark," Yosh grimaced, his expression growing deeper by the question. "I do not know the specifics," he admitted. "We are prisoners. If they are not ransomed, then they are." He choked up a moment and couldn't look Leon in the eye. Leon felt that that was answer enough, though. "Did they yet live?" he growled. No demands for ransom had been made, so one could hope. Again, Yosh went quiet long enough to fray Leon's patience, but he still answered before Leon could demand anything more. "I do not know." Leon took another long, steadying breath, but this one was less effective than the previous one. "You have one option remaining to you, pirate. If you want to live, you will tell me everything you know of your Sylphia cluster. If you do not, then you will meet a painful end." Apparently finding some courage, Yosh obstinately claimed, "I will not. I would be tortured." Leon barely heard the second sentence. Instead, with blood pounding in his ears and fury blooming in his heart, he bent down, took hold of the gates, and handily lifted them with a small application of origin power. The wards in the gate gave off an ear-piercing screech and resisted him for several seconds, but in the end, relented. Leon hurled the gate upward into the gatehouse and marched through, drawing iron pride as he did. With a single slash, he sent a wave of lightning surging through the prisoners. Of the few hundred assembled there, 50 were rendered ash in but a moment, while Leon's lightning ravaged dozens more. Screams filled the air as prisoners tried to get some distance between them and Leon. Intending to leave things there, Leon lowered iron pride to further address Yosh, but the tribesmen watching the pirates took Leon's actions as permission and began hacking them to pieces. Some of the prisoners tried to resist, but they'd been stripped of weapons and armor and placed under heavy guard. They stood no chance against the wrath of Leon's thundermen. Leon watched this happen impassively, upset only that his men attacked without orders, though not so upset that he ordered them to stop. Still held by the other guards, Yosh screamed once in panic and briefly tried to resist the grasp that the guards had on him, but one of the guards drew a dagger and sliced the muscles in his upper arms, eliciting more screams but considerably less resistance from the pirate. With the slaughter as a backdrop, Leon turned back to Yosh. "I'll give you over to those who better than I know how to pull information from the unwilling." He leaned down to get a little closer to Yosh. "I suggest if you want to avoid further suffering, you find more willingness." Without another word, Leon walked out of the camp as the last of the prisoners were brutally executed, their screams and moans of pain falling silent as he took back to the sky. As he flew back toward the largest medical station, he felt the Thunderbird's attention. "I didn't think you had it in you, Leon," she said appreciatively. "I'm impressed." "With what?" he bluntly asked. "Killing such filth. I think others might judge you harshly for this, but I will not." "I do not fear the judgment of others," he replied. "Not in this case." Zaffin's crackling voice responded, starting to look like a real king now, boy, and not some ceremonial bureaucrat. Leon scowled and decided to change the subject. He slowed down, nearly causing the Tempest Knights following him to pass him by. "That Lord Reaver guy, probably the one I killed in that large arc. Strongest one, makes sense. He seemed, I don't want to say, fanatical, since I don't know what he might have believed in. I mean, he was a pirate, so I'm guessing he believed in plunder and riches. But he fought like a man possessed," the Thunderbird answered in an almost nostalgic tone. "Such sights are not uncommon among post-apotheosis mages. Long lives lead to boredom. What does one do when they have lost all they care about to time? What can make your heart beat faster when you have experienced all that the world has to offer? It's not unheard of for those who've achieved immortality to become obsessed. With death one kind of has to be motivated enough to achieve immortality in the first place, wouldn't you agree? A bored mage who drowns in loss might wish to press against the barrier of that last thing they've yet to experience, death. They might live on the edge of death, live for their own pleasure, devote themselves to dangerous occupations. I am not privy to that man's thoughts, but your pirate, Leon, had all the hallmarks of a man who had lived too long. The effects of limitless time can manifest in many ways, and suicidal bravery is only one." A shiver went down Leon's spine. "Was it that bad for you?" he asked. "No," she admitted, "but I came close in my darker moments. Though I outlived my children and grandchildren, I still had my clan. I had friends and their children. I was not alone." A deep frown carved itself into Leon's face. The return to the central medical station didn't take much longer, but he remained silent the rest of the way there. Though he'd only just started his campaign to return his clan to glory, he couldn't help but mull over the abyss of time he stood in front of, and the family he was struggling to start. None of his wives had yet reached his level of power, meaning that they were all working with limited time. And even if they achieved apotheosis, that was no guarantee of anything, as Leon himself had proven when he'd struck down the Lord Reaver. He glanced at the wrecks of the arcs in the valley just before he landed, wondering how many such battles he'd have to fight before he ran out of friends and family. If that ever happened, he wondered how long he'd be able to continue. Chapter 1088, Intervention I. There are many lessons we'll have to learn from this battle, the Jaguar seriously intoned to the assembled host. Chief among them, I believe, is that our old ways of fighting with arcs have changed, thanks to our new weapons and the maneuverability of our arcs. As he spoke, he manipulated the projection enchantment in Leon's simple throne room, which displayed several simple shapes fighting each other, with those colored blue representing friendly arcs, and red the hostile arcs. After his manipulations, the arcs separated, increasing the distance between them by several times than it had been before. "The first is range," the Jaguar continued. "Our weapons have vastly increased our effective range. We shouldn't seek to close with our enemies until our other options have been exhausted. It is my firm belief that our losses would have been cut in half had we not sought to engage in relatively close quarters as we did." Split Knuckle, the Lion Elder, growled. He'd sustained a nasty wound during the battle, having lost his right hand and had much of the rest of his arm badly mangled, but Clear Day had fixed what he could. It would take some time, but the hand would also be restored, though for the moment, he was using a prosthetic designed by Nestor. We must be ready to engage our enemies at any distance, he declared. No one here will disagree, the Jaguar stated, only sounding a little annoyed at the interruption. All I will say is that we failed to properly account for the increase in capabilities our new kit affords us. Marcus leaned forward. Our fighters and Ulta suits have limited range, and our flying war beasts need cover as well. If we keep our larger arcs miles further back, then how do you propose we use these other weapon systems? With more judicious application, the Jaguar responded. He waved to Lana, who stepped forward to offer further explanation. Our losses among the fighter and Ulta Corps were light relative to losses of other systems. It seems they're more survivable than what we've given them credit for, especially after evaluating the damage done to the remaining platforms. Right now, we're considering using them in a more general screening role than as direct attack systems, at least when it comes to arc-on-arc battles. For ground support roles, they can be deployed further away from their bases. Leon sighed as the meeting continued. About a week had passed since the pirates had attacked his kingdom's colony, and the majority of the wounded had been healed. The battle had been studied, and he'd assembled this council to allow the Jaguar to share his findings. So far, he wasn't opposed to the proposed changes, though as he looked around the room, he could tell that the more warlike among the council were less impressed by the Jaguar's proposal to increase engagement distances. Sensing the beginnings of an argument, he flexed his aura subtly enough to not physically affect anyone, but still more than noticeable enough to silence the room. How many of our downed arcs can be repaired? He asked, shifting the topic away from the proposed change in tactics. Lana reported, "Shadow above the ocean and Lion's Fang will fly again." Leon knew that she was referring to the downed carrier and destroyer. Both arcs were still relatively intact compared to the rest of their losses, and the possibility of repairing them was never in question, as far as he was concerned. The rest of our arcs, Lana continued, we're still evaluating, but our initial estimates are that 1 heavy cruiser and 1 destroyer may be repaired. The rest of our losses will have to be scrapped. Leon frowned. That meant 1 heavy cruiser, 2 destroyers, and 1 frigate were lost permanently, and that was taking the possibility of repairing the rest for granted. All of our downed Ulta suits and fighters will have to be scrapped, too, Lana concluded. There was some whispering amongst the gathered group, though Leon noticed Seeker of Mountain Springs, the captain of Raindrop, the first frigate to be engaged by the pirates and chased almost back to Artorian, was quiet. The man had managed to evacuate most of his crew before his arc was shot down, though he had lost an arm and an eye in his own evacuation. Despite these injuries, which had largely been healed by Clear Day as much as possible, he didn't seem that vindictive. Leon made a mental note to give the man a promotion. The medal he was displaying was worthy of more than just a frigate. And what of our remaining prisoners? Leon asked as he turned to Ustalok, the Spider Elder. Have their interrogations yielded anything? The pale, black-haired man gave Leon a thin-lipped grin. Though we have few prisoners, their minds have been thoroughly plundered. We have identified the arc that these pirates managed to find, Wind Under Wing. Leon's heart sank, though he couldn't tell if it was out of relief or disappointment. Wind Under Wing was one of the 2 lost frigates from their jump, not the destroyer that Alkander's son Elias had been on. Ustalok continued, we have also confirmed that there were no survivors among the crew. These pirates disposed of the frigate's crew once they had no more use for them. Savages, one arc captain declared, and Leon couldn't help but feel some amount of irony in the statement. He'd killed prisoners himself, and though he didn't regret it, he also wasn't going to claim any moral superiority over those who performed similar actions. We must execute the remaining pirates we have, Split Knuckle demanded, his orange eyes practically glowing with passion as they fell upon Leon. Let us send them to the arena. Have the bears give us their vilest beasts to send against them. A shallow frown crossed Leon's face as he glanced at the leader of the booming brown bears. Until the battle, it had been Beast Breaker, but the elder had died in the battle, leaving a 7th-tier warrior to take his place, not even a clan chief. We have no beasts of such dread as to fulfill the spirit of your request, Eyes of Glass stated neutrally. Our stables were reserved for war beasts, not those suited for the arena, and certainly not for executions. Then let us have their heads. Split Knuckle shouted, for the blood of our kin, we shall have their blood. Some in the room shouted and stomped their agreement, while others vocally disagreed. Leon largely ignored it, having long since decided to execute the pirates anyway. Still, letting the rest of his advisors make their desires known was good for morale, he figured, so he let them keep going for a while longer. Before he could bring order back to the room, however, Gaius hurriedly entered the room, looking rather worried. The room became much quieter as most eyes locked onto him and followed him as he raced over to Leon and whispered his report into Leon's ear. As he listened, Leon nodded, scowled, and called the meeting to a recess. Their pirate issue wasn't necessarily over, it seemed. From one of the 9 peaks, Leon projected his magic senses, focusing his attention on the southeast. Thousands of miles in that direction lay the closest large settlement to Artorian, the city-state of Alhamakim, which he'd only recently made direct contact with. A case of content theft. This narrative is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. When he'd last seen the city during that introduction, it had been a pleasant place. Its terraced fields running down mountain slopes and into valleys had given the city an air of serene, pastoral beauty even though the city itself looked highly developed. Now, however, it was on fire. Many of its vast terraces had been pillaged and burned, the towers on the city wall armed with lance-like weapons had been destroyed, and several arcs had been shot down to the city's west, now burning on the terraces and further down in the valley. It seemed the surviving pirates' desire to raid hadn't been quelled by their loss to Leon's fleet, and they'd gone after what appeared to be a more vulnerable group instead. Now, despite their additional losses, the remaining arcs of the pirate fleet either hovered close to Alhamakim or had landed within the city, knocking over buildings or flattening small parks to make room. The defenses of the city had collapsed, and now buildings were being ransacked, and people hauled off or brutalized with wanton, shameless cruelty. There were still signs of resistance in the city as the more powerful locals organized improvised defenses within the streets in more defensible districts, but it was clear to Leon's eyes that any coordinated defense among them had been shattered. The pirates weren't numerous, but they'd managed to use their arcs to overwhelm the Hamachoy. Notably, Leon didn't see any sign of Asa Hamaluntar, the speaker of the city, which had him more concerned about the city's fate. They had no post-apotheosis mages, but Asa, if he remembered rightly, was a 10th-tier mage. When did they reach the city? Leon asked. A few hours ago, Gaius replied. For long seconds, Leon was silent, many thoughts racing through his head. His forces had been ravaged, he'd lost 10% of his initial force of 20,000, and lost a greater proportion of his material resources on top of that. Even if he gave the order to engage the pirates now, his fleet was combat ineffective at the moment. On the other hand, these were people who'd attacked his people for no reason, who had encountered one of his missing frigates and instead of rendering aid, had tortured them to find more potential victims, and now rampaged mercilessly through a neighboring city. It was hard to turn away from their actions. Leon's blood burned at the thought of letting them continue and escape from his justice, and sang at the thought of blasting them to ash. He could do nothing. That would be the prudent move, especially since his forces had already suffered such huge losses. Securing his position had to take priority over everything else. And yet, surely he could spare some resources for the Hamachoy. Did he truly have no way he could help? In his conflicted state, long seconds passed while he watched the sacking of the city. Buildings burned as the seconds turned to minutes. Gold, silver, and other precious materials were carried away, captured women and children were gathered in large open spaces and put in chains, while the men, whether they resisted or not, were put to the sword. And yet, if the defenses in the other districts held, the city would survive. The people would survive, though greatly reduced in number. That'll hardly alleviate the suffering they'll undergo, Leon thought as he watched one 4th-tier woman in particular being dragged through the streets by her hair, her clothes in disarray. The pirate dragging her didn't look even remotely like he had pleasant plans for her, especially since he appeared more concerned with finding a secluded place than taking the woman to the nearest captive gathering point. I've seen enough, Leon spat, a dark look passing over his face. Leon, Gaius asked, uncertainty creeping into his voice. What are you planning to do? Leon's eyes remained locked in Alhamakim's direction as he responded, fetch Anastasios, Eva, Red, Naiad, and Cassie. Alhamakim had been a hellscape for almost 2 days. First, the pirates arrived and the city put up their resistance. There had been time for most of the people to reach safe places within the city, but those places had become considerably less safe when the city's walls were breached. As the pirates gained more and more control over the city over the subsequent day, more and more people were ferreted out of their hiding places. Many of the city's leaders were found and crucified in front of the great temple of Leth, which also served as the place of assembly for their elected leaders and the office of their speaker. Asa himself was not among those nailed to planks outside the temple. Those still resisting were gradually reduced more and more as the hours passed, leaving fewer and fewer places for the people to flee to. The pirates still took casualties, but not enough, it seemed, for them to leave those safe places alone and content themselves with the plunder they'd already secured. They kept pressing for more. Tori Press Jahan was a 7th-tier mage and a high-ranking official in the city. He wasn't affiliated with the city defense force and so had been taken off guard by the pirate attack, but he'd managed to save many thousands of the city's inhabitants within a lower district far from the great temple of Leth. Bitterness threatened to overwhelm him as he bore witness to what seemed like the end of his city. He resisted with all he had, taking up a spear and manning the makeshift fortifications some earth mages had created in the streets. He was terrified, having never seriously fought anyone before in his life, but all he had to do to find the mettle to continue fighting back against the pirates was to think of his wife and children in his home. Any of them in the hands of these savages was simply unacceptable. Unfortunately, street by street, the pirates forced him and his dwindling comrades back. The Hamachoi were a strong people, so they kept resisting even as their numbers fell with every cobblestone beneath their feet they were forced to cede, but the pirates were better equipped and more bloody-minded. Still, Tori thrust his spear, catching a pirate in the neck, piercing the skin, and nearly severing the pirate's head from his body. A wave of his hand sent spikes of ice slamming into another pirate, though his ice met stone skin instead of soft flesh. The pirate shouted in some guttural barbarian language, glaring at Tori with bestial malice and crushing his way through Tori's ice with a hammer that no mortal could wield. Panic bloomed in Tori's heart, though he shouted in a voice as steady as stone, "Fight back! Fight! Think of your children, your sisters and brothers, your parents, your wives. Fight!" His comrades shouted their agreement, giving their all in defense of their city. The hammer-wielding pirate advanced upon Tori, and the 7th-tier Hamakos engaged the pirate in a spectacular duel. Spear met hammer a dozen times, each blow creating shockwaves that broke the earth beneath them. Spikes of stone met spikes of ice, vying for magical dominance in the fight. In the end, Tori knocked the pirate down and drove his spear into the pirate's eye, killing him almost instantly. He was unable to savor his victory, however, for another pirate was on him immediately, forcing him to cede a few more steps to the advancing pirates, who still seemed unperturbed at having to step over many of their own fellows to reach Tori's people. "We can't win," Tori realized as with a powerful overhead strike from a vicious falchion, his new opponent snapped the haft of his spear. The enchantments in the weapon were broken, leaving Tori with only his magic to defend himself and his people. And yet, he fought on, even as the hope in his heart began to flicker and wane. They could beat this group of pirates, but many others were rampaging throughout the city, and eventually, Tori's numbers would give out. Eventually, their resistance would be overcome. After another intense duel, Tori left his opponent impaled upon a 10-foot-long ice spike, though he'd suffered a nasty stomach wound and a broken arm in the process. Despite his injuries and the fact that the rest of the pirates had reduced his group of resistance fighters to 25 when they'd numbered 40 not even half an hour previously, Tori roared his anger and defiance for all to hear. His roar was echoed in those who fought at his side, finally giving the pirates pause. Or, perhaps it was the rain that suddenly started. The sky had become overcast at some point, Tori had been too preoccupied to notice exactly when. Nervous looks were cast upward by the pirates as a bright bolt of strange-colored lightning flashed overhead, but all Tori could think was, "Strike now." He lunged forward, ice bursting from his fingers, and as his hand closed around a pirate's neck and squeezed, the sky above came alight with lightning far too much and far too silver to be natural. An arc hovering above a terrace to the west was struck by hundreds of bolts in seconds, overwhelming its defenses and nearly destroying its rear thrusters. The arc tilted downward and fell from the sky. More lightning fell throughout the city, with other magics joining it. A strange winged beast that looked rather reminiscent of a dragon roared as it came diving through the clouds, and the pirate in Tori's hand breathed his last as his brain was eviscerated by Tori's ice. "Fight!" Tori roared again. "Fight!" The pirates finally faltered, panic spreading through their ranks. Some turned and ran away, and as more lightning fell throughout the city, more pirates followed suit. It took all Tori had not to pursue. "Secure the street!" he shouted, keeping the security of the thousands of people who were taking shelter in the homes and buildings behind them even as the panic in his heart lightened. He was treating the situation with all due caution, but it seemed that salvation had come. From where he couldn't say, but at this point, he wasn't going to argue. It seemed that his city had been saved. Chapter 1089, Intervention 2. There was a certain degree of catharsis in violence. The movement, the expression of power, the harm done to those who'd provoked such anger. Leon didn't revel in the death, but he relished bringing ruin to the pirates who'd attacked Artorian unprovoked. The pirates had been so busy sacking Alhamakim that he'd been able to approach completely undetected. Granted, his stealth enchantments did a lot of heavy lifting, but when he and his small band of followers came down through the clouds, the pirates couldn't have been less aware of their presence. Until it started raining, until lightning struck their arcs, until their arcs and mages came falling from the sky. He, Red, Eva, Cassandra, Maya, and Anastasios rampaged throughout the city, felling arcs and cleaving through the pirates. There were a couple remaining 10th tier mages among their number, but none of them fought together, leaving all to die separately. Blood ran freely through the narrow streets of Alhamakim, and as Leon struck another pirate frigate from the sky, the Hamachoy survivors began to push back against the pirates who'd invaded their city. Thankfully, the Hamachoy were easier to distinguish from the pirates. Both wore armor, but the pirates had no unifying design, with all members of their marauding fleet apparently coming from distinct cultural backgrounds not too dissimilar to their arcs, Leon noted. The Hamachoy, on the other hand, generally wore similar clothing and armor, notably featuring the same garish colors that Asa had worn during his introduction mere days prior. With Leon and his small group obliterating the pirates at every turn, the Hamachoy found it easy to push back throughout the city, liberating the prisoners taken by the pirates and killing those few Leon's group hadn't yet seen to. Leon, meanwhile, after killing the last 10th tier pirate in the city that he could sense, moved on to eliminating the pirate arcs that had landed within its walls. One managed to take off, and Leon used his darkness magic to order Anastasios to intercept it. None of the others managed the same feat before Leon reached them and slaughtered their crews. As he'd expected, each of these arcs had been loaded with Hamachoy prisoners, mostly women and children. He broke chains where he could, but other than that, didn't stop to help anyone. Doing so would be pointless before completely securing the city, and the freed citizens seemed more than capable and willing to run when he released them anyway. He noticed as he was securing the arcs that they were quite heavily damaged. It was gratifying enough to see, though it put quite the damper on his desire to ask for them in exchange for rescuing the city. A couple of the arcs in particular looked like they weren't even going to be lifting off the ground, though the pirates apparently weren't of the same opinion since Leon found many prisoners aboard those arcs, too. In total, sterilizing the city took the better part of 4 hours. Leon found the battle itself to be quite illuminating. Arcs had an indispensable place in taking and securing territory. They were powerful weapons platforms and tools of transport, greatly expanding his ability to project power. However, when faced with a small group of powerful 10th tier and post-apotheosis mages, the arcs could do little. He and his group were too small, too quick, and too powerful. A few shots were fired from the arcs, main cannons, but none hit their mark, even with the icy fog their exploding boulders made doing its best to home in on any targets. Around it, when the night broke and the origin spark above began to brighten, Alhamakim woke from a nightmare. Corpses were strewn through the streets, fires had destroyed much of the city, the fields were plundered, the villages on the terraces had been sacked, and much of the city's treasure had been stolen. The people were going to have quite the time putting the pieces of their city back together. In the interest of maintaining good diplomatic relations with the city, Leon had his people regroup around what appeared to be the city's capitol building, a large temple-like structure at the highest point on the ridge the city had been built upon. A large open forum lay in front of it, and Leon remembered how beautiful it had looked mere days before. Now, all of the greenery had been burned, statues had been toppled, and anything shiny had been carted off. In the place of the looted decorations were dozens of men. Leon could only assume them to be the city's leading men who had been crucified. Nails had been driven through their wrists and ankles, attaching them to bits of stone and wood, and put on display. Leon grimly frowned when he sensed magic coming from the nails, realizing that they were designed to create gruesome lacerations and to prevent blood from clotting around the wounds. Those crucified died fairly quickly, but they made for bloodier and ghastlier displays than they might have. Through this grisly forest, Leon walked, calmly examining each of the men so hideously tortured to death. He didn't recognize Asa Hamaluntar among them, though several had been so dreadfully tortured that there weren't many recognizable features remaining. Still, Leon saw enough that he guessed if Asa had been captured, then he wasn't among those crucified. When the others met him in the forum, Leon embraced Maya and Cassandra, while stoically nodding to Red, Eva, and Anastasios. "What a fight," Anastasios exclaimed with a wide grin once all of the terse greetings had been said. "These past few days have done wonders to remind me of the strength in my old bones. I feel 200 again," Eva added, apparently in similar spirits despite their grim surroundings. Her face fell a moment later, though, when her eyes drifted to the crucified aristocrats. "We should cut them down." Cassandra was the first to move, wasting not a second after Eva's statement before swinging sunlight and sending motes of light flying through the forum and striking the nails holding the men up. A moment later, all had fallen to the ground, filling the air with the sounds of breaking bones and leaving Cassandra looking just a little sheepish. "Maybe I should have waited," she whispered. "They're down," Leon responded as he projected his magic and arranged the fallen aristocrats together in more respectful poses. He couldn't do much about the damage they suffered after falling from their crucifixes, however. "We saved this city. I think these people will find it in their hearts to forgive a well-meaning mistake. If not, then hey, Red, stop that." Red, in her wyvern form, was sniffing around many of the corpses in the forum. Not all were of the crucified city leaders, but the red wyvern didn't seem to be discriminating all that much. She froze when Leon called out to her, her mouth starting to open as her head approached the body of one of the stronger pirates killed in the fighting. "Please don't eat people," Leon implored when her eyes flickered in his direction. Wyvern faces weren't particularly expressive, but the way Red snapped her empty jaws shut and slunk away made her look like a sullen teenager in Leon's eyes. "We have visitors," Maya stated, drawing Leon's attention. Leon followed her gaze, though he kept his magic senses around Red just in case she decided that she wanted that little snack after all, and sure enough, a group of local mages were rushing through the ruined streets in their direction. They were only a few blocks away, now, seconds away from entering visual range. The leader was a handsome man with a tan face and a well-trimmed beard dressed in tattered golden robes, trimmed with red velvet and covered in green embroidery. From what Leon could tell, that green embroidery had featured some kind of animal with curved horns, though the man's wounds and the holes in his robes made parsing the embroidery difficult. The author's tale has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. This group was only one of many, though the vast majority of armed groups roaming the streets looked to Leon's eyes like they were concentrating on securing vital streets, checkpoints, and the arcs that Leon had cleared out. Prisoners captured by the pirates were being liberated all over the city, leaving only this one group heading toward the forum alone in its apparent quest. When they arrived, neither the sight of the dead filling the forum nor Leon's resolute group slowed their gait. Led by their 7th-tier mage, they marched right up to Leon's group, halting only 30 feet away. The 7th-tier mage apparently in charge began, speaking in an identical accent to Asa, Tori Press Jahan, voice of the 5th district within our assembly and secretary of the treasury of Alhamakim. On behalf of the citizens of Alhamakim, allow me to tender our thanks to all of you, our saviors. He nodded his head and took a few steps forward, extending his arm in obvious invitation. Leon hesitated only long enough to make sure his armor's defensive wards were still active, then he walked over and clasped Tori's forearm, seemingly taking the man by surprise a bit. With a quick expression of magic, he pulled his helmet back into his soul realm and said, "My name is Leon Rame, king of your newest neighbors." He nodded in his city's direction, gratified to see realization in Tori's eyes. "Ah, you came here personally," Tori exclaimed. "You have my thanks again, King Leon. I would offer you my city's hospitality, but as you can see," he appeared flustered, though Leon was understanding. "I'm no stranger to such landscapes, I'm sorry to say," Leon stated. Figuring it was better to be diplomatic, he decided to channel every ounce of diplomatic acumen he'd accumulated over the past half-century. "Don't worry about a thing. These pirates were our problem too several days ago, so dealing with them now was only right and proper, as a good neighbor ought to do. Had my people suffered fewer losses of our own in our initial clash, we might have been quicker in our arrival. I'm sorry to see how many we were unable to help in time. Swollen would be their numbers had you not arrived when you did," Tori stated conciliatingly. That you came to our aid at all is far more than we could have ever hoped for. He paused and subtly shifted his weight around, looking a bit awkward. Was this intervention requested by anyone? Leon cocked his head and narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing perhaps some sly maneuvering on Tori's part. Not that he cared that much, breaking the pirates utterly was reward enough for him. No, he freely admitted. I simply couldn't stand by and watch a potential friend being so ravaged. Think nothing of it. Though my people have our own problems to deal with right now, I will speak to them when I return to see if any further aid can be rendered. A smile passed over Tori's lips. Difficult we may find it to repay such kindness, but we will accept any goodwill from our new friends that comes our way. He sighed and glanced around the forum, his eyes flitting from one dead face to another. Alone it seems I am, of those among our assembly who survived. Absent is our speaker, so hope may yet remain that I am not, but until that can be verified, those who'd followed Tori to the forum immediately took a step back in unison and faced him, almost as if it had been rehearsed. As one, they ceremoniously declared, we recognize Alhamakim's speaker. While Tori looked appropriately surprised, Leon shared a quick knowing grin with Eva, Anastasios, and Cassandra. He doubted heavily that Tori was as surprised as he seemed. Leon opened his mouth to address Tori as the speaker, lending him whatever legitimacy he could for the sake of stability in the city, when the doors of the structure behind him burst open, revealing Asa there, looking much worse for wear given his upper body was bare, revealing a soft belly and little muscle definition despite his 10th tier aura. His body had some signs of mistreatment, such as a few burns and bruises, but compared to the crucified men Cassandra had cut down, he looked positively glowing. What treason is this? He roared. You wish to take advantage of our moment of weakness to attempt a coup? Stand down, the lot of you, or I will have you thrown from Leth's rock. Those around Tori immediately loosened their rather formal formation, while Tori glared up at Asa. Where have you been? He demanded. We have been fighting for our lives out here. Why were you not out fighting? Such is demanded of those who speak for our city. I was captured, you thin-skulled fool. Asa shouted back, and yet you were not on these crosses. Tori angrily retorted, what did you give these Thel-sent raiders that they spared your life? Slander. Asa shouted back, his aura rising hand in hand with his anger. He stomped forward, his aura rising quickly. Leon, however, noted that his killing intent was surprisingly weak for his tier, though the expression on Asa's face showed that he was still furious. Leon quickly interposed himself between the two bickering bureaucrats, his 11th tier aura suppressing them easily and lightly enough to prevent any violence from breaking out. There are more important matters in need of tending to, surely. He whispered, hoping to inject a little calm into their disagreement. A city to see to. Tori continued glaring at Asa, but he replied, yes, King Leon, there is. There is much rebuilding we must see to, Asa likewise stated. However, he added, there had better not be arguments over who's in charge. Jahan, I am still the speaker. Though it was his title he spoke to, he also flexed his aura in a clear attempt at intimidation. There will be elections soon, Tori responded, anger practically dripping from his voice. Soon. We must stand united. Asa shot back, we have more important matters to attend to right now than holding elections. The assembly is dead. Tori waved at the men cut down from the crucifixes. How can we rebuild anything if we have no government? And how can we do anything when our speaker is? He cut himself off, though it seemed Asa was successfully provoked. When what, Jahan? Your thought, finish it. Elections will be held, speaker. The two continued bickering, and Leon shot a look of extreme exasperation at the rest of his people. Maya and Red looked like they couldn't care less if they tried, but Anastasios and Eva looked almost nostalgic watching Tori and Asa getting into each other's faces. Then Anastasios turned his pink nebulous eyes toward Leon, and Leon felt a light touch brush against his mental defenses. Opening himself up to this touch, he heard Anastasios' voice in his mind. Young Leon, I know that this is against your usual nature, but consider this an opportunity. A questioning look passed over Leon's face. You are a king, Anastasios pointed out. This is an opportunity to expand your kingdom's influence. Choose which of these two to support, or force them to get along. Influence them. I don't want to get involved in their horse shit, Leon replied after an almost derisive look over his shoulder, noting that Asa and Tori were now practically chest to chest, shouting in each other's faces. You already did, Anastasios said didactically. It's too late to back out now. No it isn't, Leon stated with great reluctance and resignation. In spite of his reply, he still turned to the two arguing civil servants and flexed his aura, pulling them apart. "That's enough of that," Leon growled, his words punctuated by a few lightning strikes from the sky around the forum. With his aura settling around everyone's shoulders, Asa, Tori, and Tori's entourage all paled and backed off, not daring to cross him. "It seems to me," Leon slowly said as he examined Tori and Asa closely, "that you both have a point. Work has to begin, but you also need a government to coordinate and fund that work. Now, let's not lose sight of the reason why that work needs to be done, and how critical it is that it be done quickly." Leon paused, letting the ambient sounds of Al-Hamakim echo throughout the forum, which largely consisted of terrified cries of man and beast alike, interspersed with frequent cries of pain, shouts for missing loved ones, wails as the dead were discovered, and all too rare cries of joy as friends and families were reunited. It seemed to have the intended effect. "Will you two play nicely?" Leon asked, increasing the pressure on Tori and Ace's shoulders to emphasize his unspoken threat. "I would be delighted to have a stable neighbor, and decidedly not delighted to have an unstable one. I will see to our needs," Asa quickly promised. After a glare sent Tori's way, he added, "All of our needs, including the need for representation. I am still the strongest man in the city, this is my responsibility." Leon's expectant gaze turned upon Tori. "So long as our elections are held and our people can make their voices heard," Tori said, "I will support all efforts to quickly rebuild our city and ensure our people can recover from this disaster." "Wonderful," Leon stated with exaggerated happiness. "Now, with that settled on, I'm going to leave. But, let no one forget that I can easily see what's happening in this city, and I'm going to be very upset if this place descends into chaos." "As would we," Tori added. His expression softened when his eyes turned back to Leon. "King Leon, you again have my thanks for your timely assistance." Though it wasn't needed, Asa insisted almost comically given the bloody crucifixes not 10 feet behind him. "I, too, give you my thanks, King Leon, and wish you a speedy return to your own city." Leon gave Asa a thin-lipped grin, and then wordlessly rose into the air, with the rest of his group lifting off behind him. As they flew away, though, Leon had a sinking feeling that he was going to have to come back much sooner than anyone wanted. Chapter 1090. Intervention 3. Leon's return to Artorian was marked by solemnity. The remains of those fallen in the first battle with the pirates had largely been collected, save for those too far buried beneath Ark wrecks or whose bodies were too torn apart and scattered in other ways. The final count had come to 534 dead, 1,012 wounded, and 213 more missing. After about a week, the chances of the missing turning up again were low, though Leon refrained from declaring them dead just yet. Instead, the funeral procession for the confirmed dead proceeded without them. It was a largely grim affair, yet also filled with some cheer. In Leon's mind, death was solemn and painful, but for many others in his kingdom, it was to be celebrated, especially if one fell in battle. The lions in particular threw an enormous party for the dead and the wounded, contrasting with the particularly sober and serious way the ancestral hearts handled their dead. The procession brought each of the dead to the mausoleum that Leon had ordered constructed, though some like the ancestral hearts took care of their own dead, leaving only symbolic caskets or urns to be interred within the mausoleum. The bodies of the giants who participated in the battle and fell were likewise given over to the giants, who would repair the frames and reuse them when the time came for them to reproduce again. The engineers and earth mages had already broken ground on the mausoleum upon the nine-peaked mountain and had cleared and leveled a lot of land, allowing a significant portion of Artorian to assemble upon the mountain for the procession. Leon and his family, after leading the procession through the small city and up the mountain, took their places upon a large rostrum that had been built in front of the mausoleum, and which would become the centerpiece of a large courtyard in the future. For the moment, the rostrum was bare and stood as little more than a raised platform from which eulogies could be given, but Leon had plans for it. Already, pieces of the wrecked pirate arks were being salvaged, and particularly eye-catching pieces would be taken to be displayed on the rostrum as trophies of victory. He also wanted statues of his father and Trajan to be placed outside, along with statues of particular heroes who had fallen in his service, including Exalos Ados. The mausoleum itself was barely more than foundations, but the catacombs had already been sufficiently built to put their dead to rest. And as the last of their dead was brought below the earth, Leon stepped forward to address the crowd of some 2,000 or 3,000 assembled before the mausoleum. No one was being particularly loud, but a hush still descended upon them as eyes turned in his direction. Leon even silenced the wind with a quick expression of his power, leaving nothing to interfere with his voice carrying over the crowd. He assumed a strong, yet not aggressive posture to reflect his attitude toward this address. He couldn't be too contrite, but neither could he be dismissive of the sacrifices made. After a deep breath, he began in a somber tone. No kingdom is built without bloodshed, nor sustained without bloodshed. The glory and survival of all kingdoms, past, present, and future, is paid for in blood. Today, we lay 534 heroes to rest. They have paid for our survival with their lives. All glories we achieve will be because of their sacrifice. They may now feast with the ancestors, but we will always remember their names. They are the best of us. They are the blood of the blood thunder jaguar, the heart-stabbing hawk, the raven of Hale Hall, the G-spider, the star-tearing tiger, the booming brown bear, the rock-maned bison, the screaming eagle, the ancestral hart, and the lion of the plains. They are giants and thundermen. They shall never be forgotten. Leon kept it short, already feeling the burning in his eyes and a hitch building in his throat. These people didn't just die for the kingdom, they also died for him. If he hadn't begun this expedition, they might have lived full lives back on Eterna, surrounded by those they loved and who loved them. They joined his expedition of their own accord, of course, but he couldn't allow himself to forget that he had a duty to protect and acknowledge those who followed him. His kingdom wasn't for him alone. Following his short address, those listening responded in their own way. The giants turned their heads skyward and rumbled long, deep songs. The lions, tigers, bears, and jaguars roared and stomped their feet to varying degrees. The eagles, hawks, and bison were more respectful, but words of mourning could be heard from their contingents. The ravens, spiders, and harts were stone silent. Many of those without bloodlines and who didn't identify with the tribes openly wailed and wept, while others remained stoic and respectful. And so was put to rest more than 500 men, women, and giants, gone in protection of their new home in the Nexus. Their names would be carved into the walls of the mausoleum, so that all could one day know of them, and witness the glory they paid for with their lives. In the 2 weeks that followed the funeral, things seemed to be settling back down around Artorian. The arcs were brought back to the city, those that had been crippled and down were repaired enough for them to make the journey under their own power, and Leon was informed that sufficient accommodations had been built for his people. So, he ordered large archyards to be built upon the slopes of the mountains that ring the Ardor Valley. They wouldn't be able to fully repair their arcs without the proper facilities, and since so many of their arcs had already been lost or heavily damaged, Artorian was left vulnerable until those arcs were brought back to full capacity. If another similarly sized fleet appeared, even with all his power, Leon wasn't sure that it could be stopped without horrific casualties. So, while Artorian had many infrastructure needs, now that his people had basic shelter, he decided to prioritize the defense needs of the city over everything else. And that meant walls, fortresses, towers, and archyards. In these weeks, many of those wounded in the fighting thus far were healed and rehabilitated, though some 600 required limb replacements which would take longer to fix. He was particularly pleased when 29 of the 213 missing Thundermen were found alive, though the remaining 184 were declared dead. Fortunately, things seemed to calm down considerably. No new threats emerged, construction proceeded quickly, and even with the casualties taken thus far, he was generally optimistic that Artorian would be ready to receive reinforcements from Eterna when they arrived in less than a year. He just had to make sure that he, Clear Day, Anastasios, and Eva created enough wisps to compensate for the flaws with their Nestorian drives. The last thing he wanted was to hear that his reinforcements lost additional arcs in making the jump from Eterna to the Nexus. To that point, the salvage of the pirate arcs went quickly. Unfortunately, few from their fight were recovered intact enough to study well, but there were still those arcs in Alhamakim that Leon felt bold enough to ask for. Before he did, however, he sent a small consulate of eagles to the city to maintain contact with Artorian. He'd wait another couple weeks before making his request since the city still needed to rebuild its government. He couldn't ask for those arcs if there was no one to ask, after all. For his part, he toured the city daily, making his presence known. He made many inspections, ensuring that everything was proceeding according to his standards. Thankfully, he noticed no serious issues, and his advisors were competent enough that no problem lasted long enough to require his attention to fix. So, he was left with some amount of free time, which he spent with his friends and family, training, or studying. He needed his body to adapt to origin power to reach the 12th tier, and he'd been presented with ample reason to not slack off from the issues he'd had to deal with so far. You might be reading a pirated copy. Look for the official release to support the author. If he was a 12th tier mage, he thought, then he could likely protect Artorian by himself from another comparable fleet of hostile arcs. He wasn't expecting to reach that level soon, but he remained diligent with his training. 15 days after he liberated Alhamakim, however, he received a message while he was training that had him immediately leaving his portable villa and journeying to Nestor's temporary lab down in the city. It seemed the dead man had made some progress with the Wailing Dirge's enchantment. So, Leon exclaimed as he burst into Nestor's lab, "What do you have for me?" Nestor didn't even look up from the section of the complex enchantment he was studying. "A hypothesis that has, so far, borne out," the metal man replied. Leon practically skipped over, his eyes brimming with curiosity. "If only I wasn't a king," he wistfully mused as he took in the complex weave of runes recorded on the papers before him. "I could study these myself. What hypothesis did you come up with?" Leon asked as he leaned against the table next to Nestor. The dead man sighed despite not possessing lungs. "I've said it before, but I have to tip my hat to whichever master created this enchantment. The artistry, the precision, even the flaws I've found have been illuminating." "How was this flawed?" Leon inquired. Nestor shuffled a few of the papers until he presented Leon with one section of the complex enchantment that had a few familiar features about it. "If I'm reading this right," Leon stated, "this is a part that's designed to interact with an inherited bloodline. It's remarkably similar to what Krithus made, but not exact," Nestor continued. "And it's in those differences that we find many of the flaws of the enchantment. I believe that these parts were designed to contain the power within the bloodline, to control it and channel it into certain ends." Leon frowned but nodded intently. The enchantment he'd taken from Krithus was designed to stimulate the bloodline while keeping it under a mage's control, to make it stronger and bring out more of its features to the point of inducing a transformation of the mage's physical body. This one appears to stifle the bloodline, Leon guessed as his eyes scanned the paper, running from rune to rune, glyph to glyph. "That's the intent, but not the effect, I believe," Nestor said. "Tell me, Leon, what happens during the awakening ceremony?" "Bloodline awakening. Foreign magic is introduced into the body of a mage with a dormant bloodline. The resulting backlash usually awakens the bloodline, or kills the mage." Nestor, sounding a little impatient, clarified, "Which means, boy, that when poked, the bloodline gets stronger in response." Leon blinked rapidly as what Nestor said wound through his mind. "Are you saying that this enchantment attempted to control a bloodline, but wound up strengthening it instead?" "That's what I believe, yes," Nestor confirmed. "I believe that that creature was once a human, but this enchantment, meant to enslave him and keep him under control, instead rendered him insane and bestial, in possession of nothing but his base instincts. And with the strengthened bloodline, he transformed," Leon added. "Indeed." Leon frowned, then held his chin in thought. "What makes you think someone was trying to control him? This wasn't just about controlling his bloodline, was it?" Again, Nestor shuffled some of the papers around until he pulled out a diagram of the creature's skeleton with the locations of all of the most important runic glyphs marked. Most prominently marked was the Lord rune on the creature's forehead, which Nestor had not only circled several times but added paragraphs of annotations next to in increasingly small handwriting. "This is the core of the enchantment," Nestor said, tapping the Lord rune with his finger. "All of it, every rune and every line of power, leads back here." "What does the rune do?" Leon hesitantly asked despite knowing the futility of the question. Though Nestor's faceplate lacked most distinguishing features, Leon could still feel the dead man's almost judgmental gaze. "What do you think?" "That only the mage that inscribed the rune knows exactly what it does," Leon stated. "That the rune was imbued with meaning and power. It's too general otherwise for us to guess as its function." "Indeed," Nestor repeated, "but, to my hypothesis, I believe that someone was attempting to control this person, whoever they were before, and that their attempt failed spectacularly." "Who?" Leon wondered aloud. Nestor walked to another table and picked something up, tossing the metallic object down onto the table on top of the enchantment diagrams. The silver mask of a Khosrau cultist that Leon had discovered in the Dirge's nest. "It may be coincidence," Nestor afforded, "but there may also be something to you discovering an artifact from a virulently anti-inherited bloodline philosophy in that cave." A deep scowl carved its way onto Leon's face as his fingers brushed against the silver mask. He opened his mouth to speak again but was interrupted by a loud knock at the laboratory door. He stared meaningfully at Nestor for a long moment, much to say running through his head most of all, wondering if this faction with silver masks and Lord Cameron had any connections. He couldn't imagine Nestor having much information on that front, especially since he hadn't had much to add despite Cameron having been an annex below Jason Carano's at one point, but Leon almost asked anyway. Another loud knock on the door interrupted him again, and his attention finally shifted. "Enter," he shouted, and the heavily warded door swung open, revealing Gaius flanked by the Tempest Knights and secretaries acting as Leon's personal detail for the day. "Your Majesty," Gaius formally stated as he hurriedly bowed. "We've received word from Alhamakim," he added as he straightened up. "There's been an incident. What's going on over there?" Leon demanded of the man whose image was projected in front of him. The familiar figure cut by Tori frowned and took a moment to consider his words. The pause, brief though it was, grated on Leon's patience, for whatever happened was enough to spur the man to visit Leon's consulate and request an emergency meeting with him, which Leon's consulate was able to provide. "King Leon," Tori hesitantly stated, his pleasant accent marred by suppressed desperation, "Speaker Asa Hamaluntar is planning a coup against my city. I, on behalf of the newly elected assembly, am requesting your aid in this matter." Leon stared at Tori's projection for a long time, not entirely surprised yet also completely taken aback. Around his meeting chamber stood some of his advisors, including his wives, Clear Day, Anastasios, Eva, and the Jaguar, most of whom looked some combination of intrigued, worried, or in Maya's case, utterly bored and indifferent. "What do you want me to do?" Leon slowly asked. "Actually, back up, let's take this thing from the top. What happened?" Tori took a long, deep breath, then explained, "Elections were held 5 days ago to establish an interim government that would only last 1 year, a fraction of the usual term for our elected officials. Speaker Asa, despite his power, lost his bid for speaker, a post he's held for more than a century. He left Alhamakim the following day, bound for Ishtarpur, a city some hundreds of miles away in which he has some family connections. Another man with similar connections in that city heard rumors that Asa has been attempting to garner support from within Ishtarpur to build an army and return to Alhamakim, with the express purpose of installing him as a tyrant. King Leon, after our recent troubles, it shouldn't be hard to believe that my fair city can't defend itself right now. Even if we hadn't been attacked, we still would have lacked that ability, for Ishtarpur is much richer and far more powerful than we were, a difference that has only grown starker after these recent weeks." "How much stronger is Ishtarpur than Alhamakim?" Leon neutrally inquired. "The city has a strategos, by the grace of Despot Archelaus," Tori explained. Leon nodded in understanding. Political ranks didn't necessarily map to magical tiers, but they were still heavily correlated. With this information, he could infer that Ishtarpur had at least one mage that was 11th tier, and that mage had the political backing of a 12th tier mage. If he were to set himself against Ishtarpur, then that chain of relationships could draw the ire of a despot. "You ask much of me," Leon stated. "I know," Tori whispered. "But my people are desperate. Perhaps it's wrong of me to admit that, but it's the truth, and probably obvious anyway. King Leon, we're begging for your aid. We do not wish for our way of life to be extinguished by a disgraced former speaker like this. We're willing to give much in return." Leon smiled a little bitterly. It didn't feel that good for someone to so blatantly try to purchase his power. He almost denied Tori his request then and there. His better sense, however, prevailed, and he listened to what Tori had to offer. "We produce much in Alhamakim," the desperate bureaucrat explained. "Fine foods and textiles, some rare materials, including a local brand of ambrosia and an amount of luminite. We also harvest luxury construction materials, including high-quality granite, limestone, and travertine." Leon nodded along, liking what he was hearing, even if the way it was being offered left much to be desired. The ambrosia and luminite, in particular, tempted him to accept right away. However, when Tori's explanation came to an end, instead of agreeing or disagreeing, Leon took a moment to make eye contact with everyone in the room before turning back to Tori's projection. "Give me some time, Tori. I'll get back to you within the day. Please hurry," Tori implored. "Former Speaker Asa's connections are deep, and I believe he will acquire the army he seeks." Leon repeated with a thin-lipped smile, "I'll get back to you within the day." With that, the projection turned off, leaving Leon alone with his family and advisors. "So," he said to them, what do you all think? Chapter 1091, Intervention IV, so, what do you all think? The answers to Leon's question came quickly, with few apparently needing time to deliberate. Cassandra was the first to speak. You should accept their request, Leon, the purple-haired imperial princess stated with an imperious grin. A kingdom's authority should never stop at their borders. If they are this desperate to ask you for aid, Eva added, then they will give greater concessions than what they've already offered. You can raise your price for intervention. You speak of our king like a common mercenary, the jaguar growled, eliciting a glare from Eva. What need have we, my king, of these people? They come to us when, by your grace, we have already aided them once. Their tribute may be valuable, but what of the other price? If they expect aid, then others will, too. Such is the way of empire, Anastasios didactically said. As Queen Cassandra just said, a king's authority should extend beyond his borders. Others must fear and respect a kingdom's sovereign, or they will not fear and respect the kingdom itself and believe it open for plunder. These pirates would not have attacked if they had not thought Artorian to be vulnerable. We are vulnerable because they attacked, Ustalok pointed out. Our arcs will not be fixed for a long time, Ivar, the elder in charge of the ravens in Artorian, added. Our power is diminished, Ustalok continued. We ought to conserve it, not interfere in the affairs of others when there is no need. How are we to fix those arcs if we do not have the materials to do so? Takis asked, a particularly dark look passing over the Eagle Elder's face. Our arcs were only made void capable with the shipments of luminite our king repatriated from the Sentinel bandits. We have not nearly enough luminite or titanstone, for that matter, to repair all of the damage to our arcs, let alone the reduction in numbers we've suffered. Aiding these people may be our best option to gain needed materials. They've already offered luminite, runs through grassy fields pointed out, and is not Lord Nestor working on ways to allow us to create luminite of our own? Ustalok asked. That capacity won't be built up for decades at least. Fields argued. Split Knuckle then barged into the debate, roaring as only a lion could, why should we shy away from conflict? A city requests protection and offers tribute in exchange. Accept them, and if these others peoples say we should not, then they can answer to our swords and spears. My king, these people wish to be placed under the aegis of the Thunderbird, why should we deny them such glory? Are they not going to be placed under your protection at some point anyway? To regain the title of Storm King, Valeria said, her quiet voice still cutting through the air and silencing anyone else who wished to speak, then you'll have to make enemies eventually. All of the Storm lands will fall under your rule by right of Khosrau's law. This city is as good a place as any to start building influence. A few more arguments were made, and while Leon's mind needed a few more seconds to settle on a course of action, his mind was made up. He'd already been intending to intervene in this affair anyway, he simply wanted to know if anyone had a compelling reason not to do so. Ustalok's caution was warranted, of course, and the strategy of building power slowly and remaining an unknown power for as long as possible was wise. Leon didn't want to leave silvers on the table here. He was going to need support and allies in the future, and a grateful city was a better place to begin building that support than a bitter one. Enough, Leon commanded, causing the room to fall silent. He stood up from his seat and made his decision known. In a clear voice, projecting nothing but confidence and power, Leon declared, I will do what I can for Alhamakim, under the condition that they accept me as their king. This will be our foothold in the Nexus, and Alhamakim, as our eastern anchor, will be protected from interference by other powers. Leon's eyes scanned the room. Despite the arguments otherwise, everyone quickly resigned themselves to his decision. Even, surprisingly, Clear Day, who smiled and nodded in approval. Leon's tribal vassals shot to their feet, roaring battle cries and stomping their feet. Leon's friends and family looked more determined but dignified, while Eva and Anastasios in particular looked upon him with what looked like familial pride. Beneath his determined expression, however, Leon felt no small amount of worry and annoyance. It was no lie that his forces were vulnerable with so many downed and damaged arcs, but he didn't want to be king of a hermit kingdom. Ultimately, Valerius' point that he could not accede to the title of Storm King without exerting his authority over other peoples resonated well within him and ended all debate as far as he was concerned. Leon gave the order to contact Alhamakim again. He had terms to present. As Leon landed in the square in front of the Temple of Leth in Alhamakim, he mused that the city looked to be in much better condition than it had weeks ago. In some respect, this wasn't surprising, but he had to admire the people's diligence and industriousness in fixing their city. It wouldn't bring anyone back to life, and he could see that their agricultural sector was going to need a lot of additional work, but the city walls and most of the buildings had either been repaired or demolished by now. Awaiting Leon in front of the Temple of Leth was Tori and several dozen other men, about the same number as had been crucified outside the temple by the pirates, Leon noted. Accompanying him were only a dozen Tempest Knights, Anzu, and Clear Day. 2 of the Tempest Knights were operating Ulta suits, which drew quite a bit of attention, Leon noticed. And there were quite a few people to give that attention, since hundreds of people had crowded around the square to be present for Leon's return. Cheers erupted as soon as he was visible and didn't seem like they were going to stop anytime soon. When Leon touched down in front of the temple to the thundering applause of Alhamakim's people, Tori stepped forward. "Welcome back to Alhamakim, King Leon. We are pleased to welcome our savior back to our great city." Leon hadn't thought it possible, but after Tori's welcome, the people cheering somehow became even louder, practically shaking the ridge the city had been built upon in their excitement. Leon strode forward until he was within comfortable speaking distance of Tori, which wasn't that far away given how loud everyone was being. "I'm thrilled to receive such welcome," Leon stated with a genuine smile. His negotiations with Tori had gone surprisingly well, though he hadn't expected such a welcome given what the city was giving up in exchange for his assistance. "If you spot this tale on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation." Tori extended an arm, and Leon clasped his wrist in greeting. "We do not forget our debts," Tori gravely intoned. "You saved our city, our people know this and honor you for it." Leon cast his gaze around the square, locking eyes with many adoring Hamachoy. He wondered how many would be cheering for him in a few minutes. "Shall we head inside?" he suggested. "Who knows when your wayward speaker will return, so let's get the formalities out of the way before then." "Of course," Tori agreed. "Though, at this point, I should note that Asa Hamil Untar is no longer our speaker, wayward or otherwise. I have been bestowed that honor by the grace of my people. The trust they have placed in me is truly humbling." Leon grinned stiffly as he was shown past the other assembly members and into the temple. Somehow, Leon didn't think that the people would have been so trusting if they'd known where Tori would lead them. Clear Day and Anzu followed Leon and the city assembly into the temple, but the Tempest Knights remained outside. The assembly room was a long rectangular hall with tiered benches on either side of the hall. Most of these benches looked quite uncomfortable, but additional sets at the opposite end of the hall were clearly of higher quality. The assembly was only large enough to fill these smaller sets, so Leon speculated that these other benches were for the public to sit in on meetings on occasion. "Seems they don't want the public to be here for this," Leon noted when the doors closed behind them. Aside from the benches, there were 2 seats on a raised dais by the assembly benches. One was larger than the other, and a little more richly decorated. Neither chair was particularly ornate, however. Tori extended his hand toward the larger of these 2 chairs. "For you, King Leon." Showing as much confidence as he could, Leon sat in the high-backed chair, while Tori sat in the smaller adjacent chair. Anzu and Clear Day took their places on either side of the dais, while the rest of the assembly filed into the benches closest to the dais. "Now that we're all here," Tori said in a loud, clear, and deliberate tone, "I call this meeting of Alhamakim's assembly to order. We're all here, so I'll skip most of the formalities, with everyone's permission." He paused a moment, and when no argument against came forth, he continued. "We have assembled here today to finalize our treaty with King Leon and make our final vote. Let us begin." He retrieved a long scroll from his soul realm in an almost theatrical fashion, giving anyone in the room the chance to raise their voices. None took that opportunity, however. "We have asked for your aid, King Leon, in maintaining our way of life and protecting our city from those who would threaten it, even if that threat were to come from one of our own citizens. To gain your protection, we will provide you with luminite, ambrosia, and other assorted goods produced in our city, for as long as your protection stands. In return for the city's tribute, our people gain citizenship in your kingdom, our respective merchants will pay no tariffs when conducting trade between us, and our assembly, who will continue to be elected to administer our city per our laws and customs, will acknowledge you as our strategos." Leon nodded slowly. It was a fine enough summary. He'd get their tribute, their allegiance, and their manpower in exchange for otherwise leaving them alone to conduct their own internal affairs. He had no interest in micromanaging a single city, anyway. So long as that tribute continues to flow, Leon responded as Tori paused and looked to him for any comment, and so long as you remain loyal to me as your strategos, then you will have my protection. A shaky smile from Tori was his reply, and he strode over to the closest assembly bench, passing the scroll to the nearest assembly member. That member pressed a signet ring against the scroll beneath the agreement, inscribing his mark upon the paper to signify his assent. He then passed the scroll to the next man, who did the same. It only took a couple moments for the scroll to be passed around the entire assembly, each man making his mark upon the scroll with little visible hesitation or trepidation. When the scroll returned to Tori, he pressed his signet ring against it, and then pressed a second, larger ring against the scroll to signify the city's assent as a whole. He then passed the scroll to Leon. Leon scanned the document, verifying that it said what was supposed to and that all marks had been properly made. Only then did he add his signature to the scroll, identifying himself only as Leon Rame. When he did so, then the entire process was repeated once more until 2 copies of the same document had been signed. And that's that, Tori said as he took possession of one scroll and Leon took the other. Al-Hamakim is now under your protection, King Leon. It may take some time for us to fulfill our obligations given the state of our city, but I've already seen to our stockpile of ambrosia and luminite. With a wave of his hand, he conjured 10 amphorae that had been heavily warded to contain magic power and 5 large crates with similar enchantments. Leon nodded to Clear Day, who opened one crate, revealing millions of coiled strands of luminite, each strand thinner than human hair. He quickly shut the crate once its contents had been verified to keep too much magic from leaking before moving on to the amphorae. He selected one at random, broke the seal, and checked within. Amber light emanated from the opening, and the magic that Leon could sense verified its contents: ambrosia. Ambrosia of a sort, anyway what Ticos could grow and Helen could refine was much finer than what Leon could sense, though it was still undeniable what it was. Again, Clear resealed the amphora before it lost much power and set it back down. With a silent nod sent Leon's way, he assumed his position by the dais once again. It seems this is all in order, Leon stated as he pulled the crates and amphorae into his soul realm. I am proud to welcome your city into the arms of my kingdom. So long as we both have the proper respect for one another, then I foresee a productive relationship ahead of us. So do I, King Leon, Tori responded. So do I. Following the finalization of their agreement and the first expansion of Leon's kingdom within the Nexus, Leon was invited to stay within the city for a time. After agreeing, Leon was whisked from the assembly hall into an ornate, if somewhat small given the city's narrow footprint, mansion within the city. The Eagle consulars he'd sent ahead were waiting for him there, and after meeting with them to get their impressions of the city, he settled in for some rest. To his surprise, the Eagles reported to him that the city had been nothing but welcoming. It seemed that the people's admiration for Leon after he dealt with the pirates transferred to them, to a large degree. Even as Leon settled into the mansion, he could still hear the people cheering in the streets. Some part of him was concerned that the assembly wasn't being truthful with its people, that they were making deals with him behind the people's backs so that they wouldn't oust them from power, and that once the people found out, these men would be forced from the assembly and the agreement would be thusly nullified. As he rested, however, he used his magic senses to observe many of the surprisingly common impromptu celebrations happening throughout the city, noting just how many people were expressing their joy at having a strategos in their city. And he couldn't help but smile. He was almost ashamed at how expectant he was of someone pulling the rug out from under him, revealing all of this to be nothing more than a ruse or clever trick to gain his strength without actually following through. What city would so willingly submit like this? He wondered. In the end, he supposed Al-Hamakim was just that grateful for his aid with the pirates, and just that desperate given Ace's actions. The latter concerned him somewhat, as he figured if the city was so willing to become his vassal, then those Ace was calling upon would have to be rather terrifying. His concerns were verified on the second day of his stay when Tori came calling to his new mansion with the intent to discuss Al-Hamakim's strategic situation and what Leon might have to deal with. However, they'd barely gotten past their greetings when a messenger arrived bearing news that Arx had departed from Ishtarpur. Asa had made his case, and in a surprising amount of time, garnered enough support for his allies in the city to send 5 Arcs to Al-Hamakim, 4 destroyer-sized and 1 light cruiser. Even more concerning, Strategos Joser was personally accompanying Asa back to Al-Hamakim. It seemed Leon's protection had come just in time to be tested. Chapter 1092, Joser the Pirates, arcs had largely been left where they'd been parked during the sack, leaving the arcs of Strategos Djoser little option. Other than to land in the forum in front of the Temple of Leth, there was simply no other place large enough for all of the vehicles to land alongside one another. By the time the arcs were touching down, Leon, Clear Day, and the city's assembly had already gathered in the chamber within. Leon's Tempest Knights were left outside, flanking the temple's entrance, while Anzu stood right in front of the doors, an almost arrogant look in his blood-red eyes. Soldiers streamed out of the arcs, all wearing simple, though well-made breastplates, Morian helmets, and bright doublets beneath colored red, green, yellow, and blue. In each soldier's right hand was a long halberd, while on their left was a black glove fitted with dozens of enchanted gems that Leon guessed held power for some kind of offensive or defensive spell, a brute force approach to his modular gauntlet system, but one that was undoubtedly effective, if expensive. Only after 100 of these powerful on average, they were 7th-tier soldiers exited their arcs and secured the forum did the more important men come walking out. First was Asa Hameluntar himself, dressed all in bright purple with a golden diadem about his brow that glittered with amethysts. His 10th-tier aura was radiant, though it only filled the forum for a moment before it was drowned out by the man who exited next. Tall and well-built, Strategos Djoser cut an imposing figure. The dark-skinned man wasn't particularly handsome, with weaker features than one might have wished for, but he wore upon his face an easy smile that lent him no small amount of roguish charm. His black hair was shorn close to his head, while he wore pure white loose-fitting robes. Around his neck hung more than a dozen pendants of gleaming gold and glittering silver, while every finger bore at least one ring, several of which Leon noted were made of luminite, and one of an orange-goldish material that he suspected was orichalcum if he remembered the metallurgical texts Nestor had him read correctly. Djoser's aura lost in no way to Leon's, and from the way he strutted down the ramp, it appeared that he had no doubts whatsoever that he was the strongest person in the city. It might have struck Leon as rather arrogant if he wasn't waiting for these two men in a temple that had been heavily warded against outside surveillance. Following Djoser came more than a dozen men in formal suits of the same garish color scheme as the soldiers, and one woman stronger than them all at the 8th tier. She was dressed similarly, though she was armed only with a pen at the moment. She had severe features, and severely did she look around the forum, glaring at Leon's Tempest Knights and particularly at Anzu. "What is this?" Asa shouted as he approached the Tempest Knights, though he notably didn't dare stare at the two Ulta pilots for long. "Who are you? How dare you impede my progress into this great temple? I am the speaker for this city. You will let me pass." Asa's aura flexed and pressed against Anzu, but the albino griffin in human form weathered the pressure spectacularly, neither budging an inch nor letting the smile on his face flicker for even a moment. That smile, however, did turn slightly more vicious when he responded to the self-proclaimed speaker. "There was an election, old man," the griffin pointed out, derision dripping from his voice like blood from a victorious gladiator's blade. "You lost." Asa's face went red in less than a second, though it wasn't until after he glanced around the forum perhaps to ensure that no locals could witness him before he responded. "I am the strongest man in the entire city. What the people vote for doesn't matter, the title is mine by right. If you do not remove yourself from my path, then I will have you removed, and you will be unlikely to survive the process." With that spoken threat, the Tempest Knights visibly readied themselves for a fight, drawing attention from the new soldiers. Leon's people were heavily outnumbered and outclassed, but they didn't back down. Violence didn't break out, however, for Djoser's aura gently settled down around them all, freezing all of Leon's people in their place. With a genial smile, Djoser stated in cavernously deep tones and a neutral accent that Leon could have heard almost anywhere amidst the empires of Eterna, "I'm sure there is some misunderstanding. These fine people are only here to worship fine and just Leth, to pay their respects to this city's guardian deity." "Bah!" Asa exclaimed as Djoser's aura lightened slightly. The former speaker forced himself forward until he stood practically nose to nose with Anzu. Leon was amused to see that Anzu was slightly taller, forcing the disgraced politician to look up. "Cursed mongrel, what right do you have to bar my path?" "More right than you have to remove me," Anzu smoothly replied. Before Asa could argue any further, the 8th-tier woman stepped forward and, after whipping her braided flaxen hair over her shoulder, declared, "The strategos of this region, by the grace of Despot Archelaus, the Honorable Djoser, son of Khafra, Lord of Ishtarpur, Ebensand, and the Golden Mire, Savior of the High Hills, Captain of the Third Iron Order, and friend of Alhamakim, has arrived to put to rest all questions of this city's leadership." Our heart breaks for the people lost and harmed during this unfortunate raid, but now more than ever, we must set aside all petty grudges to ensure a smooth process of healing and reconstruction. In other words, Asa spat, "Get out of my way, dog." Anzu smirked. "You call me a dog, yet you're the one hiding beneath another's table, begging to be thrown a bone. You are unwanted here, former speaker. If you had any integrity, you'd return to Ishtarpur and not return to this city for a long while." "This is my city," Asa insisted. He looked dialed and ready to start screaming at Anzu, but Josur laid a hand on his shoulder and gently pulled him aside. "This city is mine to set right," Josur said, almost towering over Anzu. His expression remained pleasant, but it wasn't hard to spot the implicit threat from his aggressive posture and invasion of Anzu's personal space. "Please, step aside." Though it was framed as a request, Josur's aura started to tighten around Anzu, clearly ready to toss him aside. Leon, however, had other ideas. He flexed his own aura. The temple wards allowed his magic to pass since he was within their bounds, and upon crashing into Josur's aura, the unsuspecting man's aura was rather roughly pushed back. Josur himself remained on his feet, but the blonde woman behind him, Asa, and several of his stronger soldiers were thrown back varying distances. Josur's soldiers immediately formed up, pointing their halberds threateningly at Leon's Tempest Knights, who prepared themselves in response. Anzu remained standing defiantly in front of the doors, which Leon telekinetically opened before the situation could deteriorate further. This little spectacle had already served its purpose, anyway. "You three," Leon commanded as his aura settled around Asa and the blonde woman's shoulders while having a much harder time wrestling with Josur's aura. "Enter." His voice easily carried out of the temple's main hall and into the forum, and the Tempest Knights had already started to relax before his echoes died. Anzu, meanwhile, waited only another second before stepping out of Josur's way. The strategos, meanwhile, spared not another glance at Leon's brother and strode purposefully into the temple, the look of unchecked hubris from mere minutes ago now erased in favor of a decidedly graver expression. Such focus wasn't reflected in Asa, as the former speaker couldn't help but glare at Anzu as he passed, but the blonde woman quickly became laser-focused on Leon, who sat in his pseudo-throne at the far end of the hall. Asa seemed to quickly forget about Anzu when he turned his eyes upon Leon, too, his eyes growing white as dinner plates and his footsteps faltering slightly as he entered the temple. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on Royal Road. Once all three walked in, Leon shut the temple doors without lifting a finger, sealing the temple from outside surveillance once again. Tori, sitting beside Leon in the smaller of the two chairs, rose, cleared his throat, and intoned as the other three approached the dais, "You now come before Leon of House Rame, king of the 10 tribes, the stone giants, the river nymphs, and the tree sprites, lord of Artorian, and last heir of the Thunderbird clan. And now, acknowledged by the People's Assembly, this governing body of the city of Alhamakim, the strategos that the city of Alhamakim owes obeisance to." Asa's jaw fell open, the blonde woman stared incredulously at Leon, and Josur audibly scoffed. "Impossible," the strategos claimed. "Despot Archelaus personally ordered the borders of my domain. No other strategoi rule this region, only I do. In claiming this land, you pit yourself against the despot of these lands. These people requested my assistance in maintaining their autonomy," Leon replied with an easy if somewhat provocative smile. "I accepted. They acknowledged me as their strategos. Seems straightforward to me." A disbelieving grin spread across Josur's face. "You must be new here, King Leon, last heir of the Thunderbird. If you weren't a new arrival, you wouldn't make such a preposterous claim about your lineage. So allow me to perform for you a service, for which you need not repay me. Respect Khosrau's law, and challenge not your betters. Despot Archelaus is above us, and he has spoken. This is my domain. What gives this despot the right to dictate such things?" Leon asked, his tone tinged with mocking sarcasm. "Power," Josur easily replied. "Power, and the backing of Basileus Ramin. Back down, newcomer. I commend you for the strength it undoubtedly took to reach this high place, but you are out of your depth." "You are not the largest lion in these plains," Leon retorted. "If you want to assert your authority over this city, then you will have to convince the assembly of the virtues of following your lead. I am here at their request and have already accepted their offer of vassalization, but here and now, if you're able to convince them to follow you instead of me, I'll release them from their contract." He paused and glanced around the room, making eye contact with most of the assembly members. "But only if you can convince them now." I do not lightly make such offers. Joser smiled thinly at Leon, his eyes flickering momentarily to the silent clear day watching from the sidelines, and said, "You have no respect for Khosrau's law, whelp. You will learn, in time, the way of things." Addressing the assembly now, Joser declared, "This is your one chance, magisters of Alhamakim. Surrender to me before I return to Ishtarpur, and I will consider this matter ended. If you do not, then you are nothing more than a wounded gazelle, and I the lion in the grass. You will be at my mercy." One of the more nervous-looking assembly members, who had to be a freshly ascended 6th-tier mage judging from his aura, asked in a shaking voice, What will happen, if we do surrender to you?" Joser grinned and turned his eyes upon first Leon, and then Tori. "You will acknowledge me as this city's overlord. I am your strategos, and my friend and associate, Asa Hamaluntar, will be authorized to lead an investigation into your recent election." He paused, chuckling under his breath. Such sacred institutions must be kept pure and incorrupt. Should the jackals subvert the will of your people, only tyranny follows. Our plains remain jackal-free. Tori insisted before glaring at Asa. "Save for the one you brought." Joser's smile was all teeth when he glared at Tori. "I have heard otherwise from my friend here. This is for your own good, my friend. Do not let power blind you to the needs of your people. You must know who has subverted your election. Think of the virtue you would display if you were to investigate the very election that supposedly put you in power. The commitment to the values and traditions held by your city." An old, crusty, sick of this shit 7th-tier assembly member growled, "Our election was safer than any conducted in the history of our city. To so blatantly lie is to insult our intelligence. Watch how you speak to your strategos," the blonde woman shouted furiously. "Miranda," Joser interjected before the old assembly member could shout back, "Calm yourself. We will work our way through this. And I know that all of these fine gentlemen will find within them the hearts of lions, not the blackened stones of jackals. They will see the truth." Silence fell upon the hall for a long moment as the assembly members glanced at each other, none speaking aloud. Eventually, Tori cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. "As speaker, then, I will announce our decision. Our contract with King Leon stands. We acknowledge him, and only him, as our strategos. We reject your ultimatum and denounce Asa Hamaluntar. For this naked attempt to subvert the will of our people and install himself as a tyrant, his citizenship is revoked. His property is forfeited to the people of Alhamakim. And he is banished forevermore from this city." No voices spoke up from the assembly to defend Asa or to argue with Tori, while Asa himself stared in abject shock at what Tori had just declared. Joser, meanwhile, stared at Leon with narrowing eyes, then glanced once more at Clear Day. When he turned his dark eyes back to Leon, he said, "Only despot archelaus can create new themata. You are not strategos. I denounce you as illegitimate. Your rule over these lands runs counter to Khosrau's law. You are a traitor and base criminal. I demand you leave this city and never return. Begone to your den of thieves and whores and never trouble civilization again, you dog-faced jackal." "Leave," Leon whispered with amusement and incredulousness. "No, I rather like it here. I think I'll stay." Any hint of levity in Joser's attitude vanished. "So be it, jackal. I will leave here today in the interest of not causing undue harm to the people of this fine city, but I will return hence to enforce Khosrau's sacred law that binds us all together. The peace and stability of these lands will not be imperiled by the likes of an up-jumped, avaricious, arrogant fool." He paused to laugh several times. "And for you to claim the mantle of the Thunderbird. What lunacy, as if a mud like you could ever claim so lofty a lineage." Joser turned on his heel and began striding for the door. Asa looked ready to argue, but one of Joser's hands closed around his arm, and the strategos dragged the former speaker right out of the hall. Miranda lingered only a moment longer, just long enough to glare spitefully at Leon before turning to follow her lord from the chamber. No time was wasted once back in the light of the origin spark, with Joser ordering his soldiers back aboard the arcs before boarding himself. In a matter of minutes, the arcs were taking off, turning eastward, and carrying their passengers back to Ishtarpur. In their absence, the assembly hall was deathly quiet. "Well," Leon stated, his voice echoing through the largely empty hall, "that went well, I'd say. Not a single spark of magic was exchanged." "Remarkable. He will come back," Tori darkly stated. He will not take this lying down. It was a hit to his pride," the old assemblyman added. "Fair though our city is, it's little compared to what he has already." For his own pride, Though, he will not let us go. Then what will he do? Leon asked. Assemble an army, come and try to take Alhamakim by force. Unlikely, Tori answered. There are certain conventions that stand between Strategoi and all those subject to Khosrau's law, really. Above all will be another. The higher ranked will mediate, arbitrate, and control the lower ranks. Only the elemental kings can act with impunity. Since you are now Alhamakim's strategos, our affronted friend will appeal to Despot Archelaus on his behalf. Smart, Clear Day stated with a gentle grin. If this despot were to decree that King Leon cannot hold this land, he has the power to enforce that ruling. He shrugged in Leon's direction. Better than going to war over the matter, isn't it? Certainly more efficient, Leon replied, though he couldn't help but feel almost annoyed on Archelaus' behalf. When he achieved the rank of despot, not if in his mind, but when he wouldn't want to deal with these kinds of petitions, even if he knew it was his responsibility to those beneath him on the totem pole. Would Archelaus come here? No, Tori stated after a nervous glance around the room. Despot Archelaus is not particularly hands-on, not that I would ever expect him to take any kind of interest in this city, fair though it is, for our wealth is but a speck of gold in his treasury. Instead, I believe he will summon you to his capital at Archelion. How far away is that? Leon inquired. Some 40,000 miles, Tori relayed. He'll probably also send someone to come and pick you up. When he summons people, he rarely wants to wait on them. Leon softly snorted and looked at Clear for a moment. Sounds delightful. Let's get ready, then. It seems we will have a meeting with a despot in the future. And if that doesn't happen? Anzu asked from the door where he'd been listening. A vicious grin spread across Leon's face even as anxiety pulsed in his heart. Then I guess we'll have to prepare for war. Blue. The sky was blue. The sky was always blue. The origin spark far above burned a brilliant gold white. The clouds danced across the sky, light and fluffy. The grass around him glowed a vibrant red. Ferns and bushes and flowers of all sorts painted a panoply of colors all throughout the garden. But Archelaus processed none of it. It was all the same. Everything was always the same. Every day came and went, offering no new experiences. He was alone, numb. He'd been lying in the fields of his garden for several hundred years, unmoving, uncaring as flowers and weeds and grass grew around him, periodically enshrouding him until his servants could muster the nerve to clear the ground around him. Never did he aid them in their labors. He couldn't say when he'd stopped caring, he didn't care to know. So long as he was undisturbed, nothing else mattered. He could stare upward at the unchanging sky, enjoying the feeling of the grass beneath him, and being slowly buried beneath the foliage. Though his heart was dull, he felt closest to joy when his body was obscured and none could see him. Unfortunately, his servants had cleared the area fairly recently, so when he sensed someone entering his garden, he felt mild irritation for but a moment. It was an exciting feeling, for he felt so little anymore, but it was gone before he could savor it. The servant in question was a 9th-tier mage, a young at least, relative to Archelaus man of considerable talent. Of all the bureaucrats Archelaus had known in his long life, few showed the promise that Jason did. Jason, Archelaus dejectedly thought, his thoughts wandering even as the young man approached. Lost in memory, it took some time for Jason to bring him back to the present. Espot. My lord, Archelaus didn't respond. He didn't sit up, he didn't twitch, he didn't so much as blink or turn his head. The only indication he gave Jason that his words were heard was a quick flexing of his aura. There have been developments in the west, Jason quietly whispered. The garden was, despite being out in the open and quite untamed in most areas, dead silent. It created an oppressive atmosphere that Archelaus had once enjoyed, and no longer cared enough to change. For the first time in weeks, Archelaus opened his mouth and spoke, his voice coming hoarse and creaky. Have you ever wanted to be a tree? Without missing a beat or so much as blinking in surprise, Jason repeated, there have been developments in the west, sire. To never move, save to sway, in the breeze, our informants have informed us that a new post-apotheosis mage has arrived in the west. He's already making waves, drinking in the light of the origin spark. Battles have been fought, men now ply the SC rivers in droves. Growing, being, living, Alhamakim, a city of otherwise little consequence, is at stake. Cursed we be, with thought and awareness, Strategos Josur asserts his authority over this city. Alhamakim has chosen the new mage as their strategos, citing his defense of the city during a raid. Archelaus sighed, mentally checking out of the update. More bullshit, he quietly derided. More violence, more blood. The primal gods have truly made us in their image. Jason kept speaking, his presence doing little but reminding Archelaus of days long past, of days when the storm lands were united beneath a strong king, when the other lands looked upon them as equals, not as targets. When the storm lands had known peace. The Thunderbird clan. Archelaus wasn't sure how long Jason had been speaking, but his ears picked something up that brought his attention back to the conversation. Repeat, Archelaus rasped. This newcomer claims to be the last of the Thunderbird clan, Jason stated. Archelaus lay there for several seconds while Jason waited for a response. Thoughts upon thoughts raced through his mind, ranging from simple dismissal to sheer outrage. He was so incensed that his heart beat slightly faster for a second or two. Joser's intent. The strategos prepares for possible war. Given this newcomer came here on his own and wasn't led to us, he has a power base of his own. Conflict seems inevitable. Call them, here. I will, arbitrate. Jason bowed at the waist, then turned on his heel and departed, leaving Archelaus alone with his thoughts, usually his favorite state of being, but now, his thoughts were trapped in painful memories. Chaos, old wars, mad scrambles for power among those who were once equal. Long has it been since another has dared to claim such august lineage in my lands, Archelaus mused. Must I truly remind everyone of such mistakes? Must I make another example? His fingers twitched, and then his arms. The longer he thought about the claims made, the faster his heart beat, and the more anger started to blaze through his body. The fires of passion, so long gone cold, were relit, and mana flowed freely through long unused muscles. Thankfully for Archelaus, at his level, he didn't lose muscle mass, so it was only his mental state that caused him to slowly rise from where he lay. Once he started moving, he couldn't stop. First, he raised one arm, and then both, and almost before he knew it, he was pushing himself back to his feet. For the first time in centuries, he looked upon the world from a standing perspective. He would be ready for this up-jumped impostor to arrive. He darkly wondered if this impostor knew what kind of dread awaited him in Archelion. I'm surprised you're still here, Leon observed as he walked into the cartographer's office. The man formerly known as the director of Heaven's Eye, Icarius, turned and smiled from where he sat, poring over the maps that Leon had received from Alhamakim at his request. He could hardly plan for the future if he didn't know what awaited him out in the Nexus. In response, he received dozens and dozens of maps, each one of a different region or including many regions together. Leon's favorite map depicted all of the storm lands, showing which territories each of the annex ruled. He could see on that particular map how desolate the western region was, with the vast majority of the people in the storm lands concentrated much further east. The distance between Artorian and Alhamakim was great, though Leon was pleased to see that most of the large cities in the storm lands were situated much closer together. A case of content theft. This narrative is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. Someone has to catalog all of these maps, Icarius smilingly responded. Besides, I have to know where I want to visit first, don't I? Still set on traveling, always. Though, I'll only depart when given your leave. I have sworn myself to you as your vassal. Leon waved his hand as if to dismiss that statement. You swore Heaven's Eye to me, as far as I'm concerned. If you want to leave, I'll permit you to depart. Icarius' smile widened, though he didn't rush to take up Leon's offer. I have more research to do, first. Perhaps in several decades, when you're more established. Leon grinned and nodded. It's appreciated. So, King Leon, what brings you here? Leon glanced around at the office, noting that there were more than a dozen other officers present, all working to create the most accurate maps of their surroundings as possible. He'd explicitly ordered them to keep working after entering the room, not wanting to delay their work just to observe ceremonies, but he knew that one couldn't always control what one overheard, so, he clapped Icarius on the shoulder and marched him off to a separate room in the building, one where they wouldn't be disturbed. Secretive, Icarius said, his aged face wrinkling slightly with intrigue. What's so important that you're acting like this? Nothing so much as a desire for privacy, Leon said as he made sure all of the privacy wards in the room were working. It was an army office, so the wards were robust enough, though hardly comparable even to what he'd put on his portable villa, let alone a more important building like a fortress or proper palace. And a discussion of possible strategy. I'm not much of a military mind, but I'll offer what advice I can. I have plenty of military minds to offer me advice, and while I don't claim to be a master, I have confidence in my ability to wage war. No, what I want from you is to draw on your experience in Heaven's Eye. What I want from you is your advice on establishing proper supply chains for needed strategic materials. Any levity in Icarius' demeanor vanished. Titanstone, Luminite, to start. I also want orichalcum and ambrosia. Icarius nodded slowly. A hand went to his chin, and he hummed in thought for a moment, leaning against a desk as he did in a manner most reminiscent of how he'd received Leon in his office back in Ocularis Hexagon. We received some luminite and ambrosia from Alhamakim, did we not? Leon grimaced. We did, not much, not enough luminite to fully repair even our least damaged heavy cruiser. But we've been promised more in the future. As for their ambrosia, with an almost dismissive flourish, Leon conjured one of the amphorae he'd received from Tori barely more than a week prior. He also conjured a glass, then took the cap off the amphora and poured some of its contents into the cup. The ambrosia made by Helen using the Hesperidic apples was a rich golden color that sparkled with arcane light, putting even the night sky to shame. It was as smooth as the finest of wines and was incomparable in taste. What came from the amphora, however, resembled syrup more than wine, and possessed a much lesser golden color. It shone brightly, and Leon could sense a considerable amount of magic power contained within the substance, but it was almost hilarious how inferior the quality of this ambrosia was to what Helen could make. Leon found it almost insulting. Helen's first few attempts to make ambrosia weren't that far off from what he poured into the glass, but she improved rapidly. If this was the best that Alhamakim could offer, that meant to be drunk or eaten with a spoon? Icarius sarcastically asked. Speaker Tori told me that they usually cut it with wine or water, Leon stated, unimpressed. That sounds like quite the waste. Leon picked up the glass and slowly inspected the finger's worth he'd poured in. Quite. Diluting ambrosia has a detrimental effect on its efficacy. I doubt what they've given us will have much of an impact on our power. Then we need to establish better methods for making ambrosia. Very much so. I'll coordinate with Lady Helen to see if some of her methods can be transferred to brewers in Alhamakim. Or perhaps see if their Hesperidic apples can be transferred here instead, where she can brew the ambrosia herself. We also need to source more of those strategic materials like luminite and titanstone. And soon. I want my arcs repaired. Then I'll begin immediately. Icarius glanced back at the maps. Leon had only arrived back in Artorian the day before, so copies had yet to be made. However, as a 10th tier mage, Icarius wouldn't have any trouble memorizing the maps with only a glance or two. I'll bring Penelope. She's been a bit stir-crazy these past few weeks. Visiting some of these cities to see what they might have on the open market will be good for her. And me. Mostly me, perhaps. Leon nodded his assent. Before Icarius could leave, however, Leon took a box from his soul realm and passed it to him. The former director received it with an intrigued look, and when he opened the small box, around 300 coins in 3 sizes and denominations were revealed, though all were made of the same orange-goldish material. Local currency, Leon said. All made from orichalcum or at least well plated in it. The smallest one is a hormes. 25 hormises make an anoshas. 10 anoshazes make a kosrad. What I've given you should be the equivalent of about 3,000 silvers back on Eterna. Strange that such practical metals are used to mint coins, Icarius observed. Each despotate has minting rights, Leon said. Archelaus apparently likes wasting orichalcum on coins. Let's hope that means it's relatively easy to get up here. It's certainly a promising sign. Have you anything else for me, Leon? No. Just learn where I can source these materials in the short term. With that, Icarius departed Artorian on just the kind of adventure that he had been craving on Eterna, visiting strange cities in search of rare and valuable materials. The fortresses at the north and south of the Ardor Valley were razed fairly quickly once the architects and engineers finished their work surveying the site and coming up with defensible designs. Thick walls, heavy enchantment work, and plenty of space for larger weapons. Lances of various sizes, bays to house fighter arcs in the future, empty facilities that would one day service Alta suits, and so much more. The fortresses themselves were made of the finest materials that the earth mages could conjure up, serving as gleaming monoliths of the power of Leon's kingdom. When Leon set down atop the southern fortress, however, it wasn't for an inspection, though there was a not so little part of him that demanded he explore the shell of a fortress as soon as he could, empty of most of its amenities and facilities as it currently was. Atop its roof stood Maya with several of her lesser nymphs, their lake blue eyes turned southward, toward the king's ocean miles away. While Maya wore a gorgeous blue dress embroidered with silver thunderbirds, the dresses that Leon saw the lesser nymphs wearing were more surprising. That Maya had gotten her nymphs to wear clothes in public spoke more to her power over her pod than almost anything else. Leon spared the lesser nymphs little of his attention, and he approached his river nymph wife from behind, taking her into his arms. She didn't even need to say anything to know it was him, and she practically melted back into his chest. Under normal circumstances, she might have poured love through their connection or otherwise expressed her joy with his presence. This time, however, it was apprehension that Leon felt, apprehension and a tinge of genuine fear. "What's wrong?" he whispered. "My girls have followed the river to the ocean," Maya explained. "It's bountiful and beautiful, plenty of space. For now." That sounds suspiciously like good news. Some settled close to the river mouth. They've been tasked with keeping an eye on the coast. They've reported strange sightings. Leon's blood ran cold. Dark scales, burning green eyes, and a curved horn the size of a destroyer flashed through his mind. He wasn't sure if it was a genuine memory or something conjured from the depths of his mind's abyss after being told of the horned serpent that Jorman had become. The prospect of fighting some other sea monster was chilling, to put it mildly. "How worried should we be?" Leon asked. "These creatures have displayed some measure of intelligence," Maya reported. She haughtily added, "They're keeping their distance from the coast. Some appear to not be monsters, though." "Not monsters? What do you mean?" "Rigid shapes, straight lines. Machines wrought by the hands of men. Ships that cut through the sea like arcs through the air." Leon could feel outrage through their connection, outrage and mild anger. River nymphs were territorial, and Leon thought that perhaps this instinct was being prodded. "Keep an eye on the coast, then," he whispered. "I don't want any surprises coming in from the south." "The ocean will be held back," Maya promised. "The rivers are for me. For us, and our daughters." Leon smiled lovingly, planting a light kiss on her neck. He held her close, though he couldn't deny that he was disquieted. Monsters and submersible ships off the southern coast. There were more than 10 months until reinforcements could arrive from Eterna. He couldn't afford to face powerful threats, especially not from the ocean ruled by the Ocean King himself. However, he hadn't the resources to spare to try and deal with that at the moment. He could only hope that these monsters and people weren't interested in messing with Artorian. He wasn't that optimistic, though. Not even 2 weeks passed following Leon's first meeting or perhaps confrontation with Joser before he received a call from Alhamakim. An envoy had arrived from Archelion. He was being summoned to Archelos to answer for his overreach, as the envoy put it. Immediately, he couldn't help but feel offended, but even if he was in Alhamakim to receive the envoy, he wouldn't have acted on that indignance. Attacking an envoy of a 12th tier mage sounded like a terrible idea. Regardless, he assembled a small team to join him, consisting of Clear Day, Gaius, Marcus, Alex, Cassandra, Valeria, Red, and 24 Tempest Knights, and set off for Alhamakim. From there, he would meet with Tori, who would assemble a team of his own, and together, they would make the journey to Archelion. Leon treated the matter with deadly seriousness. If Archelos refused his claim to Alhamakim, then nothing less than war would likely follow, for he had no intention of giving up the city that had decided of their own accord to acclaim him as their king. "So," Leon said as he sat down in a comfortable armchair, "tell us everything you know about Despot Archelos." Around him were the rest of his team, sans the Tempest Knights. Clear Day, Cassandra, Valeria, Gaius, Marcus, Alex, and Red had joined him. This wasn't the most powerful team he could have assembled, but he didn't want to leave Artorian completely defenseless. Tori met him several hundred miles away from the city, along with a welcoming party of several other assembly members and other city bureaucrats. Leon was warmly welcomed back to the city, and shown straight to the building that had been set up as his kingdom's consulate. They wouldn't be staying long in the city, especially since Archelos' representatives were waiting for Leon in the city to escort him to Archelion, but after nearly a week of travel, it was good to get some time to rest and strategize. "I've never met the man personally," Tori admitted. "As far as I know, few people have. Archelos is a distant ruler. He passes decrees down to his strategoi, and they fulfill them. He does not show himself to the public, nor does he need to. A good ruler would have come here to handle this matter personally," Cassandra scoffed. "Those that wait for the world to come to them oft find that they wait longer than they can afford to." Tori laughed a little nervously. "That's an interesting perspective." "You disagree?" Cassandra challenged, a smile growing across her face. It is a sign of power when those you summon appear before you, Tori stated. Unless Basilis Ramin were to show up in the disputate, Archelaus is unchallenged within his domain. None can stand against him. None can afford to anger him. The world is replete with idiots who don't understand the concept of self-preservation, Cassandra dismissed. Normal, rational people wouldn't challenge a mage so much higher in power, but what about the irrational? The deluded and the insane? Or those who are quite simply too tired and done with life to keep on going? Or those whose minds are clouded by anger? The pirates that attacked your city were led by an 11th tier mage, whom my husband defeated before the fleet came here. Is Despot Archelaus truly so powerful if such cretins believe themselves able to attack us like they did? Tori raised his hands in conciliation. Repeating himself, the speaker said, I don't know the despot personally, Queen Cassandra. I only concern myself with the well-being of this city. How the despot rules his domain is not for me to judge, so long as we are left to our own devices. Cassandra's eyes narrowed then, but it was Marcus who next spoke. This city acclaimed Leon of House Rame to be their king. You express an interesting attitude before your king. I mean no disrespect. Tori began with a hint of panic in his tone, but Leon quickly cut him off. I'm not one to shy away from debates on political philosophy, but we're here for a purpose. If we could focus on Archelaus instead of Tori, then we'll all benefit. Murmurs of agreement echoed throughout the room, while Tori, Marcus, and Cassandra looked suitably chastened. Then, Leon continued, we have to settle on a strategy before we meet with this man. I have my own thoughts, but I want to hear everyone else's, first. Cassandra started first since she was practically bursting with passion. We can't be servile. Archelaus may be stronger, but we are not sworn to him. Valeria responded, offending him may be a bad idea, so is bowing and scraping to him. Cassandra retorted, we're already coming when summoned, like leashed dogs. She groaned and pouted. I hate it, that much is obvious, Valeria smirkingly added, eliciting a heated, though unserious, glare from Cassandra. I agree with Queen Cassandra, Marcus chipped in, before adding, to an extent, anyway. While it's true that we shouldn't act like vassals, we also can't ignore his power over this region. Everything can die, Red argued, her red eyes narrow with displeasure. This human, while strong, is not strong enough to demand so distantly. He has the backing of Basilis Ramin, Tori gently reminded the room. Even if the despot were to be killed, such an event would not go unnoticed by those higher than him. We'll kill them too, Red stated like it was the easiest thing in the world to do. Continue with that attitude, and you'll eventually come against something you can't kill, Clear Day whispered, though his voice carried throughout the room despite its softness. Nonviolent solutions would be ideal in this case, especially since we're new to these lands, and diminished. Perhaps we are a match for this despot if we throw our all into the fight. Perhaps not. We're certainly not a match for a 13th tier mage, however. Leon finally spoke, killing the despot is not on the table unless our hands are forced. Khosrau's law has created a great chain of relationships in an attempt to give order to the universe. Breaking one part of the chain will only draw the ire of those further up. I do not want to start a vicious cycle of killing a strategos and enraging a despot, then killing the despot and enraging a basilis, and so on. If that were the case, then we would not now be discussing our next steps in this city, we would be back in Artorian preparing for battle. Now, let's get back on topic. Leon's golden eyes flitted across the room, silently reprimanding everyone present, even those yet to speak. He was as willing as ever to fight, but until Artorian was established and they could get more regular and reliable transport between the Nexus and Eterna, he just wanted to be left alone. After all, he had decided to come to the Nexus before any of the outer planes because he needed strategic materials. Once he acquired what he needed, it was those very outer planes that he wanted to turn his attention to. Alex spoke next. We should present a strong front. We're not in the wrong here, Joser is. Joser was given this region to rule, Gaius pointed out with a soft smile as he held his wife's hand. Archelaus may see our claiming of this city to be a challenge to his authority. The people have spoken, Alex responded, nodding to the city's speaker. What more is there to say? Marcus interjected, what does that matter? The people don't have a choice in the matter, a 12th tier mage can wipe this city off the map with ease, what they say is law. Tori visibly scowled at Marcus's statement, but he didn't try to argue against his point. It's a foolish king who slaughters his own people, Cassandra pointed out. The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings. Foolish or not, he has the power to do it, Marcus said. And should he be sufficiently angered, I think it's within the realm of possibility that he will choose to put that power on display, so to speak. Tori stated, I have no memory of him having done so before. Marcus shrugged. Having the power to destroy a city also implies having the power to destroy a city's ruling class. Hang the traitors and spare the people, that's what I would do in his situation if I deemed a city to have rebelled against me. So, I think we should be careful not to make him think that violence is necessary. It is a problem, isn't it? Clear Day said as he turned his dark red eyes toward Leon. Do you plan on bowing to him, Leon? Leon scoffed. No. Worst case scenario in my mind is that we're forced out of the Nexus. Even if that comes to pass, I will not be bowing to him, or acknowledging him at all as my political superior. Clear nodded, looking pensive. Bold, dangerous, even, the chances are high that he will interpret Alhamakim accepting you as its king as rebellion. One option remains to us, in that case, Valeria quietly said. We can't bow, we can't fight, we can't leave. We can't leave, can we? She asked Leon. Tori, too, shot Leon a questioning look, one mixed with a good deal of worry. No, Leon definitively declared. I have accepted this city as my vassal. It is under my protection. I am not so fickle with my word. Tori breathed a sigh of relief while Valeria stoically nodded. As I was saying, that leaves us with one option. We have to present strength to the despot, enough to make it clear that he cannot make a move against us without severe repercussions. Make him think that if he were to attack us, he would suffer mightily, such that he loses the power to hold on to his other territories. Make him think that attacking us would be so painful that he ought to refrain from doing so. Even if he could defeat us, make the victory not worth the effort. We have 4 11th tier mages, Alex added, that's enough to give even some distant 12th tier asshole pause, right? Please don't use such language in his presence, Tori practically begged. Alex snickered but quieted when Gaius tightened his fingers around hers. Nothing will ever be a guarantee, he said. Turning his eyes to Leon, he continued, no matter what, we're going to be in Archela's power. If he doesn't like what we have to say, we'll kill our way out, Red declared with a mad grin and a spike of killing intent. If we must, Leon agreed. And only if we must. After a moment of quiet, Marcus offered another opinion. I'm no coward, and I don't personally think we should do this, but is it worth considering just not answering these summons at all? An interesting thought, Leon said, having grown a bit tired of just listening to everyone else's opinions. Not showing up would certainly be a declaration of where we stand. But I want to look this man in the eye, see what he's like, hear what he has to say for himself. Besides, we've come this far, what's another 40,000 miles? Polite laughter filled the room. Sensing a winding down in discussion, Leon asked, anyone have anything else to add? Silence answered him. Very well, he said. Get some rest. We'll meet these envoys in 3 hours. Are you ready, my boy? The Thunderbird asked. Leon halted a moment as he prepared to leave the consulate and meet Archela's envoy. As I'll ever be, he answered. Good, she replied. Confidence will serve you better than anything else you could bring. So I've learned, he replied. A moment of silence followed. I'm curious about this despot. The Thunderbird continued. I was cold bones by the time Khosrau's law was truly cemented in the Nexus. I stopped paying much attention to the physical world in what now seems like the early days of this era of humanity. I'm curious, too, Leon agreed. Khosrau's law seems too structured to me. I wonder at his intention, if structuring the universe was his goal. It was, the Thunderbird confirmed. Khosrau, as much as I despise him, I have to admire his ambition. In the wake of the fall of the primal beings, the universe became chaotic, disorganized. Khosrau wanted something greater, to create a place for everyone. A place for every human, I should say. He wanted a system that allowed upward movement, a system that rewarded power. But he also wanted a system that ensured peace, a system that clearly defined everyone's responsibilities and areas of concern. In that respect, he failed. That doesn't surprise me. Cameron apparently has vassals in the lands of other elemental kings. I'm sure there are despots or basileis here in the storm lands that have sworn themselves to annex or elemental kings of other elements. Especially after the fall of the clan. If someone sees it as more beneficial to go elsewhere, then elsewhere they will go, regardless of the law imposed by someone long dead. The Thunderbird hummed in agreement just as Valeria and Cassandra walked into the room. It was time to head out. The walk to the great temple of Leth was short and done in relative silence. The people of the city turned out to cheer as they passed, but the party themselves were largely quiet, the anticipation of the task ahead of them getting to most of them. The envoy awaited them in the forum in front of the temple. She was easy enough to pick out, being dressed in monochrome blue rather than the more colorful fare that Alhamakim's people seemed to prefer. She was also 10th tier, her aura dwarfing everyone else's within the city walls who wasn't a part of Leon's party. Walking with purpose and confidence, Leon approached the envoy. "You are Leon Rame?" she asked once he'd come into comfortable speaking range. "I have that dubious honor." "Yes," Leon confirmed with a neutral smile. The envoy's sharp features didn't so much as twitch in amusement or derision. "I will now ferry us to Archelion," she stated without much inflection, and Leon watched her closely, his curiosity about how she intended to take them 40,000 miles growing with every passing second. She didn't appear to have an arc with her, and he didn't think that she'd come all this way alone, either. From her soul realm, she conjured a crystal about twice the size of her fist. It was a diamond-shaped octahedron, each of its sides polished to a near-mirror shine. However, while Leon could see some reflectivity at the edges of each face, what he found more captivating was the brilliant amber gold inner light that the crystal shone with. "Ah, I see," the Thunderbird whispered in appreciation. Just as Leon was about to ask her what the crystal was, the amber gold light intensified, spreading to include the envoy. Several ancient runes appeared in the air around her, which were then connected by dozens of streams of thousands of modern runes. Light shone all around her, emanating seemingly from the air itself. The light brightened in both hue and intensity, until the envoy was almost lost in streams of radiant golden light that stretched upward, seemingly pulled first toward the origin spark until it bent eastward about a quarter-mile above the city. "Enter the light," the envoy commanded, her voice sounding like she hadn't yet moved. Leon, despite his apprehension, strode forward undaunted. He was soon enveloped by the light as well, as were his followers as they entered after him. The light seemed to act almost like a teleportation portal, as Leon found the interior of the illuminated area to be about 3 or 4 times larger than what had been sectioned off by the runes. He could still see outside the light, however, and noted that they were still standing in the center of the forum. Far above, he could see the stream of light stretching farther and farther east, accelerating at a tremendous pace until the tip of the light stream moved faster than even he could at full tilt. While it moved, Leon projected his magic senses, analyzing everything he could from the runes and the light itself. It didn't take him that long to identify it, having had experience with similar structures before. This is a luminite bridge. The enchantment was complex and the crystal it came from quite small, so Leon wasn't quite able to parse through how it was all working, but he could see plainly that this wasn't going to be a permanent bridge like had existed in his clan's old palaces in the Sundered Lands. Rather, it seemed like the bridge would only be temporary, designed to take them as quickly as possible to a single place. It was a deeply impressive show of power, to use luminite in such a way. Leon wasn't sure if any of the substance would be left when they were through, and he didn't know if saving all of it or letting it all go to waste on a single relatively short-range teleport was the larger flex. It only took a few minutes for the strand of light to reach Archelion, and once it did, the light flared brightly for a moment, overpowering even Leon's sight. When it dimmed a moment later, they were no longer in the forum in front of Alhamakim's great temple of Leth, but they instead stood in the front courtyard of a beautiful palace, surrounded by gardens and buildings further out. They were in Archelion, having traveled 40,000 miles in mere moments. Leon refrained from inspecting the city for a moment in favor of watching the envoy. She stood still for several moments as all of the luminite that had formed the bridge smoothly flowed back into the crystal instead of dissipating. There was a part of him that was relieved, seeing that such valuable material hadn't been wasted just on a statement of power. "Follow," the envoy demanded as she spun on her heel toward the palace's enormous front doors. "The eminent despot Archelas awaits." Chapter 1095. Acknowledgement. Into the great palace the envoy led Leon's group, though Leon set a more lackadaisical pace that clearly grated on the envoy's nerves. She didn't rush them, however, aside from a few dirty looks, so Leon took the time to observe their surroundings in more detail. The atrium of the palace wasn't nearly as large as he would have expected given Archelas' rank in the Nexus hierarchy. His palace on Eterna was larger. A long hall, 2 rows of columns, a floor of polished stone, and a plush carpet running down the center of the hall. The columns were intricately carved with reliefs that spiraled upward, packed with so much detail that Leon's eyes almost glazed over when he tried to examine them while walking. The ceiling was entirely made of gleaming bronze, with cloud-like ripples flowing across the metal. Occasionally, an arc of golden lightning would travel across the ceiling's surface, only to be drawn into large crystals that formed the capstone of every column. These crystals would then glow, providing most of the hall's illumination, though Leon suspected they served other purposes too given how much magic power he could sense within them. Half a dozen doors led out of the hall, but it was to the one in the very back, directly opposite the grand double doors that served as the palace's main entrance. Every door had a pair of powerful seeming golems guarding it, while Leon counted some 24 people moving about while they made the short trek down the hall. It was a busy place, though Leon thought it should have been busier if it were to adequately administer such a large region as Archelaus apparently had. Another chamber awaited them beyond the next set of doors, this one a large octagonal chamber with a grand dome above it held up by 8 more sturdy columns. Benches lined the walls, while slabs of glowing crystal were set into the walls, providing light. Light projections of various animals swam through the air, illuminating everything they passed by. A dozen more golems stood guard in the room. Several people were sitting on the benches upon Leon's arrival, and he wouldn't have paid them any mind had he not recognized after a short delay the aide that accompanied Djoser to Alhamakim, Miranda, if Leon's memory served him rightly. His group's entrance drew her attention, too, and she spared a moment to glare at him, and then pointedly ignored his presence afterward. "Your companions will wait here," the envoy instructed Leon. "The eminent Archelaus will see you in private." The corners of Leon's golden eyes tightened, but with a silent gesture, he ordered his people to stay behind. "If anything happens," he said over his shoulder as he followed the envoy toward the next door, "make a racket." "Easily done," Cassandra replied with a vicious grin while Red hungrily stared at Miranda and the dozen people on the other side of the room. Leon exchanged no more words with his people as the envoy swiftly escorted him through the enormous bronze doors that opened of their own accord upon their approach. Immediately on passing over the room's threshold, Leon found himself almost humming with delight, for the room was packed with lightning magic that danced across his body. It felt almost like hovering in the eye of a terrible storm, soaking wet from the rain, clothes charred from the lightning, or in a word, paradise. The room was dark and moody, illuminated by blue crystals set in the walls. The room itself was terraced into 5 different sections by rows of 4 stairs each, culminating in a platform above them all where a massive throne made of cloudy crystal sat. The crystal emanated magic slowly into the air, which coalesced into clouds that covered the ceiling and occasionally flashed with lightning. The floor, walls, and presumably the ceiling hidden behind the clouds were all made of the same rough black stone that seemed to eat all the light within, contributing more than even the clouds above to the room's atmosphere. It was a throne room designed for petitioners, Leon thought, given how long and narrow it was, and not for holding great gatherings or meetings. Still, it was impressive in all the ways that mattered, and he did find the stark, black, stormy aesthetics appealing in ways that white marble and shining gold simply didn't. Lazily reclining upon the enormous crystal throne was a man who was about as far away from regal as Leon could imagine. He was dressed in soiled rags that looked like they hadn't been changed in centuries. His hair was long, filthy, and greasy, and his equally long beard was straggly and matted. However, the man's aura was immense, opaque even to Leon's eyes, indicating his power. This was Archelaus, of that Leon had no doubt. Cementing his assumption even further was Djoser standing off to the side, bent slightly at the waist with his hands folded in front of him, making it clear with his body language that he was in the presence of someone he considered superior to him. The jackal finally arrives, Djoser spat quietly, though in the large, empty throne room, his voice carried from one end of the hall to the other. Leon held his tongue despite the temptation to respond. He considered it a wise move when a moment later, Archelaus spoke. "So this is the boy who claimed descent from the Thunderbird clan." The man's cold gray eyes swept over Leon's form, making him feel naked beneath such a weighty gaze. It was almost encouraging when the man's face remained solid and unchanging as stone in the seconds it took the envoy to escort Leon over to the crystal throne upon the highest terrace. "As ordered, Eminence," the envoy said, "I present Leon of House Rame before you, who claims the title of last heir of the Thunderbird." Sheer arrogance, Djoser claimed as Archelaus dismissed the envoy with a wave of his hand. "We are all descendants of the Thunderbird. Keep telling yourself that, child," the Thunderbird snapped from within Leon's soul realm. More diplomatically, Leon stated aloud, technically true, the Thunderbird clan is an old clan. But claimed family lineages mean little in the face of power. Djoser scoffed. Your delusions of grandeur can be dealt with after you vacate Alhamakim. That city is mine, as decreed by your eminence not even 3,000 years ago. Djoser turned to Archelaus, appealing to the dirty despot for restitution. Archelaus, however, simply stared Leon down, his hard eyes practically piercing into Leon's own. For a long moment, Leon wondered if Archelaus had even heard Djoser, and it seemed the strategos himself wondered the same as his expression turned concerned and he took a hesitant step toward the despot. However, after Djoser took only a single step, Archelaus saw fit to speak. Bow to me, he demanded, and see your appointment as strategos confirmed. I will allow you to keep Alhamakim, in return for your fealty. A dreadful smile spread across Leon's face as his knees and waist remained unbent. I did not come all this way to give myself to a new master. I am a king, and kings do not bow to others. The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. You mad dog, Djoser exclaimed more out of shock than anger. Consider your surroundings, you pompous dunce. Leon's eyes turned in Djoser's direction slowly, contemptuously. Take your own advice, Djoser, no despot worth following has others speak for him. The Thunderbird laughed within him, and he could sense through their contract amusement from Zaffin, too. My blood, bows, to no one, the Thunderbird elatedly screeched in between great guffaws. Djoser looked scandalized, but Archelaus was unshaken. Instead, the despot raised his hand and, in an instant, shot a lightning bolt from his finger toward Leon. Reacting with all the speed he could call upon, Leon raised his defenses, evaluating the attack in a split second. The bolt was small, more a probe than a true attack. A test, Leon thought as he reached out with his magic and caught the bolt. The bolt slowed as it reached him until it stopped completely, barely a millimeter from his outstretched palm. With a grin, Leon closed his fist around the bolt, silver blue lightning arcing between his fingers as he extinguished Archelaus' power. It took a moment, but Leon succeeded. Djoser's glare turned even more derisive. Proof that you are a mongrel, dog, nothing more. Colored lightning means nothing aside from proof that your ancestors lay with beasts. He rolled his neck and shoulders a few times as a smile spread over his lips. In the words of the great Lord Khosrau, scorned are those who consort with the low creatures, suffer not their progeny to live. He took a threatening step forward and Leon readied himself for a more serious threat, but a single glare, Archelaus froze Djoser in his place. If we followed Khosrau's law to the letter, the universe would be filled with the headless, Archelaus stated. The divine and ascended beasts of the primal age interbred with humanity so long ago that we all have a little bit of beast within us. It is no coincidence that the canticles of Hormizd are those most oft ignored. Leon blinked a moment in confusion before the Thunderbird clicked her beak and quickly said, one of Khosrau's ill-begotten sons, Hormizd was killed before the man himself. To Leon, Archelaus said in a gentler tone, I find you problematic, Leon Rame. What I was planning doesn't matter. However, so close to the King's Ocean, your chosen settlement invites the Ocean King's ire. Perhaps it's for the best that you do not bow to me, for I would not be the reason why the Ocean King marches upon the storm lands. I will allow you to keep Alhamakim and its hinterlands as a part of an acknowledged theme, and in return, you will not move any farther east, whether at the behest of the people or not. With every word Archelaus spoke, Djoser's eyes widened further in disbelief. Leon, too, was surprised, but when Archelaus finished, it was Djoser who jumped in to speak next. Your Eminence, you bestowed that land upon me. That city is mine. It is my prerogative to edit themata as I see fit, Archelaus replied, once more silencing Djoser with no more than a look. What say you, Leon Rame? Is this an equitable compromise? I seek neither conflict nor conquest, Leon replied. As far as I'm concerned, so long as peace between us is maintained, then we have no reason to fight. I find this agreement to be quite reasonable. Good, I will send you home, now. With a wave of Archelaus' hand, a bell rang throughout the hall, though from where, Leon had no idea. The sound was soft to his ears, though he noticed Djoser sway slightly, his eyes narrowing slightly in apparent pain. Archelaus seemed unaffected, but he stared searchingly at Leon until the last echo of the bell died. Leon stared right back, noticing but not turning to face the envoy when she returned, apparently summoned by the bell. Take Strategos Leon Rame back to Alhamakim, Archelaus ordered her, his eyes not leaving Leon's. Do not tarry. As your eminence wills, the envoy replied before turning to Leon. Follow me, Lord Rame. She began swiftly walking back the way she and Leon had come, but Leon paused a moment, staring back at Archelaus. The man wanted something from him, or was looking for something, but Leon couldn't tell what. He was unwilling to ask, so feeling only slightly perturbed, he finally followed the envoy out of the hall. He'd gotten essentially everything he wanted, but the whole thing left him feeling rather uneasy. If Archelaus had made him work harder for this acknowledgement, he'd have felt better, if he were to be honest. Reinforcements from back home can't come fast enough, he thought. He had a terrible feeling that if Archelaus was going to be this generous, then he was playing into something he couldn't see, some grand game that he didn't know enough about local politics to perceive just yet. Regardless, he needed to be stronger to not be used. At the very least, as he felt Djoser's eyes bore holes into his back as he left, he didn't think he was done with that particular problem, just yet. He took comfort in the fact that Artorian was protected by 4 11th tier mages. By themselves, they should pose enough of a threat to keep any direct challenges at bay until he could more greatly establish Artorian. Emphasis on should. As the clang of the bronze doors closing resounded throughout the hall, Archelaus felt Djoser's anger. It roiled off of him like heat from a fire. Yet Archelaus spared him not a single look, preferring instead to stare at the closed door and track Leon's departure from his realm with his power. A curious boy, to be sure, but he didn't lie, he truly had the power of the Thunderbirds, a power that Archelaus had thought gone from the universe. The corners of his lips twitched upward at the thought of that bloodline's return. Finally, he thought, something to kill this boredom for a while. Good luck, boy, you will need it once more. Ambitious men hear of you. As he grinned, he asked Djoser, what are you planning, child? Through clenched teeth, Djoser responded, I am not a child. Archelaus snorted in amusement. To you, 2,000 years is an entire lifetime. To me, it's an afternoon nap. Now answer my question. Like a scolded child, Djoser turned away and folded his arms over his chest. In a sulking tone, he claimed, nothing. Nothing, Archelaus responded, fine, I can always punish you after the fact. Turning back to the despot, Djoser demanded, why? Why give that land away? Land you gave me. Will not Basileus Ramin be upset? Scoffing, Archelaus said, you claim you are not a child, yet you allow your pride to get in the way. Think for a moment, and you may find your answer. Silence followed for nearly a whole minute. Djoser at least appeared to give the matter some thought, but when no response came, Archelaus rolled his eyes. Alhamakim is so inconsequential, Djoser, that I would bet you did not once think about the city until that Outlander raid. Am I wrong? I give all of my lands equal attention, Djoser claimed. By the dripping anus of your ancestors, child, why must you lie? Such a small city on the periphery of your theme, you do not pay as much attention to it as you do Ishtarpur or the Golden Mire. Even the third castle of the Iron Order will demand more of your attention than an autonomous city buried in the mountains. You will not notice Alhamakim's absence, let alone Basileus Ramin. Do you claim I'm wrong in this assessment, too? Djoser went silent again, so Archelaus continued. The land west of the Bold Mountains was the most heavily raided of all the storm lands during this cycle until about 20,000 years ago. The only reason it changed is because people simply stopped living there. A few have tried to settle there since, but all attempts have ended sailing down the pale rivers of the SC. Now ask yourself, child, where those raids originated from. Fortunately, Djoser wasn't so slow with his response this time. The King's Ocean. By Khosrau's swinging cock, you finally answer rightly. Yes, without a strong storm king to shield us, even Basileus Ramin cannot stand against the forces of the Ocean King. I believe that this will be the state of affairs until Cameron and Halbast sort out who will finally don the storm crown. Only then will attention turn from east to west, and we can secure these frontiers. Until that happens, I would prefer a buffer zone, some kind of neutral theme that can establish itself in that area. That way, we only need to worry about our southern flank. If the cities of the West Gate fall, then the Ocean King will run right into the heart of the despotate. Though it seemed like Djoser was pulling his own teeth, he said, I hear you, your eminence. You hear me, yet you will not let this matter go, will you? Archelaus' eyes fell upon Djoser, the weight of his gaze causing the 11th tier mage to hunch over slightly and stare at the floor. A frown spread across Djoser's face as he endured, while his already dark cheeks darkened further with anger and embarrassment. I will not act against this upstart's theme, Djoser claimed. Good, Archelaus responded. Silence stretched for a moment between them until Djoser straightened up and asked, was his power true? Is he truly of the Thunderbird clan? Archelaus smiled. He was, certainly using inhuman powers. It's been so long since the Thunderbird clan ruled the storm lands that I don't even know how many would remember their power. All the universe knows of that white and blue lightning, Djoser said. But that proves nothing. It's the power contained within that matters, not the color it takes. I've seen far more charlatans and others who have similarly colored lightning. Either way, it hardly matters. Let this little chick roost in the west. He'll draw the Ocean King's attention away from us. For a time, anyway. Chapter 1096. Preparations. It took a long time for Leon to fully process his impression of the rather vagrant-looking Archelaus. When he and his people were returned to Alhamakim via River of Luminite, he hardly spoke a word until returning to his consulate building, and when he did, he sat quite heavily in his chair at the head of the meeting room he'd commandeered. The rest of the party he'd taken with him assembled around him, with the mood largely upbeat and celebratory, Leon having told them of the outcome of his chat with Archelaus before they left. Tori, in particular, was overjoyed, laughing and joking with Marcus and Alex the entire way back, and even attempting to flirt with Red a bit, though the wyvern had none of it, ignoring Tori completely. As he sat mulling over everything that had happened during the day, he felt a hand on his arm. Looking up, sapphire eyes filled his vision. Valeria asked, everything all right? Her question silenced the room and drew all attention back to Leon. After taking a couple seconds to think over what he wanted to say, he slowly, deliberately, said, I got what I wanted from Archelaus. He recognized my power, yet he's allowing me to walk away. He gave me everything, asked for little save for peace, and even recognized me as a strategos. These are good things, Tori said, grinning. Leon nodded his head in agreement, though exchanged a meaningful look with Clear Day. Too good. I feel like a sword now hangs above my neck, and at any moment, it will fall. What is the area of concern? Gaius asked, his tone indicating he immediately went into problem-solving mode. Leon appreciated his demeanor and shifted his attitude to match. The South. The King's Ocean. If it's the ocean we're worried about, Marcus said, then we should also look west. Beyond the mountains, the ocean also lies. But getting past those mountains will be harder than heading up through the plains and the river in the south, Gaius pointed out. It's good strategy to plug the leakiest hole first. But we can't ignore all others, Marcus pressed. And we won't, Leon interjected. He sighed. We have a lot to do when we get back. Fortifications raised, scouts dispatched, contact made with anyone around us. He turned his attention to Tori. What else can you tell me of the surroundings? I want as complete of a picture of the political landscape as possible. All traces of levity had vanished from Tori's demeanor during the short exchange, and he nodded once before conjuring a large map from his soul realm. It wasn't as detailed as Leon might have liked, but it showed a wide perspective, nearly half of the storm lands if he wasn't mistaken. Even Archelaus' despotate appeared small upon it, and Alhamakim wasn't even marked. All of these lands, Tori explained as he indicated the southwestern corner of the storm lands, which was where they found themselves, are the lands of the Annex Yun. Under Yun are 5 basileis, including Ramin. Under Ramin are 7 despots, including Archelaus. And under Archelaus are 5 strategoi, including Djoser. This is the current state of affairs as far as I understand them. Yun's land covered roughly a sixth of the storm lands, Leon noted. The lands of the other annex shown on the map were smaller, but from what he could tell, more densely populated. Yun had a lot of land, but fewer people. Much more notably, he noted that past the bold mountains, within which Alhamakim was situated, no one ruled. There were a few cities far to the north, but in his little corner in the farthest southwest, there were no cities, nor any other kind of marking that would indicate ownership. Who issued this map? Leon asked. A cartographer in Yuncheng, Tori answered, indicating Yun's capital city. I had this commissioned about 40 years ago. Skirmishes continue in the border region, so some of the despots and strategoi may have more or less land than what this map indicates, but more or less, this is the region as it stands. Skirmishes, Leon murmured. With other storm lords, Tori at least looked a little embarrassed from Leon's judgmental tone. Ever since the fall of the Tuna, the last Storm King, the Storm Lands have bickered continuously over the matter of succession. Clear Day finally spoke, asking, "What of Thunderbird claimants? Have there been none since the last Storm King?" Tori shot Leon an anxious look. Leon made a bit of a show of lounging in his seat, and after providing such example, ordered Tori, "Relax. My clan once ruled these lands, and should my ancestors walk with me, we will again. But I do not rule them right now. This fact has not escaped me, there's no need to dance around the issue." "Oh, of course. There haven't been any, I mean, as far as I know, at least in the past few tens of thousands of years, there haven't been any, I think, no Thunderbird clan claimants." Anyway, right, it's in the east that most people concentrate their attention since that's where most of the, current claimants are based. Notably the Annex Cameronen, I think his name is Halbad. No, it's Halbast. No one of great significance has looked west in, well, I don't know, really. Since long before my time. The last time Anax Yun came to these lands, Alhamakim had yet to be founded. Thousands of years? Leon asked. Tens of thousands, easily. Alex whistled in amazement while Cassandra muttered, "That's a long time to ignore one's western flank. The King's Ocean lies to the south and west," Tori explained. "There's some conflict between the Ocean King and the Storm Lords, but it's been relatively low intensity for several thousand years." Leon stated, "I've heard that the current Ocean King is ambitious and prefers to establish buffer zones with his ocean." "That's true," Tori confirmed. "At least as far as I'm aware. The land you've claimed was once decreed to be one such buffer zone, though it's been so long since anyone's lived in those meadows and dales that who can say how much water that decree still holds." Leon thought of the artificial shapes, most likely underwater arcs, that Maya's river nymphs had spotted off his southern coast and deeply frowned. His eyes flickered to the map once again. How populated are the lands to the north of Artorian? Tori looked at the relevant section for a moment, then conjured another map, this one mostly showing Archela's despotate and the land to the west all the way to the coast. There were a few cities in the north, but no particularly large states there. "No themata," Tori explained. Leon nodded as he projected his magic senses to follow along with the Hamashian's explanation, seeing the cities for himself. "The cities here are fairly rich, though. There isn't too much competition, and people are mostly allowed to live as they please." "That's surprising," Valeria quietly opined. "I thought such cities would have been subjugated by someone. The people are fat and happy, for sure." Tori said, "And my fair city has some contacts up there, but their wealth isn't enough to attract the attention of the basileis of the Annex. As I said, all attention is focused in the east, and on who might claim the title of Storm King." Leon breathed another sigh of relief. "All want to make contact with these cities. Your contacts will help in that regard." Tori nodded, though he appeared a little nervous about doing so. "Is something the matter?" Leon asked, noticing his mild reticence to agree. "No, sire, of course not," Tori claimed. "You're not convincing me," Leon pressed. Tori grimaced and stared at the smaller map for a long moment. Finally, he said, "We in Alhamakim want to be left alone. We've acknowledged you as our king and strategos, yes, but we do not wish to become involved in the dealings of great mages. We want to live as we always have, no more, no less. I will do as you command. I have acknowledged you as my king, my honor demands no less. Moreover, I am still immensely grateful to you for saving my city from those pirates. But my people," Tori paused, as if searching for the right words. "My people may grow resentful if too much is asked of them." Leon gave him a thin-lipped smile, his dark brown hair casting shade over his eyes as he leaned slightly toward Tori. His golden eyes glittered in the light as he stated quite simply, "I ask nothing of them but what has already been promised. They will provide the promised tribute. All else joining my army, doing business with any of my other vassals is for them to decide upon themselves. I ask you, Tori, and perhaps a few of the great men and women of this city, to aid me in providing introductions. And of you, specifically, Tori, as you are this city's speaker, I ask for counsel. Do I ask too much? No, my king, no you do not. Then where does your hesitance come from? I do not wish to labor under misconceptions. I will do as asked, in the interest of ensuring good relations between us." Leon stared at the garishly dressed man in exasperation. "Then consider our misconceptions dispelled." He stopped for a moment and looked around the room. Red was glaring pointedly at Tori now, after having spent much of the meeting draped over her armchair looking like she was about to fall asleep. Gaius and Marcus were more professional, but Leon could see the judgment in their eyes. Alex and Cassandra were less disguised with their annoyance, while Valeria and Clear Day were utterly stoic. With another sigh, Leon said, "We'll organize these introductions later. It's been a long few weeks. I release you to your civil duties, Tori, which I'm sure are numerous. We will speak again soon." Tori nervously smiled and bowed slightly. "Yes, King Leon." He lingered for only a moment, and after looking around the room to find no sympathetic faces, bowed once more and hurried out of the room, leaving the maps on the table. Silence lingered in his wake, breaking only when Alex muttered loudly enough for them all to easily hear, "Cockhead." Marcus and Cassandra burst out laughing, while Gaius and Valeria were more restrained. Red made more of a chuffing sound with her lips, and even Leon cracked a smile. "All right," Leon said as they all calmed down. "I think we all have a lot to think about. The North is no threat, and the East is pacified. At least stabilized. Now we need to consider the threat from the South and the West." Even as he said that, though, Leon's eyes landed on the larger map, and slid off the eastern edge. "There lies Cameron," he thought. "And this, Halbast." Aloud, he added, "Naiads already informed me of potential scouts from the ocean to the south. We'll have to start establishing some riverine and coastal defenses as soon as we finish those around Ardor Valley," Marcus mused. "If anyone comes ashore, we should burn them," Red lazily added. "That's always a possibility," Clear responded. "Or perhaps we confirm their hostility first." Red scoffed. "All who intrude upon one's territory is hostile, and ought to be ended before damage can be done." "These are not your Ares, Wyvern," Clear reminded, a smile of warning spreading across his aged face and narrowing his dark red eyes. "We should not treat all those who cross the border as hostile immediately. You would have us bare our necks to interlopers, to thieves." Red growled in annoyance as she straightened up and appeared to ready herself for a more intense argument. Leon jumped in, heading off any more intense debate that may start between them. "No one's saying the coast will open to anyone and everyone, Red. But we have to be ready for anything. I don't want our people to start settling that land only for someone to jump out of the water and attack unexpectedly." He looked at Marcus and Alex. "You two will work with the Jaguar on defensive strategy." "Got it," Alex replied. "Understood," Marcus acknowledged. Leon then glanced at Clear Day. "I want you to take point on contacting these northern cities. Keep on Tori's ass if he drags it on those introductions." Clear smiled and nodded, but asked, "And what about our need for wisps?" "Make them when you can. Contacting these cities shouldn't require you to leave Artorian, anyway. I can work with that." "Good." Leon looked around at his small group of followers. "Anything else anyone want to bring up?" Gaius, Red, Alex, Clear, and Marcus all shook their heads. Cassandra, however, asked, "I was hoping to learn more about those ruins we found beneath the Ardor Valley. Someone here has to know about a clan moving in over there, right?" Leon frowned. "Those ruins might be older than Alhamakim, honestly. And even if they aren't, thousands of miles separate this city from our valley, and those people specifically built their city underground. Maybe they were just that enthusiastic about settling around a river that supposedly bears the souls of the dead to the afterlife, but I think maybe they may have wanted to avoid being seen by anyone." "Could be both," Cassandra suggested. She sighed in disappointment. "Who were those people?" "Maybe we'll find out," Leon replied. He cast his gaze about the room, silently asking for anyone else to speak if they had business. When his eyes landed upon Valeria, she hesitantly offered, "My father could help in this situation. He has many friends in the East, and apparently those people are concentrating only on the East," Marcus pointed out. "How powerful might these friends be? How trustworthy might they be?" Alex added, "Can they even reach this far west? Are they concerned about the Ocean King?" Marcus finished. Clear lightly scowled. "These people, fighting over a crown instead of seeing to their people, in acting only to aggrandize themselves, they prove themselves unworthy. A king should concern themselves with all the people they might rule." Leon didn't pay much attention to these statements, he reserved his attention for Valeria. He allowed them to speak, however, so that he could temper his response. "I'd rather Justin continue his current work," Leon diplomatically stated, though his icy demeanor cracked when Valeria's face fell. "I'm sure he could help, but we can manage for now." Valeria nodded. "For the best. Word can spread fast. Better not let Cameron hear of us until we're more prepared." Logical argument, Leon thought. Not heartfelt, though. He laid a hand over his wife's hand. Aloud, he said, "Your father will send word back soon. Until then, let's focus on nearer problems and trust that he can handle problems more distant. She nodded, quickly falling back into her usual stoic demeanor. All right, then, Leon said as he stood up, followed immediately after by everyone else, let's get back to Artorian. Talking about what to do is all well and good, but it would be better to do it back there. We still have much to do if we're to be ready for the next wave of colonists from Eterna. With that, Leon led his people out of Alhamakim and back onto the multi-day journey back to Artorian. For all that they were getting ready, however, a certain sour feeling settled into his stomach that urged him to do more, to spur his people to faster and more decisive action. The feeling stemmed from how quickly Archelaus was to acknowledge his lordship over his claimed region. If Archelaus was so willing to use Leon as a buffer state against the Ocean King, then that spoke volumes as to how likely the despot thought the Ocean King was to attack Artorian. It would be less than a year until they received reinforcements from Eterna. Leon hoped they could stave off any further attacks until they arrived, but the longer he thought about the problem, the more he feared he would have to hold back an ocean with what he had at hand. Chapter 1097. Head-turning wealth. Leon's return to Artorian couldn't have come quickly enough. Leaving Alhamakim to its own devices seemed the best way to maintain good relations with his new vassal. Allowing them their autonomy was a good trade to gain the tribute they had to offer, as far as Leon was concerned. Work on the city continued at a rapid pace. Since most of the most needed infrastructure had been completed, most construction efforts thus went into their defenses, focusing almost entirely on building fortresses at the northern and southern pass, the wall along the top of the ridges outlining the valley, and all of the towers along its length. Since speed was of the essence, Leon stipulated that there were to be no grand architectural flourishes. All of their defensive infrastructure would be simple and practical until their workforce was less constrained. Leon focused so much on getting everything done as quickly as quality and safety standards would allow because, after those few weeks following the pirate raid, he was quietly convinced that something else was going to go wrong. In defiance of his expectation, however, aside from the submerged arcs maintaining a presence off the southern coast, nothing of note happened. He was able to relax with his friends and family while seeing to his duties and breathing down the necks of anyone slacking off too much. While he saw to more domestic matters, Icarius, Penelope, and Clear Day were hard at work outside of the Ardor Valley. Icarius in particular worked quickly, interfacing first with the markets in Alhamakim before moving further afield to locate needed strategic materials. He sent a detailed report back to Leon of his findings 2 weeks after Leon's return to Artorian. In short, Luminite from Alhamakim would satisfy about a quarter of Leon's immediate needs, leaving the rest to be sourced elsewhere. Thankfully, of the 3 most important materials he needed, Luminite was the most easily procured. Orichalcum was rarer, but after leaving his daughter in charge of sourcing Luminite from within Archelaus' domain, Icarius left the region for the remote cities far to the north. The largest and most powerful of these cities was Chieftain, a city of several million people on the longest of the Finger Lakes, which was the only source of orichalcum that Icarius could find outside of monopolies in Archelaus' domain which Leon wouldn't be able to access. Fortunately, the Finger Lakes were easy to reach, relatively speaking. They jutted from the northern tip of the same mountain range that Leon now called home, and the river that ran through the Ardor Valley flowed from several of these lakes. If the river could be secured, then the river could facilitate trade. As far as anyone could tell, the only downside was the sheer distance of the journey. The Finger Lakes were about 12,000 miles away from the Ardor Valley. For orichalcum, however, the journey would be worth it. Chieftain, Leon decided after reading that report, would be the first of the northern cities he would officially contact. Of his needed strategic materials that could be found in the Nexus, that left only Titanstone. Titanstone, unfortunately, couldn't be manufactured, only mined, and like orichalcum, Archelaus and his strategoi had issued monopolies on the mines they had in their land. Leon wouldn't be acquiring any Titanstone from them anytime soon, so without a good way to purchase any, he was left with one option: he had to find some. While most of his earth mages were working with his magic engineers and architects to build his city's defenses, he sent as many as he could spare to the mountains to the north and west, and the fields and forests to the south and east. These earth mages would conduct more in-depth surveys of the land with a focus on locating any sources of Titanstone that might lie near the Ardor Valley. Leon wasn't too hopeful, if he were to be honest. Titanstone was rare even in the Nexus, so there might not be any in his lands, despite the enormity of the territory Archelaus had effectively left to him. As for more bespoke materials, he was already working on preparing the Ardor Valley to begin production. Space was already allocated for Thunderwood Groves and Hesperidic Apple Orchards, and once his nature mages were finished getting some local farms up and running, he'd have them see to these spaces. He was determined to make sure the western reaches of the valley were ready and waiting for Ticos to move right in when the time came. As this was all proceeding, however, snags inevitably arose. For the most part, Leon's subordinates were more than competent enough to handle them, but it didn't take long after his return from Alhamakim and Archelion for a new problem to come up that demanded his input. Of the two fortresses that were being constructed to control the northern and southern passes into the valley, the southern fortress was being built more quickly given Leon's worries about the King's Ocean to the south. It was also planned to be larger since the pass was wider and more easily accessed from the southern and eastern plains, whereas the north was much rougher land. Given its size, the Jaguar quickly moved his staff into the fortress once enough had been built, intending to use the fortress as the central command building for Artorian's military for the foreseeable future. These twin fortresses, despite being far from complete, had already been named by those building them, the Talons. Liking the name, it reminded him pleasantly of the bull's horns. Leon made it official. Nearly a month after his return, Leon was pulled away from his work creating wisps to solve a dispute at the southern Talon. Marcus and the Jaguar had run into a disagreement that Leon had to mediate. When Leon arrived at the fortress, he was shown through its plain, undecorated halls into a private meeting room where he found the Jaguar, Lana, and several other officers on one side of a table, and Marcus and several secretaries on the other side, Marcus wearing a pin on his tunic's lapel that signified the rank Leon bestowed upon him after their return, the Exarch of the Ardor Valley. Given their respective positions, Marcus and the Jaguar had been meeting frequently to ensure a smooth construction process, and that civilian and military infrastructure complemented each other. As far as Leon knew, the two had a good working relationship, but when he entered the room, he found both the Jaguar and Marcus looking rather heated, and a chaotic series of plans drawn over a map of the Ardor Valley and its surrounding regions. As soon as he walked in, everyone straightened up and then bowed. "Relax," Leon ordered as he and Gaius walked over to the table, leaving half a dozen Tempest Knights outside. "I was making needed wisps when I received your request for clarification. What was so important that I had to come all the way out here instead of simply using a calm lotus?" Picking up on his mild irritation, Marcus jumped in with his answer before the Jaguar could get a word in. "We have a strategic disagreement, Your Majesty." Leon's eyes flickered to the Jaguar, who stoically nodded in agreement. "All right," Leon replied, "what's this disagreement?" "Stolen from its original source, this story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Our immediate plans for defensive fortifications have already been made," the Jaguar hurried to answer before Marcus could. "It's what comes afterward that needs clarification." Leon glanced down at the map, noting the ridge wall, the fortresses, and the countless towers. These were the agreed-upon fortifications. From what little he could tell of the many chaotic scribbles on the map, there were other towers scattered over the map, concentrated mostly in the south along the river. There were also multiple notes next to the wall that he identified as a list of capabilities the wall's enchantments needed. While Leon examined the map, Marcus explained, "Our biggest unknown right now is the King's Ocean to our south. Out of our confirmed threats, we also have Djoser in the east, though we have quite a bit of strategic depth in that direction. We also have the portal that we used to enter the Nexus, and which the pirates used to follow us. We need to think about securing it." The Jaguar interjected as soon as Marcus paused. "I believe our focus should be on fortifying the valley as much as we can. This is our core territory, our new Katagita. All else that we build is lost if we lose Artorian. Our efforts should be concentrated here." Marcus scowled. "We have so much land, and we should use it. Defenses along the river to the south, watchtowers in the north and west, and a secured line of fortifications linking us with Alhamakim. These are secondary concerns," the Jaguar stated, a hint of weariness in his tone that suggested to Leon the two had been arguing in circles over this issue for a while. "They're needed, but not right now. So if Djoser or some new bastard were to wade out of the ocean, you would leave us with no other option than to turtle up behind our walls. These defenses you push for would only be effective if we have the people to man them. If we can't hold that territory, then we shouldn't try. If we can't hold these fortifications, then they shouldn't be built. Our resources, human and magical, are too constrained. Only if you're thinking purely defensively. Even a few towers along the river to the south could mean all the difference if we're attacked." Strong points for lances are long-range enchantments. Triage centers. Our scouts can keep a close eye on the sea, none of which are needed if we focus on fortifying the valley. The Imperials struggled to reach Katagita, and no other power on Eterna was able to reach us. Marcus inhaled with clear intention to continue his argument, but Leon tapped a knuckle on the table and flexed his aura. He didn't let it get too weighty, but it was more than enough to silence the two and draw their attention back to him. I can see the merits of both strategies, he diplomatically stated. I suppose it comes down to which would be the safer strategy over the next few years, doesn't it? We'll eventually have the resources to enact both, but for now, we have less than 20,000 people. Leon made eye contact with Marcus as he finished his statement, and Marcus sighed and bowed his head. Continuing, Leon said, we already have river nymphs in the river watching our southern flank. Should anything happen down there, we'll have plenty of warning. Looking to the jaguar, he asked the golden-skinned man, are you thinking of putting a veil around the mountains? Yes, the jaguar confirmed. We lack the capability to replicate the feats of our ancestors until we consulted with Prince Nestor. Leon internally cringed at the title he gave to Nestor but allowed it. With the abundant magic power within the Nexus, we'll be able to create one that enshrouds the entire valley in impenetrable fog, from which we'll be able to strike outward with impunity. This valley will become a fortress that no enemy will be able to take. Leon smiled, though he couldn't help but douse this fire a little. We have no idea what kind of foe we'll be facing in the future. Our defenses will never be perfect. I will never stop striving for perfection, the jaguar declared. For my clan, for my tribe, for my king. Leon gave him a more genuine smile and clapped his oldest tribal ally on the shoulder. Then he glanced at Marcus, who looked content at least, if not satisfied. Our defenses will extend down to the sea in time. We just need more people first. Marcus acknowledged his order with a quick nod, but as he opened his mouth to say something, Leon's comm slate was pinged. So too were Marcus and the jaguar's slates, which lay on the table. A moment later, as Leon conjured his comm slate and everyone went quiet as the implications set in, Gaia's slate illuminated as well. Everyone answered the calls, and the information received unsettled the agreement they'd reached barely a few seconds before. Titanstone had been discovered about 1,000 miles away, hardly an insurmountable distance, but the problem was that it was found along the southern coast, embedded in cliffs at the foot of which the waves of the King's Ocean lapped. The cliffs of the southern coast cut quite a beautiful picture. Made of white chalk, they shone brilliantly in the light of the origin spark. Capped by bright green fields and with the clear blue water below, the imposing cliffs were practically paradisical. They also presented quite an obstacle to potential aggressors from the ocean, being nearly 1,000 feet high at the tallest, though ranging from 600 to 800 feet on average. The cliffs stretched over more than 500 miles of coast, though that amounted to less than a tenth of the coastline stretching between Artorian and the Bulb Mountains in the east, where Alhamakim dwelled. Leon was grateful that there was some natural protection there, though in the face of a strategos, let alone despots or even more powerful mages, such an obstacle was barely more than a bump in the road. Even worse, the cliffs could turn from advantage to disadvantage if earth mages were involved. Leon's first thought upon arriving at the cliffs to inspect the potential mining site was a memory of Bull Kingdom soldiers loyal to Octavius using earth magic to sap beneath the fortress that protected the hilly eastern territories where August had fled during the Bull Kingdom's civil war. Making matters worse, the land atop the cliffs was flat, which while conducive to construction, also meant that only weapon emplacements at the cliff's edge could control the water. He didn't need long at the cliffs to know that any Titanstone mine there would require a huge garrison relative to the size of the mine, and he didn't have enough soldiers for a garrison that size. Not for the first time, he cursed his lack of resources. To even gain additional resources, he'd have to stretch what he had to the breaking point. As he landed upon the cliffs, he turned his eyes from where his surveyors had established themselves down to the water below. There were a few stretches of sand below in nooks where the cliffs bent inward, and under any other circumstance, the clear water and soft sand might have been eminently inviting. Now, however, all that he imagined down there were threats unseen, monsters and greedy humans ready to rise and take what he'd claimed. The surveyors didn't need long to confirm the presence of Titanstone within the cliffs, and the deposit they found was larger than any back on Eterna. An enormous amount of wealth and power lay in the cliffs if only they could get to it. All the Titanstone his people would need for the near future. Without deciding whether or not to begin mining the Titanstone, Leon ordered everyone back to Artorian. He'd need a few days to weigh the risks and needs involved. Upon his return to Artorian, he found additional news. Clear Day had finally made contact with Chieftain, and the presiding magus was traveling down the river from the Finger Lakes to Artorian. If nothing else, Leon was glad for the distraction. Out within the King's Ocean, Leon's arrival did not go unnoticed. Eyebrows were raised, orders were given, and arcs were dispatched to patrol the coast of the Storm Lands. With the Ocean King's attention captured by distant oceans and rebellious annex, raids into the Storm Lands had slowed considerably. However, the land cleared of people was always watched. Weeks passed, and in the aquamarine halls of underwater palaces, just outside of which sharks feasted on fish, whales upon the sharks, and unspeakable leviathans on the whales, calls to force Leon off of his claimed land intensified. We will be seen as weak if we allow these zones to be resettled, some claimed. We invite the wrath of the Storm Lands when we can ill afford to weather it, others responded. The mages of the Storm Lands are just as distracted as we are, still others pointed out. The newcomers are not numerous, but if we attack them, the Storm Lands may unite long enough to strike back. Or they won't care. The first group frequently responded. Upon his throne of rainbow coral, the despot of the region off Leon's coast favored a wait-and-see approach. That, however, changed when word was brought back of what the surveyors found. Though they took pains to keep their work secret, it wasn't that hard to figure out what they'd found with surveyors of their own, acting under the invisible cover of light mages. A lake of titanstone, just waiting for a powerful mage to claim it. And the despot, so far patient, began to look upon the coast with greedy eyes, fiddling with the buttons on his coat. Leon growled, "I hate it." "You don't," Elise replied, her voice lilting in a sing-song manner. "I do," Leon shot back as he glared at his reflection. "It's too much. It's not enough," Elise countered. "You should be wearing more." After a quiet sigh, Leon murmured, "They should be grateful if I showed up at all. What I'm wearing has no bearing on anything at all." He was bedecked in pants and a tight doublet of blue silk grass, images of the Thunderbird embroidered all over the doublet in silver thread. About his shoulders hung a cloak made from one of the white snow lion pelts Torfin had gifted him, and around his neck hung the lightning bolt-shaped necklace with inset sapphires that Elise had given him as his wedding present. All of this he could tolerate. Perhaps a little more ostentatious than his usual style, but acceptable. Had his attire consisted only of this, he wouldn't be complaining. Over his doublet was a long coat made of dark leather so weighed down with silver embroidery that Leon almost felt like he was wearing armor just from how it sat upon his shoulders. His boots were of fine make, and plated in silver embossed with designs that evoked a raptor's talons, while dozens of tiny storm crystals blazed with contained power in the rivet heads of every plate. His arms were likewise covered in arm rings, and more rings adorned his fingers, which were themselves obscured by silk grass gloves so finely woven that they shimmered in the light of his portable villa. 3 more amulets hung next to Elise's around his neck, one made of gold with a large sapphire set in the middle, another of platinum forged in the shape of the Thunderbird's head, and the final amulet was a disc-shaped storm crystal that glowed blue-white with power. "At least no one's trying to make me wear a crown," he thought cynically. While he stared at his gaudy appearance, Elise's hands wound around his midsection, and she pushed herself onto her toes and rested her chin on his shoulder. "You're a powerful king," she said, a wide smile of encouragement winding across her heart-shaped face. "You're wealthy and strong. You should look the part to prevent anyone from forming incorrect opinions." Cassandra sat not too far away, one of her handmaidens braiding her hair after returning it to its natural golden blonde color. "Elise is right, Leon," she opined. "If one doesn't show off one's power, then someone might think them weaker than they are. That could invite trouble." She sat up a little straighter and shot Elise a knowing look. "You need to start wearing a crown, too." The crown of Penthesilea appeared about her blonde brow, the glowing red ruby set in the center of the thick gold band looking almost like a third eye upon her forehead. It slightly inconvenienced her handmaiden but made her point thanks to the enchantments of the crown. She seemed to glow like a goddess in human form, while what few shadows remained around her form deepened, using subtle tricks of light to trim her waist and enhance her hips and bust instead of outright light projections. Despite this, Leon rolled his eyes. "If they don't have a good idea of my power just from looking at me, then they're so blind that gold and silver will be meaningless. Magic is my crown, and my aura my ceremonial garb." In a flash of light, the 3 spare amulets vanished from around his neck and reappeared on the table in front of him. Looking scandalized, Elise cried out, "But those are so nice. I picked them out myself. Leon sighed and sent a wordless plea for help to Valeria, who was dressed as simply as he would have liked to be: court shoes, pants, and a tight-fitting blouse, all blue. Her long silver hair had been collected into a loose bun, and the only jewelry she wore was a thin silver chain glittering with amethysts and a pair of silver wristbands embossed with images of birds in flight. Simple, comfortable, though still of obvious quality. In response, Valeria only smirked, leaving him to his fate. Maya, meanwhile, lounged in a nearby bath, her eyes closed, not a stitch of clothing on her, not that anyone seemed to care, anyway. She didn't seem to be listening at all to what was going on. In short, this was a battle that Leon had to fight on his own. Turning back to his fire-haired wife, Leon stated conciliatingly, "They're lovely. But all of them at once. The gaudier, the better," she insisted, pouting cutely. "No king is a true king if he looks like he has any fashion sense at all. Painting with a broad brush, aren't you?" Cassandra wondered. "There's nothing wrong with liking gold." She crossed her arms, causing her cloak of cloth of gold to shift around her shoulders. Leon made a dissatisfied noise, and then off came his rings, arm rings, gloves, boots, and coat. Replacing his boots was a more practical pair, though still of fine make, while nothing else was replaced. "Good enough," he stated before he turned around and took Elise into his arms. He lightly kissed her sulking lips and said, "You look amazing." "You're deflecting," she countered, though her pout faltered slightly as her smile fought to reassert itself. Though she typically wore black or dark red, she was now wearing silver and blue, matching Leon. Her dress was tight where it needed to be, and loose everywhere else, while practically her entire body sparkled from the jewelry she wore. "I'd rather we made an accurate first impression than go overboard and wind up looking foolish," Leon said. "You look incredible. You could wear a burlap sack and still look like a queen, and that is no sack." To punctuate his statement, he ran his hands up and down her body before letting them settle at her hips. She let out a quiet moan of pleasure and dejection. "If only we had more time," she whispered before straightening up, all traces of levity vanishing from her demeanor. "Cassie, are you ready?" she asked, glancing at the woman in question. Cassandra glanced at her handmaiden, who nodded quickly, her work having just finished. The imperial princess then shot to her feet and grinned. "This, presiding magus, had better be ready to kiss the ground because I'm looking divine." Elise then turned her eyes toward Valeria. An arched eyebrow was all she needed, and Valeria nodded and smiled faintly, though confidently. Finally, Elise turned to Maya in her bath. "Are you ready, my dearest river nymph?" Maya lazily opened her eyes, grumbled incoherently for a few seconds, and then pulled herself out of the bath. Leon only had a moment to admire the view before a simple dress obscured it. "Ready," Maya said, though even her mental voice sounded tired of the court ceremony. Elise's enthusiasm was undeterred. "Then let's go meet our new friends. Or new enemies, if our luck holds," Leon cynically quipped, which earned him a pinch on the arm. Unauthorized usage. This tale is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. Attitudes like that will make them our enemy, Elise warned. Welcoming smile. Generous attitude. Powerful demeanor. Cassandra scoffed as her handmaiden left the room. "I'll have to disagree with you there, Eli. Better a noble bearing and stoic expression. Look like a god, and you'll be treated like one." Valeria finally spoke, adding her opinion. "Or just keep practical matters in mind. This is no more than an introduction. No need to be more than strong and resolute." Elise looked like someone had just deliberately smudged a priceless work of art, but Leon much preferred Valeria's way of thinking. He quickly agreed with her and then hurried his ladies out of the changing room. They still had some time before the presiding magus of Chieftain arrived, but as was the usual case with courts, it took some time to get everyone into place. From his throne, Leon studied the newcomers closely, though he kept his expression stoic and neutral. The first man to enter was, presumably, the presiding magus himself as he radiated 10th tier power. Robes of fine gold he wore, and a red cloak emblazoned with a lion's head sigil hung from his shoulders. He was fair of skin, though still a little tanner than Leon, while his hair fell about his face like dark curtains, reaching down to his cheekbones. His face was largely clean-shaven save for a thin, carefully trimmed mustache. With him were a dozen others, though only two seemed of note. Both had fairly similar physical appearances to the first man, though one was dressed in pale green and the other in yellow. As they approached the throne, Gaius stepped forward and declared, "You stand before Leon of House Rame, king of the 10 tribes, the stone giants, the river nymphs, and the tree sprites, lord of Artorian, and last heir of the Thunderbird clan. Leon restrained his distaste for the long introduction and watched the newcomers. Only at the last title, where Leon's lineage was made clear, did they noticeably react, and even then, it was fairly muted. The 10th tier mage's eyebrows rose slightly while the other two only exchanged quick looks that were hard to interpret. Once they reached the designated place in front of Leon, separated by 24 feet in a line of Tempest Knights, the green-clad man stepped forward. "Well met, King Leon," he said with a degree of confidence that Leon wasn't sure he would have had if their positions were reversed. The man was only 7th tier, for one, and for two, he was surrounded by other powerful mages, including Anastasios, Eva, and Clear Day. Still, he spoke clearly, though with a fairly strong accent. "Manucher I am, of the ancient house Kashani. It is my honor to serve as the presiding magus of the West City of Gold, Chieftain." Leon's golden eyes widened in surprise and flickered to the 10th tier mage for a moment before resting again on Manucher. Continuing, Manucher indicated first the 10th tier mage, and then his 6th tier yellow-clad fellow. "Jamshid this is, of the honorable house of Pishta, and Baram, of the golden house of Pedram. At the invitation of the gracious Clear Day, we are here, to our new neighbors ourselves and our storied city we introduce." "Well met," Leon replied. "You are our guests, feel free to avail yourselves of my hospitality." From there, additional introductions were made, including to Leon's wives. Manucher was nothing but gracious, while his two comrades were completely silent. Leon wondered at the implication there, for the 7th tier mage to be taking such a lead while the 10th tier mage was so quiet. Regardless, Leon made sure that everyone else present in his court was respectful and not belligerent. The delegation from Chieftain had come in person, and that demanded a level of respect that Leon wanted to be reflected. In particular, he didn't want anyone jumping down their throats for forgetting his title or style. Eventually, the usual fluff surrounding introductions ended, leaving them able to approach more serious topics. "Hopeful I am, that something wondrous this far south may be built," Manucher professed. "Though, truthfully, about the south I worry." A thin smile spread across Leon's face. He thought he could guess why, but he wanted to ask anyway. "What makes you worry so?" "Many attempts have been made over the past few millennia to these virgin lands settle," Manucher explained as his eyes drifted to one of the projected windows in the hall. "By the Ocean King has every one of them been thwarted. Another failure I do not hope for." "Your worries are founded," Leon conceded. "We've already found examples of these past failures, and do not intend to join them." Manucher dipped his head in acknowledgement. "The pirates we heard about, and your victory we celebrated. Such barbarity your skill met, and in victory, your strength and tenacity was proven. Still, worried are we." Leon leaned forward, his smile growing slightly. "I believe that such worries are misplaced. As you've said, we've proven our strength and tenacity. However, just because we're strong doesn't mean that we don't have room for friends." "What do you say to that?" Manucher glanced at his two companions. Jamshid continued to take Leon aback by hardly reacting, but Baram angled his head and frowned slightly. Turning his head back to Leon, Manucher asked, "A definition I ask for. Many things, friendship, can mean. Is a friend of yours Alhamakim?" "Friends are friends," Leon stated. "No more or less. They hold no legal obligation to each other but still treat each other fairly. Open trade, freedom to travel, these are hallmarks of friendship to me." He paused, his tone turning a little more serious. "Alhamakim can be described as a friend to Artorian, but they're more than that. They pledged themselves to me, swearing themselves to me as their strategos. They offer me tribute as my vassal just as they did for Joser in years past, and in return, I grant them my protection and the autonomy to govern themselves as they please. This despot Archelaus condones?" Manucher asked with audible skepticism, though his expression remained friendly. "He has," Leon stated. "He even acknowledged me as a strategos, though not one under his aegis." Manucher slowly nodded, his expression turning more serious. "The future, then, perhaps Archelaus has divined. Violent land this is, and though long absent from these lands the Ocean King has been, however, his attention your presence may draw." "A possibility, to be sure," Leon responded. "But just as we did against the pirates, we'll defend ourselves." Around the room, his tribal vassals stomped their feet a few times to declare their support for his statement. Drawing even more loud agreement, Leon continued, "This is our new home, and we're going to fight for it." The storm lands is where we belong, where my ancestors long ruled. We are not going to be forced out by a soggy king who's uncomfortable with us settling here. The hall grew progressively louder until it practically exploded following Leon's declaration. He appreciated the show, but it seemed it was their guest's turn to be taken aback, and even look a little put off by the display. Raising a hand was all Leon had to do to call for order, and when silence returned, he said, "We're here to stay, Magus Manucher. You can count on that." Manucher smiled politely. "Trade you mentioned, anything in mind do you have?" Taking the change in topic in stride, Leon replied, "That'll be up to our respective merchants. Personally, I'm interested in what I've heard about your city exporting orichalcum." Manucher's smile dimmed slightly. "Yes, coveted by many our wares are, and a high price they command. An agreement between us might be reached, should our price be met." Left unstated was his opinion on how Leon's kingdom might afford that price, but Leon was confident. There were plenty of materials that he considered too valuable to trade, but most of those were not yet produced in the Nexus anyway. Storm crystals, however, he could easily make with the Iron Needle and weren't so dangerous that exporting them to other powers might present grave dangers. A gift, then, Leon suggested as he located a large piece of storm crystal in his soul realm. Conjuring it into his hands, he said, "Take this back to your city. Show them what might be gained from trade with Artorian." With his elementless magic, Leon telekinetically floated the storm crystal down to Manucher, who closely examined it before gingerly taking it from Leon's magical grasp. He didn't look particularly impressed by what appeared to be polished, almost opaque dark-colored glass, and handed it to Jamshid, who gave it an inspection of his own before pulling it into his soul realm. "Back to our city, we'll take this," Manucher diplomatically stated. "Decide on trade later, we will. But appreciated your gift is. Reciprocate, I hope you will allow us." With a wave of his hand, he conjured a glasswork himself, though instead of a piece of strategic material, it was instead a large carving of an eagle in flight. The glass was colored beautifully, with the eagle's feathers being a deep reddish-brown, while its eyes and talons were bright yellow. "For the ancestor you claim," he said. Gaius walked over to take the glass sculpture. Though Leon could see anger throughout the room, it was seen as a snub for Manucher to give something so apparently worthless compared to Leon's gift. He didn't mind, though, for he had a feeling they'd be back once they realized what the storm crystal could do for them. With that exchange of gifts, the introduction ended. Leon offered the delegation continued hospitality, but instead of taking him up on it, Manucher claimed that they had to return home soon, and left that night. It could have gone much better in Leon's mind, but he quietly considered it a win that the delegation hadn't left them with a declaration of war. At the very least, while they weren't yet open to trading, the possibility remained that they'd change their mind. It was a terrible thing to be alone as a monarch. Anastasios knew this well, and after spending a fairly considerable amount of time within Leon's kingdom, he wondered if Leon knew it himself. The boy had his wives, of course, and a small core friend group, but he was hardly ever seen socializing with other members of his court. Anastasios had never even seen him exchange more than pleasantries with many of his high officials. This shouldn't be allowed to continue, Anastasios vowed to himself. For the sake of his kingdom, that boy needs to learn how to have fun. To that end, on as mundane a night as it could possibly be, Anastasios went to Leon's villa upon the nine-peaked mountain, looking for the young man. The villa was a rather small thing, not meant for long-term habitation but more than comfortable. Hardly befitting a man of his station, though, outside the villa, the Tempest Knights stood guard or patrolled. Several dozen Tempest Knights had been killed over the course of the expedition so far, but the remaining 400 some always made sure that at least 100 of their number were on guard around the villa at any one time. Given the size of the nine-peaked mountain, this was not easy, but they at least intercepted him in a time he found acceptable when he arrived at the base of the mountain. They need more checkpoints, though, he mused as they escorted him up the mountain toward the villa. At least they're being strict about not being allowed to fly around the mountain. When Anastasios arrived at his destination, he was ordered to wait in a hastily, but still fairly ornately constructed pavilion just outside the villa. It was small, Leon having ordered that his builders focus on other matters instead of his living conditions, but it at least ensured that his visitors weren't completely exposed to the elements as they awaited entrance to the small modular villa Leon had designed. The villa itself rested on a flat section of the mountain about 2/3 of the way up the second or third highest peak. The soil was rich and thick, nourished by the enormous red-barked and blue-leafed trees that covered the mountain range. A small stream ran down the mountain nearby, nicely adding to the ambiance. The villa felt more like a small vacation palace than the permanent resident of quite possibly the most powerful and important figure on Eterna at the moment of his departure. While Anastasios waited, he spied one of Leon's wives sitting on a rock by the stream, staring down into the running water. The moonlight of the origin spark far above cut through the blue canopy perfectly to practically shine a spotlight on her. She looked divine, ethereal, inhuman, fitting. She isn't human, he thought as he raised a hand and called out a greeting. The naiad, certainly only her public name, and one based on a title at that, if Anastasios recalled his dim knowledge of river nymph society correctly, for a moment didn't even acknowledge his presence. He was on the verge of awkwardly lowering his hand and taking the snub in stride, chalking the event up to the river nymph's famous dislike of other humans. However, she eventually turned and cast an almost baleful look at him. It was an almost eerie sight, seeing such a gorgeous woman, lounging upon a moonlit boulder, framed by a picturesque forest, looking upon him with such disdain, such dismissiveness. She was yet 10th tier and he 11th, but he still couldn't help but feel small for just a moment when her eyes fell upon him. That feeling vanished entirely as his noble training and long imperial experience came back to him. He felt a feather light brush against his mental defenses, and he allowed it in, having no trouble sensing its source. The nymph's response was brutally succinct. "Hello." Without waiting for another response, she turned away, her eyes once more falling upon the stream. Anastasios sighed and finally let his hand fall. He supposed every man had his preferences, and he was no stranger to the delights of an inhuman partner, but he didn't believe such dalliances were capable of flowering into anything more. The gulf between human and inhuman was simply too wide. He thought of the red wyvern and the Indradian, particularly those two were lovers as far as he knew, yet nothing resembling love seemed to have blossomed between them. Regardless, he took her demeanor for the dismissal that it was and turned back to the villa just in time for the door to open and for him to be ushered within. He was led by one of Leon's secretaries. Gaius, his usual main secretary, wasn't around, it seemed, through the somewhat cramped and narrow rooms of the portable villa until they arrived at Leon's office. The secretary opened the door and announced him. Leon was seated in an armchair when the door was opened, staring deeply into the fire burning in the hearth. The young man's face was set in the deadly serious expression he usually wore. He was expressive enough when speaking with other people, but Anastasios had long ago noticed that Leon's face fell the moment he was no longer talking to people. These days, the boy had grown ever more serious and contemplative, or so it seemed, for he still seemed to put in effort to not appear so around others. Upon his announcement and entrance, Leon looked up, smiled pleasantly, and stood up to welcome Anastasios, showing a considerable amount of grace and hospitality. Anastasios might have chided him for being too open when a monarch in his position should be more aloof, but when with friends, it was fine to cut loose a little. "That's what I'm here for. Anyway, Anastasios, is something the matter?" Leon asked, his smile freezing on his face as serious things seemed to flash through his mind, and Anastasios couldn't help but lament how business-minded Leon was. "No," he hurriedly assured Leon as the secretary closed the door behind him. "I was actually hoping we could sit and talk, cup in hand, as men." With a theatrical flourish, he conjured a small pair of crystal cups and a matching decanter filled with a red, softly glowing liquid. Hardly a match for ambrosia, but delicious nonetheless. "This wine has been aged by the best vintners for more than 1,000 years. Leon's serious expression wavered, and it seemed like he was debating something internally. Anastasios wondered if he was tempted to send him away. "Come on, my boy," he exclaimed. "I merely want to get to know you better." A sly look passed over Leon's face for a moment before it returned to more serious stoicism. "That sounds like a fun time, Anastasios. Would you mind if I invite one other?" Anastasios' heart fell a bit with the request. He'd wanted to help the young king unwind and start treating his subordinates more like family than vassals, for that was the best way as he saw it to keep them loyal. However, when asked so directly, there was only one answer he could give. "Of course, anyone you wish. Wine shared tastes all the sweeter." When Leon told him who he wanted to invite, however, what little remained of Anastasios' enthusiasm dried up, and he could only put on a front. Leon's choice of a third drinking partner made it clear he was using this opportunity for political reasons. Not that Anastasios could blame him, but if Anastasios had known Leon would make this play, he wouldn't have left his small house down in the city this night. the tension was thick, the discomfort almost tangible. Of the three men sitting alone in a small pavilion Anastasios had spontaneously created not far from Leon's villa, gazing out over the wide Ardor Valley, none spoke. The only sound any of them made came from Anastasios, who fidgeted with the placement of the glasses and decanter on the small table made of fragrant wood between their cushioned seats. Stolen from its rightful author, this tale is not meant to be on Amazon, report any sightings. Again, he stole a glance at Leon. He admired the play, even if it came at his expense. His stolen glance at the third drinking partner was decidedly less admiring. The Jaguar of the West, as he was called, stared back at him with about as much love in his gaze as was in Anastasios. It seemed that he was only present at Leon's request, and wouldn't have shown up otherwise. Memories flooded through Anastasios' mind as he carefully poured a finger of wine into each of the cups. Before Leon's ascension as king, the last time he'd been on Katagita had been the ill-fated invasion 800 years prior. The Jaguar wasn't old enough to have participated in that clash, but his fleets had been the end of quite a few imperial scouts in more recent centuries. Many of Anastasios' countrymen, his friends, his battle brothers, his mentors had perished upon the blades of the Jaguar tribe. Peace had come between their peoples, but the wounds ran deep. It seemed clear to him that the Jaguar of the West was filled with similar thoughts, if the way his pale yellow eyes tracked him unerringly was any indication. When Anastasios finished pouring, he sat back, his hands empty. The Jaguar remained motionless, leaving Leon alone to lean forward and take a glass. His golden eyes shifted from Anastasios to the Jaguar, then brought the glass to his lips. He hummed in appreciation. "This is incredible, Anastasios," he exclaimed. "I hardly ever consume any wine, but this is far and away the best I've ever had." Anastasios internally preened, but with the Jaguar staring him down, he refused to loosen up enough to accept the compliment with nearly as much friendliness as he would have preferred. "Thank you, Leon. My people are the best winemakers in all of Eterna." The Jaguar smirked, and the former Lord Protector couldn't help but seize on the expression, competitiveness with his empire's perennial enemy, their grudges only so recently set aside. "Do you disagree, Jaguar?" It took a monumental amount of effort not to call him some diminutive, such as kitten, or some such. A fiendish grin came to the Sky Devil's face. "My clan happens to own nearly half the vines in Jaguar territory. Our vintners are without peer." A wave of his hand followed, conjuring a small barrel inscribed with ice runes. With a flick of his fingers, the barrel was opened, revealing 4 chilled bottles of a rather unappealing to Anastasios' eye, at least blue liquid that sparkled in the silver sparklight. "Should we finish our cups and compare?" the Jaguar asked, igniting a competitive bonfire in Anastasios' chest. He idled in response only so long as he needed to check his soul realm for every bottle of wine he had stored there. If this was to be a war over the juice of the vine, then he would come armed to the teeth. "Let's," he said, and he and the Jaguar reached for their cups at the same time. Leon, between them, watched silently. "And nothing has ever felt the same since," Anastasios whispered, his words coming tinged with deep melancholy. "Nothing ever will," the Jaguar commiserated. Anastasios had to admit, Leon's idea was good. The young king had barely spoken a word throughout the entire drinking session, save to offer compliments to the makers of the wine they'd switched to, or to change a subject if they grew too heated, which Anastasios was mildly ashamed to admit he got several times. The Jaguar had, too, with nearly every topic they picked coming back to their people's animosity toward one another. Anastasios' favorite play had a Sky Devil villain. The Jaguar's childhood dream was to open a horse ranch with a cousin of his, who'd died in a clash with Imperial forces. Both had lost nearly all of their friends and families to either side's blades. In the end, despite the lingering grief and bitterness, Leon managed to bring them together over this shared fact. Their peoples were at peace now, and though it hadn't come in time to save their friends and family, it would save countless others in the future. An 80,000-year-long state of war was not one that easily ended, after all, and anyone else ascending as king of Katagita wouldn't have been able to broker such a peace. Once they'd both calmed, stories of their loved ones came. Their glories, embarrassments, and all in between. It was cathartic, in its own way. Anastasios was grateful for it. They'd ended with stories of their respective sisters, and Anastasios told of how his had once laid a 7th-tier wyvern low with a single shot from a longbow at nearly a mile away. The Jaguar spoke of how his sister had managed to impress the entire tiger clan she'd married into by wit alone. Anastasios raised his cup, now filled with some golden brew whose bespoke name he couldn't recall, and said, "To your sister, Jaguar. And yours, Imperial." They tossed their drinks back at the same time, Leon doing the same despite not making any toast. The night did not stretch long after that. Anastasios and the Jaguar departed only a few minutes later, and Anastasios couldn't help but appreciate the way the cards had fallen. He'd gone to the villa hoping to bond a bit with Leon and to get his mind off politics for a bit. Instead, it was Leon who used it as a way to get him to make some measure of peace with the Jaguar. With a sigh, Anastasios thought, "That kid. I'm going to have to get him back for this. Now let's see, what do I have that could possibly get him drunk next time?" The presiding magus of Chieftain was, on its face, an enviable position. The highest level of authority and prestige in the entire city, and given Chieftain's position in the Finger Lakes region, de facto leader of the whole region. It was not hereditary, nor did it automatically go to the strongest mage in the city. Instead, it was the citizens of Chieftain who decided who among them was deserving of the title. 9 years prior, Manucher had run a brilliant campaign, beating his 9th-tier opponent in debates and at the ballot box, handily delivering himself an electoral win. Since then, he'd had to wrangle the different factions of the city to get anything done. The faction that coalesced around himself was fairly small at first but grew every year as he did his best to peel off the more persuadable members of the others until his faction had a plurality within the General Congress. Now, with the end of his 10-year term in sight, Manucher focused more on getting elected to the second of the 4 possible terms any one person could hold in their life, and possibly even growing his faction further. If he could manage it, it would be an undeniable coup. No one had been re-elected to the post of presiding magus in centuries, not even for a second term. As Manucher glared at the polling report his faction had given him, he couldn't help but scowl. It was looking likely that he could lose his seat to Darius of House Azad, who'd built a coalition between his Lion faction and the Dolphin and Buffalo factions. It was simply unacceptable. He had to turn this around. He enjoyed flaunting his city's power around foreign lands, especially around the Finger Lakes, and especially around the arrogant newcomers in the south, who'd come practically begging to his doorstep for his city's acknowledgement, but to do so before the next election would only allow rumor mongers and political cutthroats their run of the electorate. He couldn't leave the city until he'd secured himself a second term. And if he didn't, then as far as he was concerned, those other cities and especially the arrogant southern king could die in a fire for all he cared. As he mulled over potential strategies, a knock at his door drew his attention. "Enter," he shouted in his people's native language, not in the infuriating common tongue of the Nexus. The door briefly opened, allowing the din of his many secretaries and election specialists outside to enter his office. Then the door shut, leaving him alone with his visitor. "Manucher," said Jamshid of House Pishta, one of only 3 10th-tier mages in the city. "Jamshid," Manucher responded, bringing as much cheer as he could into the greeting, a cheer that didn't seem to be reflected in Jamshid's demeanor. Jamshid conjured a thin report in his hand, the color of the first page, red, denoting extreme urgency. "Read this, have you?" "Many are the duties to which I must attend," Manucher testily replied. "More specific you must be." "The crystal," Jamshid clarified, his deep voice rumbling like an earthquake. Manucher checked his growing irritation. Jamshid was not part of his coalition, and in fact, hadn't yet weighed in on the upcoming election. Angering him now could only spell disaster for Manucher's already flagging faction. "By the Southern King, the one given?" he asked. "Yes," Jamshid stated, his tone tinged with deep annoyance. "The report, you must read. More of it we must acquire. At any price." "Joking you must be," Manucher dismissed. "Refuse to buy it I would even if valuable the crystal is. Business with a doomed city I would not sanction. The city the Ocean King may destroy," Jamshid replied as he took a few menacing steps forward, "but before it does, buy as much of this crystal we must." The report read, "Understand. The benefits you must comprehend." Manucher scowled, but glanced around his office, finally locating the report after several seconds of searching. When he did find it, he quickly scanned the summary on the second page, and his eyes went wide. It had been nearly a month since he'd visited Artorian, more than enough time for the Ocean King to take notice, or at least one of his weaker subordinates. Artorian could only have weeks left, perhaps they were even down to days. "Accurate, this is?" he asked. "Checked it myself." "I did," Jamshid confirmed. Manucher sighed deeply, his second term seeming to vanish with the breath. Such a potent material for storing magic power, he could not let slip through his city's fingers. If he did, then he could even be prosecuted for corruption if Darius was feeling particularly vindictive. Doomed though Artorian may be, he at least had to get what benefits he could from the ignorant newcomers. He was confident that he could get quite a bit, if their people were so ignorant and backward that they still allowed themselves to be ruled by a king. He just hoped that trading with a city in the sights of the ocean lords to the west and south wouldn't draw their attention to Chieftain. Too, a large part of Leon felt like preening as his eyes fell upon the large ingots of orange gold orichalcum before him. Each ingot glittered in the light of his villa's main hall, while to his magic senses, the metal sang with power. Orichalcum was the finest enchanting material in the universe, perfectly compatible with any kind of magic inscribed upon it, and easily able to handle the magical load from combining elements in complex enchantments. Some specific materials were better for certain elements, but orichalcum outshone them all in sheer versatility. Leon had been making do without orichalcum thus far, but when word was sent from Chieftain that the city's elites were interested in trade, he had a suspicion that that time was coming to an end. The first trade mission sent from the city to the Ardor Valley only cemented that thought, as they brought several chests full of orichalcum with them, which Leon was now inspecting. Or perhaps, admiring, as he didn't have enough experience with the material to know if what he was looking at was worth all that much. As with just about everything, there was a gradient when it came to orichalcum and its quality. He doubted that what Chieftain had brought was the best stuff around, but it was the only stuff around, and beggars couldn't be choosers. Leon wasn't alone in his inspections, thankfully, for he'd dragged Nestor, Mari, several ravens, and other members of the other tribes who knew anything at all about metallurgy, enchanting, or material science, and tasked them with more in-depth examinations. He'd also informed Icarius about this deal, and he'd sent Penelope back to the Ardor Valley with all haste. Penelope was not a specialist when it came to fancy metal, but she was certainly well versed in assessing the value of goods, and if she had trouble, Leon had also brought Emily to court, as the former chief of acquisitions for Heaven's Eye could only help in this matter. Mari was practically buzzing with excitement, though Leon didn't consider that to be all that different from her usual attitude. Nestor was far more subdued, though as with Mari, that didn't tell Leon all that much. The rest of his examiners were quiet, keeping themselves calm and composed, and not giving the visitors from Chieftain any sign of how they felt about the offered goods. As before, Manucher led this expedition, though he had a rather different demeanor when he arrived than he had the first time. Now, he was acting much more as Leon thought he should have as a 7th-tier mage, being more deferential and less arrogant. Though, he couldn't help but hold some respect for him for having a sense of dignity about his station, if not for his strength. He saw a bit of himself in Manucher's behavior, for better and for worse. Still, to show some respect and hospitality, Leon had tables and chairs brought out for Manucher and the rest of his entourage. Alongside their presiding magus were half a dozen other mages, though none stronger than Manucher. Merchants, they'd been introduced as, and though they hadn't yet named their price, Leon knew what they wanted. After he'd received the news of Chieftain's interest in trade, he'd immediately had several giants whip up a new batch of specially prepared sand, and then used iron pride to make hundreds of pounds of storm crystal. He'd then had the crystals cut and polished, which did nothing to increase their functionality, but would hopefully make for a good impression. It didn't take long for Leon's people to finish their examinations of the orichalcum. No one immediately spoke, but from their body language, Leon thought that at least some of them were communicating with darkness magic. Out of all of them, however, it was Nestor's opinion that he wanted the most, and the dead man couldn't communicate in that way. The dead man, after taking a few derisive-seeming glances at Manucher's team of merchants, made only more intense with his faceplate's lack of facial features, then strode toward Leon, his metal feet clanging more loudly than usual over the stone floor. Leon leaned in his understated throne as Nestor approached, and the 9-foot-tall golem leaned down to conspicuously whisper into Leon's ear. "Usable," Nestor declared, barely. Leon needed no further endorsement, though he still waited for Mari and the others to wax more poetically about their desire to obtain this metal, while Penelope quietly consulted with Emily before passing on her opinion. Several enchantments around the raised dais his throne sat upon kept their voices from reaching the merchants, though from their confident body language, Leon understood that they already knew what the prognosis was. After receiving unanimous recommendations from his people, Leon lowered the sound wards and drew the entire room's attention with a brief flex of his aura, not that he particularly needed to, but he felt like flexing his magic a bit anyway, if only to subtly remind Manucher who he was dealing with. Your stock is of passable quality, Leon stated as his golden eyes flit first from Manucher, and then to the two 7th-tier merchants accompanying him. One merchant audibly scoffed while the other responded in an affronted tone. Only passable, a cheap trick to try and lower the prices. The merchant spoke with a lighter accent than Manucher, the grammar of the Nexus, common language coming more easily to him than to the presiding magus. Leon gave the merchant a leonine smile, though his smile didn't reach his eyes. Under his withering glare, the merchant's attitude ever so subtly shifted, and he seemed to shrink back into himself in embarrassment and instinctual fear. The buyer dictates value, he wanted to say, but he bit his tongue. He wanted these people to buy his storm crystal, after all, and such a statement could easily be thrown back at him. I would think you would take the spirit of my statement more to heart than the chosen words, Leon said. I'm interested in buying your stock, is that not what we should be discussing instead of becoming mired in choice of words? The merchant who spoke merely nodded, apparently a little too cowed by Leon to respond again. Instead, it was the other merchant who raised his voice. We also hope to in commerce engage. Leon raised an eyebrow minutely. This merchant, despite not looking too different from the rest of his party in features or clothes, spoke with a noticeably different accent. Wonderful to hear, Leon said. He averted his gaze from this merchant only long enough to nod to Emily and Penelope, and the two ladies stepped forward to engage in negotiations with their mercantile counterparts. His final contribution to the negotiations amounted to conjuring several dozen gleaming storm crystals from his soul realm for display, each crystal about the same size as an ingot of orichalcum. As Manucher's merchants took their time examining each crystal, Leon shot Manucher a meaningful look, and after a moment's hesitation, the presiding magus of Chieftain acquiesced to Leon's silent invitation, rising from his seat as Leon rose from his throne. Leon then led Manucher to a bench in the hall, a reasonable, though hardly that far, distance from the negotiations, where they could speak a little more comfortably. Support creative writers by reading their stories on Royal Road, not stolen versions. It pleases me that you recognize the value of my gift, Leon said as he slid onto the bench, extending his hand briefly beside him in invitation. Manucher again took the invitation and sat next to him. Intrigued many were in your materials offered, he neutrally stated. Good, my storm crystals are some of my kingdom's pride and joy, but if you don't mind, I was hoping to speak to you of a little more than just business. It wouldn't hurt us to get to know each other a little better, would it, especially since we're going to be neighbors of a sort? Manucher hesitantly said, finishing only after several drawn-out seconds during which his face was carefully schooled, but not so carefully that Leon didn't catch his eyes flickering southward. I agree. What splendid news, Leon stated in a tone that bordered on sarcasm. How about I start, if you don't mind? There's a question I've been burning to ask for a while, and I hope you'll indulge my curiosity in this matter. Ask, and answer I might, on your question depending. The Nexus, common language is not your mother tongue, is it? No, Manucher quickly confirmed, a smile gracing his lips, though one devoid of warmth. A most distant plane my people are from. But here we have come, and a home for ourselves we made. I find myself curious about your native language, Leon said. I happen to have a magical means to learn languages quickly. I'd like to learn yours, if you would aid me in this. Manucher tensed up and stared at him searchingly. Of what means do you speak? Leon took out the rumble stone, and after a quick explanation, demonstrated its use by filling it with the Nexus, common language, and letting Manucher try it. Once the presiding magus was satisfied with it, he in turn used it for his language and passed it back to Leon. In but a moment, Leon had a complete understanding, or at least an understanding on par with Manucher's of Manucher's language. Can you understand me now, King Leon? Manucher asked in his language. In the Nexus common tongue, Leon replied, I can, presiding magus. Manucher stoically nodded, though he visibly relaxed. Continuing in his language, he said, I'll admit that I wasn't expecting such a thing from you. Leon, for his part, also relaxed. With an easy, natural smile, he said in Nexus Common, it's useful to know other people's languages. My plane's native tongue is little different from Nexus Common, so hearing other languages always piques my interest. Such interest, I have never before seen. Leon smiled, eager to explain some of his thoughts, though he took a few seconds to mentally run through his freshly learned language. Perhaps it's presumptuous of me to say this with a non-native speaker, but for the sake of argument, let's take Nexus Common as standard language. I think that a lot can be learned about a people by comparing their language to this standard. For instance, your people have words for swords, axes, bows, shields, spears, war, battles, and so on, but fewer words for all of them than exist in Nexus Common. Conversely, you have more words for cargo, horses, ships, arcs, trade, and money. You have shared with me your people's language, yet you have taught me so much more than just the specific sounds your people make to communicate their ideas. Manuchair's expression turned downward, and whereas Leon remained relaxed, Manuchair stiffened back up. What are your intentions, Leon of House Rame? If you look upon venerable and ancient Chieftain with covetous eyes, know that even the power of a strategos will be turned away by the strength of our walls and stout defenders. We may have fewer words for war than Nexus Common, but we are no strangers to it. We have weathered many threats, surviving where dozens of other cities and millions of other people have not. I would ask why you immediately think of war. Do you believe that I want to attack your city? All who have seen it desire Chieftain. It would be the jewel in the crown of any kingdom. But you have coerced information about my city from me under the guise of simple academic curiosity, while at the same time claiming descent from one of the most powerful and hated clans in the Nexus. You even invalidate the claims of many others by claiming to be the last descendant of that clan. I see nothing but war in your future, and you have done nothing to disabuse me of that notion. Leon softly snorted. I appreciate your honesty. Let me say this. I'm generally of the live and let live school of thought. I have no quarrel with your people, and so I won't seek quarrel with your people. If I was intending to harm your city or your people, then I wouldn't now be trying to engage in commerce with you, would I? Your city doesn't have any post-apotheosis mages, why should I engage in trade if I didn't want to? A foolish rhetorical question. There are many reasons why you would broach the topic of trade with me, and few rule out the possibility of war. Mistrustful, aren't you? I suppose I can't blame you. I also tend to think the worst of people, if only to prepare as best as I can. For what it's worth, Presiding Magus, I do not intend to cause any harm to your city. I hope that we could trade peacefully, to coexist as friends and allies. You have already lain heel upon the neck of Alhamakim. I wouldn't characterize our agreement in that way. They asked for protection, I made clear what that protection would cost over the long term, and they agreed to pay that price. You have made no such entreaties. I find that matters little to conquerors. Leon sighed. I get the impression that there's no way to convince you of my intentions with words alone, so I will no longer waste my breath. Instead, I will convince you with my actions. Your city has nothing to fear from me. Let us trade until our peoples are friends. Hopefully, then we can look at each other with less suspicion. Manuchair looked unconvinced, but that didn't surprise Leon at all. Instead, the presiding magus stared hard at Leon, only moving when a few minutes later, they were informed that their negotiators had reached a deal. They returned to the more crowded part of the hall, and Leon learned what he would have to pay for orichalcum. In short, one shipment would come every month, and for every piece of orichalcum, he would be obliged to pay its weight plus 10% in storm crystals. Given how easily he could make storm crystals, Leon had little trouble agreeing to the deal. Manuchair, however, looked set on refusing until both of the 7th-tier merchants took him aside to animatedly whisper for several minutes. When Manuchair spoke to the hall again, it was to agree, though with fairly obvious reluctance. And with that, the delegation left, taking the promised payment of storm crystals and leaving an amount of orichalcum equal to the weight of 10 grown men. Hardly all that much in the grand scheme of things, but Nestor promised that even this small amount was enough to increase the capabilities of their arcs by a significant degree. Leon was thankful for that, and even more so. When, before Penelope left to rejoin her father in Alhamakim, Icarius sent word that he'd located a few potential suppliers of luminite as well. Still not enough to satisfy Artorian's needs, but the supplies of strategic materials were starting to add up. Of course, that left Titanstone is the biggest outlier. The enormous deposit on the coast was beyond tempting, but Leon was wary of trying to exploit it in such an undefendable position. However, need eventually won out, and as the defensive infrastructure was already taking shape, he ordered what little spare manpower he had to start laying the groundwork to exploit that Titanstone. In this way, several months passed, and the 6-month anniversary of Leon's arrival in the Nexus came and went. Walls went up around the Ardor Valley, and upon their foundations were enchantments inscribed. Soon, the mountains surrounding the valley were shrouded in fog, providing much the same protection as the misty veil did for Katagita. Arcs were also repaired, bringing Leon's fleet back up to about half strength, while the dozens of wisps he, Anastasios, Eva, and Clear had made were tested by Nestor, then packed on bright intent. The ancient ark then departed Artorian, embarking upon the weeks-long journey back to Eterna. Those wisps would hopefully aid the reinforcements scheduled to arrive in another half-year's time, while Bright Intent would return to the Nexus after delivery. Given the casualties taken in those first several weeks and how damaged his fleet remained, Leon could only hope that one of his most powerful assets returned to Artorian as quickly as possible. After all, only a day after its departure, Maya's river nymphs reported an uptick in the number of underwater arcs they spotted patrolling the southern coast. It was almost unsurprising, then, when barely a week after Bright Intent's departure, an arc finally emerged from the waves in the south and flew toward Artorian. After completing an inspection of the walls surrounding the Ardor Valley, Leon returned to his villa to relax and spend some time with his family. He was accompanied only by Anzu and a handful of Tempest Knights, and the latter simply joined the force already guarding the villa upon his arrival. Leon wasn't sure what he was expecting to find when he entered the private gardens that were starting to take recognizable shape under Elisa's guidance, but a gathering of ladies surrounding his wives and a strong assault upon his nose was not it. The smell that hit him was so strong, in fact, that he was tempted to transform into his Thunderbird form just to escape it. Anzu, on the other hand, closed his eyes, raised his nose into the air slightly, and began sniffing in delight. The griffin in human form hummed in thought. A moment later, his eyes snapped open, and he identified Cliff Peppers. Leon grunted. Anzu turned toward him and grinned. Cliff Peppers. They were found a few months ago growing on some cliffs a few hundred miles to the north. The nature mages must have declared them safe. You sound like you knew they were safe already. Anzu's grin turned sly and slightly embarrassed. I may have sampled some a couple weeks ago. They were delicious, though. Leon shrugged, replying as he resumed his walk toward the gaggle of giggling ladies, if you say so. You should try more hot stuff, brother, Anzu insisted. Some of the strongest flavors in existence. You're not selling me on this that well, Anzu, Leon replied. As he strode over, he noted that several handmaidens from the tribes were with his wives, along with 2 of Maya's river nymphs, and 3 of Cassandra's personal guard. Lana and Alex were also present. His arrival drew plenty of attention, with Elise in particular glancing up and saying, "You hardly ever eat anything spicy, husband." "Can you blame me?" Leon asked as he finally got close enough to lay eyes on what had captivated all of these ladies so. The gathering was largely arranged in a semicircle in what would become a large gazebo in the middle of the garden. For the moment, only a circular stone platform marked the place where the gazebo would be raised, while most of the planting beds and fields remained bare while Elise decided what to grow. In the center of the stone platform, however, was an ornate table surrounded by chaise lounges and sofas, upon which the ladies were seated. His wives were reclining while the other ladies all sat straight. Upon the large table was a spread of dozens of different kinds of sauces of nearly every color. Leon was particularly disturbed by one sauce that looked purple from certain angles and blue from others. Around the sauces were freshly baked crackers and bread, though the heavenly scent of fresh bread was lost in the heady odors given off by some of the sauces. "No, I suppose I can't," Elise said after exchanging a knowing look with one of her handmaidens, who immediately burst out in a giggling fit. "It's your loss," Valeria stated as she tore off a piece of bread from the nearest loaf and dipped it into a bright red sauce. She brought it up to her lips and, while making direct eye contact with Leon, ate it. "That's a little weird," Leon observed. "Trying to assert something, darling. Val's just trying to act like a tough bitch," Cassandra exclaimed as she tossed a cracker at the silver-haired woman. Still chewing, Valeria's eyes widened in protest at this apparent betrayal. After hurriedly swallowing and throwing the cracker back, she claimed, "Nothing's better than a good spicy sauce." "Hear, hear," Alex shouted in support, and a few of the handmaidens nodded sagely in agreement. "I like spice, too," Elise claimed as she dipped a piece of bread into a honey-like golden sauce. "Enough other people like it that spices are valuable." Cassandra groaned. "Yeah, but we're talking about what you like to eat, not sell." Elise laughed through her nose as she finished her piece. Then her eyes mischievously narrowed and turned in Leon's direction. "Why don't you take a few samples, Leon, and guess which one is our favorite?" Sensing considerable danger as dozens of female eyes fell upon him, Leon almost made an excuse to leave, but Anzu, practically buzzing with desire to join the sampling, also looked at him, his red eyes wide and gleaming with an unvoiced question. With a profound sigh, Leon said, "Fine, we'll join you." Anzu raised his arms in triumph and leapt right to the table, settling down next to Alex. The rest of the ladies cheered, though Leon only sauntered over after a couple more seconds. As he sat, he added, "I'll not be party to any contests, I'll have you know." "Boo," Cassandra shouted as she playfully tossed a wheel of bread at him. Leon easily caught it, then tore off a piece. "What's first?" he asked. Several ladies tried immediately jumping in, with Alex, Cassandra, and Valeria going so far as to try and push a couple dishes toward him. From the aroma those dishes gave off, Valeria's was likely to be the hottest and Alex's the most foul-tasting. Cassandra's, meanwhile, was so dark brown that it was almost black and had the consistency of paste rather than more liquid sauce. However, before he tried any of those, a bronze hand found its way to his arm, and everyone else quieted down. Turning to his river nymph wife, Leon smiled at Maya as she held a watery sauce, almost transparent save for flecks of something red and black within. Leon couldn't pick up on anything from her stoic expression, but through their connection, he could sense a tentative anticipation mixed with a hint of apprehension coming from her. His smile not fading in the slightest, Leon dipped his piece of bread into the sauce, ensured he applied a generous amount, and then ate it. "This one's your favorite, isn't it?" Leon asked, not needing a moment to think it over. Maya quietly nodded. "How did you know?" "It's pretty salty," he explained. "I know what you like." That statement elicited a chorus of oohs from the watching ladies, while Maya smiled and blushed. Moving on, Leon started trying the other sauces as fast as the ladies could pass them to him. While he did, and in between washing out his mouth from some of the more foul sauces, he tried asking Alex about Alcander. The man had returned to his duties, and as far as Alex could tell, was largely back to normal, if a little more morose than usual. Leon could hardly blame him for that attitude, but before he could say anything more, Elise warned him against bringing business into the garden. Asking as a friend was fine, she'd stipulated, but as a king was off limits. So, for the moment, Leon focused on the task at hand. Only a few minutes later, he was left with no bread and no more sauces to try. Anzu was happy as a clam, having torn through the sauces faster than Leon had, and had gotten a second bread wheel to start attacking his favorites. Leon, meanwhile, took some time to stare at the polychrome panoply before him, while diligently ignoring the expectant stares from his wives and their guests, all of whom apparently wanted some drama. "Too bad they'll get none from me," he vowed as he turned first to Valeria. "Yours was easiest," he declared, to her apparent amusement. "You shouldn't have started with your favorite if you wanted this to be difficult." With a wide grin, he indicated the red sauce, which Anzu had identified as made from the cliff peppers they'd smelled upon entering. Fortunately, while having a strong aroma, it wasn't the cliff peppers that practically smelled toxic. Valeria shrugged and nodded. "I like the hot stuff, what can I say?" She shot Leon a provocative smile that sent several of the visiting ladies, and especially Lana, into giggling fits. "Look at you, Leon," Cassandra boldly shared, 2 for 2. Her ruby eyes narrowed while she sat up, her hands going to her hips. "Want to try going 3 for 3? "Easily," Leon replied, not missing a beat. He pointed at a yellow sauce, thick and soft enough to be perfect for spreading. "I know you, too, Cassie." Sweet, but not sickeningly so. Quiet descended upon the ladies for a moment while Cassandra stared impassively at Leon. Her facade cracked when Valeria took her revenge, tossing a piece of bread dipped in one of the most foul-smelling sauces in the spread, hitting Cassandra in the cheek. After a gasp of shock and a glare sent Valeria's way, Cassandra turned back to Leon and begrudgingly admitted, 3 for 3. Another round of giggling and raucous whispering followed. All the ladies then leaned forward or otherwise fixed Leon in their demanding gazes. Leon felt the pressure descend upon him as his eyes turned toward Elise. 4 for 4, she asked, an expectant smile gracing her face. With deliberate languidness, he made something of a show of examining each of the sauces in turn. He paused a moment on the one directly in front of his fire-haired wife, but moved on after making eye contact with her. Finally, he settled on a dark red sauce nearly as thin as water. "Savory for you, my love," he said as he moved the sauce toward her. The smile and the blush that followed indicated that he'd chosen well. The watching ladies practically exploded in celebration at his achievement, while Elise sat up and patted the lounge next to her. Taking her silent invitation, Leon joined her on the lounge, whereupon she immediately draped herself over him and whispered into his ear, "Good guess, husband." 4 for 4. It wasn't a guess, Leon whispered back as his hand slid around her waist. "I know you. I know all of you." He shared loving looks with all of his wives, then as the noise and declarations of how romantic and manly he'd been for correctly guessing the sauces died down, he asked, "So what is all this and where did it come from?" Cassandra answered, "The last time those northern merchants came around to sell off their orichalcum, I asked to see what else they had. Turns out they had a ton of spices. I bought up a bunch and put all this together." Leon nodded, but internally he couldn't help but wonder just how much that had cost. As if reading his mind, Elise quickly explained, "It wasn't that expensive, love. I took a bit out of the addition to the household budget we received from Alhamakim's tribute." A sigh of relief escaped his lips. He wasn't going to deny delicious spices, but in their relatively precarious position, he didn't want to waste resources needlessly. Those merchants had all kinds of stories, too. Valeria added, "There are no roads between the major cities in the north, so the journeys between them are either done over water, or they form large, dangerous flying caravans to get to where they're going. The river running through the valley is a boon," Cassandra said. "Agreed," Maya momentarily interjected. Cassandra added, "It would be damned hard to trade with Chieftain and those other cities if those Finger Lakes or whatever they were called wasn't its headwaters. It's also rich in fish," Maya stated, "and 2 of these sauces were made from river plants." She nodded proudly, and Leon grinned, sending her love through their connection. "So what kind of stories do they tell?" Leon asked. "Mountains that fly amidst the clouds," Valeria claimed. "Haunted forests filled with red lightning," Elise added. "An enormous tree that commands the weather," Cassandra gushed. "Apparently, there's some legend up in the north, too, that the tree will only blossom for a king of kings." Her expression turned sneaky and conspiratorial. "Maybe you should find this tree, darling. Get it to bloom and maybe the cities will bow to you." "Maybe," Leon whispered, thinking that it might at least make for a good adventure to see this tree. However, before he could say anything more, the doors of the villa adjacent to the gardens burst open, and Gaius and Alcander both came running out looking harried. "Leon," Gaius shouted, "an ark has emerged from the King's Ocean and is heading this way." Leon's eyes widened in surprise before he projected his magic senses and confirmed Gaius' words. The ark was smooth, looking rather like a whale rather than the sleeker arrowhead designs that the arcs of Eterna favored. It moved sluggishly, though whether that was by choice or by virtue of it simply being damned enormous, larger than any of his carriers, wasn't clear. Regardless, Leon knew that a response was necessary. Any trace of levity in his demeanor vanished. It seemed he now had to deal with his neighbors to the south. Leon coldly regarded the man before him, noting the wiry frame beneath his tight, sea-green attire. He was no ordinary messenger given his 10th tier power and the sheer number of turquoise, sapphires, and amethysts that adorned his clothes, especially with similarly dressed the rest of his 30 followers were. The man had emerged from the oceanic arc and hovered in the air for several minutes before making a declaration that could be heard for dozens of miles. He wanted an audience with the lord of whatever city was now being built before him. In short, he wanted to meet with Leon, but his dismissiveness toward their efforts thus far had not won him any goodwill, nor had his arrogant attitude in the 2 hours since. He refused to so much as lower his head before Leon, and throughout the entire short journey from his ark where it yet hovered to Leon's portable villa, he'd made many snide comments about the city and how quaint it was. Now he stood before Leon, his nose held so high he was practically looking directly at the ceiling. "You stand before Leon of House Rame," Gaius began, but the mage immediately cut him off. "It is of little consequence who I stand before. The only matter we must discuss is the matter for which I have come." The mage spoke in an odd accent that trilled his R's and elongated certain vowels. Leon found it as pompous as the rest of the man. "Why don't we start with your name, then?" Gaius suggested as the others in Leon's throne room started getting agitated. Leon could already tell that more of his people were now glaring at this man than not, and given Anastasios, Eva, and Clear Day were in the room with him, he was rather surprised their 10th tier visitor was standing so solidly. "That's hardly necessary," the man claimed. Raising his voice, he loudly declared, "I am here at the behest of the mighty Ondas Gargan, Lord of the eternal waters, commander of the tides, and the ocean king, by the grace of the great Lord Khosrau. He who stands unmatched beneath the waves has sent me here to inform all of you that you are trespassing upon land that he has long ruled. He commands you to vacate this land, to pull down all you have built, restore this land to its pristine condition, and never befoul his claimed land with your presence again. Many of Leon's followers began to shout and stomp in anger, filling the hall with the raucous sounds of anger. But Leon called for quiet with but a tap of his finger on the arm of his throne. Almost immediately, the hall fell silent, while Leon stared at the envoy, who stared defiantly right back at him. The Ocean King commands us to leave, he growled. Upon pain of death, the envoy smugly added, one of the most punchable grins Leon had ever seen spreading across his face. Should the Ocean King be forced to handle this matter himself, you, your pathetic city, and all of your dirty plainer peasants will be drowned beneath the waves of his anger. Consider the matter well, for there will be no second warning. Leave this land or face the wrath of the oceans unending. The envoy didn't wait a moment longer, spinning on his heel and walking toward the door amidst the rancor of Leon's court. Leon was rather surprised the envoy didn't even wait for his response. Still, with a quick mental command, several Tempest Knights closed the far doors of the hall while the jaguar appeared in a flash of blood-red lightning between the envoy and his destination. I will provide you my response right now, whoever you are, Leon said as he rose from his feet and let his violent aura spill forth. The air in the hall whipped around him as silver-blue lightning arced up and down his body. The envoy turned, finally looking a little intimidated by this display. Your king has no authority over this land. Should he do so, I put forth the claim that he is a hypocrite, claiming the title of Ocean King while ignoring the restrictions that Khosrau himself placed upon it. This place is our new home. You are welcome to dispute our claim, if you have the strength. Leon's heart beat in his chest like it was trying to hammer through his ribs. His wrath was towering, and while he was letting his aura rage around him, he kept his killing intent in check. Still, he was rational enough to know what he was saying, and his followers were rational enough to cheer. Upon the conclusion of his declaration, "You seek war with the abyssal strength of the Ocean King," the envoy cried in shock. "You doom yourself, madman." "Ha," Leon mockingly retorted, "do you know the difference between madness and brilliance, my honorable and esteemed guest? Victory. Begone from this land. If you are seen here again, I will make you shorter by a head." Again, roars of defiance and bloodlust echoed from one corner of the hall to the other, while to a man, Leon's people loudly expressed their support for him. How much that was true in their hearts didn't matter, for they could only display a united front before an aggressor such as this. "So be it," the envoy shouted, his voice rising in pitch as he visibly restrained his panic. "You have declared war upon the Ocean King, fool. Be not surprised when the tides come and buries your city in a storm that will shake the Nexus." Leon grinned. "I look forward to it. If they set even a single toe upon the beach, we will turn them back to the sea." Split Knuckle furiously boomed, his voice echoing so many times off the walls that Leon wouldn't have been surprised if it overpowered his privacy wards and let all in Artorian below know his thoughts. "We must make ready to fight." Takis agreed. "Ha, for a lion and an eagle to agree on war is a rare occurrence." "It is no matter of agreement, Split Knuckle, for war has already been decided for us. Now we must fight or die, and I am rather fond of living. I want my children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren to see the peaks and slopes of our new home, to soar above the mountains in our truest shape and breathe the air of the Nexus. If these southern tyrants believe that they can force us out of this valley, then there is only one choice remaining. To paint the cliffs of the Ardor Valley red with their blood. The question is not whether or not we will fight," Marinos, the elder leading the Tigers, stated. "The question is how we will fight. Do we fight upon the newly constructed walls, waiting for our enemy to emerge from the ocean? Or do we fight down amidst the plains? Keep our foe away from Artorian." Ustalok, the Spider Elder, was the first to respond. "We must fight upon the walls." Eyes of Glass, the Bear Elder, agreed. "Our war beasts were decimated in the previous fight, we have little to spare beyond the walls." Len, the Heart Elder, added, "Many heroes have gone to join our ancestors. We must prioritize those who remain. They must pay for every foot they advance in blood." Split Knuckle insisted. "If need be, we can conduct a fighting retreat, like Lycurgus, the Jaguar Elder mentioned. Use what strategic depth that we possess, however much it might pain us to give up land." Kill enough when they emerge that the rest will ever be known as morning tide, for they have receded, runs through grassy fields, the Hawk Elder said. Sitting at the head of the split table, Leon frowned lightly, taking in all that his elders and advisors were discussing. Notably, Ivar, the Raven Elder, and Jonal, the Bison Elder, remained quiet. He wanted to know what his tribal vassals thought of the issue, but he supposed silence was an answer, too. With a brief flex of his aura, unthreatening though it was, he called for silence, and silence descended upon the room only a moment later. Without a word, Leon turned his golden eyes upon the jaguar. The wall isn't up to my standards, the jaguar mentioned, but the mountains around the valley have a new shroud. Even arcs will be lost within. What of those above it? Marcus quietly asked. The jaguar answered, our metal prince was quick to integrate orichalcum into some of our weapon systems. Most of our towers are capped with our most advanced lightning lances, but 4 have new lances powerful enough to start rivaling those aboard the ancient arcs. Leon grinned as his eyes momentarily flickered in Nestor's direction. The dead man noticed and subtly nodded with confidence. For years Nestor had been sitting on plans for how to integrate orichalcum into their current weapon designs, so when they finally got their hands on some, Leon sent some to him. He and the Ravens then essentially handcrafted those lances for the wall towers in their spare time. They only had the 4 already on the towers, unfortunately, since the rest of the orichalcum went to the arcs to upgrade their weapon systems. Most of our fleet is at least back in the air, the jaguar added. Bright Intent will not be returning for a few weeks yet, but Silver Spear and Bolt in Shadow remain with us. We still have a quarter fewer fighters than we had before the pirates challenged us, and our Ulta suits remain similarly diminished. Our strength has not recovered from those battles, and we won't completely regenerate our losses for months. What do you suggest, then? Alcander asked with grave seriousness. The jaguar frowned and stared at a map of the Ardor Valley and its surroundings, paying close attention to the fields to the south up to the coast, and the river that ran out of the valley. Several locations had been marked upon at the highest points throughout the plain where foundations had been laid for additional towers, which would have, at least in theory, helped to protect the river from just the sort of threat they were now facing. I believe we should fight first above the fields, but retreat beyond the vale if pressed too hard. The jaguar paused, then made eye contact with Ustalok, Eyes of Glass, Len, and Marinos. To hide behind our walls before we've even engaged the enemy shows that we fear them. To show fear would be a mistake. It is the safest choice, Ustalok protested. This valley is our fortress. To risk the lives of our people needlessly, for the sake of pride is valuable, Leon stated, giving his first real statement since the meeting was called in the wake of the Ocean King's envoy's departure. His eyes raced around the room, to every elder and officer, to Clear Day, Anastasios, and Eva, to his old friends, and then to his family. If we're not willing to fight, then our enemy is emboldened. If they are emboldened, then they will press harder. He held up his hand as Ustalok looked ready to protest, as did several others, and they fell silent. The lives of our people must not be wasted needlessly, but I agree with the jaguar that to retreat behind the mountains is going too far. Hells, even hiding within the walls of the valley might not be enough, if we have the Ocean King's attention. Maya's voice resonated through his mind, and he was sure everyone else's, too. My girls have detected a large fleet gathering off the southern coast. We are outnumbered, but not as much as I would have thought an elemental king would bring to bear. How badly are we outnumbered? The jaguar asked. 3 or 4 times, depending on how to count, Maya answered. More are still trickling in, including war beasts. The jaguar controlled his expression, but Leon saw the ghost of a grimace there. We don't even know how they fight, Marcus pointed out. How can we truly prepare like this? Contact Alhamakim, Leon ordered Clear Day. Let's see if they can shed any light on what we're facing. They know of the Ocean King's past actions here, Clear responded. I'm sure they have plenty to share with us. Leon nodded. What of the Titanstone quarry? The survey is complete and the ground broken, the jaguar replied. Recall all workers immediately, Leon ordered. We are going to be stretched thinly enough just to cover the valley. We can't also protect the coast. Silence fell for a moment as Leon's eyes went to the map. In truth, while he spoke boldly and confidently to the Ocean King's envoy, he was under no illusions about his chances against a proper elemental king. He could only hope that the Ocean King himself was too busy with other things to bother with little old him. His jaw locked shut, his teeth tightly clenched from the frustration and anger of the situation. His fingernails were digging into his palm even as he maintained a stoic facade. It enraged him that he couldn't even establish a single damned city without being challenged like this. He would have understood if he had started conquering as soon as he arrived, but his city was barely even established yet, let alone the center of a great empire he'd carved out of others' domains. He couldn't but imagine finding that envoy and tearing him to pieces, then blasting the pieces with lightning until nothing but ash remained, and then burning the ash in black fire. His breathing started to pick up as his heart accelerated from the anger, blood racing through his body, carrying magic and origin power to his muscles. He almost wished the Ocean King would send his forces sooner rather than later just so that he could exterminate them with less of a weight. If he could exterminate them, he clamped down hard on his anger and hubristic thoughts. These weren't pirates he was going up against, these were organized warriors within the Nexus, power structure, acting apparently with the personal sanction, if not directly led by one of the most powerful beings in the universe. He was not happy, and came dangerously close to showing it until Elise, who was sitting next to him, laid a hand over one of his. She spared him only a single supportive smile, but it cut through enough of his mounting anger that he maintained control over himself. Any war fought blinded by rage would be one he lost. He wasn't about to be run out of this valley, not without a hard fight anyway. Strategizing continued even without much intelligence on how the Ocean King's forces might choose to fight. At the very least, they were settled on not hiding behind the valley mountains like a terrified turtle. No matter how overwhelming their enemy may become, they were going to fight for their new home and make the enemy advance over their own bloody corpses if they wanted to force their way into the Ardor Valley. An elemental king, Zafin crackled. Been a while since I had to deal with one of those arrogant shitheads. Not long enough, I say. It will be longer, still, the Thunderbird boldly declared. The Ocean King will not act personally, I guarantee that. How can that be guaranteed? Leon bitterly asked. After a moment, the Thunderbird's bold demeanor softened. It can't, my boy. But I know power, and I know the powerful. The Ocean King will consider you beneath him, to his detriment. Ha, Zafin burst out. He thinks you're not worth his notice. And he's not wrong. Leon scowled and glared into the distance. Fuckers can't even leave me alone for 2 fucking seconds, he grumbled. Someone just has to start some shit when shit doesn't have to be started, hardly surprising, the Thunderbird blithely stated. You've discovered Titanstone. You're new here, and perceived to be weak. The strong will take what they can, especially if they perceive your presence to be an affront to their honor and prestige. And make no mistake, enforcing a buffer zone in another elemental land is a mark of great power and prestige. Even if you hadn't found the Titanstone, you would still incur the wrath of the Ocean King. I understand, Leon begrudgingly said. Don't expect this to be the last time I bitch about this, though. Until I find some outlet to vent, I'm going to be buzzing with anger. There are plenty of outlets for you to choose from, the Thunderbird said mischievously. I believe their names are Elise, Valeria, Cassandra, and the cute river nymph whose name I'm not allowed to say, isn't that right? Leon gave her an exasperated look. I'm still waiting on more descendants, boy, she reminded him. Your circumstances may be unique, but that's no excuse not to keep trying. I try plenty, Leon awkwardly argued. Every day. Leave the kid alone, Zafin protested. There's enough shit on his plate, you don't have to go reminding him of this too. Why don't you try and be useful instead? Zafin glared at the Thunderbird, but spared Leon a quick wink, which Leon almost missed due to the fire that eternally raged about the fire demon's body. Stupid demon, the Thunderbird responded but threw nothing more than words in Zafin's direction. Instead, she waved her hand and conjured with light a great expanse of water by an undetailed and nondescript beach. Those of the oceans always fight in the same way when close to their territory. The water of the ocean rose into a great tsunami but merely threatened to fall upon the beach, never quite doing so. The waves below continued to spill off the enormous wave and lick at the sand, but the great wall of water remained there, practically hovering over the beach. Looking at it filled Leon with terrible dread. For a moment, staring at the wall of water towering over the beach, he thought he saw green scales glinting beneath the water's surface, but he blinked, and the scales were gone. When the Thunderbird continued speaking, his mind moved on, only to be replaced by a more tangible terror. From their conjured fortress will they attack? Whale-shaped arcs came cutting out of the towering mass of water, their bows and sides flashing as lances spat their deadly payloads over the beach before the arcs retreated beneath the waves a moment later. The water is their strength and they're loath to leave it. Xianxia snorted. The elemental plane of fire was once invaded by water and ice demons. They tried a similar tactic, but my prince led a charge into the water and boiled the lot of them alive. In the end, not a single eddy of steam remained. The Thunderbird spared Xianxia an almost contemptuous look. Do not expect a counter-charge to work, she warned Leon. Any force sent by an ocean king will be prepared for such tactics. Things flashed beyond the surface of the wall of water, and Leon felt a shiver run down his spine. Tentacles writhed, snapping and flailing beyond the surface as the twisted bodies of the leviathans they were attached to approached, but did not quite leave the water. Other monsters could be seen beneath, some breaking the surface briefly before diving back into the abyss. Lightning would not reach them far beneath the surface. It didn't before, Leon thought for a moment, remembering silver-blue lightning running through his dark feathers, arcing through the air, yet splashing harmlessly against the water that protected his gargantuan serpentine quarry, until he tried to focus on the memory and found it elusive and fleeting. He allowed his confusion to hold him only a moment before saying aloud, "Then we have to get our enemy out of the water. They'll be more vulnerable in the air." "Yes," the Thunderbird confirmed. A proud smile spread across her bronze face as she boasted, "The heavens were always my domain, though I had many challengers. The fools from the oceans who got in my way always evaporated. Show them this legacy, Leon." "Sure," he replied with a heaping helping of sarcasm. "I'll just hit the Ocean King himself with a few bolts of lightning and he'll fuck right off." The Thunderbird clenched her hand and the projection vanished. With great severity, she said, "If the Ocean King himself appears, run." She held her seriousness for a moment before cracking a smile. "He won't, though. Perhaps an anax, then," Leon offered, "or a basilis. I am not confident in my chances against a 13th or 14th tier mage." The Thunderbird frowned, leaving Xianxia to respond to Leon. "Then seek aid, boy," the fire demon said like it was the easiest thing in the world to do. "We honorable and brilliant demons of flame, whose grace and beauty are without question, and whose wisdom and power is sought by all in the universe, can be rather rambunctious amongst ourselves." Leon snorted. From what he knew of the fire demons from Xianxia's stories and his personal quarrel with Aemon, the impression he had of the elemental plane of fire was one of strife and constant violence, with fire demons constantly fighting amongst themselves for power and position. Ignoring Leon's tacit doubt, Xianxia continued, "Nothing will unite us more than an outside enemy to combat. As much as we might disagree and fight amongst ourselves, a water demon will always be worse than another fire demon." He paused and his eyes narrowed. "With some exceptions, of course. You're not suggesting I reach out to other fire demons, are you?" Leon asked, though he had an idea of what Xianxia was saying already. "No, boy, but is there no one who may take offense to the actions of these soggy shits? You could seek aid while showing yourself as a defender of all the storm lands, keeping the denizens of the King's Ocean in their little toilet, where they belong." Leon gave the demon a skeptical look. "How many do you think would actually help us out? I doubt Strategos Joser will be jumping to my aid, or even Despot Archelaus. This is probably why he didn't try to assert his authority over me when recognizing my claim over this region." "Some might," Xianxia claimed, though he nodded and conceded, "though you might be wise in not reaching out. Looking weak and indebting yourself to another might not be the best idea." "Yeah," Leon agreed. He pushed himself up and asked, "Any further recommendations?" "Get some rest," the Thunderbird said, "and keep an eye not just on the ocean, but on those behind you, and those at your side. Enemies must never be forgotten, nor friends, but I would caution you to remember those who watch and render no aid, or who wait to strike like snakes or jackals, hoping to take a bite while someone's weak. Those fools who give you orichalcum, watch them in particular." "You don't trust them?" Leon asked. "Merchants are fickle," she stated matter-of-factly. "They do not have the heart for war, and when challenged, will give way more often than not. Expect them to abandon you once they learn of this. They want storm crystal," Leon pointed out half-heartedly, for a large part of him already thought the Thunderbird was right. "They want to live even more," the Thunderbird riposted, and Leon didn't offer any further argument. After all, as valuable as storm crystal was, it was hardly worth angering an elemental king over. For the time being, though, he had to prepare for war. It would come soon, in days or even a few weeks if he were lucky, but it wasn't going to just stop. These weren't pirates, This was an organized force within the Nexus. And if he lost, then he'd be dislodged from the Nexus entirely, if not killed. Everything was riding on this, and his odds were low. Still, fire burned within him and lightning coursed through his veins. He couldn't lose. If he did, all could be lost. The mountains around the Ardor Valley were gorgeous in Leon's estimation. Tall and imposing, with cliffs and steep slopes covered in green shrubs. And enormous red-barked and blue-leaf trees, they formed a formidable barrier for anyone attempting to access the valley. Some of the taller mountains scraped the clouds, though they were relatively few and far between. With towers and the long wall connecting them, the mountains looked relatively different than before, cutting a new profile that was a different kind of imposing. And as Leon stood upon the highest of the central mountain's 9 peaks and gazed upon the mountains all around him, he waited for the profile to change again. It began fairly slowly, with a subtle but noticeable shift in the way that magic flowed through the valley. Where it was only moments before natural and chaotic, as the wards in the outer walls activated in earnest, the magic within the valley was leashed and directed, creating artificial flows that directed power into the wards. There was a tremendous amount of ambient power in the Nexus thanks to the proximity of the universe's origin spark, and having 4 11th tier mages around certainly helped, so the ward scheme for the walls, despite the length of the structure, wasn't that limited by available power. Leon had to admit that after an inspection of the walls only a few hours beforehand, he was impressed with what had been wrought. Though he was hardly one to relish making like a turtle and hiding behind a shell, he had to admit that these fortifications made for a terrifyingly sturdy shell. As more and more of the wards activated, the one key ward that he was waiting for finally started receiving power. Rather quickly, mist gathered in the gaps between the mountains, obscuring the sky beyond. This mist thickened and expanded, rapidly moving to enshroud the barrier mountains until they disappeared from view down to about the halfway point. On the other side of the mountains, meanwhile, the newly conjured mist continued farther, reaching the foot of the mountains and continuing into the plains to the south and east, and further into the mountains to the west and north. Half an hour after the wards began to activate, a new misty veil had appeared all around the Ardor Valley nearly 2 miles thick. Leon grinned at the sight. It was a complex issue to ensure that the plants and natural wildlife of the mountains remained unaffected, but his nature mages were some of the best, especially after having Ticos around to learn from. But the mist, as it had for Katagita for thousands of years, protected the Ardor Valley. Humans and arcs in the mist would be disoriented and magically turned around, while everything designated as friendly by the wards would be unaffected. If everything worked correctly, Leon's lances in the towers would be perfectly able to see what was around them, while any hostiles in the mist wouldn't an undeniable advantage. Of course, this misty veil was stronger than what lay around Katagita, but the complexity of the strengthened enchantment had required a number of wisps and several giants to maintain. This gave the misty veil a more active quality that allowed the beasts within the mountains to continue about their lives relatively unaffected, while any war beasts brought against the valley would be just as disoriented as their human riders. As impressed as he was with what had been accomplished in only 6 months, Leon still feared whether or not it would be enough. He doubted even this strengthened enchantment would stand against a 15th tier mage, as the Ocean King was, and even if the Ocean King himself wasn't present, any powerful mage within this expedition might have the means to bypass the valley's defenses. Mist is water, isn't it? He dryly noted as he flexed his aura, causing clouds to form above the mist even higher up. Nothing is a guarantee. Some distance away, one of the mostly repaired heavy cruisers took flight from a basic arcpad and steered into the mist. The veil had been rigorously tested already, but it would never be clear how well it worked until something flew into it. So, taking his cue from the arc, Leon also floated into the sky, transforming into his Thunderbird form as he did. He went alone, the rest of his entourage waiting for him on the southern Talon fortress. A few wingbeats had him matching the heavy cruiser's trajectory, though a few hundred feet behind and above. He could feel the thrum of its magic engines resonate in his expanded avian chest and the disturbance of ambient magic in its wake. The heavy cruiser's prow penetrated the mist and the arc cut right through, Leon passing by a moment later. Having expected a novel experience, he wasn't disappointed. As soon as his form entered the mist, all awareness of the world around him vanished. His magic senses were scattered as soon as they were projected from his body, leaving him entirely reliant on his physical senses, and the mist even messed with those. All he could see around himself was white, like he was in the middle of a dense cloud. Even the arc he was following was lost to him. He could still feel the engines in action, but the feeling was lessening, indicating that he and the Ark were parting ways. Aside from his eyes, the interior of the veil was almost entirely silent, without even the whistling of wind or the cries of beasts below. More distressing than either his sight or hearing was the way the misty veil played havoc with his sense of balance. He could barely tell which way was up anymore, and he felt like he started spinning as soon as he entered the veil, leaving him utterly lost within the veil. He attempted to get some kind of orientation, but no matter how hard he pushed his magic senses or how hard he tried to right himself, he simply couldn't get a good idea of his surroundings or where he was flying. Even trying to use wind magic to hover in place was out of the question, as his magic was disturbed when he tried to use it. He estimated that he could still use his lightning or fire given his greater skill with the elements, but wind or water was out of the question. Though, from what he felt, greater skill with water magic might not aid him given how hard it was to control his magic within the veil. Were it much thinner, a water mage could brute force their way through, but the veil was to be several miles thick, encompassing the entire line of mountains around the Ardor Valley. It would take a special mage to get through, to be sure. Satisfied that the veil would work on most mages, Leon decided to test something that only he and 3 others could: origin power. He called upon that densest of energies and used it to fuel a burst of elementless magic, and to his mild dismay, the veil around him was pushed back several feet and he regained some measure of balance. He realized he was flying directly up, and he swiftly leveled out. Several more times he used this origin power burst and then tested a few lightning attacks. His dismay lessened every time, as he realized it would require an inordinate amount of origin power to cut through a meaningful amount of mist, leaving it rather unsustainable for an 11th tier mage on their own, at least. Did you know this text is from a different site? Read the official version to support the creator. His tests with lightning magic were more mixed, as while the veil didn't do much to directly stop his power, the way it messed with his senses prevented efficient use of magic. When he was finished, he was satisfied that the misty veil would prove a formidable defense against attackers, though it would not be the only one that needed testing. He did a pre-arranged signal, performing 5 consecutive barrel rolls, and a moment later, all effects the misty veil had upon him ceased, returning his sense of balance and hearing. He was still in the middle of the mist, so his sight was limited, but when he pulsed his magic senses, the mist didn't hinder him. Using blood magic, the veil could key into specific people to refrain from affecting them. Leon had given a drop of blood to his mages to be stored in the Southern Talon, where along with a few hundred other blood samples, it would be placed at one of the loci of the veil's controlling enchantment. Now that his blood was reintegrated, the veil did not affect him. With his ability to perceive the world around him returned, Leon flew downward and landed upon the wall close to one of the upgraded lightning lances incorporating orichalcum. The heavy cruiser was not far away, having stopped in midair, neither advancing nor retreating. It appeared that the veil was working, as the Ark captain had standing orders to retreat if the veil had no effect upon his vessel. There Leon stood, perched on the wall, observing the tests and quietly toying with the idea of heading to the heavy cruiser to see what was happening on the bridge. When the next test began, several hundred boulders were launched thousands of feet into the air, the launches staggering so that not all were launched at the same time. The lances around the wall immediately started firing their bolts. Most of them were lightning lances, but Leon could see several enormous flame lances closer to the talons open up, too, firing enormous balls of fire into the air. Few of the lances missed their first shots, and fewer still their second. A few of the boulders first launched into the air hit the ground intact, but after the second wave, their numbers shrank. Leon notionally smiled, his avian eyes at least narrowing slightly even though his beak couldn't bend. It seemed that his lance operators could still work their weapons even with the misty veil around them. He was especially pleased with the upgraded lances, as they performed magnificently, their bolts flying unerringly and obliterating their targeted boulders with an efficiency that the other lances lacked. While all boulders hit by lightning lances were rendered fine sand from the energy, Leon could tell from the shockwaves that spread through the mist that the upgraded lances hit with considerably more power. With a sigh, Leon took off again, intent on returning to the Southern Talon. While he wasn't completely convinced that the Ardor Valley was untouchable, he was at least far more confident about their chances now that he'd seen this take place. Now, the only thing that weighed upon his mind was just what in the hells the Ocean King's forces were doing out in the water. Days had passed since their envoy had declared war, and yet they remained far away from shore, as if waiting for something. Whatever that something was, Leon was sure it spelled awful news for him. the leading arc of the Ocean King's punitive expedition was almost more palace than war arc. It was an immense creation, though it was no more heavily armed or armored than the light carriers in the water beside it. What it had far more of, however, were command rooms and meeting halls, the latter of which was packed with dignitaries about to receive guests. Terrace grinned from his throne as he looked around at all the men and women assembled before him. The finest warriors in his despotate, including 4 of his strategoi, were with him, representing the best of the best that he could offer. His military was much greater in number than what he'd assembled, but given his intelligence held that these upstarts in the buffer zone had 4 strategos level mages, he thought that bringing a smaller, but stronger on average detachment would be more prudent. Besides, with the Ocean King's attention far to the west, he was wary about starting too much even in the western storm lands. After all, though the Lightning Annex were focused more on the east in the struggle to determine the next Storm King, any one of them could intervene and show that they were the rightful Storm King, not another annex. Of course, Terrace had no doubt that the Ocean King, mighty as all the oceans of the Nexus combined, would win that war, but his concerns lay with avenging the depravities of the Mountain King's recent raids, not with some wannabe Storm King. So starting a war on the King's Ocean's eastern front while Ocean King Ondas was preoccupied in the west would be punished, not rewarded. Still, Terrace's heart beat with greed at the thought of not only exerting his power and piling the glory of a successful campaign upon himself, but also gaining access to all the Titanstone that the newcomers had so graciously located for him. Wealth like that would turn the head of even King Ondas, and might even see Terrace given a better despotate to govern, if only he could secure it without starting a war with all the storm lands. The doors soon opened and their guests were shown in. Though the ark was hundreds of feet below the water's surface, none of the half-dozen mages who entered the meeting hall were even slightly damp. They were led by a severe-looking 8th-tier blonde woman dressed in white, loose-fitting robes. Around her neck were 3 pendants, while the signet ring upon her finger that denoted her rank in the culture of the storm lands was primarily made of luminite. This woman, despite the titanic gulf of power between her and the 12th-tier Teria, confidently strode to the platform in front of his throne and stood there, defiant in the face of his overwhelming aura. No words were said, the silence that followed the woman's introduction stretching for several seconds. Terrace eventually stated, bold as a minnow stealing the prey of a shark. "Tell me, woman, have you found a husband yet?" Without missing a beat, the woman answered in a cold tone that sent a pleasurable shiver down Terrace's spine, "What is your purpose in assembling such a force off the coast of the storm lands?" Terrace scoffed, "Right to business. I've seen stagnant lakes more playful. Given how lately you arrived, I would have thought you weren't in such a hurry, but apparently, you are as the waters of the river Hasdar, rushing." One of Terrace's strategoi angrily added, "We could have drowned these newcomers already, and swept their pathetic city into the sea, if you'd only arrived on time." Dismissively, the woman replied, "Neither the Storm Lords nor the Iron Orders are yours to command." "Hey," that same strategos responded, "perhaps next time we'll skip the courtesy and bring the seas to you. We are not limited by the tides, and recede only when we desire." "Enough," Terrace ordered, and though he still gave their guest a condescending look, he at least shut his mouth. "The ice of Glacius is warmer than you, woman, it wouldn't hurt you to smile. But no matter, your lords Cameron, Halbast, Adrasis, and Genses are held in esteem by gobies and whales alike. I can forgive the curtness of a single envoy. Now, don't pretend that you don't know why we're here. What has your master decided, woman?" The woman's cold glare landed upon him, and she declared, "The Honorable Strategos Joser, as both Lord of Ishtarpur and Captain of the Third Iron Order, has decreed that so long as your arcs do not violate the boundaries we have long agreed upon, then he sees no reason to interfere." Terrace grinned. If Joser would not get involved, then that meant that Archelaus was washing his hands of this business, too, though Terrace hadn't expected Archelaus to intervene, given how little the man seemed to care about anything at all. Regardless, the Storm Lords were clearly of a mind to only watch his actions in the border zone, and not interfere. "Take my good wishes back to your lands, woman," Terrace stated, thusly dismissing his guests. He waited not a moment longer than he had to in ordering his arcs to begin their work. Waiting for this guarantee had already cost them time, but in the end, it wouldn't matter. These newcomers couldn't stop the tides no matter how they prepared, and now a hurricane had come to show them the folly of building in forbidden land. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.